Hello everyone. Today I'm bringing you part 2. First, let's take a quick look back at the previous episode. In the slums of Hao US City, two childhood friends, Lin Yun and Wei Yueling, are growing up under vastly different stars. Wei Yueling comes from a prestigious family and possesses inscrutable beast-taming talent, while Lin Yun is an ordinary boy who scrapes by on odd jobs. Yet he has never stopped yearning for power. He dreams of changing his fate and standing shoulder to shoulder with Wei Yueling. One day, Lin Yun stumbles upon a mysterious potion. After drinking it, he awakens an SS-grade talent, the stuff of legend. Thrilled, he rushes to the pet market to find a creature with limitless potential. Among countless beasts, he selects a XINUF fox named Qingya. Although the little fox costs a fortune, Lin Yun's eye of insight reveals that it can evolve into a mythic beast, so he signs a pet loan without hesitation and brings Qingya home. After forming a contract with Qingya, Lin Yun gains a surge of power and forges a deep bond with his companion. Together, they head to the Black Knight Forest to train. Under his guidance, Qingya challenges stronger and stronger creatures: saber-toothed rabbits, black-winged hounds, iron-shelled turtles, sharpening claw strike, bite, and starlight dash to advanced levels and even awakening new traits. Each victory strengthens Lin Yun's confidence in his newfound talent. Just as he is ready to spread his wings, a gigantic wraith appears in an old castle. Even the Zhao clan's tamers struggle against it, but Lin Yun charges in with Qingya. After a brutal fight, they defeat the wraith and claim its treasure. Zhao Hanhe and Bai Ningqin witness the battle and invite Lin Yun to join their factions, yet he declines. His goal is to become the strongest beast tamer on his own terms. As Qingya grows stronger, Lin Yun realizes he needs more power to protect his loved ones, so he signs up for the Beast Tamer League's Iron Rank exam. During the test, Qingya crushes every mechanical puppet with ease, stunning all present. Lin Yun earns Iron Rank certification and the right to purchase evolution materials. He heads to the plantation with Qingya to gather those resources, where he encounters Zhao Sheng and Zhao Hanhe. Zhao Sheng greets him with respect, while Zhao Hanhe shows a keen interest in Qingya. Lin Yun buys rare herbs and skill stones, determined to push Qingya to new heights. He also learns that the defeated wraith has marked him, but he refuses to back down. Training continues at the plantation, and Qingya soon breaks through to ordinary tier 5, awakening a new skill. Lin Yun returns to the Black Knight Forest in search of tougher opponents. Qingya brings down a diamond ape, but on the way back an obsidian saber-toothed tiger ambushes them. Another fierce battle ensues, and Qingya prevails once more, leaving both tamer and beast even stronger. Relentless battles propel Qingya from ordinary tier 5 to tier 8, where it defeats a twisted wraith and secures a soul crystal. Lin Yun's parents are overjoyed at his progress. He then signs up for the League's Sacred Flame program, an elite initiative that offers rich rewards to those who pass its trials. In the first round, Qingya's strength sweeps aside every obstacle. For the second round, Lin Yun visits the alchemist camp to brew an evolution potion. Surrounded by powerful tamers and their beasts, Qingya still stands head and shoulders above the rest. On the practice ground, they demolish 420 mechanical puppets, leaving onlookers like Lu Tai in awe and further fueling Lin Yun's determination. After meticulous nurturing, Qingya evolves into a first-order commander-tier Moonlight fox, with dramatically enhanced skills. Lin Yun returns to camp ready for the final trial. He knows this is only the beginning. The road ahead is long, but he is prepared to face every challenge and claim the title of the world's strongest beast tamer. That concludes our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2 today. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first encounter with the story and it piques your interest, feel free to start with part 1 in the playlist or the comment section below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 2. The small cabin was dim and cramped. Xing Yun huddled in a corner, replaying earlier scenes in her mind. Rage churned in her chest. Lin Yun, that vile bastard. She had begged him on her knees, yet he still refused her. Her eyes turned venomous. She longed to tear him apart. Bang bang. Urgent knocks shattered her murderous thoughts. Xing Yun sprang up, yanked the door open, and a flash of scarlet filled her sight. Standing there was Tong Xian, a curvaceous woman in red and one of the holy sect's incense chiefs. Chief Tong, you're finally here. Xing Yun could barely contain her relief. Tong Xian lifted a dark green vial in her palm. This potion will turn you into a beastkin. Thank you. Xing Yun took it with both hands, removed the cap, and swallowed the contents in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat. At once she convulsed and collapsed. Bones cracked, muscles swelled, clothes split apart, and a thick-furred werewolf rose with a roar. Werewolf formed no special bloodline, but passable, Tong Xian judged coolly. Power poured into Xing Yun's limbs, making her tremble with exhilaration. So this is real strength, magnificent. Now I can protect myself. Tong Xian sank onto a wooden stool and crossed her legs. You're only a mundane rank 1. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yes, Chief Tong. Xing Yun bared gleaming fangs in a grin. Tong Xin's gaze sharpened. On to business. Distribute these potions through the slums and get everyone beastified if you can. She sketched the plan. The authorities of US City had written these people off. A looming beast tide meant staying human was certain death. If they joined the holy sect, they'd at least have a chance, and the sect would gain fresh forces. But 2 hall masters and another incense chief had been killed here recently, making the mission too risky for Tong Xian herself, so it fell to Zheng Yun. Mustering courage, Zheng Yun spoke. Chief Tong, I have one request. Speak. Tong Xian didn't lift an eyelid. I have a grudge against someone named Lin Yun. I want his parents dead. Malice gleamed in her eyes. His parents? Tong Xian arched a brow. 2 ordinary people. Easy. They'll cut their hearts out myself in a few days. Tong Xin's tone was as casual as discussing the weather. Thank you, Chief. Zheng Yun's knuckles whitened with excitement. A calm voice sounded outside the door. Nice plan, but you won't get the chance. Boom. Starlight erupted. The door disintegrated. Lin Yun and Wei Yueling stepped inside, an icy aura filling the tiny cabin. Lin Yun, how did you find us? Zheng Yun's voice cracked. Tong Xin's face darkened. Damn it. Blue-white flames flared in the room, eerie and cold. Zheng Yun recoiled. What is that? Ghostfire swordfish, Tong Xian said, enunciating each word. Didn't expect to see such a rare spirit-type pet in backwater Haoyue City. The ghostfire swordfish circled Lin Yun and Wei Yueling, its tail fin trailing arcs of spectral fire. Lin Yun fixed Zheng Yun with an icy stare. Anything left to say? Head sent the swordfish to shadow them, and now their plot was laid bare. A savage growl tore from Zheng Yun's throat. Then he'll go down fighting. Zheng Yun roared and lunged, arms flailing. Wei Yueling gave a calm order. Ghostfire. In the next instant, Ghostfire opened its jaws and spewed a searing jet of flame that swept through the room. Fire swallowed Zheng Yun. She tumbled and screamed as clothes, hair, and furniture ignited. Within seconds, the entire house was ablaze. Cries and the crackle of burning wood merged in a single horrific chorus, the smell of charred flesh hanging in the air while no one moved to help. Soon she was nothing but charcoal, her ashes caught in the dancing flames. Bathed in the firelight, Tong Xin's body suddenly ballooned. Bones twisted as she transformed into an enormous spider. Her 8 legs punched through the roof. She vaulted into the air, abdomen pulsing, and fired gleaming strands of silk that drilled into nearby buildings. The pole was astounding. People resting inside were yanked out and dumped in the middle of the street. A spitter, an enormous spider. What's happening? Panic and confusion swept the crowd. Ghostfire spat flames again, fiery blades racing toward the airborne giant. Tong Xian swung aside on her silk, then called out, listen, a beast tide is coming. I'm giving you a chance to live. This potion will turn you into beastkin. Drink it, and you'll gain the strength to survive the tide. She paused, voice turning icy. But first, you have to stop these 2. As she finished, a dark green vial dropped in front of everyone. So this turns you into beastkin? One man picked up a bottle, sniffing it. Exactly, Tong Xian confirmed. He stepped back, shaking his head. I'm not drinking that. Losing your mind as a beastkin is worse than dying. I won't become some half-human monster, and I won't drag anyone else down. Others followed suit, setting their vials on the ground. Tong Xin's face darkened, rage flared. Fine. Then I'll kill you all. Thick silk strands shot out like a storm. Titan. Lin Yun barked. Crackle. Titan stepped forward, starlight gathering around him to form a roaring river. Half a meter out, the torrent split into multiple beams, intercepting every strand. At the same time, Qingya, Ghostfire, and Lin Yue moved. Razor-sharp energy severed the remaining webs, which drifted away like shredded gauze. Far-off dog barks rose. The clash had finally alerted Haoyue City's patrol. Tong Xin's heart chilled. For warlord-class contract beasts, she had never faced such a force. Certain she would lose, she bit off a curse, seized a silk line, and shot toward a distant rooftop, vanishing like a black shadow. Titan morphed into a long spear and hurled himself after her. A spear lunged forward. Tong Xian had no time to dodge. The cold point punched into her swollen abdomen and burst out her back. With a harsh rip, dark green ichor sprayed across the shattered ground, reeking of rot. A blade of light followed, slicing off her head in one clean stroke. The massive spider skull rolled a few times before dropping into a nearby pit and lying still. Just then the patrol squad arrived. Greyhounds and black-wind hounds bared their teeth, sealing the ruins on all sides. Their leader, Xiao Guang, strode in front. Uncle Guang, Lin Yun greeted first. Wei Yueling stepped up with a light smile. Good morning, Uncle Guang. Xiao Guang scanned the scene and finally fixed on the giant spider's corpse. Lin Yun, what happened here? Even dead, the monster's lingering aura made his heart tighten. It went like this. Lin Yun gave a concise account. Xiao Guang frowned. Zheng Yun, at a time like this, he still invited disaster. He got what he deserved. Mid-sentence, he studied the spider again. Warlord class, a realm far above his reach. He recalled escorting Lin Yun home not long ago when the boy was just an ordinary teenager. His Moonfox contract beast had only begun to awaken. Now Qinya could trade blows with a warlord-class enemy, and Titan had reached the same tier. Their growth made his scalp tingle. The other beastmasters stared in shock, thinking, so this is what a true prodigy looks like. Gathering himself, Xiao Guang ordered the squad to check for casualties, confirm the residents' safety, and escort everyone home. When the work was done, he sighed. They may have refused to beast transform themselves, but in times like these, it's still a dead end for them. Weakness is the original sin. Lin Yun nodded silently, the same heaviness in his chest. Wei Welling said nothing. The two left in somber silence. Early the next morning, Gao Ming came to visit. Lin Yun brewed tea, filled a cup for Gao Ming, then poured one for himself. Fragrant steam curled upward. Gao Ming took a sip, surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Yun, this is top-grade Maojian. I tasted it once at the City Lord's Manor. It's worth its weight in gold, refreshing, and a real pick-me-up. If you like it, take some home, Lin Yun said readily. He and Sun Nung had found a trove of the tea in the fairy treasury, enough for him to drink for a decade, so sharing a little meant nothing. Gao Ming was flattered and thanked him again and again. Much appreciated. So, Gao Ming, what brings you today? Lin Yun asked. Gao Ming set down his cup and lowered his voice. The City Lord's Manor has issued a special assignment. An assignment? Lin Yun's interest stirred. You've heard about the unrest in the slums, Gao Ming explained. At its root, the inner wall can't hold any more people. Brightman City simply isn't big enough. You're planning to expand the inner city? Lin Yun guessed. That's right. Gao Ming couldn't help lifting his teacup for a small sip. But isn't the inner wall short on materials? Lin Yun lowered his voice, watching the tea leaves swirl. Gao Ming set the cup down and offered a thorough explanation. The inner rampart is etched with special arrays that can stop beast attacks, but those arrays need rare components. What you see now is all that generations of how you city lords could scrape together. If we built with common stone, the wall would crumble and drag the whole defense down with it. Lin Yun nodded. He knew how US City's resources were thin. Still, Gao Ming went on. The official array masters have found a substitute red ghoul crystal. It's not as hard as the original ore, but it keeps the arrays running and lets us extend the wall a bit. If it's weaker, it's still a liability, Lin Yun said, frowning. It's a crisis, Gao Ming replied with a shrug. Survival comes first. He paused, then added, since that black serpent reawakened, the beasts outside have been charging the defenses like mad. The caravans have to bring in red ghoul crystal, but the road is deadless, so I'd like you to guard them. Lin Yun looked up. What about the other beast tamers? The city lord and his pet have gone deep into the Black Night Forest, and Wei Chengwang went with them. How you small there aren't many silver-rank tamers, and the rest are deployed elsewhere, Gao Ming said with a weary smile. You were my first thought. Both your beasts are warlord here, and they punch well above their weight. The caravan will be safe with you. To seal the deal, he laid out the reward. If the mission succeeds, the Alliance will give you 3 chaos fruits. Chaos fruits? Lin Yun's pulse quickened. Shops never carried such treasures. Qingya was stuck at Warlord 7. Lightgrass and Rainflower could no longer help. 1 chaos fruit could push her to Warlord 9, and Trigger Evolution Titan would profit too. Lin Yun made up his mind in a heartbeat. All right, I'm in. Gao Ming's face broke into a rare grin. Excellent. When do we set off? First light tomorrow. Go to the open ground in the city center. Someone will meet you there. Understood. Lin Yun nodded. After a few more words, Gao Ming took his leave. Night settled in. Lin Yun went home, told his parents about the trip, and urged them to stay safe. They worried, of course, but smiled and told him not to fret. At dawn, Lin Yun led his 2 beasts to the rendezvous point Gao Ming had mentioned. The open square buzzed with activity. The Zhong and Zhao caravans were already lined up, dozens of wagons nose to tail, their wooden crates lashed tight with hemp rope. Nearby, white camels lounged in the dust, lazily tossing their heads while a dawn breeze lifted a thin veil of grit. Zhong Ming flexed the riding crop in his hand, his gaze drifting to the black-haired girl a short distance away. Hanha, who do you think Gao Ming hired for this run? No idea, Zhao Hanha said, tucking a stray lock behind her ear. He only mentioned a silver-tier beastmaster. Zhong Ming frowned. After a moment, he lowered his voice. Could it be Tian Feng? Tian Feng was already a well-known name in Haoyue City, his black flamehound infamous for its power. Zhao Hanha shook her head. I doubt it. Why? Zhong Ming asked, surprised. Gao Ming said this person has 2 pets at the warlord tier. Tian Feng may be strong, but only one of his beasts is that advanced. 2 pets? Zhong Ming's breath hitched. Raising 1 beast to warlord tier was hard enough. Doing it twice was nearly unheard of. That narrowed the possibilities to a handful. His eyes lit up. Then it has to be Pu Pinran. I think so too, Zhao Hanho agreed. The news set the waiting crew ablaze with excitement. If Pu Pinran's with us, this escort will be a cakewalk. Didn't think Gao Ming could land someone that strong. Now I can breathe easier. Way might actually make it. Their chatter cut off when a tall youth appeared at the far end of the yard. Sunlight caught his silhouette as he led 2 beasts toward them. He stopped in front of the wagons and spoke in a clear voice. I'm Lin Yun. Gao Ming asked me to handle security for this trip. Zhong Ming stared. Lin Yun? Both of your pets are warlords here? Correct, Lin Yun replied. A wave of shock washed over Zhong Ming. Not long ago, he and Lin Yun had taken the Iron Tier Beastmaster exam side by side. Now the other boy was already Silver Tier progress beyond belief. Every guess Zhong Ming had made seconds earlier evaporated. Zhao Hanhe was just as stunned, studying Lin Yun as the surrounding guards whispered. Can you believe it? He's already Silver Tier. Never judge by looks. Imgelish is powerful and good-looking. Lin Yun cut through the murmurs. Shall we head out? Absolutely. Zhong Ming answered, respect edging into his tone. Wealth and status meant little in the face of real strength. At the signal, the drivers prodded the camels forward. A white camel bellowed, shook the dust from its coat, and lumbered toward the city gate. Name: White Camel. Rank: Common, Tier 3. Skills: Load-bearing basic, nutrient storage basic. Load-bearing lets it carry extra cargo, while nutrient storage packs nutrients into its hump for lean times. It has no combat ability at a la classic utility beast. The wagons rattled, and camel bells faded into the morning. Lin Yun set out from US City with the caravan, bound for Xinguang County. From Zhong Ming, he learned that 3 other Silver-Tier Beastmasters would be traveling with them. They were all veteran Beastmasters from US City, famous for years, and Lin Yun had heard plenty of tales about them. The caravan crept along a weed-choked dirt road, wagon wheels grinding over loose gravel with a low, rasping squeal. They had not gone far when the sea of grass ahead suddenly heaved, and dozens of blood-red eyes flared open. The herd had arrived. Because of the black serpent's mutation, the creatures were several times more aggressive than usual. In the blink of an eye, they fanned out into a half circle, locking the caravan in. Bulging muscles, gleaming fangs, and razor-sharp horns flashed menacingly in the sun. Zhao Hanhe felt her heart clench. She had not expected an attack so soon after setting out. Forcing steadiness into her voice, she ordered, defensive formation. Brace for impact. Zhong Ming's shout landed like a hammer. The Beastmasters called their partners at once, forming ranks as torrents of spirit energy rose, weaving invisible shields around the convoy. Lin Yun activated the Eye of Insight, a sweep of blue light sliding across his pupils. Every threat lit up instantly. 5 floodcharge bulls, warrior class. 30 flame boars, commander class. A swarm of ordinary beasts. Crowded together, they pressed in like a tidal wave, making every breath feel heavier. Yet Lin Yun wasn't nervous. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. What a perfect training ground. In the dark night forest, it could take half a day just to find a single warrior-class beast. Now the prey had delivered itself. How could he let it slip away? Move. Wipe them out. At his command, Titan vaulted skyward. Its shield-like arms locked together midair, mechanisms clacking as they reformed into a massive cannon. Blue-white energy streamed along etched lines, swelling until it seemed ready to tear the sky. On the ground, Qingya drew her sword, silver hair whipping as she charged straight into the pack. Lin Yun, you're being reckless. A Silver-Tier Beastmaster yelled. Both your partners are warrior class, but we've got 5 floodcharge bulls and a horde besides. Another chimed in. Work with us slow and steady, don't rush. A third frowned. One misstep, and those bulls will cripple any pet that takes the hit. All 3 were Silver-Tier and clearly wary of the bulls. None dared make the first move. I've got this, Lin Yun replied calmly. Before the words faded, the starlight in Titan's barrel condensed into a blazing river and blasted toward the nearest floodcharge bull. The beast dipped its head to dodge, but the beam was faster, punching straight through its armored chest. The warrior-class monstrosity crashed to the ground, blood soaking the dirt. Silence fell. One strike, and a floodcharge bull was dead. The Beastmasters who had scolded Lin Yun shut their mouths at once. Their own warrior-class pets could never have killed so effortlessly. His power was frightening. Moo. The second bull bellowed, torrents of water churning inside its body before erupting into a thick jet aimed at Titan. Titan hovered, unmoving. Force field, Lin Yun murmured. The water crashed into an invisible barrier, was sucked inside, then rebounded with double the speed and power, slamming back into the bull. Bones cracked, the beast toppled lifeless. What skill is that? Zhong Ming's eyes were round. That's insane. Any ranged attack just gets sent back even stronger. Only then did Zhao Hanhe snap out of her shock. Qingya didn't slow for a second. She morphed into a blazing arc of light and shot ahead, her razor-edged blade skimming the ground to carve a deep trench through soil and stone. Every rock and shrub she brushed split cleanly as if struck by an axe. Huff huff, the flame boar's fighting spirit shattered the instant they saw that deadly gleam, and they scrambled to get out of its path. Squelch. The blade speared straight into one boar's belly, slicing its thick hide in two. Scalding blood and organs geysered out, only to be cleaved apart again before they could hit the earth. In the same motion, Qingya severed the creature's spine. The boar dropped in 2 neat halves, dead on the spot. Terror swept through the remaining boars. They bolted in all directions, but Qingya flickered among them like lightning, her blade raining down. In the blink of an eye, every fleeing beast lay butchered, their bodies strewn across the clearing. Moo. Two torrent bulls, stirred by Titan's brutal display, turned their fury on Qingya. Heads lowered, hind legs driving hard, they thundered forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Jagged horns gleamed, while swirling water wrapped their hides, hardening into azure armor. The bulls' torrent charge was their signature move, renowned for pulverizing anything in their way. Unfortunately for them, their target was Qingya. Unafraid, she met them heat-in. Light clashed with water in a roar of spray, but the resistance lasted only a heartbeat. Her blade opened a seam in the watery armor, pierced straight through, and split the iron-hard skull of the first bull. Its spine snapped. The massive body crashed lifeless to the ground. The second bull, witnessing the scene, slammed to a halt and wheeled to flee, but it was too late. Qingya flashed beside it, her claws hammering down. Each strike tore off great sheets of flesh, and moments later the beast collapsed, already dead. Qingya and Titan pushed forward side by side. Every exotic creature attacking the caravan was slain, and the stench of fresh blood saturated the clearing. That's it. Already? Zhongming's eyes were wide with disbelief. Within mere moments, every beast had been wiped out. Zhaohan's thoughts churned. As a silver-rank beastmaster and member of the Zhao clan, she knew ordinary warrior class pets usually had to slog through prolonged, uncertain battles against peers of equal tier. She had never witnessed such effortless domination. Someone pinch me, my dreaming? With strength like that, the caravan should be safe the rest of the way. I thought he was reckless a minute ago, but now I see it's pure confidence in his own power. Whispers rippled through the group, and every gaze turned toward Lin Yun, brimming with admiration. They resumed their journey. Though several more waves of beasts appeared along the road, Lin Yun's presence ensured each was dispatched quickly, causing barely a ripple of trouble. By dusk, the setting sun had painted the sky crimson. Lin Yun halted, surveyed the surroundings, and offered a suggestion. How about we make camp here for the night? Zhongming's face darkened. No, we can't set up camp here. Why? Lin Yun frowned, his gaze sweeping the silent trees. Lin Yun, do you know what people call this place? Zhongming lowered his voice. What? Lin Yun was even more puzzled. The Devil's Grove, Zhongming said. In Zhongming's brief, urgent explanation, Lin Yun finally understood. The forest was a death trap. Many caravans traveling to and from Haoyue City had vanished here. Before long, every merchant took a detour to avoid it. Rumor claimed a powerful, bloodthirsty ghost-type beast lurked deep inside the Devil's Grove. No one dared linger. They pressed on for another half hour, teeth clenched, until they reached an open stretch about 3 li from the forest. Only then did they halt. Zhongming swung off his camel, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exhaled hard. We should be safe here. The Zhao family has lost 3 caravans in that forest, Zhaohan has said, removing her veil to reveal a pale, yet striking face. What does the ghost beast look like? Lin Yun asked. They say it has blood-red eyes and a mouth packed with razor fangs, and Zhaohan began. That's not what I heard. Zhongming cut in with his own version. The more they spoke, the less their stories matched. Lin Yun nodded to himself. Clearly no one who had seen the creature had lived. Every description was guesswork based on corpse placement and the manner of death. As soon as the caravan halted, everyone moved efficiently. Some opened feed bags and tossed hay to the camels. Others stretched canvas and raised tent poles. Still others lit fires and started dinner. Sparks flew, the smell of roasting meat drifted out, and the night's chill slowly receded. Not long after, a servant hurried over, voice a mix of respect and fear. Young Master Lin, your tent is ready. Does it meet your approval? He knew how dangerous this young beastmaster was. Lin Yun's beasts could tear apart battle generalclus torrent bulls with ease, far outstripping the other silver-ranked beastmasters in camp. Lin Yun glanced around, brushed the fire's heat from his face with the back of his hand, and gave a curt nod. It's fine. The servant bowed and retreated with visible relief. Night deepened. A massive bonfire crackled at the camp center. As agreed, the 4 silver-rank beastmasters including Lin Yun took turns on watch. Lin Yun had no objection. The night passed peacefully. At dawn a piercing scream shattered the stillness, jerking Lin Yun awake. He sprang up like a fish, threw on his coat, and tapped the 3-tailed white fox beside him. Get up, lazy fox. Something's wrong. Kinjia's ears twitched, and she leapt to her feet. Ziz Titan's metal scales folded in an instant, transforming into a giant shield that dropped into Lin Yun's hand. Days on the road had left him in constant readiness. No one gambles with their own life. The scream had barely faded when the caravans swarmed toward the sound. Their beasts growled and snarled, ready for battle. Zhao Hanha stood pale and shaking. Lin Yun strode over. Hanha, what happened? One of our camels, it's dead. Her voice trembled. Only then did Lin Yun notice the carcass. The hide was peeled back, the belly torn open, organs gone, blood winding through the gravel in a chilling crimson trail. How is that possible? 4 silver-rank beastmasters stood watch all night, but none of us heard a thing. A guard shouted, unable to mask his fear. His words made the camp's mood sink even further. Not one of the many silver-rank beast tamers had noticed the intruder. That could mean real trouble. Lin Yun turned to his 2 contract beasts. The three-tailed white fox, Qingya, and the electromagnetic firefly, Titan, both shook their heads, confirming they had sensed nothing during the night. Just then Zhong Ming hurried back with good news. Head count's the same as before. No one's missing. So only a single camel had died, and Zhao Han's expression finally eased a little. Exactly, Zhong Ming nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. Still, let's get out of this cursed place. The longer we stay, the worse it gets. The group split up at once, striking the tents, leading the camels, scanning the perimeter, and the caravan was soon back on the road. They encountered a few minor wild beasts along the way, but with silver-rank tamers on guard, the journey remained uneventful. By dusk the setting sun had painted the sky blood-red. Zhong Ming swung down from his camel, shaking out his aching arms. We made it. We're far enough from that forest now. We should be safe. Zhao Hanhe managed a rare smile. Lin Yun let out a breath, then signaled Qingya and Titan to hop off the rear wagon. Both beasts nuzzled him affectionately with their foreheads. A servant led the camel away while a maid brought a basin of fresh water and a clean towel. Young master, shall I help you? She asked softly. No, I can manage. Lin Yun took the towel, wiped his neck and the crook of his arms, then dropped it back into the basin. Only then did the maid bow and withdraw. Night fell. Lin Yun was on watch again, his two beasts at his side. At the third quarter of midnight the campfire crackled, throwing bright light over the clearing. Qingya stared into the darkness without a hint of fatigue. Lin Yun walked over and patted her back. Enough, dumb fox, take a break. She didn't move. Titan fluttered its wings, crackling with electricity as if in agreement. Lin Yun could only shrug and let Qingya keep watch. He didn't turn in until the next silver-rank tamer arrived to relieve him. Then he crawled into his tent for some sleep. At first light a scream tore through the camp. Another camel was missing. The carcass was identical to yesterday's, its belly ripped open, organs gone, every scrap of flesh gnawed clean. Impossible. We're miles from the forest. Lin Yun muttered, frowning. Wild beasts are fiercely territorial. They would never trail us this far. Could it be a ghost-type beast? Zhao Han's voice shook. Every face went pale, and Lin Yun felt his heart sink. Ghost types move like drifting smoke and are almost impossible to pin down. He had fought such creatures in Bright Moon City and knew just how troublesome they could be. Even so, he still trusted in Qingya's senses. The white camel must have died while Qingya was asleep. Has anyone been killed? Lin Yun asked at once. No people, same as before. Only another camel, Zhong Ming replied, crouching beside the carcass with practiced calm. Zhao Han had joined them. The humps packed with nutrients. Whoever did this was probably after that. After a quick assessment, Lin Yun decided, maintain formation and keep heading for Xinguang County. He'll take the night watch. Thanks for covering us, Zhong Ming said, clasping his hands in gratitude. Night fell. Lin Yun stroked the white fox's head and whispered, Qingya, we've got to make it till dawn. Hang in there. Woo. Qingya nodded earnestly. She and Titan then took posts on the east and west flanks of the camp, ears twitching, eyes sharp. With the fire crackling, Lin Yun pulled out a book and, leaning against his pack, read by the flickering light. Soon a white-haired elder strolled over with a wine jug. Lin Yun, care for a drink? The old man was Zheng Tong, a veteran silver-rank beastmaster. The lush willow behind him was his companion beast Sunlit Willow. Name, Sunlit Willow. Rank, first-tier warrior. Skills, sunlight healing basic, whip-like branches intermediate, rooted growth advanced. Its slender branches shivered in the night breeze, instinctively wary of the flames. Plant-type beasts feared fire just as fire-types hated water. No thanks. I'm not much of a drinker, Lin Yun declined. A good drink can wash away 1,000 cares. Sure you won't reconsider? Too much dulls the mind, Lin Yun replied honestly. When he wouldn't budge, Zheng Tong poured himself a cup, took a sip, and suddenly asked, how old are you anyway? Lin Yun told him. Zheng Tong blinked, then gave a wry smile. My son's 8 years older, and still only iron rank. They drifted into casual talk about beastmaster techniques, time slipping quietly by. Half an hour later, a burst of harsh static split the night. Titan's frame flashed blue as an alarm sounded. Trouble. Lin Yun tossed aside his book, called for Qingya, and sprinted toward Titan. Jolted sober, Zheng Tong grabbed Sunlit Willow and followed. Boom. A blue beam shot from Titan's arm cannon, gouging a crater in the ground. Roused, the team sprang to their positions. Lin Yun reached the scene to find a pale figure crouched over the camel's body, uncannily like the limb-gnawing culprit they had seen before. In sight, Lin Yun muttered, but nothing came back. Titan loosed another starlight burst. The white silhouette rippled where it was struck, then began to fade. It's a clone, not the real body, Zheng Tong warned. Qingya, sense it, Lin Yun ordered. The white fox shut her eyes, ears flicking as if charged with static. Her Tao-level perception spread like an invisible net through the night. Moments later she opened her eyes, fixed them to the east, and flicked her tail. That way, Lin Yun declared, bursting out of camp. Titan thundered after him, metal feet pounding. Zheng Tong hesitated for a heartbeat, then raced after Lin Yun. Their quarry moved like a streak of light, But Qinjia's Liuguang blade was just as swift. Two blurred figures raced through the trees, scattering leaves into a swirling storm. In the blink of an eye, the group overtook the white silhouette. At last, Lin Yun saw it clearly, a palm-sized fragment of white bone, shaped like a miniature human femur. One end glowed with two soft blue halos that looked like round eyes, strangely adorable. Insight, Lin Yun whispered. Name, Little Bone. Rank, Ordinary Tier 5. Skills, Hypnosis Basic, Bone Blade Basic, Substitute Basic. There are 578 possible evolution paths. Optimal route. Little Bone, Ordinary Ghost Flame Bone Commander Lesser Bone Dragon Warlord Greater Bone Dragon Lord Netherflame Bone Dragon Beast King Hellfire Bone Dragon Calamity Sacred Flame Bone Dragon Saint Divine Flame Dragon Mythic. It can evolve all the way to Mythic, and it's a ghost type. Lin Yun's heart pounded. He was determined to capture it. Gasping for breath, Zheng Tong finally caught up. They now stood on the pitch-black edge of the Devil Forest. He glanced at the shadowy sea of trees, his face draining of color. Lin Yun, maybe we should head back. This place is... Before he could finish, a shrill cry echoed from deep in the forest. Little Bone froze, trembled, and dove into a thicket. Something's coming, Lin Yun murmured. This is bad, Zheng Tong said, clenching his fists as sweat beaded on his forehead. The Titan spirit drifted to Lin Yun's side, expanding into a half-transparent shield, while Qingya landed on Lin Yun's toe, its blade wings flashing cold light. Crash, crash. Trees toppled, the ground shuddering underfoot. A three-metal suit of spectral armor strode into view, crushing branches beneath its weight. The antique plates were cracked across arms, torso, and legs. Blue mist seeped through the fissures like ghostly smoke. Insight. Name, Spectral Battle Armor. Rank, Warlord Tier 4. Skills, Dream Invasion Advanced, Dream Devour Supreme, Soul Lash Intermediate, Phasing Advanced. A ghost type at Warlord rank, Zheng Tong gulped, terrorizing. Scree. The armor let out a chilling cackle, but instead of attacking Lin Yun, it drifted toward the thicket where Little Bone hid. Blue light gathered between its plates, forming a black whip that cracked through the air. Branches exploded. Little Bone was flung out, landing face down and quivering in terror, offering up the food it had gathered. The spectral armor seemed pleased. With a flick of the whip, it swept the food into a rent in its torso, which yawned open like a maw and swallowed everything whole. Only after feeding did the armor's eerie blue gaze settle on Lin Yun and the others. Understanding dawned on Lin Yun. Little Bone was a forced servant, compelled to scavenge for its master. The brutal hierarchy of the Devil Forest where the strong enslave the weak was laid bare. In a corner, Little Bone curled into a ball, shaking uncontrollably, its tiny frame covered in fresh cracks. Fresh welts mingled with countless old scars, proof that the creature had long been tormented by the ghost armor. The spectral suit hovered in midair, letting out a shrill, unsettling laugh. Get ready for battle, Zheng Tong shouted, only to discover a heartbeat later that his partner beast remained motionless. Confused, he spun around. The animal was already asleep, a faint dream sigil glowing on its forehead. Pulled into a dream, Lin Yun yelled. Qingya, what's wrong? Before he could finish, the three-tailed white fox collapsed, lids drooping shut. Ghost-type abilities were notoriously elusive. Nothing visible had happened, yet the attack had slipped straight into their minds. Damn it! Zheng Tong paced like an ant on a hot griddle. A sharp crack split the air as a long fissure opened along the willow's trunk. Green sap oozed down, while several branches snapped. The ghost armor still drifted lazily in place, dim eyelights flickering with mockery. Dream Eater, it drags you in. It can torture you at will, Zheng Tong growled, his face darkening. Titan now? Lin Yun barked. The towering Titan sprang to life, heavy shields folding inward like gun barrels charging up. Compressed starlight burst into a blazing beam that lanced toward the ghost armor. The enemy darted aside. Its phasing worked against claws or tackles, but an energy cannon cut straight through the intangible. As the beam passed, the ghost armor raised a hand. Dream mist spiraled from its fingertips into the dream. Titan staggered and fell into the illusion. Now all three beasts were trapped. The willow, weakest of the trio, was riddled with cracks, as brittle as porcelain. A faint whimper escaped the dream Qinjia's voice, thick with pain. Inside that realm the rules belonged solely to the ghost armor. The only escape was to wake by sheer force of will, a near impossible feat. The ghost armor cracked its whip, a black shadow slicing the air. Instead of retreating, Lin Yun charged forward. The whip's tip ripped open his arm, blood spraying. Using the jolt of pain, he lunged beside Qingya and sprinkled warm droplets onto her nose. Her nostrils twitched. It works. Relief flashed through him. He drew a dagger and cut deeper across his forearm. The sharp scent of blood flooded the air. The fox's golden eyes snapped open. Seeing Lin Yun wounded, she flared with rage. A guttural growl rose from her throat. A blade of light from an icy crescent that slashed at the ghost armor. The enemy reflexively cast its dream pull, but it fizzled once, twice, 3 times, each attempt crumbling the moment it touched her. Kinjia's fury only grew. Forced to fight directly, the ghost armor lashed out with its whip while phantom claws materialized. The attacks collided mid-air. The whip shredded beneath the fox's radiant talons. Seizing the opening, Qingya closed in. Claw shadows streaked for the ghost armor's core. It tried to phase out in panic, but hundreds of overlapping claws formed a net and tightened around it. The storm of spectral talons struck as one, enclosing the ghost armor in a lethal embrace. The armor shattered. Cracks spread like a spider web across the entire suit, and for the first time the ghost armor felt fear. It had never imagined that the white fox's resolve would be rock solid, completely immune to its dream-weaving sorcery. For years that spell had let it run rampant in Devilwood Forest, cutting down countless beasts and the beastmasters guarding caravans. But today it had slammed into a wall of iron. Titan snapped awake as well. Static hissed across its body with a sharp zzz. The massive beast dipped its head toward the wounded Lin Yun, shame swirling in its blue eyes. "It's all right," Lin Yun said, gently rubbing its broad forehead. The words only made Titan blame itself more. A short distance away, Zheng Tong stared in shock. He knew that waking inside a dream required an extraordinarily deep bond with one's companion beast. Though he and his own contract beast had been together for years, their connection clearly couldn't match Lin Yun's, and a pang of envy crept into his heart. Titan suddenly moved. All 6 shields unfolded at once, fanning out behind it like angelic wings. Blue light fused into a single beam. The next instant, endless starlight was drawn into its core and morphed into a battery of high-energy cannons. Boom! Stellar fire poured out, the barrage crashing down like a waterfall. Trees along the path vaporized into dust beneath the white glare. The ghost armor had no chance to dodge and was swallowed by the radiance. When the light finally faded, its few remaining fragments hung in the air, ready to fall apart. Qingya spotted an opening and delivered a final, featherlight strike. The ghost armor collapsed into a cloud of white powder that drifted onto the soil. The fight was over. Only then did Zheng Tong exhale. He fumbled a vial from his belt pouch and tended to his beast's wounds. Without Lin Yun's help, both of them would have died. Gratitude flooded him. Just then a flash of white shot from the underbrush. Xiao Guta bolted toward the depths of the forest. "Catch it," Lin Yun ordered. Qingya became a streak of cyan light and overtook the escapee instantly. One tap of her claws pinned Xiao Gutu into the damp leaves. It struggled in vain. As an ordinary-grade creature, it had no chance. Realizing resistance was pointless, it sprawled flat on the ground. Lin Yun opened a storage pouch, produced a specially made crystal jar, grabbed Xiao Gutu, and dropped it inside. He sealed the lid, finally securing the capture. Zzz. Titan floated to the ghost armor's remains, releasing a low electric pulse. "You can absorb it?" Lin Yun asked. Titan nodded. With permission granted, blue tendrils unfurled from its surface, wrapping the wreckage and siphoning its energy. Minutes passed until the final mode of armor dissolved, and only then did Titan withdraw the tendrils. Its frame reformed, emerging in a brand new armor mode. "Activate armor form," Lin Yun commanded. Pale blue lines raced across Titan's body, coating it in a shell of flowing light. Power boiled beneath muscle and sinew. With a casual swing of his arm, Lin Yun felt a dramatic surge in speed and strength. Even better, the new armor mode didn't conflict with the sword form astonishingly. They could be stacked. "Let's try a spear," he said. Titan moved again. Light converged, and a razor-sharp long spear formed in Lin Yun's hand. The chilled metal fit perfectly against his fingers, humming softly as if echoing its master's will. Excitement thundered through him. All in all, the outing had paid off handsomely. A newly captured companion beast, a fresh armor form for Titan, and a hefty boost to Lin Yun's power. Zheng Tong stared at the armored titan with undisguised envy. This pet was incredible. He had heard that iron slimes could change shape at will for offense and defense, but he had never seen one hardened into full armor and weapons. After the 2 men finished packing, they headed back. Dawn was breaking, yet the camp was still ablaze with light. The sentries hadn't closed their eyes all night. With a stalk of foxtail grass between his teeth, Zhongming squinted into the distance, worries churning inside him. How was Lin Yun holding up? A ghost-type beast was nothing to scoff at. Zhao Hanhe felt the same unease. A silver-tier beastmaster finally spoke, his tone blunt. "Chances are they're already dead." The words froze the air. The speaker was Zhong Ming's uncle, a man whose pet was already warlord grade, yet whose social skills remained primitive. Another silver-tier beastmaster glared at him. "Shut that crow's beak of yours." Uncle Zhong swept his eyes over the crowd and muttered, "Why are you all staring at me? I'm just stating the obvious. If they're not back by now, the outlook is grim." No one replied. Zhong Ming quickly pulled his uncle aside and whispered, "Uncle, head back to the tent and get some rest." The long wait continued. Suddenly a shrill cry pierced the silence. "Lin Yun! Lin Yun's team is back, come on." Delight lit up Zhong Ming's face, and everyone surged forward. "How did it go?" Zhong Ming blurted first. Zheng Tong recounted everything that had happened in the forest. You're saying you ran into a warlord-grade ghost-type beast? Zhong Ming's face tightened. And then? Zhao Hanha pressed, tense. Zheng Tong continued. They were first dragged into a dreamscape. Then Qinya and Titan woke up one after another, and only then did the tide turn. Zhong Ming glanced at the willow, now nothing more than a withered trunk, and drew a sharp breath. Anything that could leave a warlord-class beast in that state must have been a razor-edge fight. Zhao Hanha was equally shaken. Zheng Tong bowed deeply to Lin Yun. If not for you, these old bones of mine would have stayed out there for good. The caravan moved on. Lin Yun lay in a small cart, his wounded arm tightly bandaged. After an exhausting night, his eyelids drooped, and he soon fell asleep. When he woke, it was late afternoon. Fragrant dishes appeared, and Lin Yun ate with gusto. Then he pulled a crystal jar from his storage pouch. Inside, the little skeleton was battering the glass, eager to escape. Full of spirit, aren't you? Lin Yun chuckled. Want to become my pet? The little skeleton shook its head emphatically. Ghost-type beasts were intelligent and proud. A wild one detested confinement even more than a bred specimen. Lin Yun tossed a sprig of luminous grass into the jar. The skeleton pounced and devoured it. As radiant motes fused with its bones, runes flared across its body. Lin Yun drew out a whole handful of luminous grass and dangled it at the jar's mouth. The skeleton rattled with excitement and hurtled forward, only to smack into the unyielding glass. So, will you be my pet? Lin Yun asked again. Xiao Gutu turned away, presenting its back to Lin Yun. As a ghost-type pet, it was proud and aloof. The bones of its wings flared slightly, as if declaring it would never bow. Unhurried, Lin Yun drew a handful of Guangming grass from his robe. The emerald leaves glimmered softly in his palm as he offered them. Xiao Gutu could not be bothered to look. Next, Lin Yun produced a bunch of yuhua grass, the dewdrops on the blades sparkling in the sun. Are you sure? He asked gently. These herbs are tender and sweet. Still no reaction. He then brought out rarer and rarer plants, each one more dazzling than the last. Yet Xiao Gutu remained unmoved. Helpless, Lin Yun put the herbs away. Some things have to be done step by step, he thought. I'm only a silver rank beastmaster. If I try to contract a third pet now, the beast seal will rebound unless Qingyao reaches lord rank first. Fine, I won't force you. Eat whenever you like. He shoved a heap of herbs into a glass jar. Xiao Gutu circled the jar warily. Hunger soon overpowered pride. It lowered its skull, tapped the leaves, then nibbled a bit of yuhua grass. Sweet juice spread instantly. An instinct took over it, plunged in, and ate with abandon. Drawn by the fragrance, Qingyao had been drooling on the side and finally shuffled over. Lin Yun patted the fox's broad head and chuckled. Greedy thing. You're already 7th-stage warrior class, and still this gluttonous. Qingyao rubbed its head against his arm. Lin Yun could never resist that ploy, so he produced another pile of herbs. Qingyao wagged its tail in delight and gulped them down. Not far away, Titan awakened. The giant shook off dust, and Lin Yun held an energy crystal to its mouth to replenish its strength. They no longer lacked herbs. What they needed was a good, vigorous fight to draw out their pet's potential. The caravan moved on, the distance to Haoyue City stretching behind them. One scorching afternoon, more than 20 camel riders burst from the yellow sand and surrounded the convoy. Zhong Ming's face darkened. Trouble bandits. Zhao Hana tensed. Xinguang Commandery's capital was a thriving hub, and its busy trade routes attracted beastmasters who lived by plundering caravans. Though troops were dispatched often, bandits melted away at the first alarm, and ordinary merchants could hardly tell them from legitimate traders. Zhong Ming dismounted and cupped his fists. Gentlemen, from which stronghold do you hail? The leader, a young man with a thin mustache, snorted. Listen up, Wang Guang, third boss of Haifeng Stronghold on Heiyun Mountain. At the name Haifeng Stronghold, Zhong Ming's fear eased into a smile. So it's the third boss. We are the Zhong clan caravan from Haoyue City. Zhao Hanha exhaled in relief. We're in luck this time. Lin Yun frowned. What's that about? Zhao Hanha lowered his voice. For years we've been paying Haifeng Stronghold herbs, money, the works. As long as we've paid our protection, they let us pass. If smaller gangs accost us, we just invoke Hefeng's name and they back off. So that's it, Lin Yun murmured. A sustainable way to drain the pond. If those bandits do nothing but loot and burn, the trade routes will be cut off, and they'll lose their own lifeline as well. Pretty much, Zhao Hanha agreed with a nod. Zheng Tong slammed his fist against the carriage rail, fuming. It's still infuriating. Not one of those bandits is any good. I wish the prefectural troops would wipe them out already. Leaning in the doorway, Lin Yun suddenly asked, what if a bunch of fools hears Haifeng Zhai's name and still tries to rob us? Then they're signing their own death warrant, Zheng Tong snorted. Would report them to Haifeng Zhai, and the stronghold would take them out in no time. Lin Yun pressed on. What if they're as strong as Haifeng Zhai? Then it's up to luck, Zheng Tong said with a shrug. If we're lucky, we pay them off. If not, we lose our money and end up as slaves. Zhao Hanha added. We only send gifts to Haifeng Zhai and Chuyin Zhai if Haoyue City had to tribute every stronghold. Would go broke. Got it. Lin Yun gave a thoughtful nod. Elsewhere, outside Haifeng Zhai's temporary camp. Zhong clan from Hao US City? Never heard of them. Wang Guang sneered, hands on his hips. Zhong Ming stiffened but forced a smile. Master Wang, if you announce us to your chieftain, he'll recognize the name. Bah. Wang Guang spat a thick wad of phlegm right in Zhong Ming's face. Who do you think you are, trying to bother our chief over something so trivial? Fury flashed in Zhong Ming's eyes, and his patience finally snapped. Your stronghold bleeds us dry every year. Turning on us now is outrageous. Before he could finish, Wang Guang kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him crashing back onto the ground. Slowly drawing his blade, its cold edge glinting, Wang Guang sneered. I've changed my mind, so what? Think your little Hao US City can do anything about it? Clutching his abdomen, Zhong Ming struggled to his feet with a servant's help. Inside the carriage, Zhao Hanha clenched her teeth at the distant jeers. Those Haifeng thugs are disgusting. After all the money we pay, they still act like this. Zheng Tong's knuckles cracked. If negotiations fail, we might as well slaughter the lot of them. A cold light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. That's exactly what I was thinking. Don't be reckless, Lin Yun. Zheng Tong stepped in front of him. If we make a move, Haifeng Zhai will swarm us, and we'll never get away. Zhao Hanha agreed. For now we just hand over more money. It's humiliating, but we have no choice. Lin Yun was still curious. How strong are Haifeng Zhai's beast tamers, really? Conservatively, 20 at the silver level, Zhao Hanha answered. They're no pushovers. About 20? He confirmed. Roughly, she said, and Zheng Tong added. If the city lord weren't stationed in Haoyue, they'd have sacked us already. Lin Yun went on. Do they have any lord-tier beasts? None, Zhao Hanha replied. Zheng Tong added. But the moment they sense a lord-tier aura, they activate an escape formation. A slow smile curved on Lin Yun's lips. Only 20-odd silver tamers? Looks like today's the day for a massacre. Wang Guang strode over. He swept his gaze across the crowd, a teasing grin on his lips, and proclaimed, I'll give you a chance to stay alive. Leave 80% of your valuables, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, forget it. 80%? Zhong Ming's brows knitted and his face paled. If they handed over that much, the trip would be for nothing, and their goal stockpiling supplies for the slums before the beast tide would be ruined. Wang Guang's eyes roamed again and stopped on several attractive women. He pointed lazily. Those women look good. They're coming with me. Zhao Hanha was among them. She clenched her teeth, fists trembling, yet dared not lash out under his oppressive aura. Beside Wang Guang stood a three-headed hellhound, its body etched with deep crimson patterns. Name, Hellhound of the Inferno. Rank, 5th tier war general. Skills, Lava Spit advanced, Rend intermediate, Rapid Charge advanced. Go. Lin Yun issued a quiet command. Qingya flashed into a streak of silver-blue light and lunged at the hellhound. Courting death. Wang Guang snorted. The three heads opened at once, spewing molten lava that merged into a roaring torrent. In a heartbeat the grass ignited, and several unlucky traders nearby rolled on the ground, frantically putting out the flames on their robes. Qingya didn't dodge. Photon cleave. A razor-edged blade of light split the surging lava in two. Wang Guang's pupil shrank, had never seen anything challenge his hellhound's magma. An instant later Qingya was upon the beast. The dog snapped wildly, but couldn't touch her. The light blade flickered. The massive middle head split apart in a spray of blood and bone. Her claws swept sideways, crushing the remaining two heads to pulp. The hellhound's howl cut off, and the giant body crashed to the ground. Contract backlash slammed into Wang Guang. He spat a mouthful of blood and stared at Lin Yun in disbelief. How is that possible? His 5th-tier war general pet had fallen in mere breaths. Every trace of the bandit's swagger vanished, replaced by raw fear. High above, Titan unfurled its metallic wings. Light gathered, then a starlight cannon fired. A blue-white beam sliced through the sky and struck the densest knot of bandits. In an instant their camp turned to ash, blackened shockwaves billowing outward. The surviving bandits scattered, shrieking. Spare us! Spare us! Wang Guang dropped to his knees, all arrogance gone. Lin Yun looked down at him. I'm giving you a chance to live. Wang Guang nodded frantically, voice shaking. Say anything I can do, I will. Where is Blackwind Fort? Lin Yun asked. You want a? Wang Guang hesitated, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Lead the way, Lin Yun said, calm yet commanding. Zhao Hanna stepped to Lin Yun's side and whispered, Lin Yun, this is too dangerous. She's right. Come with us instead. Forget Blackwind Fort, Zheng Tong urged. The caravan should keep heading for Xinguang County. They'll go on with Qingya and the others, Lin Yun said. Zhao Hanha opened her mouth to object, but only managed to faint. But, no buts. That's final. Lin Yun's tone was unyielding. With Wang Guang in tow, he turned and walked away. Though worried, the caravan members obeyed Lin Yun's instructions, reformed their ranks, and rolled slowly toward Xinguang County. Blackwind Stronghold. In the center of the main hall, a burly, dark-skinned man sprawled in a high-backed chair, gulping wine straight from the jug. His name was Zhao Baosheng, chief of the stronghold. When the jug ran dry, he let out a long belch and roared, Somebody, get in here. Footsteps approached. A blue-clad man hurried in and bowed. Chief, bring that little girl up here, Zhao Baoxing ordered, greed gleaming in his eyes. Yes, sir. The blue-clad man turned on his heel. Zhao Baoxing raised another jug and drank deeply, his cheeks flushing crimson. Moments later the blue-clad man returned, escorting a young woman. Dust covered her clothes and fresh wounds marked her skin, yet the fine fabric and her breathtaking beauty were unmistakable. Chief, she's here, the blue-clad man reported. Good. Zhao Baoxing sprang to his feet and squeezed her chin. Not bad, this'll be fun. Realizing what awaited her, the woman pleaded desperately, please let me go. They'll pay whatever you want. Money? I've got plenty, Zhao Baoxing sneered. What I need is entertainment. With that, he began stripping right in front of everyone. Terrified, the woman backed away, but he yanked her close and slapped her hard. Smack. The sound rang out, and her cheeks swelled at once. Ungrateful wench. Zhao Baoxing snarled. I'm giving you a chance here. The woman shook uncontrollably. Just then, a yellow-robed man burst in. Chief, bad news. Fury flashed across Zhao Baoxing's face. He drew his long blade and pressed it to the man's throat. If this isn't life or death, you die right now. Chief, the third captain is back, the man stammered, but none of the men he took with him returned, not even his pet beast. Zhao Baoxing lowered the blade and hurriedly pulled up his trousers. Anything else? He brought someone a beast tamer, the yellow-robed man added. Zhao Baoxing's eyes narrowed. Pass the word. Everyone in the stronghold is coming with me. I want to see what kind of beast tamer dares set foot here. Yes, Chief. He then called toward an inner room. Old friend, come see this with me. Heavy, deliberate footsteps answered him. A giant flamered lizard lumbered out, its scales glowing like molten iron, forked tongue flicking in the heat. A moment later, the gates of Black Wind stronghold crashed open. Bandits poured out in waves, their torches staining the mountain path crimson. Overhead, raptors circled on beating wings. Zhao Baoxing gripped his long blade and strode at the head of the mob. Let's see who's foolish enough to take on Black Wind stronghold. The fire lizard flicked its tongue, deep red eyes locked on the distant, three-tailed white fox. He's the master of your Haifeng stronghold? Lin Yun asked. That's right, Wang Guang confirmed. Zhao Baoxing strode forward, voice hoarse and overbearing. Who are you to invade my Haifeng stronghold? You're not worthy to know my name, Lin Yun replied coolly. Courting death, Zhao Baoxing roared. More than 20 silver-rank beastmasters surged around Lin Yun, killing intent thick in the air. Lin Yun swept his gaze over them. Is this everyone in Haifeng stronghold? They're all here, Wang Guang answered instinctively. Good. Lin Yun nodded. Unable to hold back, Zhao Baoxing lunged forward, blade raised. Titan, Lin Yun called softly. A blue light erupted from Titan and poured into Lin Yun. When it faded, he wore deep blue armor and gripped a long sword of pure energy. Greed flickered in Zhao Baoxing's eyes. What a fine beast. It's mine. He ordered his flame lizard to breathe a pillar of fire. The other bandits followed suit. Hundreds of skill lights converged on Lin Yun. A spark of azure bloomed at the center of Lin Yun's sword, starlight patterns racing along the blade. Boom. A razor-sharp arc of energy blasted out, cleaving toward Zhao Baoxing. He threw up his saber, but the starlit force shredded it instantly and hurled him against the stone wall beside the gate. What terrifying power! Terror flooded Zhao Baoxing's heart. Without pausing, Lin Yun flicked his sword, scattering the fire into sparks. The white fox Jingyao flashed ahead. Radiant claws weaved a net of shadows, shredding every incoming skill. No way she blocked the combined strike of over 200 companion beasts. What rank is that white fox? Panic spread among the bandits. Even Wang Guang's breathing quickened. A single beast had neutralized their entire volley. He wouldn't have believed it without seeing it himself. Lin Yun's sword rose again, cleaving the steel shell turtle in two. Its shell, once said to be unbreakable, shattered like glass. Two massive black windhounds sprang at him, fangs bared. Sword light flashed, both heads tumbled to the ground, and their beastmasters spat blood from backlash. Lin Yun's blade grew ever swifter and fiercer. Wherever it passed, blood sprayed. Silver rank or iron rank, every beastmaster died in a single stroke. Jingyao never slowed. Her snow-white form darted through the crimson mist. Anything her claws touched, bandit or beast, fell lifeless. Moments later, the once arrogant Haifeng stronghold lay in ruins. Severed limbs and exotic beast corpses floated in widening pools of blood. Wang Guang stood frozen, rubbing his eyes before pinching himself hard. Only when pain shot through him did he accept the truth. One beastmaster had single-handedly annihilated the entire Haifeng stronghold. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The chief's flame lizard had already reached the 8th rank of the war general tier and was considered unbeatable in these parts. Without a lord-class beast to oppose it, the creature was a symbol of invincibility. Yet in Lin Yun's hands it lasted only a few sword strokes before dying, dragging its master to the grave with it. Does Blackwind Stockade have a treasury? Lin Yun slid his sword into its scabbard, his tone detached. Under that icy stare, Deputy Chief Wang Guang trembled and nodded rapidly. Yes, we have one. He'll take you there at once. He stole a glance at the bloody head on the ground, his legs quivering so hard he could barely stand, then lurched forward to lead the way. Deep inside the main hall, wavering candlelight cast shifting shadows on the walls. In a corner, a young woman named Shun Wanrong hugged her knees and shivered, sobbing softly. She was a daughter of the Shun clan from the Xinguang prefecture. While escorting a family caravan to the Night Devil prefecture for training, she had been ambushed by Blackwind bandits. The guards were slaughtered and the goods seized. Because of her looks, she had been spared only to face a fate darker than death. At the thought of the humiliation awaiting her, fresh tears welled up. Footsteps approached. Instinctively, Shun Wanrong retreated a few paces. When she recognized Wang Guang, her face went sheet white, and she dropped to her knees. Please let me go, my family can pay. Lin Yun stepped through the doorway and asked casually, who is she? Wang Guang stammered, a woman Zhao Baoxing stole. How many more like her? Many. The men are kept as slaves, and the pretty women are. Lin Yun's gaze darkened. Where are they held? To know, Shun Wanrong answered quickly. Go. Set them free, Lin Yun ordered. Free them? Shun Wanrong froze, Zhao Baoxing's savage face flashing in her mind. But if he comes back? Lin Yun said evenly. His head is floating in a pool of blood right now. With that, he walked toward the treasury, Wang Guang scurrying behind him. Seeing that Lin Yun harbored no ill intent toward her, Shun Wanrong swallowed her curiosity and followed him to the doorway. What met her eyes was the most shocking sight of her life. Bodies carpeted the mountainside, blood winding like a river through the dirt. Every Blackwind bandit and their battle pets lay dead, silent forever. The stench of blood hit her full force. Her face blanched, and she doubled over, retching. More than 20 silver-level beast tamers had been wiped out. Had she not seen it herself, she would never have believed one man could cause such carnage. Only after a long while did she steady herself against the wall, then hurry to unlock the cages. At first the prisoners feared it was a trap, but after her patient explanation they understood. Blackwind stockade was finished, and all because of Lin Yun. Awe and dread mingled on every face, and they began referring to him as the god of slaughter. Meanwhile, the treasury glittered with gold. Lin Yun raised a hand, sweeping piles of coins, spirit crystals, cultivation scrolls, and rare materials into his storage pouch. A rough count suggested the money alone was worth several hundred million. A profitable night indeed. Finished, he looked sideways at Wang Guang. Do you know where the other mountain strongholds are? To do. Wang Guang forced himself to nod. The bandit chiefs trade with one another. I know every location. Good. Keep leading the way, Lin Yun said, calm but brooking no refusal. Only then did Wang Guang grasp the scope of the man's intent. Destroying Blackwind was not enough. Lin Yun meant to uproot every bandit den in the region. While others shrank from these outlaws, he was hunting them down. The two left Blackwind stockade and headed toward the next target, the summit where Cloudburst's stronghold stood. A remote bandit stronghold lay in ruins. The wooden palisade was splintered, the huts had collapsed, and blood seeped across the ground, staining the ashen soil a shocking crimson. Corpses were strewn everywhere, humans, lizard beasts, tigers, leopards, and twisted remnants that defied recognition. None were whole, every throat cut by a single stroke. The youth Lin Yun stepped over severed limbs, pushed aside a crooked door, and entered the treasure room to tally his spoils. After a while he frowned. This place is dirt poor, barely 50-odd million. Wang Guang almost passed out. Back when he had been third in command at Haifeng Stronghold, that sum would have kept him merry for a month. Yet Lin Yun showed open contempt. Then Wang remembered the boy had already wiped out 6 forts and stashed away more than 10 billion. He could only sigh to himself. Even a grasshopper is still meat pocket at first, complain later. Qingya the white fox was practically drooling, but she still obediently clamped bundles of herbs in her teeth, flashed forward as a streak of light, and laid them before Lin Yun, who tucked them into his storage pouch. Seeing her thoughts, Lin Yun snorted. Stupid fox, stop salivating and get back to work. Titan the giant bear was slow-witted but tireless, and Wang Guang dared not slack off either. In no time they had emptied the entire warehouse. They had barely left the ruins when a dark mass blocked the road. Packs of battle pets bared their fangs, murderous intent rolling off them. Recognizing several leaders, Wang Guang's face turned ashen. You know them? Lin Yun asked. Bandits from around here, Wang Wu of Big Blade Fort, Li Qing of Small Sword Gate, basically every gang in the area, Wang Guang whispered. Lin Yun's gaze swept the crowd. More than 500 bandits, over 100 warrior-class beasts, and at least 200 commander-class beasts, a daunting force. Planting his broadsword in the dirt, Wang Wu strode forward, voice rough. Kid, you the one who butchered those forts? I am, Lin Yun replied calmly. Not bad. Wang Wu grinned. How about joining me? They'll make you my second in command. Great food, fine drink, and 5 or 6 pretty girls to warm your bed every night. You're not fit to be my boss, Lin Yun said, his voice icy. Got backbone, huh? Wang Wu narrowed his eyes. So there's nothing to discuss? Beside him, Li Qing added. Think carefully, you have more than 100 silver-tier beast tamers here. To me, You're all already dead, Lin Yun answered, utterly unmoved. Li Qing's hair bristled. Arrogant brat. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to argue. Since you all came together, I won't have to hunt you down one by one. For that kindness, I'll make it quick. Wang was face darkened. Fine. You won't cry till you see the coffin. 30 black flame hounds lunged forward. Their jaws gaped as crimson fire gathered in their throats, then burst into streams of heat. Half a meter out, the flames forked, weaving a blazing cage that locked Lin Yun in place. Raising his blade, Wang Wu asked one last time, "This is your final chance. Will you submit to me?" "Silence," Lin Yun said coldly. With his low shout, the starlight overhead gathered into a blade several yards long and crashed down on the blazing cage. The fiery prison exploded, chains and sparks flying apart. The sword strike was so fast that Wang Wu never even formed the thought of dodging. His chest was pierced, blood burst out, and he died on the spot. Li Qing's eye twitched violently. Terrified, he no longer dared to hold back and roared, "All of you, attack." The silver-armored bandits surged forward like a tide. Lin Yun dashed into their ranks. 3 black flame hounds lunged at him, their fangs spewing scorching streams of fire. Raising his sword with one arm, he poured Titan starlight into the blade. A single sweep tore a gap through the flames, and he slipped inside, driving the sword deep into the belly of the first hound. Blood sprayed as its organs were shredded. With a swift twist, the tip slid into the second hound. A cold flash, and the great beast crashed down. Before half a breath had passed, the sword spun again, drawing a silver arc that pierced the third hound's throat. All 3 beasts were slain, and before their bodies hit the ground, Lin Yun had already kicked off the blood-slicked stones and flashed ahead. A giant rhinoceros thundered toward him, its hooves shaking the earth. Lin Yun tapped a jutting rock, leapt lightly aside to evade the charge, and midair slashed down. Starlight slash. Sword light screeched across the rhino's thick armor, carving it open. As it bellowed and staggered, Qingya followed her master, silver gray claws punching through the hide again and again, flinging bloody chunks into the air. A few breaths later, the huge rhino collapsed. The killing intent kept rolling outward. Lin Yun landed, his long sword whirling, silver light flickering among the crowd. 10 paces, one man fell. 100 paces, a river of blood. 1,000 paces, none were left alive. At last the battlefield grew silent. More than 100 silver-ranked beast tamers lay dead, their blood soaking the gravel. Wang Guang stood frozen, terror mounting as he surveyed the carnage. One man had wiped out an entire bandit clan. Moments ago he had considered fleeing. Now he knew the thought was folly. "Take me to your stronghold." Lin Yun's voice brooked no refusal. Wang Guang dared not disobey and hurried to lead the way. The bandit dens were scattered through the mountains, and with him guiding, Lin Yun swept through them one after another for days. Every storehouse was emptied, spirit herbs and stones piled like hills, gold and jewels beyond counting, and the silver alone exceeded 50 billion taels. The caravan from US City moved slowly across the yellow sands. On a camel's back, Zhao Hanha, veiled in white, held the reins with delicate fingers, worry clouding her eyes. "We've had no word for 8 days. I wonder how Lin Yun is." "Please don't worry, Miss Zhao," Zheng Tong soothed her. "Lin Yun is mature beyond his years and extraordinarily gifted. He'll be fine." Zheng Tao curled his lip in a cold laugh. "I wouldn't count on it. Mountain wilderness, beasts everywhere, bandits on every ridge. There's a 70% chance he's dead by now. Of course, there's still a 30% chance he's alive." Zheng Tong rolled his eyes. He had grown used to Zheng Tao's poisonous tongue. "Old Zheng, what are you glaring at?" Zheng Tao spread his hands. "I'm just being objective. An average silver rank tamer going into a place like that has less than a 10% chance of coming back alive. Giving him 30% is generous." "Uncle, stop it. Someone might beat you to death." Zhong Ming gave a wry smile and dragged Zheng Tao aside. The caravan fell silent again. Unpleasant as his words were, they were not entirely without reason. Just then a servant came running up, voice trembling. "Lin Yun has returned." The caravan came to a halt. Amid swirling yellow sand, Lin Yun strode to the front of the column, vaulted onto a tall white camel, and down the steaming soup a servant offered him. Zheng Tong hurried over and lowered his voice. "Lin Yun, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Yun replied, lifting a hand to cut the concern short. "The bandits?" Zheng Tong pressed. "Dead." Lin Yun returned the empty bowl to the servant, sounding as if had done nothing worth mentioning. "You took out everyone in Blackwind Stronghold by yourself?" Zheng Tong's expression tightened. He knew more than 20 silver-ranked beast tamers nested there, making it one of the largest gangs around. Lin Yun shook his head, unhurried. "Blackwind Stronghold was only part of it. I cleared every bandit in the entire area. From today on, there will be none left. All of them." A chill crawled up Zheng Tong's spine. The carriage curtain lifted and Zheng Tao climbed out, face pale with shock. "Lin Yun, you're not joking, are you? If you doubt me, go look," Lin Yun said calmly. Zheng Tao pictured the years had delivered gold and silver to Blackwind Stronghold on behalf of the Zhong clan just to buy safe passage. Government troops had tried and failed again and again, yet Lin Yun had ended it alone. The realization made his blood run cold. This is unreal, Zhong Ming whispered, staring at Lin Yun with newfound awe. The two had begun cultivating at nearly the same time, but even with the Zhong family's full support, Zhong Ming had been left far behind in under a year. Zhao Hanhe remained silent for a long moment before finally steadying herself. Xinguang Prefecture. Night had fallen. Lamps flickered inside a residence, casting skewed shadows across a terrain model. Clad in armor, Zhu Hao paced around the sand table, brows knotted tight. Those cursed bandits one day, he'll wipe them out. He roared, smashing a fist into the wall and shattering a brick. In recent years, caravans near Xinguang had been ravaged repeatedly. Zhu Hao had led troops to suppress the raiders, but every attempt failed. With a small force, the bandits stood and fought. With a large one, they scattered. Several major campaigns, 7, those led by the prefect himself, ended with the bandit chiefs escaping through teleportation arrays. Once the soldiers withdrew, the raiders regathered and grew even bolder. A soldier hurried in and saluted. Report, General. Zhu Hao drew a deep breath, reining in his anger. Speak. There's a woman outside claiming she has urgent information. Bring her in. Moments later, Shen Wanrong was ushered inside, her clothes in tatters. She had fled Blackwind stronghold that very day, ridden hard for Xinguang, and survived on scraps and dew. Exhaustion lined her face. Well, what is it? Zhu Hao asked. Shen Wanrong bit her lip, emotions swirling in her eyes. It's about Blackwind stronghold. Shen Wanrong gave a concise account of what had happened. You're telling me every bandit in Heifeng Zhai was wiped out by a single teenage beastmaster? Zhu Hao raised his brows in disbelief. Exactly, Shen Wanrong answered, her tone even. Zhu Hao let out a scoff that was half laugh, half snarl. Don't try to fool me. Heifeng Zhai had more than 20 silver-rank beastmasters. How could one youngster destroy them all? If you doubt me, send someone to verify it. She replied, still unruffled. Still mouthing off when death is at your door? He barked, yet her composure made him falter. I've said it already, check for yourself. If I'm lying, deal with me as you wish. Zhu Hao's eyes flickered. At last he gave a cold snort and softened his tone. Fine. I'll go myself and see who's spinning tales. At his command, rustling sounded around the tent as countless black lizards crawled from the shadows, their dark gold scales catching the torchlight. This was the Lizard Legion, one of the 4 great legions of Xinguang Jun. Every soldier was a seasoned fighter. The night wind howled as the legion raced forward. Near Heifeng Zhai, a stench of rot hit them first. Zhu Hao dismounted and strode ahead. What he saw stunned him. Corpses carpeted the clearing before the stockade, piled layer on layer. Some bodies were half-eaten by beasts, others still looked fresh, and a few lay intact. The clean, gleaming cuts left no doubt these wounds came from blades. He crouched, lifted one corpse, and touched the edge of the wound with a fingertip. Sword work, he muttered. Soon a soldier returned and bowed. Report. Heifeng Zhai is empty, General. The treasury's been stripped. They're really all dead? Zhu Hao's voice caught. Where's that boy now? He headed for Chuyun Zhai, Shen Wanrong replied. Zhu Hao decided at once. You two scout Chuyun Zhai? The pair saluted and left. Under the night sky, 2 wind riders beat their wings across the darkness. After a long while the scouts returned, knelt, and reported, General, Chuyun Zhai is the same as Heifeng Zhi'Ivory bandit slang. The treasury emptied. Zhu Hao clenched his fists so hard his knuckles quivered. And he was truly alone? 1 man, 2 contracted beasts, Shen Wanrong said calmly. He also captured a bandit as a guide, Heifeng Zhai's 3rd boss. 1 man and 2 beasts leveled 2 strongholds. Zhu Hao murmured, as if trapped in a dream. The soldiers broke into hushed discussion. Can a beastmaster really be that strong? Zhu Hao raised a hand for silence. I never imagined such a figure existed. Just then a soldier hurried up and saluted. General, an important discovery. Speak. Zhu Hao's gaze was sharp. On our return we spotted more bodies from the Wind Riders. After landing to investigate, we confirmed it. Not only Heifeng Zhai and Chuyun Zhai, but every nearby bandit camp was wiped out. The corpses of leaders like Wang Wu and Li Qing are all there. What did you say? All the bandits? Zhu Hao was aghast. Yes, General. Without another moment's hesitation, Zhu Hao swung his arm. Move out, show me. The troops reformed and set off. Before long they reached the area and saw the corpses piled into mounds. Zhu Hao stepped closer and examined the bodies. The sword cuts were the same size, and the claw marks matched as well, so they had to be killed by the same person. Looking further, he noticed a tuft of gray-white fur beside the corpses, identical to the pattern on the pet beast from Blackwind stronghold. The answer was obvious. The killer was the mysterious young man who had wiped out every bandit in that lair. Shen Wanrong had already been stunned by the tale of a youth who stormed Blackwind stronghold with only a sword and a white fox. Hearing Zhu Hao's conclusion now, she drew a sharp breath. I still underestimated him, she murmured. Around Sacred Light County, every bandit den was suddenly deserted. From this day on, merchants and travelers could journey without fear. The entire trade route was finally clear. After securing the site, Zhu Hao left several men to guard it. then spurred his horse back to Sacred Light County, racing straight to the magistrate's office to report the thrilling news. Half a day later, the whole county was in an uproar. Bugles blared at the city gates, and squads of soldiers poured out, knocking on every door in search of the young man. At a street corner, curious onlookers whispered, "Did a big crime just happen?" A burly man asked in a hushed voice. An old man, leaning on a cane, shook his head. "It's not about a criminal. Then why is the whole city on the hunt?" A young beast master, with nothing but a sword and a fox, wiped out all the bandits in the area, the old man said solemnly. "Seriously?" The burly man's eyes widened. "Sounds like bragging," someone scoffed. "Bandits are as thick as weeds in the hills. How could one person wipe them all out?" A woman added. The old man rapped his cane on the ground. "If you don't believe me, ask those soldiers." Moments later, the soldiers confirmed the story, and the crowd erupted. Some marveled that there was always someone stronger. Others were thrilled that justice had finally been served, and most simply gaped at such terrifying power. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, the moonlit city caravan arrived safely, and the wounded travelers breathed easy. Zhongming stretched and sighed. "We finally made it. Time for a break." Lin Yun patted the white fox at his side. "Qingya, the city is full of treats for spirit beasts." Zhao Han had chuckled and listed off dishes, and Qingjia's ears shot up, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Yun, drool nearly dripping. The Titan giant ape cared only for energy crystals and ore and was utterly indifferent to food. All right. They'll take you to the market," Lin Yun said, flicking Qingya lightly on the forehead. Zheng Tong offered warmly. "First time in Sacred Light County? Let me show you around." Lin Yun nodded his thanks. The two men and their beasts set off down the road. The streets of Sacred Light County were broad and level, paved with fine, sifted clay that felt like a thick carpet underfoot. Shops lined both sides, their signs bright with color, and the air was rich with the aroma of roasted meat and pastries. Qingya and Titan pricked up their ears, one for food, the other for gemstones, gazing about in excitement. Lin Yun, ever the generous patron, indulged their every whim. When they stopped in front of an elegantly decorated pastry shop, the owner greeted them enthusiastically. "These cakes are handcrafted by Master Lu Tuesday. Only 30 are made each day, using thundersheep milk and radiant grass." Qingya nudged Lin Yun with her head. 3 large, fluffy tails swayed gently. "They'll take those," Lin Yun said, pointing at the pastries on the counter. The shopkeeper perked up, smiling broadly. "Certainly, sir. Would you like them boxed to go, or will you eat them here?" "Both. He'll buy every pastry in the shop, leave nothing behind." The owner froze for 2 full heartbeats before snapping to. Rubbing his hands together, he agreed at once, astonished that this plainly dressed youth had just spent tens of thousands of taels to empty his entire stock. While the pastries were being boxed, the scents of cream, sugar, and toasted dough mingled in the air. The group set off, carrying boxes and snacking as they walked. Not far away, a white-haired elder strolled over with his hands clasped behind him. The shopkeeper looked up and bowed low. "Master Bai Yun." "Bai Yun?" Zheng Tong's face changed slightly. He leaned toward Lin Yun and spoke in a low voice. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. "Who is he?" Zheng Tong kept it brief. "The most famous beast cultivator in Xinguang County. His own beast is said to be 8th tier lord level, but what really made his name is teaching 3 of his students have reached gold rank, and the rest are all silver." "Impressive." Lin Yun nodded with genuine respect. Bai Yun caught the comment, smiling, but his gaze settled on Qingya, who was busy gnawing on a cake. He stepped closer and examined her. "Excellent coat, sharp claws, and a strong bond with you." He turned to Lin Yun. "Young man, did you raise this companion beast yourself?" "I did," Lin Yun replied. Bai Yun's eyes brightened. "Would you be willing to become my 100th disciple?" People nearby shot envious looks. Every beastmaster in Xinguang County dreamed of studying under Bai Yun. No one expected this stroke of luck to fall on a random teenager. Lin Yun simply shook his head. "No thanks. I'm not interested in becoming your disciple." Bai Yun persisted. "I can guarantee your beast will reach lord rank and provide every resource you need." "Still not interested," Lin Yun repeated. Bai Yun frowned. "You truly refuse?" Calmly, Lin Yun said, "I do. Now please step aside, I need to head back." To most, the lord rank was a distant dream, but Lin Yun knew Qingya would break through on her own soon enough. During the stalemate, Zhongming came running up, panting. "The caravan's in trouble." Lin Yun's expression darkened. "Qingya, let's go, this is urgent." Qingya dropped her pastry box, 3 tails flicking as she fell in behind him. The group broke into a brisk trot. Bai Yun, still unwilling to give up, followed from a distance, hoping for another chance to persuade him. Lin Yun ignored him. Soon the outline of the camp appeared. Even from dozens of yards away, Lin Yun could hear the shouting. Zhao Hanha and the others were locked in a fierce argument with a group of strangers, faces flushed with anger. Sun Qinggu stood opposite Zhao Hanha. As a direct heir of the Sun clan, he exuded a brazen arrogance that dominated the trading hall. Zhao Hanha clenched her delicate fists, her gaze sharp as a blade, and raised her voice. "How can the Sun clan do this? We agreed on a price, and the moment we arrived you suddenly raised it." Sun Chingu snorted and lazily brushed a crease from his cuff. Whether I raise the price is my choice. If you don't like it, buy elsewhere. Yu Fury drained the color from Zhao Han's face, her chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. Beside her, Zheng Tong, Zheng Tao, and the others looked equally grim. With only a few exchanged words, Lin Yun understood the whole story. Bright Moon City desperately needed a batch of critical supplies, and the Sun Clan had seized the chance to hike the price more than 30-fold. What had already been costly was now astronomical. Suppressing her anger, Zhao Hanha bit out each word. You think we won't go somewhere else? Be my guest. Sun Chingu folded his arms, disdainful. If you can find these materials anywhere in Xinguang County, the Sun Clan will concede defeat. His expression made clear he had already swept the county clean, stockpiling everything to corner the market. Zheng Tong lowered his head and spoke in a near whisper. Young Master Sun, for the sake of Bright Moon City's people, could you lower the price a little? It's simply too high. We, the people? Sun Chungus lip curled, as if head heard a joke. Only you lot care about those ants. Zheng Tong bowed again, voice earnest. Please, young Master Sun, give us a chance. Get lost. Sun Chungus' words cracked like a whip. Zheng Tong's fists trembled, but he forced down his anger. Young Master Sun, please. Penniless worms. Sun Chingu raised his voice. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. You want me to lower the price? Keep dreaming. Zhao Han's patience snapped. Sun Chingu, don't go too far. When the Sun Clan was down and out, Bright Moon City helped you. Now we're in trouble, and you gouge us on purpose. Zheng Tao echoed, indignant. Exactly. This is outrageous. Sun Chingu shrugged, utterly unmoved. That was years ago. You got something out of it too, didn't you? And we never begged you volunteered. Ungrateful. Zhao Hana spat. Unruffled, Sun Chingu answered coldly. Business is business. Dragging up old favors only makes you look foolish. The price stands. Take it or leave it. Silence fell. The materials the Sun Clan controlled were indispensable. They might find another source, but not in time. The beast tide would strike long before that, rendering all their efforts meaningless. Bright Moon City had dealt with the Sun Clan for years and never imagined they would hoard supplies so ruthlessly. Lin Yun leaned toward Zhao Hanha and asked quietly, at his price, how much do we have to pay? 80 billion, Zhao Hanha replied. 80 billion. A staggering figure. The Zhao clan might look rich on paper, but they didn't have that much cash on hand. The Zhong family is in the same predicament. Assume their total assets amount to 1,000 taels of silver. 700 are locked into fixed holdings, medicinal fields, furnishings, and storefronts, while the remaining 300 must cover the clan's daily expenses and business ventures. After balancing the books, the cash they can actually spend is pitifully small. Haoyue City is only a minor town under Xinguang Prefecture, so the funds it receives from higher authorities are limited. With material prices soaring, even the original figure would force everyone in Haoyue to scrape together every last coin. You'd better think this through, Sun Chingu reminded them. Miss this chance, and you won't get another. The tent fell silent. Seeing the timing was right, he softened his tone. If you truly need these supplies, there is a way. What's the catch? Zhao Hanha already knew Sun Chingu never helped for free. Hands clasped behind his back, Sun spoke evenly. I understand your purse is light, so we'll be reasonable. Pay 20 billion up front, settle the balance later. Naturally, interest still applies. Clear it within 20 years, and the total comes to 1 trillion. Zhong Tao, ever hot-tempered, sprang to his feet. So we'd end up paying you an extra 200 billion? That's outrageous. Zhao Hanha felt her stomach sink. They couldn't even raise 800 billion, much less a trillion. Agreeing to Sun's terms would make Haoyue City little more than the Sun family's perpetual debtor. I'm offering you an opportunity because we have some history, Sun Chingu said with a careless shrug. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time. Give us a moment to discuss it, Zhao Hanha replied, forcing her voice to stay calm. See that you value the chance, he said before lifting the flap and stepping outside. The tent erupted at once. What do we do? Buy or not? A trillion is far too steep, Zhong Ming said, panic in his voice. It's ruinous. Even if we buy, Haoyue will be crippled for decades, Zhao Hanha agreed, shaking her head. Someone whispered, maybe we should just walk away. Those commoners in the slums, are they really worth it? The air froze. A deathly silence settled over the group. After a hesitant pause, several clan members nodded. Lives are at stake. Never say that again, Zhao Hanha said, every word clipped. The speaker fell silent, and no one else dared voice an opinion. After a long pause, Sun Chingu re-entered. Have you reached a decision? Again, no one answered. At the back of the tent, Master Baiyun stepped forward. Lin Yun, if you accept my terms, I will help. Master Baiyun, what brings you here? Sun Chingu was startled and bowed at once. In Xinguang Prefecture, Baiyun's name carried enormous weight. Even the Sun family patriarch treated him with respect. Baiyun raised a hand, signaling there was no need for ceremony. I was passing through and noticed a talented young man. I'd like to take him as my disciple. He gave them a brief account of what had happened. When he finished, Sun Chingu looked at Lin Yun with undisguised envy. Becoming Baiyun's apprentice meant any beast he bred could very well reach the warrior tier, perhaps even the lord tier one day. Lin Yun, accept me as your master, and it'll make things easier for you. I have many disciples, and the Sun Clan elders owe me some respect, Bai Yun declared in a ringing voice. With your skill, you're hardly qualified to be my teacher, Lin Yun replied calmly, shaking his head. Bai Yun's expression darkened, but he refused to give up. Think it over before you answer. In Xinguang County, countless beast tamers dream of learning under me, yet you keep turning me down. His pride was clearly bruised. Beside him, Sun Qinggu gave a silent sigh. He thought Lin Yun overestimated himself. Had it been him, he would have agreed at once. Lin Yun, however, ignored the crowd's reactions. His mind was on the 80 billion credit shortfall in front of him. The number was daunting, but not hopeless. The solution lay in how to combine the chips he held into the best possible hand. A familiar voice suddenly came from outside the room. Lin Yun, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Xinguang County? Lin Yun looked up to see Sun Nung stride in, 3 silver serpents gliding at his feet and flicking their tongues in greeting. Young Master Sun, you're here. Sun Qinggu hurried forward. Sun Nung had recently passed the clan trials and was the heir apparent of the Sun family. This deal still isn't finalized? Sun Nung frowned, clearly impatient. A small snag, easily fixed, Sun Qinggu replied, then urged the others, make your decision quickly. I've been more than polite already, don't force my hand. Sensing something off, Sun Ning's tone cooled. What's going on? Tell me everything. Sun Qinggu had no choice but to explain how they had tried to hike the price. Sun Ning's brows knit tighter. Hadn't expected his own family to squeeze profit this way. It was all the patriarch's idea, Sun Qinggu added nervously. The materials sell at the original price. That's an order, Sun Nung said, leaving no room for argument. But the patriarch's son, Qinggu hesitated. No buts. They go at the original price. They'll handle the patriarch, Sun Nung said flatly. Yes, young master. Sun Qinggu bowed and left. Everyone in the room exchanged surprised looks. No one had realized Sun Nung and Lin Yun were on such friendly terms. The impasse dissolved in an instant. Sorry about that, Lin Yun. I didn't know they'd try to jack up the price, Sun Nung said apologetically. Don't worry, it had nothing to do with you, Lin Yun answered with a faint smile. Remembering how Lin Yun had once saved his life, Sun Nung felt even more grateful. The two chatted casually, the tension easing. A moment later, Sun Qinggu returned. Sun Nung raised an eyebrow. Didn't I tell you to move the materials? Why are you back so soon? I didn't go for the materials, Sun Qinggu answered in a low voice. Then what did you do? Sun Nung asked, irritation creeping in. He went to find me, a steady male voice said. A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked in. It was Sun Lishan, current head of the Sun clan. Clan head. Sun Nung bowed at once, and the other clan members quickly followed suit. Sun Lishan's gaze was sharp. Sun Nung, do you even respect my authority as clan head? Clan head, what do you mean by that? Sun Ning's face stiffened. Sun Lishan gave a cold snort. What do I mean? You meddle with the Sun family's trade, ignore our interests, and change prices at will. Now you dare ask what I mean? The air inside the tent turned heavy. Patriarch, these prices are outrageous, more than 30 times the market rate, Sun Nung said, head bowed, his restrained tone barely masking his anxiety. So what? Sun Lishan's voice cracked like a whip, his eyes sharp. Sun Nung fell silent, fingertips tightening. If they can't afford it, they don't have to buy. I'm not forcing anyone. Sun Lishan's gaze swept the crowd. It's a fair deal, both parties agree. And Sun Nung, remember this. You may be the future heir, but I'm in charge now. Undercutting our profits shows you have no respect for me. When we return, they'll petition the elders to strip you of your succession rights. In the corner, Sun Qinggu smirked, delight shining in his eyes. Lishan ended the quarrel with a curt decree. The price stands. How US City can take it or leave it. His words had barely faded when heavy footsteps and the scrape of armor echoed outside. A phalanx of county guards closed in, their massive lizard mounts rippling with muscle and rumbling Luoxingguang Prefecture's Lizard Legion. Sun Lishan's brow furrowed. The Lizard Legion? Why are they here? Is How US City harboring an imperial fugitive? Armored soldiers surged into the camp, forcing the crowd to part. Zhu Hao, clad in heavy plate and a long saber at his waist, strode through the opening. General Zhu, long time no see. Lishan stepped forward, only to be brushed aside. Shen Wanrong, come here, Zhu Hao called. Is this the man who saved you? Shen Wanrong hurried over. At a glance, she recognized Lin Yun, joy lighting her face. General, it's him. She bowed deeply, gratitude sincere. Thank you. Without you, I'd have died at Blackwind Stronghold. Lin Yun returned the gesture, calm and brief. It was nothing. Think no more of it. The Legionnaire's eyes burned with awe, the instinctive reverence warriors hold for the strong. Unable to restrain himself, Bai Yun asked, General Zhu, what's going on? Zhu Hao recounted the tale. Lin Yun, with only a fox and a sword, had swept through every bandit lair in Xinguang Prefecture, leaving none alive. When the story ended, Bai Yun's heart churned. Those bandit chiefs were infamous, each a brutal foe. His own disciples included several silver-rank beastmasters, yet none could match such feats. Lin Yun had politely declined to become his student several times. Bai Yun had thought the young man arrogant. Now he understood it was confidence, not conceit. He, Bai Yun, had never been worthy to teach Lin Yun, and his so-called Lord-level training regimen was a joke. Teach him? On his knees, perhaps. Ridiculous. He simply didn't have the skill to mold a beastmaster of this caliber. Confronted with this truth, Bai Yun's face burned red. There is always someone stronger. With a muted sigh, Bai Yun lowered his eyes. Lin Yun, hold on a moment. I need to report the situation to the prefect. You've wiped out so many bandits, you deserve a reward. Zhu Hao bowed formally. Very well. Lin Yun nodded. Zhu Hao swung onto his lizard mount, snapped his whip, and sped off. The camp dust had barely settled when the prefectural procession of Xinguang Prefecture appeared in the distance, led by Chao De with Chao Man close behind. Chao De dismounted and spotted Lin Yun, surprise flashing in his eyes. Lin Yun, it's been a while. Lin Yun returned the salute. Indeed. Chao De turned to his daughter. Chao Man, you know him? Father, this is the Lin Yun I've mentioned. Chao Man replied solemnly. Chao Da's expression shifted. Here stood the young man who had placed first in the Sacred Flame trial and helped two of his beasts grasp exclusive skills during the baptism. Chao Da had hoped to meet him, but official duties left no time. He had never expected to encounter him here. News spread quickly, and representatives of the major clans hurried to the camp. You must be young friend Lin, the Lu Patriarch said with a cupped fist salute. Our clan produces beast rations. If you ever need any, come to us. Zhou Hao Miao of the Zhou clan, another added, presenting a small gift. Please accept this token of respect. Someone even joked, Lin Yun, have you chosen a bride yet? If my daughter suits you, let's talk. Seeing such talent at so young an age, all the clan leaders were eager to cultivate goodwill. Befriending him could only pay dividends. Suddenly, a thunderous tiger's roar split the air. A towering sacred sword tiger charged in like a storm. Standing on its back, Tang Guang leapt down and laughed. Lin Yun, you come to Xinguang Prefecture without letting me know? At the mention of the Tang clan, every face paled. Tang Guang wielded both power and status, yet he treated Lin Yun like an old friend, a telling sign of Lin Yun's influence. Lin Yun offered a faint smile. The journey delayed me. I'd no time to send word. Not far away, 3 members of the Sun clan watched. Sun Lishan whispered, Qinggu, who exactly is he? Sun Qinggu shook his head. Sun Nung snorted, afraid now? Weren't you planning to impeach me earlier? While pleasantries continued, Chao Man stepped beside Lin Yun. If you run into trouble in Xinguang Prefecture, come straight to the prefectural manor. With my network, most issues can be resolved. Learning that Hao US City needed to expand its walls, Zhao Hanha mustered her courage and handed over a materials list. Could everyone help us gather these red ghost crystals, magisteel, Tungol wood? Chao Man glanced at the paper. We still have some red ghost crystals, though not many. Tang Guang added, leave the magisteel to the Tang clan. Whatever you lack, we'll supply. We can cover the Tungol wood as well. The Lu Patriarch waved a hand. We've plenty of Ash Earth Spirit stones. We'll sell them at cost. The Wang and Zhou clans quickly voiced their support. We don't have any in stock, but we can send people into the forest to gather some if you're willing to wait a day. Once the Li clan's patriarch made the offer, the other clans immediately followed suit. Rare materials normally kept under lock and key for emergencies were pulled from every storeroom at a single word from Lin Yun. Zhu Hao Chao De called. Present. The towering Zhu Hao stepped forward. Put all other assignments on hold. Your only job now is to collect every material Moonlight City needs. Understood, Zhu Hao replied, saluting. Chao De surveyed the remaining regiments. The other 3 regiments will join the search. Chao Man, go and inform them. Yes, sir. Chao Man hurried off. It was the first time all 4 regiments had been mobilized to hunt for supplies in Xinguang County. Everyone was secretly impressed this young beast tamer clearly commanded extraordinary influence. The Moonlight City delegation could finally relax. The shortage had been solved entirely through Lin Yun's connections. Seizing the moment, Zhao Hanha sneered at Sun Lishan. Sorry, Master Sun, we won't be needing your supplies after all. 30 times the going price. That's robbery. Save them for your own tomb. Zheng Tong gave a chilly laugh. After all these years of working together, you still try to profit from our misfortune. Zhong Ming snorted heavily. Humiliated, Sun Lishan could only withdraw with his clan, losing face and the chance to befriend Lin Yun. A soldier hurried over and dropped to one knee. Governor, the rewards have been counted. How much? Chao De asked. 50 billion taels and silver notes, Governor. 3 enlightenment fruits, 1 each for eliminating Cloud Thief Fort, Black Wind Fort, and Purple Rose Fort, plus a large shipment of medicinal herbs. Everything has been delivered. Good. Chao De nodded in satisfaction. A massive freight wagon rumbled in, its bed piled high with spirit crystals and herbs, their fragrance filling the air. Qingya swallowed hard, and Titan's eyes gleamed at the sight. By regulation, these spoils were earmarked to reward those who fought bandits in the county, so they had to be inventoried before distribution. Lin Yun did not stand on ceremony. He swept the 50 billion in silver notes into his pouch and stored the herbs and crystals in his spatial gear. After a brief chat, everyone went their separate ways. The next day, the clans delivered the scarce materials they had gathered to the camp. While they waited, Lin Yun took Qinya and Titan to train on the plains outside the county seat. With their prior gains and a steady supply of herbs, Qinya advanced from warrior level 7 to 8, and Titan rose from level 5 to 6. Qinya was now just one step from evolving, and Titan was close behind something Lin Yun eagerly anticipated. 3 days later, thanks to the combined efforts of the Xinguang clans, every last item was in place. All transactions were settled at face value, saving a fortune compared with the original budget, and the people of Moonlight City were overjoyed. With little time to spare, they set off at once for Moonlight City. Outside the prefectural capital, the caravan from Haoyue City packed the materials it had purchased from the various clans. Some were stuffed into leather bundles, others were lashed to the snowy white camel saddles, and the rest were hoisted onto creaking wagons. Lin Yun checked every item, working for a good half-hour before he finally looked up. Types and quantities all matched the manifest. No problems on my end either. Zhong Ming called out over a camel's hump. Same here, Zhao Hana added. Once everything was confirmed, the caravan turned and rolled slowly toward the city gate. Flanking Lin Yun in 2 neat rows, the clan leaders exchanged polite small talk, clearly hoping to get on his good side. Young talents like Chao Man, Lu Tai, and Tang Guang were also in the escort, giving the procession an air that was both solemn and lively. Spectators lining the street murmured among themselves. Whose caravan is that? Even the clan chiefs of Xinguang Prefecture came to see them off. I just spotted the heads of the Shao, Lin, and Chung clans. We hardly ever see them, but today they're all here. Someone pointed to a handsome youth up front. Look, that's Chao Man, the prefect's son. His beast-taming aptitude is already class, and he's part of the Sacred Flame Project. The more the crowd heard, the more amazed they became. What kind of influence did the people of Haoyue City have to bring out someone as proud as Chao Man? Farther from the walls, the procession halted at a deserted stretch of road. A blue saber-toothed tiger stood quietly behind Lin Yun. He clasped his fists in farewell. No need to go any farther. Very well. Tang Guang replied in a clear voice, returning the salute. As the mood relaxed, Chao Man suddenly asked, Lin Yun, how much do you know about the Xinguang graveyard? Lin Yun recalled that Wei Yueling had once captured a ghost fire swordfish there. I know a little, not in depth. Then let me fill you in, Tang Guang said with a grin. Lin Yun nodded, willing to listen. Tang Guang explained. 1. The original prefectural seat of Xinguang once stood where the graveyard is now. 2. Years ago a plague broke out, and countless residents and their beasts died in rapid succession. 3. Healers were powerless, so they petitioned the empire to set up a quarantine around the city, and the request was granted. 4. Soon the entire city was dead silent. Corpses and poisonous miasma mingled, attracting swarms of wandering spirits. 5. Time passed, and the plague faded, but the spirits never left. Ghost-type beasts are powerful and unpredictable, Tang Guang said with a shrug. Plenty of tamers go there hoping for a stroke of luck, but that place is no cakewalk. More than a few have died inside. He added with a smile, I've been in a few times. The haul was mediocre, and I still haven't managed to subdue a genuine ghost-type beast. Chao Man admitted, my father secured a few for me, but they were too proud to form a contract. They would rather die, so we eventually released them. That's normal. Ghost types are always hard to tame, Lin Yun agreed. Not long ago he captured a small ghost-type creature called Little Bone. The thing is as stubborn as a rock and still refuses to sign a contract. Lin Yun isn't worried. Hunting specters lets him collect soul crystals, which he can feed to Qingya to boost her strength. Qingya is already an 8th tier commander, one step from the 9th, and Lin Yun has long since gathered every material shell need for the evolution. After Chao Man and Tang Guang left, Lin Yun went straight to Zhao Hanha and laid out his plan to visit the Sacred Light Graveyard. A trace of envy flashed in Zhao Han's eyes. The graveyard is famous for ghost-type beasts, but her phantom wolf is still at the common grade and would probably be eaten alive the moment they stepped inside. All right, that's settled. They'll take Qingya and the others to the graveyard. If anything happens, use the communication jades. He handed her 2 palm-sized gray-green jades veined with golden lines. Crushing one would shatter the other at the same time. Zhao Hanha nodded firmly. Lounging on the back of a camel, Zheng Tong waved. Go on, Lin Yun. We'll be fine. Then I'm off. Lin Yun grabbed Qingya, who was busy chomping on rations. Stop eating, you silly fox. We're moving out. Qingya whined, and he gave her scruff a gentle shake. Twice the cake when we get back. Her eyes lit up at once, while Titan followed in silence. Guided by Tang Guang's map, Lin Yun hurried through the wasteland and soon reached the outskirts of the Sacred Light Graveyard. Shattered walls jutted from the weeds, and ancient houses lay collapsed in chaotic heaps. Even in ruin, the city's outline showed it had once been several times larger than Haoyue City. As he stepped through the gate, a tan-skinned woman approached with a broad smile. Here to train in the Sacred Light Graveyard? That's right, Lin Yun replied. Yang Jingmiao, silver rank beastmaster, she said. At her feet crouched a crimson lion whose mane burned like living fire, a collar of flames circling its neck. Scalding heat rolled off it, and 2 saber-like fangs gleamed like polished steel. Lin Yun silently invoked insight. Name, Steelfang Flame Lion. Rank, Commander, Tier 4. Skills, Steelblade Strike Master, Roaring Inferno Advanced, Flame Dash Master. Another woman with a striking figure came hurrying over. Jingyao, did you find someone? He looks like his beasts are strong, Yang Jingyao said. The newcomer introduced herself. Zhou Qing, what level are your partners? 8th tier commander, Lin Yun answered, then asked, why are you recruiting? We found a relic in the graveyard, but 2 people aren't enough. We need a 3rd beastmaster, Yang Jingyao explained. Split 3 ways once it's done, Zhou Qing added. What kind of relic? Lin Yun asked, intrigued. A ghost fruit, Zhou Qing replied. A ghost fruit only forms in places packed with spirits and is exceedingly rare. When consumed, it can greatly enhance a beast's strength without the side effects that come with soul crystals. Have you reached silver rank yet? Zhou Qing asked, her brows drawing together as she looked Lin Yun up and down. The young man, no more than 30, stood calm and unreadable. Instead of explaining, Lin Yun simply produced a silver-white badge inlaid with wing patterns, the mark of a silver-class beastmaster. The moment the badge appeared, every doubt vanished. The 3 of them formed an impromptu team and stepped into the sacred light graveyard. Zhou Qing was the first to summon her companiona 2-meter flame battle ape. Its coat glowed like molten rock, and fire rolled around its fists and feet, placing it at Warlord Tier 4. Name, Flame Battle Ape. Tier, Warlord 4. Skills, Flame Fist Top Tier, Flame Kick Advanced. They had barely reached the first row of crumbling tombstones when a bitter wind swept past, and a twisted wraith emerged from swirling black mist. Humanoid in shape, it flashed needle-like fangs, its eyes burned crimson, and thick black fluid oozed from its skin as it howled like a starving wolf. Name, Plague Wraith. Tier, Warlord 3. Skills, Phase Top Tier, Corrupting Sludge Advanced, Spectral Claw Intermediate. Zhou Qing took a step forward, her voice crisp. Lin Yun, watch for now. We'll show you how to handle a Plague Wraith. Pay attention, Yang Jingyao added. Lin Yun nodded and retreated a few paces. Chirk. The flame battle ape charged first, flames crawling from its head down to its limbs. Heat waves rolled outward, reddening nearby stone steels. Ruhar. The Steelfang fire lion followed. Fire detonated around its neck, spread across its body, and lent explosive speed to its charge. Twin saber-like fangs wreathed in flames stabbed toward the target. The plague wraith slipped into a phased state, turning half-transparent as it glided back, and the lion struck only air. Black mucus sprayed from the spirit's skin, filling the air with an acrid stench. The lion rolled aside, sizzling droplets hissing on the ground. Seizing the opening, the flame battle ape swept behind the wraith and unleashed a flame kick. The blazing foot ignored the phase ability and landed squarely, tearing a ragged scream from the specter. The ape hammered home a flurry of flame fists while the fire lion pounced again, its flames and fangs driving the black mist into a corner. An hour of grinding combat later, the darkness finally tore apart. The plague wraith disintegrated, leaving only a thumb-sized jet-black soul crystal that the fire lion swallowed in one bite. Zhou Qing withdrew her beast and smiled at Lin Yun. That's the basic routine. Next time your partner helps my lion, keep it busy while the ape finishes the job safe and reliable. After a few runs we'll be in sync, Yang Jingyao agreed. Lin Yun shook his head gently. Too complicated and far too slow. What do you propose? Yang Jingyao arched a brow. We've trained here for 3 years, Zhou Qing objected. This is the most efficient way. Simple, Lin Yun said calmly. You two guide the way. My beast handles every fight. Zhou Qing bristled. You. No chance, Yang Jingyao cut in. That's reckless, Lin Yun. Don't throw your partner into danger for nothing. While they argued, the lingering battle scent drew 2 more plague wraiths. Black mist boiled, and chilling howls rose once again. Lin Yun, they'll hold one, and your partner pins the other. Then Zhou Qing's ape Yang Jingmiao's words died as a slender figure flashed forward. Qingya sprang at the left-hand wraith, her blade sweeping out in a moon-white arc-luminous slice. It streaked forward at lightning speed, closing in on the plague wraith in an instant. At that short range the specter spat ropes of foul, tar-black slime, but none of it could touch Kinjia's pristine wings. Radiant claws. Cold light burst from Kinjia's talons, carving a silver afterimage through the air. Yang Jingyao frowned. Why are you using a physical skill on a wraith? Physical attacks don't affect them. Rookie mistake, Lin Yun. We might need a different teammate, Zhou Qing muttered, shaking her head. The words had barely left their lips when they froze. The claw images whirled like a storm. In the blink of an eye Qingya unleashed more than 100 slashes. The plague wraiths kept phasing in and out, but each brief pause let the strikes land, covering them with clouds of white dust. Moments later both wraiths were erased without a trace. Incredible. She finished 2 plague wraiths that fast. Yang Jingyao looked at Lin Yun with new respect. Zhou Qing could only murmur, so you can fight wraiths like that. Lead the way, Lin Yun said calmly. Right. The ghost fruit is this way, Yang Jingyao answered, guiding the team onward. Swaths of plague wraiths appeared along the path. Yet Qingya cut them down one after another, never slowing the party's advance. 2 hours later, they reached the center of the Sancta Lumen graveyard, the growth zone of the ghost fruit. The moment they stepped onto the open stone terrace, Zhou Qing's face paled. Bad news. More than 30 plague wraiths, and they're after the fruit too. Yang Jingmiao's expression tightened as well. Sensing living prey, the wraiths lunged forward. Titan, Lin Yun called softly. A low hum answered as blue arcs danced over the heavy metal frame. Siege mode, saturation barrage. Azure light surged, gathering into blazing nodes that raced along Titan's armor. When the wraiths were still 30 feet away, the nodes shot free, becoming lances of starlight that howled across the field. Boom. The leading wraith was pierced through, its chest blown into a black cavity that struggled to mend while the creature turned half-transparent. More beams rained down, explosions echoing nonstop. With nowhere to dodge, the wraiths dissolved into drifting dust, while shattered tombstones and broken walls collapsed into rubble. Silence returned at last. Spent, Titan swayed, then slipped into Lin Yun's pack and fell into a deep sleep. That hunk of metal is unbelievable, Zhou Qing gasped. More than 30 warrior-class plague wraiths had been wiped out in one salvo, something she had never seen. Yang Jingmiao's thoughts churned. In the past, swarms like that had always sent them running or forced them to split targets and pick them off. A direct fight had never been an option. The smoke had barely cleared when Lin Yun strode forward. Under the bright moon, 15 ghost fruits hovered in midair like a cluster of crystal grapes, greedily drinking in the lunar essence. Bending down, Lin Yun spotted another fruit beneath them, oddly shaped and dark red. A dust-scale serpent apple, Zhou Qing said. In the Saintlight necropolis, a colossal bone dragon coiled within the manor at its center. Interlocking ivory vertebrae formed a massive frame, and ghostly blue flames flickered deep in its eye sockets. Suddenly, the creature snapped awake. Its huge skull turned slowly toward the city gate, as though it had caught an unfamiliar scent. With a beat of skeletal wings, razor-sharp winds ripped through shattered tiles and rubble, and the dragon's roar echoed through the entire estate. Moments later, a robed figure approached, lantern in hand, his voice hoarse. What happened? The bone dragon kept its gaze fixed on the gate. Something unusual had slipped inside. The robed man set the lantern down and immediately understood. What is it? He pressed. The dragon raised a claw, pointing to a missing rib. The robed man froze, then let out a low, manic laugh. You mean the little pile of bones that escaped from Saintlight years ago has returned? You sensed it and flew into a rage. A deep rumble answered him. I thought we'd never find it, the man sneered. And now it walks right back to us. This time, there will be no mercy. That filthy thief will tear it apart. The dragon nodded, the sapphire fire in its eyes burning hotter. After the horn-like roar, plague wraiths swarmed from graves, ruins, and cracks in the walls, their howls overlapping in a chilling chorus. They scattered across the necropolis, hunting the single target, the thief who had once stolen their treasure. Central Plaza. Lin Yun stooped to pluck a shadow-scale serpent fruit and a ghost berry, handing them to the white fox. Qingya, eat these. She sniffed them, then swallowed both in one bite, delight flickering in her eyes. After countless trials, her strength had finally climbed to 9th-tier battle general. Nearby, Zhou Qing and Yang Jingmiao trained steadily with their own beasts. Lin Yun drew materials and alchemical gear from his storage pouch and began brewing a potion. The white fox stood guard, nose twitching, senses sharp. The titan, freshly awakened, strode off alone to hone its power elsewhere. First attempt failure. Second attempt still a failure. Lin Yun hardly blinked. He simply adjusted the flame and ratios. On the 4th try, a crimson liquid took shape in the tube, its acrid stench spreading at once. Here, drink it. He raised the vial. Qingya wrinkled her nose, but swallowed in a single gulp. White light rose from her fur as the evolution began. Lin Yun recalled Titan and posted a tight watch. Any disturbance could trigger a brutal backlash. At last the radiance faded. Qingya's form had grown slightly leaner, her coat a flawless winter white. The tips of her long ears were brushed with deep blue, and when her obsidian eyes met Lin Yun's, swirling galaxies seemed to spin within her pupils. Its tail was still the same as before, only 3 of them. The tips of her claws were as icy and keen as a freshly forged blade, flashing with a cold gleam. Qingya's evolution was not yet complete. She was caught in the painful phase where her powers were reshaping themselves. Lin Yun produced the potion he had prepared in advance and carefully injected it into her. A faint blue light ran through her veins, shortening the transformation and easing her pain. Within minutes, silver radiance seeped through Qingya's fur and gradually faded. Lin Yun whispered, "Insight," and a light blue screen unfolded before his eyes. Name, Primal Fox. Rank, Lord Tier, Stage 1. Abilities. 1. Primal Claws evolved from Glimmer Claws, Dow level, Powerful, Rend, Shadow Form, Crush. 2. Dow level, Razor Edge, Blink. 3. Dow level, Quick Reflexes, Primal Sense. 4. Dow level, Filter, Foresight, Dance of the Sacred Moon. 5. Dow level, Temporal Doppelganger. Glimmer Claws had fully upgraded to Primal Claws, its might advancing yet another tier. The new Primal Sense came from her former perception skill and could detect anything that had existed here within the last 100 years. Even if someone had left the Holy Light graveyard decades ago, Qingya could still trace the marks they left behind. An excellent scouting skill. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction. Qingya threw back her head and yipped excitedly. SZZT. Arcs of electricity crackled over Titan's armor as he offered his congratulations. Temporal Doppelganger? She can summon a past version of herself? Lin Yun's eyes lit up. Give it a try? Qingya activated the new ability. The air twisted like wrung-out water, and a tiny space-time vortex opened. A second Qingya sprang out and waved a claw in greeting. The doppelganger was clearly weaker and clumsier, but Lin Yun didn't mind the skill was newly acquired and unrefined. In less than half a minute, the copy dissolved into sparks of light and drifted away. Suddenly, frantic footsteps echoed toward them. Zhou Qing, pale as parchment, rushed up to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, we need to leave the Holy Light graveyard right now. What happened? Lin Yun frowned. The plague wraiths have gone berserk. There are several times more than usual. Zhou Qing's voice shook. Only then did Lin Yun notice the fresh gashes on the blazing war monkey, oozing green plague fluid. Yang Jingyao came sprinting back, gasping. Run! 3 plague wraiths pursued her. Titan's shoulder cannon roared, lightning ripped through the gloom, and the trio of wraiths exploded on the spot. Boom! Dark clouds churned overhead. A colossal figure tore through the Murka skeletal dragon beating vast bone wings, its roar rattling the heavens. There's a monster like that here? Zhou Qing's face went white. It is coming straight at us. Yang Jingmiao's voice tightened. The bone dragon dove, whipping up a gale that flung rocks and dead grass in every direction. The ground shook when it landed, and its flame-like eyes locked onto Lin Yun. From the dragon's neck, a black-robed man slid down along a ridge of bone. His voice was raspy. You're saying the thief is in that man's hands? The bone dragon rumbled and nodded. The black-robed man turned to Lin Yun, voice icy with menace. Hand over the thief, and I might spare your life. Thief? What thief? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Don't you have a ghost-type pet that looks like a pile of bones? The man hissed. In an instant Lin Yun understood the thief he meant was the little skeleton sealed inside the jar. Lin Yun reached into his storage pouch, felt around, and pulled out a glass jar. The jar was icy to the touch, and the little skeleton inside was curled up fast asleep. At that moment the bone dragon let out a low, thunder-like growl, flames blazing in its eye sockets as if it wanted to swallow the tiny creature whole. That's the damn thief, the man in black hissed, his voice rough with fury. What did it steal from you? Lin Yun asked casually, though his eyes showed genuine curiosity. It's none of your business, the black-robed man said coldly. The more you know, the sooner you die. Startled awake, the little skeleton pounded frantically on the inside of the jar. Lin Yun removed the lid and shook it out into his palm. Instead of running, it clambered up his arm and pressed its bony palms together in a pleading gesture, clearly begging for help. Did you really steal something? Lin Yun asked, looking down at it. The little skeleton shook its skull hard, joints clacking as it denied the charge. Then why are they chasing you? He pressed. The tiny creature opened and closed its jaw but could not explain. A thought flashed through Lin Yun's mind, and he looked up at the man in black. You'd better tell the truth, he called out. Enough talk. Hand it over, the man barked. So you refuse to explain? Lin Yun shook his head. Then well, do this the hard way. You? You think you can? The man snorted in contempt. The bone dragon suddenly threw back its head and roared, the sound splitting the air. Its skeletal wings beat violently, whipping up savage shockwaves. Buildings nearby collapsed at once, rubble ground to dust, and scattered in the wind. The crushing aura left no doubt it was a Lord-tier behemoth. A Lord-tier bone dragon? Zhou Qing blanched. What terrifying pressure! Yang Jingmiao gasped, struggling to breathe, while their 2 contracted beasts trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yun, maybe we should let this go? A Lord-tier beast is beyond us, Zhou Qing urged, her voice quavering. She's right, staying alive matters most, Yang Jingmiao added quickly. It's only Lord-tier, Lin Yun replied calmly. As he spoke, Qingya the white fox stepped forward. Not a single strand of its silky fur stirred in the gale. The aura swirling around it met the bone dragon's force for force, and Zhou Qing and Yang Jingmiao felt the crushing pressure ease. Only then did Yang notice subtle changes in the fox's appearance, and her heart skipped a beat. It evolved from general class to Lord tier. Zhou Qing studied the fox carefully. Its form and its presence both confirmed the frightening truth. Qingya was now Lord tier, a height most beast tamers could only dream of. Yet this young man had driven his companion to it. The man in black gave a cold laugh. You won't cry until you see your coffin? Very well. They'll teach you what death means. Lin Yun had already caught the flaws in his opponent's story. He could believe the little skeleton had taken something, but he rejected the man's version of events and he despised the blatant threat. By my command, gather, holy spirits, and slay my enemy. the black-robed man shouted, flinging out a token. It flashed deep blue, and the sky darkened. Waves of plague spirits surged in like a tide, shrieking as they lunged at Lin Yun, claws extended and ferocious beyond measure. Zhou Qing was stunned. Who exactly was this man? He could command so many wraiths at once. Yang Jingmiao's pretty face went ashen. She lowered her voice. I once heard my grandfather mention an organization in the Empire called the Hall of Wraiths. The Hall of Wraiths? What is it? Zhou Qing asked. Their members aren't the living but spirits, Yang Jingmiao explained, forcing herself to stay calm. Yet these spirits still retain human memories. Some ancient beings inside the hall have existed for more than 100,000 years. 100,000 years? Zhou Qing's jaw dropped. The black-robed man had planned to seize the item before striking, but his eyes hardened. I've changed my mind. Tonight, you must all die? At his words, countless plague wraiths spiraled through the night sky, the wind howling. Titan, Lin Yun called out. Sparks crackled across Titan's armor in response. Blast them, Lin Yun ordered. The massive shield behind Titan spread like metal wings. A pale blue halo rippled outward as energy flooded in. Two plague wraiths dove first, the air screaming around them. Starlight gathered before the shield. Boom. The first beam hit its mark, the spirit fading instantly. Then the second, the third streaks of stellar fire poured out like a chain of comets, pounding the night. Deep blue flames lit the sky like dense summer fireworks, each burst carrying terrifying force. In a heartbeat, every plague wraith was consumed by the blaze. Clink a soul crystal hit the ground, its sound sharp and clear. Then another, and another crystals rained down, striking the earth. Within seconds, the sky fell silent. The black-robed man's voice shook. How is this possible? In the very first exchange, all my plague wraiths are gone. What kind of pet is that? There were over 300 of them. Zhou Qing was just as speechless. Even if she and Yang Jingmiao worked together, they could handle only 4 or 5. 300 was 60 times their limit. So strong only now did Yang Jingmiao grasp the depth of Lin Yun's power. His earlier feats had been mere warm-ups. This was Titan unleashed. The black-robed man gritted his teeth. Go. We have to retrieve that thing. He fixed his gaze on little skeleton. The bone dragon beat its wings, deep blue flames churning in its jaws before surging toward Qingya like a river. Qingya didn't dodge. Her talons swept out, smashing the flames apart. In the next instant, she vanished. Teleportation reappeared on the dragon's back, claws raised, a chilling light glinting. Primal claw. The bone dragon tried to twist away, but it was too late. Crack. A piercing snap rang out. 3 ribs along its spine snapped clean under Qingya's strike. The bone dragon let out a mournful roar. Blue flames erupted from its ruined heart, racing along its skeletal veins until its whole body blazed bright enough to ignite the night. Qingya tapped one hind paw and drifted upward, barely evading the first scorching wave. A heartbeat later, the dragon's massive tail swept sideways, splitting the air with a shrill crack. Qingya seemed to miss the dodge. The tail struck and hurled her away. The man in the black robe curled his lips. In close quarters, a bone dragon is unstoppable. That white fox is courting death. The words had scarcely left his mouth when the Qingya spinning through the sky shattered, dissolving into countless blue-white motes that floated like fireflies into the darkness. A clone technique? He muttered, eyes twitching. The real Qingya had blinked beside the dragon's right leg, razor claws aimed at the joint. The bone dragon hastily lifted a paw to block, blue fire swirling at its tips, the heat making the air crackle. Qingya did not retreat. Her primordial claw formed a transparent phantom that met the dragon heat-in. Boom, an explosive crash. The phantom splintered into glittering shards. The blue fire on the dragon's talons went out, and exposed joints fractured in ragged lines. The man in black sucked in a sharp breath. Pull back now. Huge bone wings beat the air as the dragon wrenched itself upward, clawing for the sky. Qingya stayed on its tail, blinking forward again and again. Each warp of space closed the gap instead of widening it. Cornered, the bone dragon spat a torrent of sapphire fire, but Qingya tore it apart with another primordial claw. Too fast. The monster could not dodge. A powerful hind leg was sliced clean off, trailing flame and splintered bone as it plummeted. Unbalanced, the dragon tumbled from the air, crashed into the ground, and carved a deep crater, dirt and dust erupting in all directions. Yet the severed bones twitched and knit together. Dragon regeneration had begun. The robed man pulled a fist-sized crimson core from his cloak and flung it into the dragon's maw. With a crunch, the dragon bit down, and its blue flames surged higher, crackling with violent pops as its aura climbed. Then the black robe ripped apart. A flick of the sleeve revealed his true form, a wraith wreathed in gray mist. Lin Yun whispered, insight. Name, Cursed Wraith. Rank, Lord, First Tier. Abilities, Soul Blade Divine, Phase Shift Supreme. The Cursed Wraith drifted to the dragon's neck, conjured a jet-black soul blade in one hand, and snarled at the group. Tonight, none of you leave here alive. Eep. The blaze wore ape's legs buckled, and it hid behind Zhou Qing and Yang Jingmiao. The lion beside them growled low, fear plain in its eyes. Every beast felt the suffocating pressure of a lord-class wraith. This wraith's reached the lord tier as well, Zhou Qing muttered, clenching her fists. 2 lords, how do we fight that? Yang Jingmiao bit her lip, worry clouding her gaze. Qingyao had the upper hand before, but 2 against 1. Maybe we all die here, Zhou Qing whispered. Run? Escaping a lord was a foolish dream. Yang Jingmiao's shoulders sagged. Lin Yun glanced at Titan, still weak beside him. Titan, any strength left? He asked softly. Bzzzt. A spark leapt, and Titan transformed into a long sword of blue-silver metal that settled in Lin Yun's palm, arcs of electricity dancing along the blade. During Qingjia's duel, it had tapped the crystal and recovered more than 20% of its power. Good. We're going in. Lin Yun tightened his grip, eyes steady. Die. The cursed wraith roared, driving the bone dragon into a dive. Night wind howled around its vast frame as the soul blade flashed a chilling black light, descending in a lethal arc toward Lin Yun's throat. Lin Yun swung his sword to parry. Clang. Metal slammed against metal, sparks spraying as the blades met, the shock numbing his forearm. He muttered, what power? In the next instant, the bone dragon's thick tail swept across with a shrill howl. The white fox, Qingya, flashed in front of Lin Yun, her snowy claws slicing sideways. Boom. The tail stalled midair, its momentum brutally diverted. After swallowing the red crystal core, the dragon's bones had grown denser, and its flame burned hotter, so Qingjia's primal claw could no longer shatter it in one blow. She switched tactics, hammering down again and again. 1, 2, 3. The claws fell like a sudden downpour, landing more than a dozen strikes in a heartbeat. Sensing she meant to break its defense by sheer volume, the dragon threw back its head and spewed dark red fire. Waves of heat roared out, but Qingya blinked aside, reappearing at its flank. The flames hit nothing. Meanwhile, the cursed soul in a black cloak lunged at Lin Yun with a spectral blade. Lin Yun stepped into his starlight footwork, weaving a glittering screen that kept the blade at bay. With refined swordsmanship and the strength he shared with Titan, he held the line. Titan was only warrior class, but their contract lent Lin Yun its power and battle armor, barely letting him fight on even terms. Counterattacking was still out of reach. The cloaked figure snorted. Let's see how long you can last. An idea struck. Lin Yun murmured, spear. Titan's massive body shrank, condensing into a jet-black spear that appeared in his hand. Because they were already at close quarters, the cursed soul had no time to react. The spear drove straight through his chest. Starlight spiraled along the shaft, tearing the specter apart and hurling him backward. His form warped, and Fedetta had taken a heavy blow. Across the field, Qingjia's battle with the bone dragon was ending. Whenever the dragon raised a claw or lashed its tail, she blinked away, forcing it onto the defensive, while each swing of her primal claw shattered more bone. Moments later, the tail vertebrae were dust, the hind legs and forelimbs splintered, and only the skull remained, spewing flames in futile rage. Qingya blinked onto the dragon's head and brought her snowy claws down. Boom. The skull exploded, the ghostly blue fire in its chest blinked out, and the colossal frame collapsed. The bone dragon was dead. Damn it. The cursed soul watched in fury and dread. He had never imagined the white fox could overpower the beast even after its enhancement. What kind of pet is that? Survival instinct took over. His wing-like black mist shot skyward. Escape first, revenge later. With a flick of her silver tail, Qingya blinked into his path. Her claws fell like chains. PFF. PFF. Each strike shredded more of the mist, his form growing thinner and weaker by the second. Qingya, hold on. I still have questions for him, Lin Yun called. The fox stopped, wrapped the soul in a swirl of silver light, and hauled him back to the ground. The cursed soul landed at Lin Yun's feet, all arrogance gone, his spectral body on the verge of collapse. Not far away, the 2 women exchanged a glance and quietly stepped back. They knew exactly what they should hear and what they shouldn't. What exactly did Xiao Guta steal back then? Lin Yun asked. The cursed soul sneered, the sound like metal scraping against metal. You think he'll cave that easily? Dream on. End me if you dare. Lin Yun didn't lose his temper. He merely tilted his head, signaling Titan. The giant mech's chassis rumbled, and the cannon on its shoulder gathered a faint energy beam. It looked harmless, yet when it neared its target, the beam shattered into countless sparks, a flurry of starlight that swarmed into the cursed soul's ethereal body like a cloud of fireflies. Hiss! The cursed soul shrieked. Even as a phantom, the pain felt real. The starlight gnawed at his spirit like a legion of ants, driving him to the brink of collapse. Talk unless you want more, Lin Yun said coolly. He'll talk, he'll talk. The cursed soul finally bowed his head. Lin Yun raised his voice for confirmation. What exactly did Xiao Guta steal? The cursed soul drew a long breath. Here's how it happened. The Hall of Phantoms is an ancient order created by sentient ghosts. Not long ago, I was assigned a special task, presiding over a sacrificial rite. As usual, We captured humans and pet beasts from everywhere to serve as offerings. When the ritual ends, the Ghost Lord grants a reward. Sometimes we get lucky rare soul crystals, herbs that boost power, even artifacts that trigger special evolution. Other times we're stuck with junk, a bundle of weeds, a slightly harder rock, or a toad uglier than any you've ever seen. Anything's possible. This time, an artifact appeared that can push a pet beast into a unique form. His voice turned furious. That was the power ID dreamed of. With it, my strength would skyrocket. I could even compete for the Hall Master's seat. But that wretch, Xiao Gutu, stole it from me. I didn't steal anything. Xiao Gutu protested, shaking his head. How did he take it? Lin Yun pressed. The cursed soul fell silent. Lin Yun glanced at him and spoke evenly. Once the ritual succeeded, the artifact appeared, but it didn't choose you. It merged with Xiao Gutu's body instead, didn't it? Xiao Gutu nodded frantically. That artifact should have been mine. I captured every last offering for that right. The cursed soul shouted, still unwilling to accept the outcome. Lin Yun chuckled. Then why not ask your Ghost Lord why it chose Xiao Gutu and not you? At the mention of the Ghost Lord, the cursed soul went mute. What does the artifact actually do? Lin Yun asked. I didn't have time to see before it was taken, the cursed soul rasped. And what is the Ghost Lord? Lin Yun continued. The deity all ghosts worship. Perform the rite, and the Ghost Lord responds. That's all I know. I swear. Then what's the story behind the Hall of Phantoms? Lin Yun pushed on. The cursed soul shook his head. I can't say. It's an ancient order you'd be wise not to provoke. Still stubborn? Lin Yun stroked Titan's massive alloy helm. Titan understood. The cannon glowed again, hurling another storm of starlight. Stop. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything. The cursed soul shrieked, breaking down. Lin Yun's voice stayed calm, leaving no room for refusal. Speak. Lin Yun began. The Hall of Wraiths is. Before he could finish, the cursed soul's body detonated, hurling black mist in every direction. The shockwave forced Lin Yun to take a reflexive half-step back. A dull gray-white soul crystal clinked to the floor, rolled twice, and finally came to rest. The cursed soul had died without hesitation, proof that the Hall's wraiths carried a built-in suicide trigger to prevent leaks. The moment a forbidden topic was touched, death was instantaneous. Lin Yun didn't dwell on it. He stooped, pocketed the crystal, then combed through the blast zone in a methodical sweep. He gathered more than 300 soul crystals of assorted sizes and stowed every one in his storage pouch. Whether for personal advancement or for sale, it was a windfall. Little Bones peeked from the shadows and nimbly climbed up Lin Yun's arm, nudging the back of his hand with its skull. So you want to be my pet? Lin Yun arched a brow. Little Bones bobbed its head eagerly, the soul fire in its eye sockets dancing with approval. I'm not looking to contract a third beast right now, Lin Yun said evenly. The words had barely landed when Little Bones panicked. It summoned a bone blade and hacked at a nearby boulder, showering shards in all directions to prove its worth. Too weak, Lin Yun said, shaking his head. A crackling hum answered as Titan powered up. Once its cannon finished charging, a single shot turned an entire patch of ground into a scorched plain, the blast wind rolling smoke back on itself. Next to that display, Little Bones' bone blade seemed feeble indeed. Little Bones wrapped its arms around Lin Yun's calf, claws locking tight in mute appeal. Lin Yun remained unmoved, and the skeleton's shoulders sagged. It turned away, dejected. All right, I was teasing, Lin Yun chuckled. Do you really want to be my third beast? The skeleton whirled, its soul fire flickering with joy, and nodded vigorously. Moments later, the contract ritual was complete. The overall power boost was negligible. Little Bones was only a common 5th rank, several tiers below Chinya, so the gain was like adding a cup of water to a pond, hardly noticeable. But once its level rose, the story would be different. We still need a name. How about Boneblade? May you become as sharp as steel. Boneblade accepted the name with evident delight. Boneblade, can you summon the artifact inside you? Lin Yun asked. Boneblade shook its head. Since the day the artifact merged into its body, it had been unable to manifest it. Lin Yun let the matter drop. Not long after leaving the tomb, Lin Yun encountered the 2 female beast tamers he had met earlier. They were still reeling. They had assumed he was an ordinary silver rank tamer, never dreaming his beasts could overpower 2 lord-level foes. This is where we part, ladies, Lin Yun said, cupping his fist in farewell. They returned the salute and departed together. After all they had seen, they had no wish to keep training in the Radiant Cemetery and decided to head straight back to Radiant County. No sooner had they left than 2 more black-robed figures appeared in the cemetery, their auras similar to that of the cursed soul. The Hall's intel says there was a huge blast here, one murmured. We'd better not screw this up. This place is prime ground for gathering wraiths. Relax, the other replied. As long as the curse holds, everything's under control. Fair enough. They advanced side by side, but when they reached the stretch of land that had been blasted flat and saw wreckage strewn everywhere, they fell silent. The 2 black-robed figures were scouts of Yuhan Hall, known respectively as Zhe and Wenny. During the day they huddled inside abandoned, crumbling houses. After nightfall they slipped out to hunt, killing living creatures of flesh and blood, devouring them slowly and stubbornly for a sliver of strength, while feeding the endless urge to slaughter that smoldered in their hearts. Fate, in its generosity, had granted them nearly limitless years, yet in its miserliness had imposed a ceiling on their power. Tonight, Zaiwo seldom ventured into Xinguang graveyard made an appearance. A mere scout, he had no right to preside over Yuhan Hall's rights, and besides, prey was scarce here. Still, an order was an order. He slipped past a rusted railing, light as mist, phased through the heavy city wall, and began to search for his target. The graveyard's bone-biting chill filled him with a heady pleasure, and his spirit surged with excitement. Suddenly Zai tensed. The ghosts of Xinguang graveyard were usually aggressive, sometimes swarming him, and he enjoyed meeting such attacks with brutal lessons of his own. Now, however, every specter had retreated into the walls, shivering, a tide of fear rolling through them. He could feel their terror down to the marrow of their souls. Find a cause first, Zai told himself, pushing aside all distractions. He searched house by house. Half the district lay upended before he admitted he had found nothing. His instinct said the problem lay with Wenny. Sure enough, a scream ripped through the night in the distance. Quick, Zai, over here. He raced toward the sound. What he saw made his soul body tremble. The altar that Yuhan Hall had painstakingly built had been flattened by an unknown, savage force. Materials as tough as fine steel were now little more than scattered debris. Every house that once crowded the altar had evaporated, leaving only a string of bottomless craters, dust hanging in the air, roof tiles ground to powder. Yuju above, Zai muttered. If that power had struck him, not even a soul crystal would have remained. Was it Zuzhou who did this? Wenny's voice quavered. Perhaps they fell here as well. Impossible, Zai said with a bitter smile. Zuzhou is Lord Class. Unless the prefect of Xinguang County came in person, no one here could touch them. Wenny still shook his head, clearly certain of Zuz's strength. Zai had no wish to argue and resumed the search. Soon he found an enormous, bone-white Skeletona bone dragon. Its wings were ground to dust, its spine snapped, its legs shattered into jagged spikes, its tail reduced to splinters. The ghostly blue flame that signified its life force had long since gone out, proclaiming a grim fact. This Lord-class bone dragon was dead. Scorched ground and seared streaks around the carcass spoke silently of a world-shaking battle fought here, one in which both the bone dragon and Zuzhou had been defeated. A Lord-class bone dragon slain, when he whispered. Zuzhou must have perished as well, Zai replied, his gaze heavy. In the silence, when he turned to him, voice hoarse. Do we still keep tracking Zai? When he hesitated. Track him? The two of us could never stand against a being like that. Chasing him is suicide. Zai snorted in disdain. What should we do then? When he asked, clearly unnerved. Report to the hall master, Zai said, flicking his sleeve. We're only scouts. When he hurried after him, he knew all too well that anyone who could kill Curse with a single strike was far beyond their reach. The caravan bound for Hao City still pushed on, but far more slowly than on the outbound trip. First, the white camels were now loaded to the brim. Second, exotic beasts kept appearing along the route. For safety, they had sent out a large number of scouts. Whenever a large beast was spotted, the entire caravan had to change course at once. Zhongming sat atop a white camel, reins in hand. If Lin Yun were here, we wouldn't have to wind around like this. Would just cut straight through. Couldn't agree more, Zhao Hana said. After the ordeal in the Devil Forest, Zhongtong's beast was still badly injured, and the others' beasts were nothing special. If they met a commander-grade creature, they couldn't possibly fight it heathen. Suddenly, a black stallion raced toward them. This was a swift horse extremely fast, but almost useless in battle, perfect for scouting. Many beast tamers with limited talent raised such utility pets and earned commissions by selling information. The rider swung down and cupped his fists. Report. 5 commander-grade beasts spotted 3 kilometers ahead. 5. Zhao Han's face tightened. Zhongming shouted, halt. Everyone halt. The servants tugged the camels to a stop. Sand rose, then quickly settled. Zhongming unrolled a goatskin map. Where exactly? Near the cliff, the scout said, pointing. Great, Zhongming muttered, brows knitting. That's the only road back to Hao City. If we avoid it, we'll lose 3 days. And if we wait, there's no telling when those beasts will move on, Zhao Hana added. Uncle, can we force our way through? Zhongming asked Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao shook his head. Would be throwing our lives away. Old Zheng's beast is half crippled, and the rest of ours can't take on 5 commander-grade beasts. So we either detour or wait, Zhong Tong said. Let's wait for now. A detour would be a nightmare, Zhongming sighed. Zhao Han's spirit sagged as well. If only Lin Yun were here. With him, those beasts wouldn't last long. Everyone nodded in silent agreement. Half a day later, a servant rushed in, breathless. Lin Yun is back. Zhongming perked up, gathered the others, and explained the situation. 5 commander-grade beasts? Lin Yun smiled. No problem. Show me the way. Zhongming led him out at once, while Zhong Tong, Zhong Tao, and the rest stayed behind to guard the camp. Led by the guide, the group reached the cliff edge. Wind howled across the summit. and the grass and shrubs bent in the gale. 5 thunderstorm goats stood steady on the rocky rim, arcs of lightning coiling around their horns as they waited for the thundergrass to ripen. Lin Yun swept his gaze around and counted roughly 25 stalks, a sizable haul for the goats. Silver-blue electricity crackled along their sharp horns, and the thundergrass glowed under the charge. Suddenly one goat caught Lin Yun's scent. Its head jerked up, lightning exploding between its horns with a sharp crack. Bah! It roared, releasing a bolt of condensed current. Titan stepped forward, raising an arm to fire a starlight cannon. The two energies met with a thunderous boom, the shock wave flinging loose stones in every direction. Naturally aggressive, the goat was enraged by the direct hit and charged straight at Titan. The other 4 goats spotted the intruders, lightning wreathing their bodies as they galloped, leaving scorched trails across the turf. Thunder still rumbled when Titan unfurled 4 shields like protective wings, then fired pinpoint bursts of starlight. The beams punched 4 or 5 holes through each goat, dropping them in an instant. In a matter of heartbeats, all 5 warrior-class thunderstorm goats were dead, their crackling aura snuffed out. Zhong Ming watched in awe. If only I had that kind of power, he thought, estimating he would need decades of training and a miracle just to glimpse such strength. Take the goats back, Lin Yun ordered. Yes, sir. Zhao Hanhe advanced with several servants. Far from pampered, she worked with practiced ease, skinning the carcasses, bundling them, and sending the meat back to the caravan. The prized horns she wrapped carefully and handed to Lin Yun. He walked to the cliff edge, crouched, and plucked a stalk of thundergrass. Currents surged over him, yet his formidable physique dispersed it with ease. A lesser beastmaster would have needed insulated tools for the task. Moments later, every stalk was tucked into his pouch, which he patted at his waist. Dust suddenly billowed on the horizon. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Birds and animals were fleeing in panic, the beasts were stampeding. The scene recalled the riot he and Wei Yueling had faced on the Gale Plains. The culprit was once again the myth-grade black serpent. A casual breath from that creature spelled disaster for the forest dwellers, and the beast tide had erupted. As the saying goes, a speck of dust in one era can be a mountain on another's shoulders. Securing the pouch, Lin Yun sprinted down the mountain path, shouting, "Move. The beasts are stampeding back to camp." Zhao Hanhe blanched. A stampede? Zhongming tensed. Run now? They raced to the caravan, spreading the alarm. Panic rippled through the ranks. A beast tide, this is trouble. Pray the losses are light. May fortune favor us. Under Zhongming's direction, everyone sprang into motion. They chose a nearby rise, hauled their supplies up, and set up a rough perimeter. Urgent footsteps and shouted orders filled the tense air. The servants stacked sandbags, stones, and anything else they could find, raising a makeshift wall for defense. Within minutes the barrier took shape. Cracks were packed with straw and mud to soften impacts. Then fistfuls of medicinal powder were scattered along the base and through the surrounding grass, releasing a sharp herbal mist. Lin Yun never stopped moving, directing workers to shore up blind spots and driving stakes himself. In no time the hilltop boasted a crude, yet serviceable fortification. A distant rumble swelled. Packs of strange beasts surged through the trees like a brown flood, knocking trunks askew. At the front, a giant ape halted, pounding the earth as its gaze fixed on the rise. One stride set off a deafening boom. Lin Yun squinted, roughly 30 meters tall, shoulders like mountains, skin traced with molten red lines that radiated heat. Every vein converged on a rocky crest atop its skull, the image of a living volcano. Insight. Name, Devastation Mountain Ape. Class, Lord, First Tier. Skills, Magma Spout Advanced, Destructive Fist Supreme, Savage Kick Intermediate. Devastation Mountain Ape. Zhao Hanhe gasped. Rumor had placed a Lord-class giant ape deep in the Dark Night Forest, and now the legend stood before them, clearly after the supplies strapped to their white camels. The ape advanced, each step quivering the ground. It stretched out an arm, reaching for a camel as if plucking a toy. What do we do? Zhongming paced in panic. Simple. Kill it, Lin Yun said evenly. Kill it. That's a Lord-class beast. Unless the city lord shows up, we're finished. Zhongming's voice shook. Just a lord. Qingya has reached that tier too. Lin Yun's tone remained calm. Zhongming stared. Qingya's form was subtly changing, her wing edges sharper, eyes glimmering dark gold. She evolved already? Zhao Hanhe drew a sharp breath. In less than a year, she went from common rank to lord class. The ape's palm descended like a falling mountain. In the same instant, Qingya vanished at teleportation. After a chain of flickers, she reappeared at the edge of the massive hand, claws shrouded in gray-black shadows. Primal talents. Rocky hide tore open, leaving a gash more than 3 meters long. Scalding magma blood fountained out, crashing against the hillside like a crimson waterfall. A servant was swept off his feet, tumbling toward the slope's edge before a comrade caught him. Hot, so hot, he cried, blistered skin bubbling. The rescuer's hand was scorched red as well. Healers rushed up, summoning luminous jellyfish that bathed the burns in gentle beams. Energy flowed like water, slowly mending flesh. Lives were spared. those scars were certain. Smoke billowed from the ape's volcanic crest as the fiery lines on its body pulsed faster. The creature was enraged. Destructive fist. Runes on its right arm bulged. The limb transformed into a blazing magma fist that slammed toward the hilltop. Qinya flashed past, stopping at its wrist. Primal talents. Gray-black claws slashed in rapid succession, cleaving through magma and biting deep into bone. Crack. Bone shattered. The Devastation Mountain ape's entire arm tore free and crashed to the ground, unleashing a wave of fire. Blood gushed, heat spiked, and the grass and trees around the rise ignited, turning the slope into a sea of flames. Qingya pressed her advantage, her claws flickering so quickly that overlapping shadows swallowed the Devastation Mountain ape's gigantic frame. In the space of a few breaths, her strikes tore deep furrows through muscle and hide, unleashing torrents of scalding blood. Moments later, the beast that had haunted countless caravans and earned a fearsome reputation crashed to the ground. Its torn carcass sprawled across the scorched earth, and blood hot as magma ignited the dirt. Flames leapt skyward, turning nearby creatures to ash amid their shrieks. Zhongming stared, speechless. That's it. It's over already? The name that had once stood for terror was now only a mangled corpse. Lin Yun withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. Zheng Tong let out a quiet sigh. As a veteran silver-tier beastmaster, he knew how hard it was to raise a companion to the Lord Ranka, had struggled for years without success, while Lin Yun had done it in 6 months. Envy and helplessness twisted in his chest, and for the first time the word weak felt painfully real. Zheng Tao's feelings were just as mixed. He had always prided himself on commanding a war general-grade beast, enough to earn deference even from the Lord of Bright Moon City. Yet Lin Yun's performance showed him what true genius looked like. There's always someone better, he told himself, reining in his pride. Qingya, don't waste such a good training opportunity, Lin Yun reminded her. Qingya growled in answer and plunged back into the remaining horde. Each sweep of her claws sent crimson lines spraying. Beasts fell one after another, and her aura kept rising. Titan rumbled after her, its body blazing hot, while Boneblade moved with careful precision, using their cover to strike safely from the flanks. The battle raged until dawn. At last the stampede subsided, leaving the ground littered with carcasses and stinking, charred soil. Qingya, drenched in blood and panting hard, slumped beside Lin Yun. Titan glowed like heated iron, its systems in overload. Boneblade had gained the most. It advanced to ordinary rank 7. Boneblade slash rose to the intermediate level, and it awakened the sharpness trait, letting it extend even keener edges that sliced flesh with ease. Zhongming, help gather the bodies, Lin Yun ordered. On it. Zhongming answered, organizing the others without delay. 7 days later, the party was back on the road to Bright Moon City. Beast attacks grew more frequent along the way. Whatever disaster brewed deep in the forest was spreading, driving the monsters into a frenzy. When they reached the gates, a dense crowd of residents had already gathered, a sea of anxious faces stretching as far as the eye could see. They were all celebrating the hero's return. The people of the slums, men, women, and children were the most stirred. Moments ago they had prepared to die when the city fell, and now hope stood before them, their gratitude nearly spilling from their eyes. The white camel pushed slowly through the crowd. Half lounging in the saddle, Lin Yun stretched and smiled. We finally made it back. Qingya perched lightly on the camel's back, bright eyes sparkling with excitement as it gave a soft trill. It had missed Li Yuer's cooking. Although it had eaten its fill on the road, nothing compared with the chef's careful seasoning. Inside Lin Yun's pack, Titan snored away while Boneblade poked out its head, blinking curiously at the unfamiliar streets. Ahead, 1 man and 1 beast blocked the road with quiet authority. It was Zhao Tianzong, Lord of Hao City, his giant rhinoceros companion clad in armor riddled with cracks. Zhao Tianzong stepped forward, bowed slightly, and called out, "Thank you, all of you. On behalf of every citizen of Hao City, welcome home." Only then did Lin Yun notice the thick bandage on Zhao Tianzhong's right arm, the sharp scent of herbs drifting from it. "Lord Zhao, your injury?" Lin Yun asked. Zhao Tianzhong gave a rueful smile. "I went exploring Nightfall Forest a few days ago and overestimated myself. Ran into something nasty and took a beating. Even gold-rank warriors are ants before certain powers. This is the price of arrogance." He motioned ahead. "Come. A banquet is waiting to wash the dust from your journey." They entered the city's finest restaurant. Lanterns lit the private room, and platters of food covered the table. Seated, Zhao Tianzhong turned to Zhao Hanha. "Tell us how the trip went." Starting from the caravan's departure, Zhao Hanha recounted the journey. Everyone held their breath, emotions rising and falling with her story. The dangers the caravan faced were far beyond what anyone imagined. When she described Lin Yun wiping out every mountain stronghold alone, the room echoed with a collective gasp. Zhao Tianjing exclaimed, "A hero in his youth. Those bandits plagued Xinguang Prefecture for years, and our troops failed to root them out, yet Lin Yun destroyed them in one stroke. Magnificent." Zhong Dachuan slapped the table in delight. From now on, none of our clans will pay tribute to that scum again. Lin Yun, a toast to you. Lin Yun raised his glass politely, but took only a small sip of liquor. Zhao Hanhe continued. When she mentioned the Sun clan hiking prices, Zhong Dachuan swore, curse them. The Sun family is trash. Zhao Tiansheng's expression darkened, and the merchants who dealt with the Suns seethed as well. Had these supplies not arrived, how US City would have been doomed. How did you resolve it? Zhong Dachuan pressed. Zhao Hanhe explained. By the time she finished, Zhao Tiansheng's gaze had grown even more solemn. Even Hellord of How US City was little more than a formality to the great families of Xinguang. Yet they had sold strategic goods at the original price, clearly for Lin Yun's sake. The eyes around the room shifted toward Lin Yun, subtle yet changed. The young man before them was already someone the Xinguang aristocracy treated with respect. When Zhao Hanhe spoke of the beast tide, Zhao Tianzheng could no longer sit. He sprang to his feet. Lin Yun, your white fox has reached lord tier? Correct, Lin Yun answered. Zhao Tianzheng froze, then drew a deep breath. He knew very well what it meant for someone so young to stand as a gold rank beastmaster. As the banquet drew to an end, the guests headed off in different directions. Zhong Dachuan sidled up to Lin Yun with a sly smile and lowered his voice. Lin Yun, is there someone special in your life? I have a niece. Zhong Lingminch is gentle and well-bred. How about I arrange for you two to meet? More than a few people around the table clicked their tongues in silence. This old fox was trying to rope Lin Yun in. If a marriage really came about, the Zhong clan would soar. Lin Yun shook his head without hesitation. No thanks. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Very well, forget I mentioned it, Zhong Dachuan said readily, though he still added politely. If you ever need anything, my door is always open. After the pleasantries, everyone dispersed. Lin Yun headed home with his 3 beasts in tow. From the breast pocket of his jacket, Boneblade poked out a head the size of a child's palm. Its obsidian eyes spun about, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings with unabashed curiosity. As soon as the door opened, Liueru cried out in delight. Old Lin, Zioyan's back. Lin Chun hurried out, grabbed his son by the shoulders, and flushed with emotion. Thank heavens you're home. Your mother's been worried sick since the day you left. Lin Yun snorted and slung his pack over the back of a chair. With my strength, what could possibly happen? You worry too much. Lin Chun feigned a complaint. I kept telling her you'd be fine, but she wouldn't listen and fretted day after day. Now that you're here in the flesh, maybe she can finally relax. Embarrassed by her husband's teasing, Liueru muttered, the city's been a mess lately. Anyone would worry. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. What's been going on in Haoyue City? Liueru lowered her voice and laid it all out. A few days ago, ghosts crawled out of the cemetery and killed several coffin makers. The city guard managed to put them down, but every time those spirits appear, somebody dies. Beastmasters who went out to train have vanished. Most of them are probably dead. And in the slums, some people were tempted by beastmen, drank a potion, and mutated into beastmen themselves. The guard shot more than a dozen of them on the spot. People are dying every day. How could I not worry? The air grew tense for a moment. Then Lin Yun pointed at his pocket. Enough about that for now. Let me introduce you. This is Boneblade, my 3rd beast. He lifted the creature between 2 fingers. Its tiny claws pawed at the air before it finally curled into a wary ball. Liueru stared in astonishment. Your 3rd beast? Old Lin, I remember hearing you can't form a 3rd contract unless one of your beasts reaches lord rank, right? That's right, Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Otherwise the beast seal can't take the strain of a triple contract and will backfire. Liueru nearly lost her balance. So Qingya is already lord rank? As an ordinary woman, she had only ever heard of the city lord reaching that level. Knowing her own son had done it left her reeling. Lin Chun was equally stunned. In Haoyue City, no one besides the city lord has ever raised a beast to the lord tier. Liueru soon leaned in to study Boneblade's odd form. What does it eat? She asked softly. Lin Yun spread his hands. Mostly meat. The only plants it'll touch are medicinal herbs. Don't worry about dinner, mother. We just ate at the restaurant, Lin Yun said. All right. Liueru untied the apron she had just fastened, hung it back on the wall hook, and patted the dust from her hands. The room grew quiet. Lin Yun noticed Boneblade still crouched in the corner, body stiff. He walked over and flicked the creature's armored brow with a fingertip. Come on, loosen up, will you? Boneblade shivered. A red gleam pulsed between its seams. Liueru gave a gentle laugh. It's fine. Give it a little time to settle in. Just then Lin Chen burst through the door with an armful of straw and planks. Want me to build it a little nest, like the ones for Qingya and Titan? Lin Yun nodded. Granted permission, Lin Chen set to work. Tools clanged, and before long a simple shelter stood in the corner. Boneblade flicked its tailbone, curled up inside, and at last seemed at ease. Dawn broke, pale the next morning. A messenger hawk alighted on the windowsill, a palm-sized jade box tied to its talents payment for Lin Yun's escort mission, a chaos fruit. News of rampaging beast hordes still sounded grim, but with Qingya beside him, Lin Yun felt no fear. Outside, dew beaded on the grass. Lin Yun faced Qingya and issued his first command. Don't level up yet. Concentrate on your clone technique. Yep. Kinjia's ears shot up in acknowledgement. Titan, head out with Boneblade. It's only at ordinary rank, keep an eye on it. SC's yes, CZ. Lightning danced across Titan's feathers as it swooped down. Boneblade vaulted half a meter, landed on Titan's broad head with 2 sharp clicks, and the great bird glided toward the woods to hunt for training targets. Lin Yun pulled out a dark blue skill stone, ground it to powder, mixed it with water, and held the cup to Kinjia's muzzle. Drink this, then start. Qingya tipped her head back and drank it all. Good. Use temporal clone. A whirl of gray-white light spiraled around her, and an identical white fox crawled from a miniature rift. The copy's aura was noticeably weaker. Even its gait was awkward. Lin Yun drew a wooden sword, stance firm. All right, attack me. Both foxes charged, one quick, one slow. The clone lagged, almost clumsy. The forms of Starry Sky swordplay lived in Lin Yun's muscles. With clean arcs, he parried their twin assault. Abruptly, Qingya halted, fur bristling, and snapped at her clone. Yip, how can you be so slow? I struck over there, and you still followed me. Yip, slow? You're the clueless one, the clone shot back. You gave me barely any power, of course I can't break the master's guard. Who do you think summoned you, huh? Show some respect. Oh yeah? Try me. With that scrap of strength? One swipe and I'd shatter you. So you admit the skills lam, no wonder I'm weak. Strength isn't the issue. You've got zero teamwork. They'll do things my way, stop bossing me around. The 2 foxes bristled, trading snarls until the scene verged on chaos. A vein throbbed at Lin Yun's temple. Idiot fox, if she ever summons more, he'll have a battlefield on my hands. He strode forward, seized the scruff of the original with one hand and the clone with the other, yanked them apart, and tapped each forehead. No fighting. Both foxes fell silent at once. Speak up. What are you 2 arguing about? Lin Yun asked. The 2 white foxes immediately gestured with their forepaws, and on the left, one on the right hand let out low, muffled whimpers almost in unison. Thanks to their long time together and the mental link formed by their contract, Lin Yun quickly caught the gist of their complaints. He turned first to the fox on the right, his voice calm. You're a summoned clone, which means you must obey the original without question. Under no circumstances may you argue with your master. Wu the clone opened its mouth to protest, but Lin Yun cut it off. Can you do that? The fox finally lowered its head, indicating it understood. Next, Lin Yun faced Qingya. The clone had growled at its mistress in grievance, insisting it was only following orders, yet Qingya had still blamed it, so it fought back. Lin Yun spoke sternly. As for you, the failed operation is your responsibility. As the primary body, you can never shirk accountability. Even if the clone is weaker, it's up to you to analyze the failure, refine your commands, and develop a strategy that suits you. Who made the mistake doesn't matter. What matters is how you correct it and keep it from happening again. Kinjia's ears flattened against her head. She bowed, ashamed. She had understood. The problem lay not with the clone, but with her own poor leadership. She stepped forward, dipped her head, and apologized. The clone wagged its tail in response, and the rift between them vanished. Seeing the moment was right, Lin Yun cleared his throat. No one is perfect, and no fox is flawless. Mistakes are inevitable as long as you learn from them. Now, let's keep honing that clone technique. Qingya and her clone went back to work. Pounce, dodge, tear, sweep, their actions flowed together, yet they still couldn't breach Lin Yun's defense. After the lecture, Qingya no longer blamed the clone. Instead, she calmly analyzed the clone's approach angles, her own support timing, and the rhythm of their offense and defense. With each review, Fox and Shadow grew more in sync, and the skill's power rose steadily. After several rounds, the clone dissolved into motes of light. Qingya panted, rested briefly, and summoned another. The new fox retained none of its predecessor's memories, but clear instructions let it replicate the same tactics, and their coordination remained solid. By mid-afternoon, the sun had slid westward. After 4 consecutive summons, Qingya lay exhausted on the ground. The skill consumed enormous energy. Even as a Lord-class beast, she could barely cast it 4 times, and the skill's rank hadn't improved. To raise it, she would have to grind it endlessly. The more uses, the better. Lin Yun frowned slightly. The road ahead would be both tedious and long. Just then, Titan returned carrying Boneblade. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yun pulled up their status panels. Name, Iron Wall Titan. Rank, Warrior Stage 7. Skills, Starfall Downgrade, Hardened, Leap, Brush with Death Downgrade, Sacred Force Field Downgrade, Radiation, Luminescent Particles, Starlight Barrage Downgrade, Carpet Bombardment. Available forms, Longsword, Broadsword, Spear, Shield, Armor. After the recent trials, Titan had advanced to Warrior Stage 7. Name, Little Bones Boneblade. Rank, Common Stage 8. Skills, Hypnosis Intermediate, Target Tracking, Boneblade Sever Intermediate, Sharp, Substitute Intermediate. Boneblade had also advanced, reaching Common Stage 8. Both Hypnosis and Substitute had risen to Intermediate level. More importantly, Hypnosis had awakened a new trait, Target Tracking, allowing it to lock onto a target before attacking and pursue the enemy relentlessly. Boosting a skill's accuracy is undeniably practical. Lin Yun mulled it over for a long time, but still drew a blank, so he gave up. Forget it. He'll ask Chairman Tian when I get back. He's well-read. Maybe he has a solution. With that, he called his 3 beasts and started for home. Along the way, Qingya staggered with fatigue, and the moment they crossed the threshold she dove into her little nest, curled up, and fell fast asleep. Little Bone bounced over to Lin Yun, his bright eyes glued to the chessboard, fascinated by every move. Titan landed steadily on the windowsill, folded its 4 wings, and slipped into hibernation. Once everything was settled, Lin Yun headed straight to the Beastmaster League, intent on asking Tian Kong how to train high-consumption skills. The towering spire loomed above him, its massive doors shut tight. Lin Yun knocked, but no sound came from within. Lin Yun, looking for Chairman Tian? A familiar voice sounded behind him. Gao Ming approached with a stack of paperwork. He took his beasts out. When will he be back? A week at the earliest, a few months at the latest. The assignment is tricky. Gao Ming sighed. Is it urgent? Not really. I just have some questions about training beasts and wanted his advice, Lin Yun replied. Gao Ming nodded. I'm only a bronze rank beastmaster, but I've been with the league for years and I've seen a lot. If you don't mind, maybe I can help. Lin Yun laid out his dilemma in detail. Gao Ming thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. There is a way. Tell me. Lin Yun perked up. Several top beast-taming clans in the Empire use something called a power-sharing array. It temporarily channels the stamina of auxiliary beasts into the target beast, giving it an extra pool of endurance and speeding up skill training, Gao Ming explained, then paused. But, what's the catch? It's expensive, Gao Ming said with a wry smile. The materials alone cost 300 taels, and the array lasts only a day. The higher the beast's rank, the more it multiplies, and you still have to hire beastmasters. The fees are outrageous. Lin Yun exhaled in relief. Money was the least of his worries. After looting one stronghold after another, he was sitting on a mountain of silver that finally had a use. Set it up, he said simply. First I need to know your beast's rank to price the materials. First tier lord, Lin Yun replied truthfully. Gao Ming's breath caught, shock rippling through him. In just a few days Lin Yun's beast had broken into the Lord Tyran outrageous pace. He swallowed his surprise and calculated quickly. For a lord-level beast, the array will cost 5 million taels per day. Can you live with that number? 5 million taels. I can live with that. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then nodded. Very well. They'll find you a suitable gold-rank beastmaster, Gao Ming said respectfully. Thank you. Lin Yun cupped his fists. Think nothing of it. The next day, at dawn, Lin Yun led his 3 beasts back into the night forest. Days of constant fighting and tempering had hardened Boneblade's soulfire. By midday it finally broke through to ordinary tier 9. Day 3. After returning to the makeshift camp, Lin Yun laid out the prepared materials and began mixing an evolution serum. Several field experiments had made his technique flawless. Heat, ratios, and stirring rhythm were all exact. In less than half an hour, a vial of dark green liquid laced with purple streaks was ready. Boneblade swallowed the serum. Fine cracks spread across its white skeleton, and black ghost fire gushed from the fissures. Within a few breaths, thick bone armor entwined with dark flames, its aura surging evolution complete. Commander, Tier 1. 1. Hypnosis Dream Dive Intermediate. Doubles the target's sleep duration and greatly lowers the chance of awakening. 2. Boneblade/Boneblade Array Intermediate. Instantly splits into multiple blades, forming a sword array cutting field. 3. New Awakening Spectral Fire Basic. Spews black flames that sear the enemy. Name, Spectral Flame Boneblade. Rank, Commander Tier 1. Skills, Dream Dive Intermediate. Homing Boneblade Array Intermediate. Razor Sharp Substitute Intermediate Spectral Fire Basic. Its appearance changed as well. A layer of pitch black flames now wreathed the bone armor, while its eyes and fangs burned with the same dark fire, crackling with every slight movement. ZZZZZT. Titan lugged its heavy alloy shield over to Lin Yun, the lightning sigil at the tip pointing right. Following its cue, Lin Yun saw Qingya lying prone, ears flattened, panting hard. Her stamina was spent, yet she still forced herself to maintain her clone skill. What a stubborn little fox. Lin Yun grumbled, but he still went over and rubbed her head. If you're out of juice, take a break. No rush. ZZZZT Titan crackled in agreement. Boneblade's flames hissed quietly, offering comfort. Wu Qingya's eyes were defiant. She wanted to press on. Easy now. Pushing too hard will only backfire. Lin Yun coaxed, but she kept shaking her head. Keep this up and he'll get mad. He put on a mock frown. Qingya stopped at once and dove into his arms, nuzzling him. All right, that's enough for today. Let's head home. Titan and Boneblade nodded together. Qingya, still itching for battle, let Lin Yun pinch her scruff and fell in line. 2 days later, after non-stop practice and tweaks, Qingya's clone skill finally reached intermediate level and gained the half-cost trait. For a spell spam fox like her, it was a game changer. Lin Yun knew, however, that every future step would be tougher than the last. That afternoon, Gao Ming arrived, dusty from the road. Lin Yun, I found a gold rank beastmaster who fits the bill, but there's a snag. Anyone who's reached gold rank is no ordinary figure. If we want their help, we have to put enough on the table, or they won't be moved. How much are they asking? Lin Yun asked. Gao Ming laid it out. He had located 6 gold rank beastmasters in total. 3 of them quoted 20 million taels each, while the other 2 asked for 8 million apiece, bringing the total to 76 million taels. To Gao Ming, the figure was astronomical. As a bronze rank beastmaster, he scraped together maybe 1 million taels a year and only with the right connections. Now he had to produce more than 70 times that amount in a single payment. The thought alone was terrifying. When Gao Ming relayed the quotes, he went straight to Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely nodded. The price is fine. What about the 6th beastmaster? Lin Yun asked. He's a special case, Gao Ming replied softly. Mu Gang from Night Demon Prefecture, gold rank. His beast is already Lord class tier 2. He can stay only 5 days because of personal business, but he's willing to work for 5 million taels. If that doesn't suit you, we can forget it. No problem, Lin Yun agreed at once. The more gold rank beastmasters, the faster Qinya could refine her skills. Money could always be earned again, lost time never returned. Besides, gold and silver were the last things he lacked. He reached into his storage pouch, pulled out a thick bundle of banknotes, and slapped it on the table. 81 million taels, will that cover everything? Gao Ming's pupils contracted at the sight of the pile, a miniature mountain of notes. He had never seen so much money in his life, and felt a surge of envy. True strength really did put earning power on a different scale. More than enough. He'll take it back and contact them immediately. He practically buried himself in the stack, wrapped his arms around the mountain, and staggered out, drawing countless curious looks from passers-by. At dawn the next day, 6 gold-rank beastmasters arrived in Bright Moon City and headed straight for Lin Yun. An array master from the Beastmasters Alliance came with them. The moment they reached the site, he began laying out the formation. Each beast stood at a point of a hexagram, and several crystals were driven into the array's core. The array master then fastened small iron rings etched with runes around Qing Ya's 4 limbs. All set. You may begin. Everyone, have your beasts output at full strength. At his command, all 6 beasts unleashed their power. The rings on Qing Ya's paws lit up, and torrents of energy flooded into her body, her aura climbing rapidly. At the same moment, the 6 beasts within the formation cried out in pain, their bodies shuddering violently. What's happening? Is the array malfunctioning? Stop it now. The beastmasters turned pale, trying to pull their beasts back. The array master knelt to inspect the setup, whispered a few words to Gao Ming, then straightened. The array is functioning normally. Normally? My night bat's about to collapse. Mu Gang's eyes narrowed. His voice was low. Gao Ming, explain. All eyes fixed on Gao Ming. This is normal, he said after a deep breath. All of your beast's power is being transferred away. Nonsense. A woman slammed the table. I've done transfer jobs before. Me beast has never been in this much pain or this weak. Realization flashed in Mu Gang's eyes. You're saying this white fox's capacity already exceeds the combined power of our 6 Lord-class beasts, so it drained them dry in an instant? Exactly, Gao Ming confirmed with a solemn nod. A hush fell over the room. Everyone stared at Lin Yun and Qinya as though they were looking at monsters. The moment 6 Lord-tier contract beasts stepped onto the spell circle, all their strength vanished. How was that even possible? As a gold-rank beastmaster, Mu Gang had roamed far and wide and believed he had seen it all, having faced countless Lord-level creatures. Yet the sight before him chilled him to the bone. Never had he encountered a peer with power this overwhelming. He muttered under his breath, what kind of monster is that? The other 5 beastmasters were just as shaken, their gazes locking onto the silver-white fox at the center of the array. Blue runes flickered across the floor. Night Bat, Holy Boar, Tidal Rage King, Greenblade Grass, Twisted Saint Soul, and Flower of the Night, each of them capable of upheaving an entire region, now lay prone, breathing weakly. They looked as if someone had drained the very marrow from their bones. On the far side of the formation, the white fox prowled through the shimmering barrier, spiritual energy surging and snowy fur bristling, brimming with vitality. Several formation specialists hurried over to Gao Ming and whispered among themselves. His brow creased before he raised his voice. At this rate, your beasts won't last much longer. So what do we do? Mu Gang asked, half frightened, half angry. Who knew that fox would be this strong? A female beastmaster, Lin Yun, frowned. No one told us we'd be up against something like that. The others chimed in, and the tension spiked. Gao Ming lifted a hand. Please, calm down. I have a suggestion, hear me out. Speak. If it's reasonable. Well, listen, Mu Gang said. I want your beasts to take a special elixir. It will boost their power for a short time, long enough to keep them on their feet, Gao Ming explained. Absolutely not. Lin Yun snapped. Most enhancers have nasty side effects. I won't risk my beast. Mu Gang shook his head too. Gao Ming, I'm here to make money, not throw my life away. This is a new mild formula from the Beastmaster Alliance, Gao Ming insisted. I stake the Alliance's honor that the side effects are minimal. Silence fell. If Gao Ming invoked the Alliance's name and anything went wrong, He would be the first one they held accountable. Clearly, he wasn't bluffing. Seizing the moment, Gao Ming looked toward Lin Yun in the corner. Lin Yun, will you cover the cost of the elixirs? How much? Lin Yun asked. 100,000 per vial. Only 100,000? Lin Yun nodded without hesitation. Payment settled. Gao Ming hurried off to the alliance and soon returned with a silver lockbox. Inside, 6 slender vials glimmered pale green. He handed them out one by one. Mu Gang poured the potion into Night Bat's mouth. Violet veins raced across its wing membranes as its aura surged. The other 5 beasts also revived, their combined strength doubling in an instant. Mu Gang sighed in relief and checked the bat's condition. That should do it. No problems on my end. Lung Mingyun agreed, studying her flower of the night, her tone softening. But only moments later the 6 beasts collapsed onto the circle again, just as weak as before, unable even to lift their heads. No way their power was doubled. How is this still happening? Lung Mingyun gasped, stunned. Mu Gang stared at the seemingly harmless 3-tailed white fox in the center of the clearing, stunned. The savage aura of a Lord-class beast clashed with its gentle appearance, shattering his preconceptions. How US City was just an obscure little place he had never even heard of, yet it had produced such a young and terrifying beastmaster. The air felt muted. Everyone held their breath and fixed their eyes on the fox. Gao Ming was equally shocked. He clearly remembered that Qingya had only just advanced from general to lord rank. A new-made pet should have a weak foundation and be no match for seasoned peers. Yet the creature before him defied all logic, accepting the power poured into it without the slightest strain. After drawing more than a dozen deep breaths, Gao Ming steadied himself and suggested, boost every pet's strength to 4 times its normal level. 4 times that was already dangerous. Even so, the other beastmasters agreed. First, the potion's side effects were mild. Second, they all wanted to see the white fox's limits. Gao Ming looked at Lin Yun. What do you think, Lin Yun? No objections, Lin Yun replied calmly. The array masters hurried about, feeding the enhancer potion to the pets. To be safe, they did it one animal at a time, watching to see whether Qingya could handle the extra power. If anything went wrong, they would stop the infusion at once. The night bat gulped the draft first, while Qingya remained utterly unmoved. The second beast, the third up to the 6th Lord class, pet were all pushed to 4 times their combat power. Moments later the 6 pets collapsed, drained, and the white fox had absorbed every shred of their strength. Silence fell. Mu Gang's hands trembled, and Lung Mingyun was equally shaken. 6 Lord rank pets at quadruple power were still within Qingya's tolerance. Fear spread through the crowd. Gao Ming had no choice but to say, increase it further. The gold-tier beastmasters nodded in unison. 5 times, 6 all the way to 10, and Qingya still absorbed it with ease. Not until the power reached 20 times did Lung Ninjian's holy light boar let out a pained grunt, trembling uncontrollably, unable to hold on. Gao Ming hurriedly called a halt, afraid the beasts inside the formation would die. Fortunately, the pets were no longer as feeble as before. Gao Ming judged they could last another day and offered a fairly moderate assessment. No time to waste, let's begin, Mu Gang urged. Lin Yun nodded and issued the combat order to Qingya. The 3-tailed white fox let out a low growl, its tails lifting as it activated its mirror image skill. A dark spatial vortex bloomed, and another 3-tailed fox stepped out, greeting Lin Yun with an excited yip. Then a second, a third, bursting with energy. Qingya summoned 10 copies in one breath, lining them up in a neat row. Is that a physical clone or a virtual one? Mu Gang couldn't help asking. Physical, Lin Yun replied succinctly. Mu Gang's face tightened. A physical clone. Virtual clones were common and only good for distraction, but physical clones could truly fight. The more you had, the stronger you became, and the interference effect was far greater. Incredible, Lung Mingyun said, envy flashing in her eyes. But clone-type skills are notoriously hard to master. 11 white foxes blinked into view and gathered around Lin Yun. One nudged his leg with its head, and he bent to rub its silky skull. Another fox grumbled in protest. Okay, I know you want one too. 1 head pat per fox. Lin Yun laughed and gave each of them the same gentle pat, sending the little crowd off satisfied. He ruffled Qingya's smooth fur. Qingya, we have to push hard today. Yep, Qingya answered, full of spirit. Lin Yun then tapped the drowsy Titan beside him. Sparks crackled across the metal shell as Titan opened its eyes with a sullen buzz. Up in at M, tin can. Lin Yun knocked lightly on its steel forehead. With a sudden roar of wings, Titan took off. Shield mode, defensive formation, Lin Yun ordered. Blue light flared, and a massive shield materialized in his hand. He strode to the center of the clearing and signaled Qingya. Begin. Every Qingya clone sprang into action. White streaks crossed and lunged, claws flashing in wave after wave. Lin Yun spun the shield in tight arcs, blocking everything. Qingya shifted rhythms and tactics after every setback, adjusting on the fly. As the minutes passed, the fox's attacks grew fiercer and more devious, striking from angles Lin Yun barely anticipated. He met them all, the giant shield a whirling wall of steel. The brutal exchange drove Qing Ya's growth at a breakneck pace. The training burned far more stamina than usual, but she gritted her teeth, unwilling to waste the rare chance. After roughly an hour, Qing Ya's clone skill finally advanced from intermediate to advanced and awakened a new trait, power equilibrium. From now on, each clone would match the original's full strength, while stamina consumption stayed the same. Lin Yun checked the result and beamed. Qing Ya's combat ability had just skyrocketed. Her clones used to be only half as strong. That weakness was gone for good. At that moment, Mu Gang called out, "Lin Yun, can we pause for a second?" "Sure." Lin Yun walked over and saw Mu Gang's nightbat curled on the ground, exhausted. Mu Gang quickly produced a stamina potion and fed it to the beast. The bat's eyes brightened. It flapped its wings and hovered again, ready to continue. "Sorry, Nightbat just came out of a tough battle and its stamina's shot." Mu Gang apologized. "No problem." Lin Yun smiled, and the training resumed. Qingya kept summoning clones. As her skill rank rose, the energy cost fell sharply, and this time she conjured 20 snow-white foxes. The clearing filled with sleek shapes. Their silver fur flashed coldly in the sunlight. They lifted their heads, growled, and touched noses in greeting, turning the place lively at once. Mu Gang swept the field and frowned. "Lung Mingyun, did the number just double? I'm sure there were only 10 before." "You saw right," Lung Mingyun replied in a low voice. "The white fox's skill rank has risen again." "That's way too fast." Mu Gang drew a sharp breath. He had taken part in plenty of similar missions and met talented heirs from the great clans, but he had never seen a beast rise 2 ranks in such a short time. At this pace, her Beastmaster talent is almost certainly scraped probably the very top, Lung Mingyun said, lowering his voice further. Hearing that, several nearby gold-tier Beastmasters glanced at Lin Yun with new seriousness. Lin Yun gave the foxes their orders. "Same as before, attack me with everything you've got." All 20 foxes dipped their heads, claws skimming the ground as snow-white shadows burst forward. With twice the numbers, Lin Yun felt the pressure mount. Fortunately, Titan shifted into battle armor form, greatly boosting his strength, and the giant shield's staggering defense let him withstand the combined assault. Training continued. Qing Ya's gaze never wavered as she sent wave after wave of foxes, tireless. By noon her skill broke through again, leaping from high to peak tier. Her clone limit rose to 30, and their overall power climbed another step. "Her Beastmaster talent is definitely top tier," Lung Mingyun murmured. 2 breakthroughs in half a day, terrifying, Mu Gang agreed. Not long into the afternoon, a shadow bat wobbled down inside the warding array. The array keeper shouted, "Pause. It can't hold on." Mu Gang hurried over, checked the creature, and relaxed when he found no serious harm. He turned to Lin Yun with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, my beast can't keep going. Under normal conditions it lasts 3 or 4 days, but these foxes are just too strong." "No problem, let it rest," Lin Yun said, waving a hand. Even as a gold-tier master, Mu Gang treated the young man with utmost respect. Lin Yun looked around. "If any other beast is near its limit, say so. Don't force it." After checking, the remaining masters confirmed their beasts were fine, so Qingya pressed on, her strength still climbing. Toward evening, her skill finally broke into the divine tier. 50 white foxes appeared at once, a carpet of silver flooding the clearing. Worse yet, she unlocked a new trait, sacrifice. A clone could self-destruct, the blast twice its own power, though Qingya would be left weakened afterward. It was the perfect last-ditch strike. Mu Gang couldn't hold back. "Lin Yun, is your beast skill peak tier now, or divine?" "Divine," Lin Yun answered calmly. "Divine." Mu Gang's mind reeled. Aonati is sent to the divine tier. Lung Mingyun's heart, too, was anything but calm. No way has ascended to divine tier in just 1 day. The shout ignited the crowd, and a tide of chatter rose and fell. They had all taken similar tempering quests before. Some lasted a month. Others dragged on for years, yet none of them had ever heard of anyone forging a pet skill to god tier in a mere 24 hours. "My beast's best skill is only top tier," someone blurted, stunned. "Good heavens, how frightening must his talent be?" Another whispered. Under countless gazes, Lin Yun stood straight and composed. Once the shock faded, curiosity in those eyes slowly gave way to awe. "I swear, he's the most gifted beastmaster I've ever met," Mu Gang muttered. Usually proud, he lowered his head without hesitation. "I've never admired anyone in my life, Lin Yun, but you have my respect." Lung Mingyun, a gold-rank beastmaster herself, set aside her pride as well, her eyes tinged with genuine admiration. Gao Ming, already prepared, tapped his wristwatch and sent the agreed payment to every beastmaster's account. "Thank you all for your hard work today," Lin Yun said, sweeping his gaze around the group. "As the host, I'd like to treat everyone to a meal." No one refused. They headed off with their beasts in tow, marching into the busiest restaurant in the city. The private room was bright and spacious, and the chef's skills were impressive. As rich aromas filled the air, several beasts craned their necks to sniff, drawing chuckles from the crowd. By the meal's end, every plate was empty, and both humans and beasts were thoroughly satisfied. Lin Yun, my bat's exhausted thanks to you, Mu Gang joked, lifting his bowl. And making up for it at this table. Watch your wallet, Lin Yun, Lung Mingyun teased, hiding a smile behind her hand. Lin Yun merely laughed, clearly unconcerned. During the meal, Lung Mingyun deliberately sat beside him, raising her glass. Congratulations on pushing your pet's skill to divine tier. A toast to you. Thanks, Lin Yun replied, polite yet distant. Seeing he wasn't much for small talk, Lung Mingyun took the lead in conversation. Lin Yun answered only sporadically, but she remained undeterred, growing even more enthusiastic. Across the table, two other gold-rank beastmasters stole admiring glances at Lung Mingyun. Realizing they had no chance against Lin Yun, they abandoned the idea as soon as it surfaced. The banquet ended in a relaxed, cheerful mood. Once their strength returned, everyone said their farewells. The night air was cool, street lamps dim. As Lin Yun walked back with his beast, he heard footsteps behind him and turned to see Lung Mingyun. Aren't you staying at the inn? He asked, puzzled. I've got a friend in Haoyue City, she said lightly. He'll sleep at her place. All right, take care on the road. Lin Yun nodded. Lung Mingyun felt a flash of annoyance. Men usually chased her. Now that she took the initiative, he showed no reaction. Unwilling to give up, she let her foot falter and leaned into him. Lin Yun caught her at once. Clutching her forehead, she feigned pain. I'm a little dizzy. Dizzy? Lin Yun frowned. The restaurant served only ordinary liquor, nothing that should affect a gold-rank beastmaster. Lung Mingyun forced a smile and lied. My beast companion was badly hurt a while ago, and I took some of the backlash myself. That's why. Lin Yun's expression tightened. Are you all right? Do you want me to call a doctor in Haoyue City? I'm fine, she answered, her voice faint as she shook her head. Lin Yun, I have a favor to ask. Could you walk me home? My friend's place is all the way out on XX Street. The name alone sounded remote. Lin Yun hesitated, then nodded. They had only gone a few blocks when a flash of silver-white caught their eyes. A girl with snow-white hair, skin like porcelain, and clear, bright eyes appeared. A pair of playful little fangs peeked from her smile. Lin Yun. Lung Mingyun's pupils shrank. She had never thought herself plain, yet standing before this girl she felt an inexplicable inferiority. The white-haired girl hurried over, her gaze sweeping over Lung Mingyun. Lin Yun, who is she? Lin Yun explained everything and suggested Yu Ling escort Lung Mingyun home. Wei Yueling breathed a silent sigh of relief at the misunderstanding and agreed readily. Sure. No, that's all right, Lung Mingyun said quickly, waving her hands. I can manage. The headache's almost gone. Yu Ling's presence, her looks, her aura made Lung Mingyun feel even more awkward. Really? Wei Yueling checked once more. Really? Sorry to trouble you. Lung Mingyun forced a smile. Then, Lin Yun, let's head back, Wei Yueling said, naturally hooking her arm through his, a quiet claim of ownership. Lin Yun didn't pull away, and Yu Ling's heart fluttered with delight. Lung Mingyun watched them leave. After a long moment, she sighed softly. She wasn't worthy of Lin Yun. An unfamiliar sense of defeat washed over her, and she stood there in silence. A cool night breeze drifted over the stone-paved road as Lin Yun and Wei Yueling walked side by side. How do you know her? Wei Yueling asked. She doesn't look local. Lin Yun gave a brief account of Qinya. Wei Yueling's expression shifted. Qinya was already at the Lord tier and had honed a clone-type skill to the divine level. The gap between her and Lin Yun had widened again. She steeled herself to work even harder. Suddenly Lin Yun tilted his head. Yuling, are you hiding something under your clothes? No, why? Wei Yueling blinked innocently. When my arm brushed you just now, I felt something hard, like a little stone. A little stone? She glanced at him, then down at herself. Realization hit, and her cheeks flamed. What's wrong? Your face is bright red. Lin Yun leaned closer in concern. It's nothing, she stammered. That wasn't a stone. It's... What is it? Lin Yun pressed. Oh, stop asking. You're so annoying. Mortified, Wei Yueling shoved him and gave his leg a playful kick. Lin Yun staggered. Come on. Yuling, what is it? I didn't do anything. You were so annoying. If you ask again, I'm not talking to you. She huffed. Yuling, do you have a lump or something? That's serious, you should see a doctor. Lin Yun looked genuinely worried. It's not a lump, Wei Yueling said, her cheeks flushing as she turned away in embarrassment. Not a lump? Then what is it? Lin Yun pressed. When she still wouldn't answer, he urged, come on, let's go to the doctor. I told you it's not a lump. I'm fine. Drop it. Her words came faster now, but her tone was unmistakably firm. Lin Yun still wasn't convinced. Scratching his head, he offered, at least let me take a look. If I'm sure it isn't serious, I'll quit bugging you. Otherwise I'll keep worrying. At first Wei Yueling was touched by his concern, but then she realized he was just playing dumb. The rascal clearly knew the truth and was teasing her. Anger flared, he needed to be taught a lesson. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Let's step over there where the light's better. They walked side by side to a lamppost a short distance away. The lantern was draped in gauze, and inside swarmed moonfire insects. They soaked in sunlight by day and glowed softly at night. No feeding required, except during heavy storms when they had to be brought indoors. Under the light, Wei Yueling abruptly lifted a corner of her tunic. Lin Yun leaned in, eager to see what this not a lump really was. The next instant, she stomped on his foot and pinched his waist hard. That's for teasing me, she crowed, stepping back with a triumphant grin. Pain shot through Lin Yun, and he hissed. This girl had a vicious streak. They walked back in silence. After a while, Lin Yun gave in. Yuling, I'm sorry. I won't joke about it anymore. Humph. She snorted, but her expression softened. On a quiet path, Lin Yun asked, So what did you want to see me about? Wei Yueling hesitated, then grew serious. Close your eyes. Again? Lin Yun frowned, but he shut them anyway. Night stretched around them. Wei Yueling could hear his steady breathing and catch the faint scent of sweat on him. It wasn't pleasant, yet it made her heart pound like a trapped deer. Gripping her sleeves, she made up her mind. Tonight she would. Are you ready yet? Lin Yun whispered. Her breath hitched. She opened her mouth, closed it, couldn't force out a word. He asked again, and still she said nothing. Finally Lin Yun opened his eyes. The space beside him was empty. That girl really holds a grudge, he muttered, brushing off his clothes and heading home. To him, it was just another one of Wei Yueling's pranks. Wei residence, courtyard. A fire cloud sparrow perched beneath the eaves, its body cloaked in scarlet flames that burned nothing nearby. It watched its young mistress curiously as her expressions shifted from goofy smiles to nervous frowns to outright fear. Chirp, the sparrow called, nudging her gently with a broad wing. Stupid bird, leave me alone. Wei Yueling snapped, waving it away. Wronged, the sparrow folded its wings and hopped back. It only wanted to help, and she scolded it, bullying an honest bird. Not daring to protest, it flapped off. The girl stayed where she was, her thoughts a tangled mess. Late that night, as Lin Yun neared home, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Fatty, come with me, the hefty man muttered. Lin Yun nodded and followed him into a narrow alley. The alley was dim and silent, lit only by a few scattered stars overhead. Lin Yun glanced around to make sure they were alone, then whispered, What's going on? Any updates this time? Remember the spider beast man we took out together? Hongzi asked. Lin Yun leaned against the shadow-covered stone wall and nodded. Last time, 2 Lord-rank beastmen had tried to convert large swaths of Hao US City's population. Thanks to Pangzi's advance intel, he and Lin Yun set an ambush at the designated spot. 1 beastman died on the spot, the other fled with grave wounds. They then tracked the survivor into the marshes and killed him, earning a storage pouch that has spared Lin Yun countless logistical headaches ever since. Lowering his voice, Pangzi went on. Another hall master just arrived to take charge of everything around Hao US City. As long as the holy cult stands, they'll keep sending replacements unless they decide to abandon the region altogether. Lin Yun's brow lifted slightly. This one's special, Pangzi continued. Codename, Black Widow. Same spider lineage as Shui Luolan and her older sister. She's here for revenge. She knows it was us? Lin Yun's face darkened. No, Pangzi shook his head. Apart from you and me, no one knows what really happened. Then how does she plan to avenge her sister? She chose the simplest and cruelest method, wipe out Hao US City. She'll use the upcoming beast tide to smash the walls, then strike when chaos peaks. A chill flashed in Pangzi's eyes. Once the horde pours in, she'll make her move. Lin Yun frowned. A hall master is only lord rank, while the city lord is a veteran gold rank beastmaster. Does she have something else up her sleeve? The holy cult can't match the government's beastmasters Hedon, but they excel at Hitandran tactics, Pangzi explained. Black Widow is counting on the beast tide. If the walls fall, hundreds, maybe thousands soft monsters will storm the streets, some lord rank themselves. While the city lord struggles to hold the line, she just has to deliver the finishing blow. Lin Yun nodded, a blood-red map forming in his mind. So all she needs is a flick of the finger at the end. Exactly. Pangzi spread his hands. She's cautious, travels without any beastman entourage. Digging up her plan nearly killed me, but her whereabouts are still a blank. A cold wind whistled through the broken eaves while the 2 men fell silent. Lin Yun looked at Pangzi. Do you know who the inside man is, the one set to sabotage the wall? Pangzi nodded emphatically and gave the name. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. With that lead, we can trace her steps. Changing the subject, Lin Yun asked, Have you visited your mother lately? The heat's died down, and the guards are busy expanding the outer wall. Yeah, I went, Pangzi said, hands shoved into his pockets, sounding a bit more relaxed. Lin Yun chuckled. Answer me honestly, has she started nagging you about marriage? No, Pangzi replied, dead serious. I saw a rather pretty lizard girl the other day. Interested? I think you two would make a great pair, Lin Yun drawled. Pangzi's face went dark. Lin Yun. What? Something wrong with lizards? That's species prejudice. She might be too good for you, you shaggy mutt, Lin Yun teased. I'm a werewolf. Pangzi's fangs bared in anger. Lin Yun shrugged. So wolves are noble enough to look down on lizards? With a disgruntled snort, Pangzi turned away. I'm leaving. Don't forget that contact. If this works, the loot will be worth it. And thanks for tonight. Deep in the alley, only Lin Yun's laughter drifted on the wind. Since his own beastification, Pangzi had been friendless, tormented daily by other beastmen. Tonight, the world felt a little less cold. Chao Guanghui was a member of the Hao U.S. City garrison. His contracted beast was nothing more than a common black-wind hound, ranked ordinary grade, tier 4, and he had never come close to earning a bronze beastmaster badge. To outsiders, he was utterly unremarkable. Yet in his heart, he nursed an ambition far too grand for his modest station, intended to accomplish something earth-shaking. Sadly, limited talent kept him from making progress, and that frustration had churned inside him for years. A few days ago, at last, a chance presented itself. Now the setting sun washed the small courtyard in dusky gold. Leading the Black-Wind Hound, he glanced around the alley to be sure no one was near, then shut the gate with a soft click. Guard the door. Warn me the moment anyone approaches. Woof. The hound crouched low, ears rigid. Chao Guanghui remained cautious. After another sweep of the courtyard, he entered the house and headed straight for the bookshelf. Hooking a finger over a weathered volume on the top shelf, he gave it a slight tug. Wood creaked. The shelf swung aside, revealing a narrow, pitch-black passage. He slipped inside, and the shelf rotated back into place. To anyone else, it was a wall of dusty books, no hint of what lay beyond. Torches flickered in the hidden chamber. In one corner, a girl bound with hemp rope cowered against the stone, her eyes wide with terror. MMPH, she couldn't break free, couldn't even scream. Chao Guanghui approached, yanked the wad of paper from her mouth, and loosened the knots. She collapsed to her knees, voice shaking. Please spare me. I didn't see anything, I swear. Pinching her chin, he weighed her words with cold amusement. Nothing at all. You expect me to believe that? Days earlier, he had conspired with a woman known as the Black Widow to sabotage Hao U.S. City's towering walls. Something went awry, and this girl stumbled onto the scene. He had no choice but to abduct her, and now he was ready to silence her for good. Relax. He'll make it quick. From his sleeve, he produced a black porcelain vial sealed with scarlet wax. The label read Thunder Soulvine. One drop in the bloodstream shattered consciousness and scrambled the soul. Even if the victim survived, half her memories would be gone. The girl's eyes went wide. Suddenly, she clamped onto his wrist and bit down hard, teeth breaking skin and drawing blood. Ah! Chao Guanghui roared. Even with a tier 4 physique, the unexpected ferocity left his arm numb. She bolted for the exit, slammed a stone switch, and the hidden door swung open. Stumbling into the corridor, she fled. Outside, the Black-Wind Hound sensed the disturbance, growled, and leapt, pinning her on the gravel path. She struggled, but could not rise. Stand down. Chao Guanghui barked. The hound whimpered and backed beneath the eaves. He felt no pity, he simply didn't want blood in the courtyard. Caution had always been his virtue. He grabbed the girl by the ankle with a powerful hand, dragged her back into the secret room, confirmed no one was nearby, and sealed the bookshelf again. Under the torchlight, her clothes were torn, her knees bleeding. Please don't kill me. My parents are gone. Only my little brother and sister are left. If I die, they'll starve, she sobbed on the edge of collapse, clutching the slimmest hope. Chao Guanghui snorted and waved the poison before her eyes. Don't worry. After I'm done, they'll kill your brother and sister too. That way your family can reunite. You monster. You'll die a wretched death. She screamed. And what if I don't? He replied, voice ice cold. Keeping them alive only prolongs their misery. Death would be a kinder release. I'm doing a good deed by killing them. Families should stay together forever. Chao Guanghui ran a thumb around the clay bowl, the inky poison inside lapping at the rim. You'll never get away with this. The girl, arms tied behind her back with rough hemp rope, screamed until her throat tore. Enough. Drink it. You spilled someone you struggled just now. Try anything else, and I'll set the dogs on you. Chao Guanghui squeezed her slender neck and pressed the bowl to her lips. The icy liquid flooded her mouth. She tried to spit, but his iron grip clamped her jaw so tight she could hardly breathe. Agonizing pain ripped down her throat, and her body convulsed. A sudden burst of frantic barking shattered the silence outside. Chao Guanghui let go, flung the girl aside, slammed the hidden door of the cellar shut, and hastily straightened his clothes. The gate swung open. Lin Yun entered the courtyard with Qingya at his side. Chao Guanghui's heart lurched. Why is he here? He forced a smile and stepped forward. Lin Yun, what brings you here? Come in, please. My humble home isn't much, but make yourself comfortable. Inside, Lin Yun replied coolly. They sat. Chao Guanghui hurried to make tea. No need, Lin Yun cut in. Chao Guanghui shoved the leaves back into the jar and sat across from him. What's this about? Lin Yun got straight to the point. Why are you working with the beastmen to sabotage Moonlight City's walls? Beastmen? Sabotage? Lin Yun, don't slander me. Chao Guanghui feigned outrage. I may be weaker than you, but I won't tolerate lies. Before he finished, Qingya growled, emerald eyes fixed on a section of the wall. Lin Yun glanced over. What's there? Just a row of bookshelves? Chao Guanghui insisted. Lin Yun's gaze turned icy. Still hiding the truth? Qingya, break it. Qingya flashed forward. A spectral claw tore through the magisteel boom. The wall crumbled, and through the settling dust a stone staircase led down into a hidden room. Watching his impregnable hideout ripped apart, Chao Guanghui broke into a cold sweat. Lin Yun stepped inside. The unconscious girl still had a faint pulse. He exhaled in relief. Qingya, fetch a doctor. Qingya blinked out of sight, vanishing into the night. Lin Yun turned, his eyes sharp as blades. Chao Guanghui, you're part of the city guard. Why is a girl locked in your cellar? Tu don't know how she got there, he stammered. Lin Yun chuckled softly. We have the girl and the poison. Still want to deny it? Sweat trickled down Chao Guanghui's temples. He cracked. Yes, I kidnapped her. Why? She was pretty. I had evil thoughts, so I took her when she resisted. I forced the poison down her throat. His voice trembled. And the sabotage? Lin Yun pressed. I swear I know nothing about the city walls. I only kidnapped the girl. That's all, Chao Guanghui muttered. Under the laws of the Xinchuan Empire, damaging the city walls is a capital offense. The girl had swallowed only a little of the poison, so she was probably still alive. Attempted murder rarely carries the death penalty. Chao Guanghui understood that distinction perfectly. He was even more certain of something else. Lin Yun had no proof connecting him to the wall, so there was nothing Lin could do to him. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to talk or not? Lin Yun's voice was calm. I honestly don't know anything about a city wall. Chao Guanghui spread his hands and feigned innocence. Lin Yun, criminal or not, you can't dump every charge on me. All I did was kidnap the girl. A smug smile tugged at his mouth. You really don't value this chance. Lin Yun's eyes grew colder. What chance? I told you I know nothing. Fine. I've offered you a way out. If you beg later, I won't yield. Don't worry. I won't regret a thing. Chao Guanghui sneered, relishing Lin Yun's frustration. Remember you said that. Lin Yun turned away. Hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Led by Qingya, Chen Fu burst into the room with a medical kit, sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Yun, what in the world happened? It's life and death. Lin Yun gave him a quick summary. Chen Fu asked no further questions. He knelt beside the girl, checked her pulse, and lifted her eyelids. Qingya's icy stare never left Chao Guanghui, yet he stood there calmly, showing no urge to flee. After a long moment, Chen Fu let out a heavy sigh. Dr. Chen, what is it? Can she be saved? Lin Yun pressed. The girl might be their only lead. She can be saved, Chen Fu said, but the poison is Thunder Soul Vine. It's vicious. Even if we keep her alive, she'll only have half a life. Worse, it scrambles memory. She'll forget almost everything that just happened. Do it anyway, Lin Yun said firmly. We're still missing one thing. The antidote needs extremely potent herbs. Lin Yun opened his storage pouch and poured out a pile of spirit herbs. Chen Fu selected several sprigs, his eyes lighting up. Perfect. With these I can brew the antidote. He crushed, boiled, and strained the herbs in one seamless motion, then held a vial of dark green liquid to the girl's lips. The liquid slid down her throat. Her brows knit, and her throat spasmed. Moments later she opened her eyes, weak and confused. Where am I? My throat burns. What happened? Do you remember what just occurred? Chen Fu asked softly. Just now? She tried to think, clutching her forehead. I only remember my mother asking me to take care of my brother and sister to raise them. Chen Fu's frown deepened. Why am I here? The girl whispered, voice trembling. Try to recall what happened a moment ago. I don't know. I can't remember anything. Tears ran down her cheeks as pain twisted her features. Chen Fu sighed. I'm sorry, Lin Yun. Thunder Soul Vine does it shreds the soul and scrambles the mind. Her memories are gone for good. In the corner, Chao Guanghui heard every word. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes. At worst, he might get a few decades in prison. He could survive that and walk out a free man, with nothing to fear. Even someone as formidable as Lin Yun couldn't do anything about him. At that moment, the clatter of iron-shod hooves sounded outside, and two city guards pushed the door open. Leading them was Shou. His heavy boots hit the wooden floor with a dull thud that seemed to pound on everyone's chest. Chao Guanghui, what happened here? Shou strode forward, his brows sharp as blades. Chao Guanghui buckled under the pressure and dropped to his knees before anyone else could move, tears and snot running together. I'm sorry. I acted on impulse and dragged this girl here. Now look what's happened. Before he could finish, Shou's fury exploded. He kicked Chao Guanghui in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall with a heavy thump. You think with the thing between your legs. You've disgraced the city guard. He roared. Chao Guanghui knocked his forehead on the floor again and again. Yes, I'm guilty. He'll accept whatever punishment the law gives. In truth, he was hoping Shou would drag him away immediately. Chains clinked as the cold metal snapped around his arms. Shou snorted. Chao, you're finished. The city lord will give you 60 years for this. 60 years. Chao Guanghui froze, then let out a hidden sigh of relief. Better than a death sentence for sabotaging the city wall. Only then did Shou notice the young man nearby. Lin Yun, why are you here? Have everyone else step outside, Lin Yun said calmly. Shou hesitated, then waved his men out. Chen Fu helped the weakened girl from the room. When the door closed, Lin Yun laid out the entire accusation about the damaged city wall. Shou's face turned so dark it could drip ink. Sabotaging the wall? Are you serious? I didn't. I never touched the wall. Slandering me. Chao Guanghui shouted, struggling. Lin Yun's gaze stayed level. Shou, do me a favor. Let me handle the questioning. If anything goes wrong, they'll take the blame. Shou waited for a moment, then nodded. Very well. But if you get nothing, you'll explain to the city lord yourself. He's already confessed. Torturing a prisoner without cause violates regulations. Thank you, Lin Yun replied softly. Shishou stepped back to a corner to watch. Chao Guanghui, however, felt a flicker of hope. Did they really think he was afraid? Lin Yun glanced at him. You'll soon learn that in the face of absolute power, clever tricks are useless. A low hum filled the room as a Titan mecha hovered overhead. Its armored arm parted slightly and a thread-thin beam of starlight shot out with a hiss, cutting through the air and embedding itself in Chao Guanghui's shoulder blade. Blood beaded and burst, and his scream seemed to tear the roof apart. The Titan didn't stop. A second and third beam followed, each piercing a nerve-rich spot with surgical precision. The wounds were tiny, but the pain cut to the bone. Within moments, Chao Guanghui was shaking, sweat mixing with blood to form a sticky crimson sheen. Lin Yun produced a vial of dark blue liquid and forced it down his throat. This serum heightens bodily perception. On the battlefield it boosts combat power, right now it amplifies pain. As the fluid hit his stomach, Chao Guanghui's pupils contracted. The next wave of agony was 100 times worse, as if 10,000 knives were shredding him at once. Just as he began to black out, Lin Yun uncorked a second colorless vial and poured it in. Stay conscious. I haven't even started asking questions. The stimulant surged through his nerves, snapping his awareness back. The Titan struck again. A lattice of starry needles stitched itself into the seams of his limbs. Chao Guanghui screamed until his voice broke. Sweat gushed from every pore like a burst wineskin, the salt seeping into his wounds and doubling the pain. Only then did he realize how ruthless this seemingly gentle youth could be. It hurts. He convulsed, his voice hoarse. He'll talk. He'll tell you everything, just stop. No more. Talk. Lin Yun gave Titan a look. The automaton's massive metal arm halted in midair, and the crackling current fell silent. He'll tell you, he'll tell you. Chao Guanghui collapsed on the ground, blood soaking his chest until the fabric gleamed scarlet. The pain forced him to pause between every word. The southeastern section of the wall be the staircase. I embedded a dark stone inside and altered several load-bearing joints. The entire stretch is loosening. In 3 days it will collapse completely. Shishou's face turned ashen, his fists clenching until the knuckles blanched. He had never imagined the subordinate he had personally promoted would betray them. Without Lin Yun's intervention, How US City might already be doomed. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, I was blind. Chao Guanghui let out a hoarse laugh, his blood-smeared face resembling a demon that had crawled out of hell. Knowing won't help you, he rasped. The Darkstone is active. No one can save that wall. How US City is finished. Soon, endless beasts will pour in. Monsters will barge into every household for a feast, and more people will be trampled into pulp. Bang! Shishou's fury erupted, his fist smashing into Chao Guanghui's face. Bastard! Blood dripped from Chao Guanghui's mouth, yet he laughed even harder. We're all dead, you, me. Everyone will be buried here. Traitor! Shishou drew the long blade at his waist, the cold edge pressing against Chao Guanghui's throat. You dared stain the honor of the city guard. They'll send you to the afterlife right now. Lin Yun's expression remained placid. The situation was dire, but venting anger was pointless. Staring down at the traitor, he asked calmly, how did you contact the Black Widow? The Black Widow? How do you know her name? Chao Guanghui's pupils contracted. Titan stepped forward, arcs of blue-white electricity dancing across its frame. The sight dragged Chao Guanghui back into memories of agony. He shuddered and blurted out the meeting spot with the Black Widow, so fast it bordered on sobbing. Death by Shishou's blade seemed preferable to another round of Titan's nerve-shredding microbeams. Lin Yun nodded. Shishou, he's yours. I'm going to inspect the wall. Understood. Shishou's wolfish glare made it clear that Chao Guanghui's end would be ugly. Just then, the rest of the patrol squad arrived. Once they heard the truth, every face twisted with rage. Chao Guanghui, you're despicable. When you couldn't afford a battle pet, we pooled our money to buy you one. Last time the Shadow Wolf invaded, I took the claw strike meant for you. Now I regret saving a beast like you. You betrayed your comrades for a handful of silver. Scum. Lin Yun was already racing toward the southeastern wall. Worse yet, it was only a few streets from his own home. If the wall fell and the beasts flooded in, his family would be the first to suffer. If the damage proved irreversible, he might have to move them to Xinguang County ahead of time. How US City's formation mages and artisans soon arrived and began examining the wall. Half an hour later, an elderly craftsman finally rendered his verdict. After examining the damaged wall, he wiped the sweat from his brow and declared hoarsely, we're in luck. We caught it early, and the wall can still be saved. It won't be as strong as before, though, so no more than a few beasts can be allowed near this section. We'll need a powerful beastmaster here at all times. The weight on Lin Yun's chest eased by half, and believing his strength sufficient, he volunteered to stay. Late that night, under a chilly moon, Lin Yun led Xingya to a clearing outside How US City to await the Black Widow's arrival. The young man and his spirit fox slipped into the shrubs, where only the chirping of insects disturbed the stillness. About 30 minutes later, a slender woman in a black cloak approached, her footsteps crunching on loose stones. Moonlight revealed sharply defined features and eyes that glowed a faint, eerie green, beautiful, yet menacing. She halted abruptly, sensing something amiss, and turned to leave. Lin Yun wasted no time and whispered a command. The bushes exploded as a snow-white figure burst forth, blocking her path. WRRR, Qingya growled, her tone low and restrained. The Black Widow's expression darkened. Damn it! Lin Yun tightened his grip on the starlight sword and stepped from the shadows. Surrender, Black Widow. You're not getting away tonight. How did you know I was meeting someone here? She demanded. Her only answer was Kinjia's razor-sharp claws slicing through the air. Forced into a frantic roll, the Black Widow's form blurred into a massive black spider. Her abdomen arched, and sticky silk spurted out, weaving a vast net in an instant heaven snare. Fine. Since I'm cornered, they'll crush you first, then find the traitor. The spider rasped. Silver threads streaked through the air, seemingly soft, yet slicing through grass and even stone with ease. Qingya snarled, her claws raking the void, spawning tiny spatial vortices. A heartbeat later, white fox after white fox appeared, more than 40 of them. The clones exchanged brief glances, then lunged at the giant spider. Clones? Pathetic. They'll shred them. The Black Widow scoffed, but the moment her silk met their claws it snapped. Her eyes widened. These clones were real, each one fully powered. Blinking forward, the foxes pressed their assault. She dodged the first, but the second and third were already upon her, the attacks relentless. Within mere breaths, the enormous spider was riddled with wounds, green ichor pooling on the ground, her mind reeling. How could a backwater like How US City harbor a gold-rank beastmaster? Panic gripped her heart. Trembling, she squeezed her bloated abdomen and sprayed another jet of silk. The strands latched onto thin air, letting her swing away in a desperate retreat. Qingya after her. Lin Yun's eyes blazed. Fatty had said the Black Widow's storage pouch held plenty of valuable loot. Qingya kept right on Lin Yun's heels. Her blink-like spatial skill ignored every obstacle. Neither towering trees nor toppled stone pillars could slow her. In the blink of an eye, she overtook the fleeing Black Widow. At her sharp whistle, a host of white foxes streaked from the forest, their snowy bodies weaving together like threads of light. Claws flashed. In mere heartbeats, the Black Widow was torn apart, limbs and green ichor scattering everywhere. Lin Yun stepped into the slick slime. After a quick search, he fished a storage pouch from the shredded flesh. He flipped it open. First came the soft golden glow of an enlightenment fruit, then several other rare materials. He pocketed the pouch and, with Qingya, hurried to Blackwater Swamp, where they met up with Fatty. Lin Yun tossed the pouch over. Pick out whatever suits you. I only want the enlightenment fruit. Fatty rummaged and soon produced a fist-sized, deep green crystal core. Lin Yun pointed at it. What's that? A crystal from a commander-level orc, Fatty said, rolling it in his palm. Orcs are freaks, part human, part beast, fused by some twisted art. Their power is a mess. A normal pet that swallows this will go mad, but for orcs that chaos is priceless. The word chaos made Lin Yun frown. How's your head? He asked quietly. The drug you gave me has worn off, Fatty shrugged. Lin Yun lowered his voice. Don't tell me you're starting to eat humans like those fallen orcs. Why is that strange? I am an orc. Fatty's smile was bitter. I chose the path of corruption. My soul is sinking with it. I'm just following instinct. Lin Yun didn't flare up. He gave him a kick instead. Same old liar. Your eyes still dart when you Lee hasn't changed since we were kids. Fatty scratched his head, embarrassed. Lin Yun pressed. So how bad is it? I'm holding on, what else? Fatty grimaced. Head clearly suffered. Lin Yun sighed to himself, but let it drop. Fatty hurried to change the subject. Enough. How are How US City's walls? Still salvageable, but the risk is huge, Lin Yun said, outlining the situation. Fatty's face tightened. As long as we can hold them. A breach is what scares me most. Lin Yun smirked. Fatty, you're long past grown. Still not courting a nice lizard girl? Not happening. Fatty snorted, hefted the crystal core, and walked off. Lin Yun shook his head and, foxes in tow, started back to How US City. Meanwhile, Titan hadn't been idle. He sparred with Boneblade day after day. Titan's realm was still stuck at Warlord class, but Boneblade had reached second stage command era. Pleasant surprise. Titan's Dreamwalk skill also advanced to high grade, giving him far greater control within dreams. At dawn the next morning, the heavy gates groaned open. A tricorn flame rhino snorted waves of heat and charged straight for the governor's mansion. No one blocked its path. Zhao Tianzhong, lord of How US City, had returned. Zhao Tianzhong stepped inside, face black as thunder, and at once summoned his officers. In the wide hall he stood at the center, a murderous aura so thick it weighed on the air. The guards hurried in, every one of them on edge. Zhao Tianzhong, lord of How US City, was known for his composure, yet he was now pacing the front hall of the keep, drumming his fingers on the sword at his waist, brows drawn tight, every inch of him radiating tension. Guard Captain Yinyo leaned toward his lieutenant, Shou, and whispered, "Any idea what's happened to put the lord on edge like this?" Shou shook his head, eyes fixed on Zhao Tianzhong, matching his unease. Zhao kept stealing glances at the main doors as more guards trickled in. Why are they so slow? He finally growled. Shou stepped forward, fist to chest. My lord, with the wall expansion project underway, the men are scattered, so. Enough. Zhao cut him off, unwilling to hear excuses. Roughly the time it takes a stick of incense to burn later, the entire guard had assembled, two dense ranks filling the hall. Shou noted that the last time they'd been called out in such numbers had been to wipe out two hall masters of the holy sect. Whatever was coming now would be just as serious. Zhao cleared his throat, and his voice cracked through the room. Silence, all of you. The chatter died at once, hundreds of eyes locking on him. Intelligence from our covert agents says those vicious beastkin of the holy sect plan to sabotage our walls and bring US City down in one blow. He slammed a fist onto the table. They've dispatched a fighter called the Black Widow. Her name is feared across the 4 provincial cities, and she's rotten to the core. We're in for a brutal fight. Be ready. To defend US City we must. His rousing speech was cut short when Shou suddenly shook with muffled laughter. Shou. Zhao's face went thundercloud dark. Shou hurried forward, hands raised in apology. Forgive me, my lord, I couldn't help it. If you can't give me a reason, you'll pay for the disrespect, Zhao snapped. Shou drew a deep breath and spoke in a rush. My lord, the Black Widow is already dead. The air seemed to vanish from the room. Zhao's eyes flew wide. Are you certain? Absolutely. Shou nodded. I'm sorry, while you were inspecting the walls, I didn't have a chance to report. The Black Widow, a beastkin veteran with a murderous record, had long eluded capture, her razor-sharp webs and lethal venom cutting down even gold-tier beastmasters. Finding her was hard enough. Killing her bordered on impossible. Zhao's thoughts raced. How had Lin Yun uncovered her whereabouts so precisely, let alone brought her down? The killer blow had come from a white fox that had only just reached Lord rank, while the Black Widow had dwelled at that level for years, rich in experience and lethal tricks. Silken webs, deadly toxin, chitinous claws, the nightmares that had haunted countless foes had ended beneath the fox's snowy paw. If the report was true, only one word fit: prodigy. Perhaps, Zhao murmured, this is what a true genius looks like. Lin Yun's face filled his mind, and he sensed that before long the whole empire would know that name, recording it in history as legend. How US City, this remote border settlement, would be famous because of him. Thoughts spiraled on. Yinyo listened to his companions as though he were in a dream. This was insane. Lin Yun had even taken down the Black Widow, and had been a beastmaster for only a short time. Who would have thought how US City was hiding someone this formidable? Everyone felt unbelievably lucky. Once the news settled, respect for Lin Yun surged until their grateful gazes almost swallowed him whole. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yun led Titan, Qingya, and Boneblade into the Dark Night Forest for high-intensity training. The deeper they went, the harsher the cold wind howled and the wilder the beasts roared, turning the forest into a perfect proving ground. Titan was the first to break through, reaching Warrior Tier 9. Lin Yun had long prepared an evolution serum, and now it came into play. Caught in a ghostly blue glow, Titan's metal frame creaked and expanded. When the light finally dimmed, it had evolved into a colossal fortress, its body several times larger, like a walking citadel. Lin Yun could still move freely on its iron back. The number of shields had risen to 8, arranged in 3 rings with deep blue lines marking each tier. A hexagram etched itself into every shield, and the star cannon morphed into the hexagram barrage, its power spiking sharply. Whenever it fired, a 6-pointed array materialized behind it, forcibly siphoning energy from the world and merging it with Titan's own strength, the thundering muzzle rattling the air. Kinjia's power rose just as swiftly, climbing to Lord Tier 2. Using a Dao fruit taken from the Black Widow, her time doppelganger skill advanced to Dao level, allowing her to summon more than 100 copies at once. The original 3-tailed white fox lounged lazily in a moonlit clearing, its fur shimmering silver. Beside her, a swirling temporal vortex continually spat out fox clones. At Lin Yun's command they scattered, gathering herbs and hunting game, soon stacking a heap of delicacies before Qingya. Boneblade exhaled searing flames, roasting the fresh meat until it sizzled, then offered it respectfully to Lin Yun. He waved it away with a laugh. You have it. I can't finish a chunk that big. Delighted, Boneblade dug in. Having just broken through to Commander Tier 3, its appetite had skyrocketed, demanding vast amounts of flesh to refill its energy reserves. Lin Yun lay down to rest, and one of the fox clones trotted up carrying a giant palm leaf fan, waving it with a steady whoosh. He chuckled wryly. Those lower-tier doppelgangers were being used as personal attendanza, ridiculous luxury. Qingya had actually wanted to try this back when the skill was only at divine level, but summoning even 1 or 2 clones had been costly. Now that it had reached Dao level, the energy burden was so light she could indulge without a care. Still, Lin Yun spotted the hidden danger at once. He raised his voice. You foolish fox, get over here. Qingya flashed to his side, sensed his displeasure, and hurriedly offered a spirit fruit, nudging him with her head while her 3 fluffy tails swayed in apology. Lin Yun accepted the fruit and cautioned her. This skill is fine for fun, but in real danger you need to be careful. Understand? The white fox nodded. I solemn. Night fell, and Lin Yun headed home with his 3 beasts in tow. 2 dark-robed figures materialized in the midnight forest. Mist swirled, dead branches intertwined, and the pair hovered above the ground. In the moonlight, the edges of their robes fluttered, as though ready to dissolve into the dense night. They were Calamity and Plague of the Hall of Specters. Calamity had been waiting for hours, and his voice was jagged with impatience. These fur-covered beasts are unbelievably rude. The appointed time has long passed, and they still haven't shown up. Plague floated beside him, arms folded. His brow tightened, but he remained silent, equally puzzled. The meeting was clearly to the other side's advantage. They had no reason to break the appointment. After a long pause, faint footsteps rustled through the woods. A tusked boarman parted the shrubs and entered, head lowered. My lords, Lady Black Widow cannot make it tonight. What does that spider mean? We agreed to meet, and she dares to stand us up? Calamity snapped, his killing intent crackling in the air. Plague raised a hand. Calamity, Black Widow is devious, but she always keeps her word. Something extraordinary must have happened. Sweat trickled down the boarman's face. It's like this, my lords. Black Widow is dead. What? Say that again. Calamity lurched forward, his robes swelling as if filled with wind. Black Widow infamous throughout Xinguang County had slaughtered several gold-rank beast tamers, prompting massive but fruitless manhunts. Cunning and ruthless, she was now gone. Even Plague felt a jolt. Black Widow's strength exceeded most curses. How could she have fallen? As you said, we barely believed it ourselves, the boarman muttered. But her corpse lies right now in the Lord's Manor of Haoyue City. So it was Zhao Tianzheng, Calamity murmured, rare surprise flickering in his eyes. A small place like Haoyue hides a lord that powerful, Plague said, almost admiringly. Calamity's expression darkened. Do we continue? Zhao Tianzheng might disrupt everything. We proceed as planned. Plague's gaze was frigid, unwavering. Calamity nodded, but raised a condition. The partnership stands only if your holy sect produces another lord-level orc. Otherwise, the deal is off. He'll report immediately, the boarman said, bobbing his head. That's all. Calamity blurred into smoke and slipped into the darkness, Plague close behind. The boarman wiped his brow and staggered out of the forest. The Hall of Specters and the Holy Sect would set a grand array around Haoyue City. Once activated, every corpse human or beast would become a wraith. Some to swell the Hall's ranks, others to be devoured by Calamity and his peers. Survivors would serve as offerings to the Supreme Lord of Shades. The Holy Sect would cooperate, selecting promising survivors to convert into new orcs. A shrill whinny split the sky. The Black Knights had arrived. Countless riders in pitch-black armor, obsidian lances in hand, poured in behind Calamity and Plague like a tide. Cold light flashed across their steel, and a glacial, killing aura swept forward. The boarman's pupils constricted. The Black Knights, if they're in motion, the Hall of Specters will stop at nothing to see this plan through. Deep within the forest, lines of pigfolk trudged along a winding path, panting as they hauled crates and burlap sacks toward a clearing. The humid air reeked of sweat and musk. 2 translucent wraiths hovered overhead. Calamity narrowed his eyes at the orderly bustle below and let out a hoarse chuckle. Could have guessed these stinking swine could be so efficient. They've already rounded up everything we need for the solar ray. Plague drifted beside him with a hint of regret. If only more of our kind weren't so feeble-minded. Then we wouldn't have to cooperate with the Holy Church at all. Wraiths are powerful, long-lived, but scarce. Most are born with nothing but the urge to devour. The pigfolk kept working, setting rune-carved stone slabs, blood-spattered beast bones, and sacks of glittering soul sand into position. Soon the outline of the formation was complete. Calamity floated down, circled once to check their work, then tapped several key glyphs with a claw-sharp finger, pouring in soul force. Whum! Sickly green light shot up from the symbols, an eerie vibration slicing through the air like invisible blades. A dozen pigfolk clutched their ears and staggered back in pain. Calamity cackled in delight. Enough play. On to the next site, Plague said, patting his companion's shoulder. Fine, fine, Calamity replied. Time passed. With the pigfolk's help, the 2 wraiths finished every array. At dusk, Calamity gazed toward nearby Haoyue town, worry creeping into his voice. Black Widow died at Zhao Tianzheng's hand. Think our plan's in danger? Relax, Plague said coolly. With the Black Knight here, Zhao Tianzheng won't stir up much trouble. Reassured, Calamity grinned again. Let's hope this beast tide doesn't wipe out everyone. I want a few survivors to hunt. Kill them all, leave none alive, Plague answered, ghost fire flickering inside him. Noon. Outside Haoyue City's south gate, Lord Zhao Tianzheng waited with a dozen guards. Dust swirled as 3 figures approached 2 men and a woman in ornate Daidu finery. Each walked beside a blue flame bird, crimson-feathered beasts whose head and tail blazed with deep blue fire, the heat warping the air around them. All 3 birds were lord rank. Zhao Tianjing stepped forward respectfully. Thank you for coming. A banquet is ready inside the city. These three were Imperial Blade members, gold rank beastmasters sent from Deduso. Zhao Tianjing dared not slight them. Then let's go, said Beijua, rolling his neck with a grin. I'm starving. Let's see what Haoyue has on the menu, Bai Hang added, rubbing his stomach. I'm eager to try the local flavors myself, Yufei said with a smile. Their blue flame birds followed, fiery wings beating softly and sprinkling sparks. Zhao Tianjing led them briskly into the city's largest inn. Some time later, Zhao Tianjing and his guests departed. Yufei's smile vanished at once. This tastes awful. The food here is nothing like what we have in the imperial capital. Bai Hang picked up a half-cold slice of meat, took 2 bites, and shrugged. This isn't the capital, after all. It's just a provincial town. Beige would tap the edge of the table in agreement. We're only here to finish the assignment. Let's wrap it up and head back. Yufei set down her chopsticks and wrinkled her nose. This place is filthy. I can't stand another minute here. If headquarters hadn't made it in order, wild horses couldn't have dragged me to a dump like this. Before she finished speaking, Bai Hang had already risen, walked out of the inn, and waved Shisho over. Redo our rooms. Use the materials I marked. Shisho, a soldier stationed in Haoyue City, bristled at the insolent demand, but remembering these visitors were reinforcements, he swallowed his anger and complied. Soon, thick mattresses and ornate furnishings filled the once shabby chamber. Yufei pressed a hand on the bed and finally relaxed. Barely acceptable. After unpacking, the three of them gathered around a map. Beishua tapped the paper. Intel says Haoyue City has only one gold rank, Beast Master Zhao Tianjin. Yufei curled her lip. Pathetic. Bai Hang folded his arms and scoffed. In a straight fight, he's weaker than my pet. Yufei added, at best, he's passable. Meanwhile, on the western outskirts of Haoyue City, Lin Yun stayed in his own courtyard, keeping half his attention fixed on the wilderness beyond the walls. With a beast tide approaching, the countryside was already in chaos. Draining outside was pointless. Inside the yard, Boneblades' gleaming bone knives clashed with the burly titan, sparks flying and the air trembling. Qingya lounged beneath a large tree, sound asleep, while 2 fluffy clones held feather fans and dutifully fanned the original. Lin Yun glanced at the white fox and chuckled. Ever since she learned cloning, she's only gotten lazier. Footsteps drew near. Wei Yueling walked in hand with Lin Yue, worry etched across her face. Lin Yun stepped forward. What's wrong? Wei Yueling bit her lip, her voice trembling. My father and the others went into the Dark Night Forest with their beasts a while back. They still haven't returned. I'm afraid something's happened. Into the forest? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. From her account, he pieced it together. Wei Chengwang's family wasn't native to Haoyue. They'd been tracking a black serpent in the Dark Night Forest for over a decade, and this was another attempt to find it. Lin Yun ruffled the white-haired girl's head and spoke gently. Don't worry. Your father's strong. He'll be fine. Wei Yueling nodded hard, though her eyes brimmed with tears. Her father had always protected her. Now, with their house empty, she felt her first taste of helplessness. Standing beside Lin Yun eased the ache a little. He patted her shoulder. Hang in there. Everything will work out. At her command, Ghostfire and Lin Yue joined the sparring session. Boneblade, Titan, Ghostfire, and Lin Yue flashed across the courtyard, metal and mana clashing in thunderous bursts. The small yard buzzed with life. 3 days later, the ground shuddered, followed by drum-like rumbles rolling across the city walls. The beast tide from the Dark Night Forest had finally arrived. It was the largest wave Haoyue City had ever faced. Countless beasts burst through the trees like a raging sea, surging toward the small city in a dark, all-consuming flood. Zhao Tianjing stood atop the battlements, gazing at the endless beast tide, and shouted with all his strength, Comrades, our ultimate test has come. Behind us are our families and friends. For the honor of every beastmaster, we will protect them, even at the cost of our lives. Do not fear, do not flinch. The great gods are watching us fight. Fight! The crowd answered as one. The city guards formed a solid line, their companion beasts spreading wings or growling low, ready for combat. The cannons on the wall pivoted slowly under the soldiers' guidance, black barrels locking onto the horde. Below, the citizens of Haoyue City filled the streets, hands clasped in prayer, hoping these beastmasters could stop the largest beast tide ever recorded. O gods, hear our call. Protect your most devoted followers. Soft prayers intertwined with the beast's furious roars. The monsters closed in, their combined howl a savage tidal wave of sound. Shisho stepped forward and murmured, Lord Governor. Not yet, Zhao Tianjing said coldly. Our cannons don't reach that far. Fire too soon, and we waste ammunition. Shisho withdrew, and everyone held their breath. The beasts advanced again. In front, a lone wolf raised its head in a long howl and lunged at the wall. A flash of ice lit Zhao Tianjing's eyes. Attack! Now attack! Fire! Shisho echoed. The cannons boomed. Blue crystal light flared inside the barrels, and a string of shells tore through the night sky into the heart of the horde. Explosions blossomed, shrapnel sliced outward, and a wolf's abdomen was shredded, spraying blood in every direction. At the same time, the guards' beasts opened their jaws and unleashed torrents of energy. Beams of light and rivers of flame intertwined, pouring into the tide with lethal fury. On the southeastern rampart, Lin Yun and Wei Yueling held their posts with their own beasts. This section had been damaged and was dangerously thin. If it failed, the city would fall. Lin Yun, something's coming. Wei Yueling shouted. Titan, Lin Yun called. Sparks crackled. Titan lifted off the ground. 8 energy shields unfolding like angelic wings, blue starlight glimmering across their surfaces. Not far away, Yufei spotted the display and yelled, Bai Hang, look over there. Bai Hang gasped. What kind of beast is that? I've never seen one. A 6-pointed magic circle appeared beneath Titan's feet, ripping free energy from the air and pouring it into its massive frame. Power stacked upon power until a shockwave erupted outward. Boom. Titan raised a hand, and a thick beam of starlight surged forward like a raging river, blasting through the horde. A forest mammoth nearly 7 meters tall had no time to move. The beam pierced it, its hide blackening and cracking as flesh and bone carbonized and dripped to the ground. Any creature brushed by the light was likewise crushed to dust. So strong. A single cannon blast brought down the colossal forest mammoth. Yufei's eyes widened as she exclaimed, I never imagined a backwater like Haoyue City could harbor such a formidable beastmaster. The moment her praise fell, Bai Hang's gaze toward Lin Yun changed. Maybe we should invite him to join Shinchuan's Blade of the Empire, Beizhua murmured. Talent like this can't be wasted. Blade of the Empire was the sharpest sword in the Imperial arsenal, its entry requirements nearly unattainable, yet Lin Yun's display of power easily met the bar. Even the proud Yufei and Bai Hang offered no objection. The fight, however, raged on and only grew fiercer. Using the towering walls for cover, Haoyue City's beastmasters continued to repel the monsters. Outside the battlements, corpses stacked like mountains, rivers of blood flowed, and elemental energy danced among the remains, sometimes colliding in violent explosions. Something else is closing in, Beizhua warned. They looked up to see 10 massive beasts bearing down on them. Yufei's pupils shrank and her voice shook. 10 lord-level monsters, how do we stop that? This is bad. Sweat beaded in Bai Hang's palms. 10 tortoises the size of mountains lumbered forward. Each ponderous step made the earth tremble. The trio issued commands at once. The blue flame bird soared high, unloading torrents of azure fire. Lesser beasts turned to ash instantly, but as the flames touched the tortoise shells, layers of pale yellow light appeared, blocking the blaze. Shield wall. Yufei cried. Damn it, they actually know that skill. Bai Hang's face went white. We're finished. Haoyue City is done for. He was already calculating an escape route. Governor Zhao Tian spotted the tortoises as well and bellowed, attack. Don't let those monsters reach the wall. If such giants reached the ramparts, they could shatter the defensive array in moments. Streams of multicolored energy surged like tidal waves, yet they broke uselessly against the shimmering shields. Titan, blow them apart, Lin Yun said calmly. Titan climbed into the sky, wings spread, starlight swirling around its body. A 6-pointed array appeared, drawing in the world's energy, compressing it again and again before unleashing. Boom. A thick beam of starlight tore through the heavens toward the tortoises. The yellow barriers flared once more. That won't help, Yufei muttered. Bai Hang felt the same. Even 3 Blade of the Empire elites had failed earlier, so how could one iron lump from a provincial city succeed? The starlight struck the shield. In the blinding radiance, the barrier melted like ice, torn open in an instant. The beam punched straight toward the shells. The shell cracked open. A heart-rending scream ripped through the night as Titan's cannon spewed brilliant starlight, punching through the carapace and burning a charred hole in the creature's massive belly. Its organs vaporized in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the beast that had long ruled the dark night forest toppled to the ground. It actually went down? Yufei exclaimed. A prodigy like that has to join the Blade of the Empire, Beizhua said fervently. Losing him would be a huge blow. Incredible. Even the giant turtle's barrier couldn't withstand that starlight, Bai Hang whispered, drawing a sharp breath. Yufei frowned. But after using a move like that, won't he be drained? The thought doused them like cold water. 1 turtle had fallen, but 9 remained, and any one of them could flatten the town. They quickly realized Yufei's worry was unnecessary. Titan's barrage never let up. Light gathered, compressed, and exploded again and again, a reverse torrent of stars. Each beam dropped another turtle, leaving the 3 onlookers stunned. On the other flank, Qingya could no longer hold back. She flashed into the fray, a white blur amid swirling space-time vortices. Rifts split open, and phantom white foxes burst forth, claws flashing, littering the ground with corpses. In a heartbeat, every beast in Lin Yun's sector was gone. Qingya drove on. The remaining turtles roared and raised thick earthen walls, but spinning rifts and razor claws shredded them instantly. She closed on 1 turtle, dwarfed by its bulk yet utterly fearless. With a soft growl, the foxes split up, claws slicing through its barrier and along the cracks in its shell. Plates flew, blood sprayed, and the turtle convulsed before crashing lifeless to the ground. Moments later, 8 giant turtles lay scattered across the battlefield. The once invincible Lord-class beasts were now cold husks, and countless lesser monsters had fallen to the fox's claws. Brushing off the blood, Qingya turned and headed back. What kind of fox is that? Yufei whispered, eyes wide. I've seen a lot in the Blade of the Empire, but I've never heard of a fox-type pet that can finish 8 Lord-class turtles in a blink. Bai Hang's gaze sharpened. I think that beast also belongs to the boy we just saw. They traded looks, shock plain on every face. For most beastmasters, raising even one powerful partner is hard enough. The second is usually far weaker. Yet that youngster commanded 2 Lord-class companions' talent. That's rare even in the capital. We really underestimated this place, Beijua murmured. Who would have thought such a formidable beastmaster lived here? His urge to bring Lin Yun into the blade of the Xinchuan Empire was growing stronger by the second. Judging by the White Fox's frightening power, even the combined might of their 3 entire beast squads would be hopelessly outmatched. The battle raged on. Waves of monsters crashed against Haoyue City as though they knew no fatigue. Blood-soaked tamers and their battered partners clung to the walls. Muscles burned, breaths came in ragged gasps, and limbs trembled, yet everyone understood one truth. If they gave up even an inch, the city would fall, and their loved ones would be devoured. Disaster finally struck. With a deafening crack, a fracture opened in the rampart and quickly widened, letting hordes of beasts surge through. Hold the breach. Keep them back. Shou bellowed. The gaps only multiplied, and screams and steel rang through the streets. Don't be afraid. Brothers, fight them to the end. He roared, swinging the only arm he had left. His other arm had been torn off by a wolf, and blood streamed down his armor. His lizard companion was just as mangled, its tail severed, yet it still hurled its wrecked body at the invaders. For honor, stake our pride and fight to the death. Zhao Tiansheng's shout was swallowed by the chaos. Abandoning all command, he charged into the horde with sword raised. Beside him, his flame rhino thundered forward. Its horn was snapped, its plating cracked, and its fire had dimmed, yet it kept toppling enemy after enemy. Their desperate stand prevented the monsters from reaching the civilian quarter where people had no way to defend themselves, and a single common-rank beast could slaughter scores. Lin Yun leapt onto the line as well. Gripping his long sword with both hands, sweat and blood slick on the hilt, he still cleanly severed a shadow wolf's head. Suddenly the sky dimmed. Lin Yun spun and saw a colossal shadow moving out of the Black Night forest. A tree? That's the ancient tree at the forest's heart. Someone cried. Name, Dark Ancient Tree. Rank, Lord Tier 2. Skills, Dark Erosion Dao, Mass Sowing Divine, Vicious Lash Dao, Descent of Darkness Dao. Lin Yun's face tightened. The tree had stood in the forest before Haoyue City even existed, yet no one had ever seen it move, let alone guessed it was a Lord-class beast. With a grinding roar, the Dark Ancient Tree convulsed, shaking loose a hail of pitch-black seeds. The moment they touched earth, they sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. A forest of saplings burst forth and flooded toward the breach to swell the monster tide. Thick branches spread like a midnight web across the entire city, and heavy fruit slammed into the ground. Boom. The blast hurled dust and severed limbs skyward, leaving the defenders in bloody disarray. Yufei's face turned ghost white as she staggered back. How can this be? A creature of that rank shouldn't be anywhere near here. She whispered. The Dark Ancient Tree. The bestiary kept in the Blade of the Empire's archive had already warned that this shadow-dwelling elder life form was virtually immortal. The longer it lived, the more terrifying its power grew. Even as a gold-ranked beastmaster, Yufei felt her knuckles blanch under its invisible pressure. The 3 blue flame birds on her shoulders sensed the danger too. Their fiery feathers quivered, and their sharp beaks let out uneasy cries. A heartbeat later, the Dark Ancient Tree struck first, unleashing the skill Savage Lash. Thick branches morphed into pitch-black whips that lashed toward Haoyue City like a torrential storm. Boom. The city wall shattered on impact, exploding into a cloud of dust and rubble. Zhao Tiansheng's steel-armored rhino was caught directly in the strike. It somersaulted through the air and crashed hard to the ground, its protective plating splintering. The contract backlash hit an instant later. Zhao Tianzheng spat a mouthful of blood, feeling as if an axe had split his sternum. The dust had barely settled when a dozen sapling treants screeched in hoarse voices and swarmed forward, one of them barreling straight for Yufei. Block it, hold them back. She barked. All 3 blue flame birds beat their wings and chorused a piercing cry, spewing cobalt fire. Waves of flame intertwined, sketching a dazzling triangular sigil that spun toward the on-rushing Trinsthir tried-and-true combination finisher. To their shock, the blazing curtain was torn apart. The treants emerged wreathed in a murky black sheen that deflected the heat. They can tank that? Yufei's heart lurched as she realized the dark glow was acting as a shield. Normally blue fire countered plant-type beasts, yet the treants charged on unscathed. Bai Hang's face turned ashen. This thing is outright cursed. The blue flame birds cried again, cloaking themselves in fire and launching flame charge at close quarters. Cinders and sparks flew. After a brutal melee, the treant finally fell, its trunk ablaze. But the three birds were left scorched and bleeding, feathers charred. Yu Fei gulped for air and muttered, "No good, we can't even dent it." Staring at the smoldering husk, Bai Hang spoke in a low voice. "While we still can move, we should pull out." The suggestion matched Yu Fei's thoughts. "I'm in," she said without hesitation. "What about you, Beijua?" Bai Hang asked. Beijua's expression was grim. "Same. That dark ancient tree is way beyond us. This city's doomed, staying means dying." Their exchange reached Shou's ears. Blood-stained and gripping his longsword, he roared, "If you leave, what about the civilians inside the walls?" Yu Fei's lip curled in scorn. "Civilians? Not my problem. If headquarters hadn't ordered us here, do you think would bother with this backwater dump?" Bai Hang echoed her with a cold laugh. Shou's eyes blazed. "You are the blade of the Empire. You should carry that honor, yet now you throw it away." "Honor?" Yu Fei sneered. "Worthless to me." She stepped forward, fingertips wreathed in fire, her gaze icy. "Move, or die where you stand." A minor city guard captain daring to posture in front of the blade of the Empire ID, say you're tired of living. Bai Hang resorted to threats. By imperial decree, striking at a superior warrants execution on the spot. Yu Fei shouted, her voice cutting through the din of the battlefield like a blade. Shi Zhao's fists tightened, veins bulging. A battered lizard beast crawled to him, its blood-smeared head nudging his knee. The faint, muddled touch carried a clear command retreat. He drew a long breath and stepped back. "Wise move. Had I killed you, you'd have no place to plead your case." Yu Fei sneered, a glint of frost in her eyes. Overhead, the blue flame bird wheeled in circles, azure fire feathers casting a chill light that shielded Yu Fei, Bai Hang, and Shi Zhao. While the beast tide lulled for a heartbeat, they regrouped and prepared to pull out. Before leaving, Yu Fei called across the square to Lin Yun, "Join Shinchuan's Empire's Blade." "Not interested," Lin Yun replied calmly. "This is the Empire's Blade, the finest force in Shenchuan." She hadn't expected a flat refusal. Remembering his staggering potential, she swallowed her anger and recited benefit after benefit. "Sorry, still not interested," he said, shaking his head. The beast's roars swelled again. Yu Fei knew delay meant death. She slashed a hand through the air. "Move." How US City now looked like a lone rock in a raging river, the surging beasts its waves. At her command, the blue flame bird climbed high, searching for the calmest gap in the torrent to punch through. "If he want join, let him die here," Yu Fei muttered, voice icy with wounded pride. The blue glow receded into the night. Beastmasters and citizens left behind seethed, but no one dared call out a deserter would pay eventually, while the dead had no chance to complain. Lin Yun watched the azure flame fade without a ripple of emotion. He had never relied on others to hold the walls. In this world, he could depend on only one person himself. Elsewhere, Qinya crouched low, chewing medicinal herbs, green leaves and sap vanishing between her fangs. Titan stood beside her, stone shield raised, batting away the odd stray claw or rock. The day's fighting had been brutal, both beasts were spent, and most of the herbs Lin Yun had gathered were gone. Qinya swallowed the final stalk and growled, battle lust reigniting. "Good. First we bring down that dark ancient tree," Lin Yun said. Through the eye of insight he had already confirmed it was, like Qinya, a tier 2 lord. It wielded Dao-level skills, but Qinya could teleport, and her balance power gift let every clone strike with true lord-level force. He was confident of victory. Qinya dipped her head. A heartbeat later a treant burst from the darkness, branches whistling like spears. She vanished from sight as though wiped away by the wind. Primal claw, claws of light tore through the night, shredding the treant to splinters. Qinya then summoned a swarm of clones blurred afterimages that lunged from every angle. Far above, Yu Fei and the others glimpsed the scene and smirked. To them, Lin Yun was staging a futile last stand. The dark ancient tree was no common lord. A breath later, the collapse they awaited refused to appear. The treant horde was ripped apart, the battle's momentum reversing with whiplash speed. Beasts that had forced their way into How US City were sliced to ribbons under primal claw, carcasses raining to the ground. In less than a moment, the once roaring tide fell silent. How can that beast be so strong? Yu Fei breathed, mouth agape. With the treants in pieces, Qinya wheeled and charged straight for the dark ancient tree. "The strength that white fox just displayed is far beyond that of my blue flame bird," Bai Hang said in a trembling voice. Sensing the fox's presence, the dark ancient tree erupted with a web of black vines that cracked through the air toward Qinya. Qinya blinked forward, slipping past the whipping shadows and closing the distance in an instant. Hundreds, then thousands of vine lashes struck only dirt and stone, unable to so much as brush her fur. Black light boiled across the ancient trunk, branches flailing madly while a fog of dark energy rolled outward, a corruption that sapped the strength of every beast it touched. With a deep tremor, pitch-black seeds slammed into the soil, and trance burst free, shrieking as they charged Qingya. The vines accelerated, blotting out the sky and plunging the battlefield into twilight. The cruel lashes fell again, making the very air cry out. Unfazed, Qingya met them heat ripping apart the vines claw stroke after claw stroke. She advanced without hesitation, shredding any treant that came within reach into showers of dark splinters. Although these treants were extensions of the ancient tree, they were nowhere near as formidable as Qingya's own clones. Each of her avatars shared her full strength and battle instincts, so the treants were broken apart the moment they closed in. The dark corruption gnawed at her, but it was nowhere near enough to dull the white fox's edge. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 white foxes pressed up against the tree's roots. Branches thrashed wildly, but Qingya blinked once more and drove her claws hard into the trunk. Rough bark split apart, spraying foul-smelling black ichor. The other foxes attacked in concert, biting, slashing, raking, leaving the dark ancient tree overwhelmed. With a resounding crack, the massive trunk snapped, and the colossal tree toppled, fragments cascading as the black light guttered out, signaling its demise. The white foxes bounded back toward Haoyue City, circling the herb piles and chewing greedily to regain their strength. The ancient tree is down. All thanks to Lin Yun, someone on the rampart shouted. Keep fighting. Victory is ours. Spirits that had sagged at the tree's appearance now blazed anew, and the defenders erupted in thunderous cheers. Shou roared with laughter, charging forward alongside his beast. Zhao Tianjin could barely hide his relief, silently thanking fate for sending Lin Yun. Without him, Haoyue City would have surely fallen. High above, the blue flame birds circled on burning wings. The three riders stared wordlessly at the fallen dark tree, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. What had just happened felt almost dreamlike. They had never imagined a beast master of such talent could be found in a backwater like Haoyue City. Bai Heng murmured, "Our beasts are both at the Lord level. Why is mine so far behind his?" Yu Fei nodded softly, unable to calm the tremor in her heart. The battle raged on. Titan fought shoulder to shoulder with Qingya, cutting down another dozen Lord-level beasts. The rest of the defenders bled and struggled, holding fast to the land their ancestors had lived on for generations. Perhaps they were weak, lacking talent and skill, but even so, not one of them knew fear. One after another, they fought as if their lives depended on it. Not a single person considered retreat. Chen Qing clutched his blood-soaked blade, locked in close combat with a gleaming tooth hound. Sparks burst as steel flashed across its fangs. Beside him, the mountain ape hammered its fists against the armored turtle's shell, each strike laced with gravel and blood, yet it never flinched. Luminous jellyfish cultivated by the healers floated at the battle's edge, their tendrils glowing pale blue as they stitched wounds on fallen beasts. Each pulse of light dimmed them, yet they forced new energy to gather. Inside, the healers rushed to mix medicines, pouring thick black elixirs from bottle to jar. The townspeople refused to stand idle. Some bound the beast's injuries, others hauled arrows and rations, still others washed and crushed herbs piled like small hills. Everyone defended home in their own way. The sun slipped beneath the horizon, its last gold-red glow swallowed by a sky the color of blood. At last the vast horde withdrew. Limbs and dark pools littered the ground, moans rose everywhere, and earth and sky blurred into the same hue. We won! We won! Shou threw back his head and roared. Joy exploded across Haoyue City, the whole place sparking like fire. Lin Yun leaned against the gentle white fox and wiped sweat from his brow. We finally held off this wave. Across from him, Wei Yuling's shoulder was bandaged, her face pale. "I'm fine, just a scratch. 2 days and it'll be gone," she replied with a smile. The celebration belonged to Haoyue City, yet the Empire's blade trio felt strangely out of place. Suddenly, a resident pointed at the sky, voice shaking. "Look up there. What is that?" Heads tilted back. Pale green ripples spread overhead, swiftly sketching a bizarre pattern. "A magic array," Lin Yun muttered, heart tightening. "Here of all places?" Wei Yuling gasped. The pattern sealed. Eerie power poured down into the scattered corpses. At once, hazy figures clawed free of the beasts' bodies. Some shattered into mist. A few broke loose, standing like ghosts amid the blood. On a mountain a few miles away, Calamity and Pestilence surveyed the scene, ghostly mists curling behind them. Calamity clicked his tongue at the battered city. Stubborn little creatures, they actually survived. The Nether Lord will be pleased. "Maybe hell reward us," Pestilence said with a thin grin. The array kept siphoning souls. More beast spirits formed, though many still burst apart in midair. "High conversion rate this time. The Hall Master will be thrilled," Calamity said, rubbing his hands. "Maybe you'll learn a fine burial plot." "I want a coffin," Pestilence replied. "Good timber lets a spirit cultivate faster." When the count was met, Pestilence's eyes went cold. "Now it's the living citizens' turn. Offer them to the Nether Lord." Calamity snapped, whipping a blood-red banner through the air. Eyes blazing crimson. The mass of beast spirits charged straight toward Haoyue City. Wraiths? Why are there so many of them? Damn it. We barely stopped the beast tide, and now another swarm of spirits is pouring in. It's over. On the walls and in the alleys, panicked crowds scattered, their screams spreading like a plague. Zhao Tianzheng pressed a blood-soaked hand to the gash in his abdomen and staggered upright. Can you still fight? Ignoring the pain, he rushed to his battle beast, the rhinoceros. The massive creature lay motionless among the rubble. Zhao's heart clenched. He knelt and felt its chest rise faintly, exhaling in relief. The rhino had defeated several Lord-class aberrations that had broken into the city, but it was now covered in wounds. Every other beastmaster in Haoyue City looked the same, splattered with blood, their breathing ragged. Despair. Absolute despair. They had thought the retreat of the beast tide meant a moment to breathe. The balance had just tipped toward hope when it plunged back into darkness. Shou's sword hand trembled, not from fear, but from exhaustion so deep it numbed his limbs. He gritted his teeth, trying to lift the blade again, yet even his fingers refused to obey. Above, a blue flame falcon circled. From its back, Yu Fei, Beizhua, and Bai Hang stared at the dense wave of spirits below. They blinked, thinking their eyes deceived them, then sucked in a breath when the vision stayed. Yu Fei muttered, Hall of Wraiths. I never thought they'd choose this place for a conversion. She glanced at the houses beneath them, her voice tight. This town is finished. Every resident will be turned into offerings for that Wraith Lord. Beizhua shook his head slightly. As a member of the Blade of the Empire, he knew better than anyone how brutal flesh conversion, wastefully used on slaughter-strewn battlefields to swell the Hall's ranks fast. Who could have guessed they'd set their sights on an out-of-the-way place like Haoyue City? Bai Hang swept a look over the black tide surging toward the walls and concluded, not even a tenth of their total number is here, but every single one is a nightmare to fight. We should leave, now? The Hall of Wraiths has a blood feud with the Blade, Beizhua urged. What's to fear? At this altitude, and with the Falcon's speed, they'll never catch us. Besides, I'm not leaving before I see how this show ends. Yu Fei's grin was reckless. Agreed, Bai Hang said, and the three remained aloft, watching. Beside the western ruins, Lin Yun hurled a snakeskin sack to the ground. Titan, absorb all these crystals. He ripped the bag open, and a heap of energy crystals tumbled out, glowing faint blue. Titan spread its alloy-plated arms, slotting each crystal into the power core on its chest. Strength and focus surged back like a rising tide. At last the final crystal dissolved into light, and Titan re-engaged its core shield. Electricity danced across its optics. The machine was fully charged. Lin Yun looked at the black flood of spirits outside the walls. We can't let those things in. Use your strongest strike. Head already calculated. Among the thousands of spirits, most were mundane or commander level, a few warlord class, and only a dozen or so had reached first-tier lord status. Titan's firepower could hold them. A crackle of current was its answer. The mech's thrusters roared, propelling it skyward. On the ground, the two Wraith commanders, Calamity and Pestilence, brandished their pitch-black standards, driving the spectral horde toward Haoyue City in a raging torrent. Yu Fei was the first to notice the silver-blue flash streaking upward. She froze. No way. He's sending his partner in now? Bai Hang was incredulous. With his power he could retreat whenever he wants. This is insane. Beizhua frowned. Every one of those Wraiths is vicious. His decision is beyond reckless. Hovering high above, Titan unfurled 8 shields that glided into position like the wings of an angel. A dazzling blue light burst forth at the center, expanding into 5 straight beams that coursed like veins, channeling raw power through the Titan's massive frame. The surging energy converged at the shield's tip. With a resonant hum, a 6-pointed star array snapped into place, whirling as it drew in the forces of heaven and earth. Tremendous power flooded in, the air groaning under the pressure while space itself shivered. Far off, Catastrophe swung his command flag, eyes bloodshot as he howled. Kill. Wipe them all out. Spectral beasts closed on Bright Moon City, shadowy fog rolling around them. At that moment, the charge sequence finished. Hexagram bombardment. Final mode. The mechanical voice rang out, and a deep blue beam cascaded downward, erupting like drifting embers across the wasteland. Each blast heaved the ground skyward. Phantoms flashed transparent in the blue glare and vanished. Starlight boiled into a roaring tide, ripping the earth apart. Spirits incinerated in midair, beast remains blackened in an instant, then melted into pitch-dark sludge that mingled with magma and blood, sending white smoke billowing. Acrid fumes blanketed the field, ghostly wails faded, and the thunder of explosions died away. When the smoke cleared, only molten rock churned above a yawning crater. Lord Mayor Shou braced against the wall, gasping. Zhao Tiansheng's face was ashen. I can't fight any longer. I've failed to hold the city. My lord, the spirits are gone. Shou stammered in disbelief. What? Zhao's eyes flew open. Helped by townsfolk, he climbed the watchtower to see scorched earth stretching from no spirits anywhere. Shou had told the truth. The Titan Lin Yun had raised was responsible. It touched down, its surface glowing red from overload. Its colossal shield slumped at its feet. Lin Yun stroked its brow. Rest now, Titan. Rin Yu swooped in, breathing frost to cool the creature's hide. But the danger wasn't over. Above the seething magma, 30 dark knights appeared without a sound, clad in chilling black armor and leveling grim lances. What are those? Lin Yun felt a sinking jolt as information surfaced. Name Dark Knight. Rank Commander Tier 1. Skills Death Charge Divine. Stampede Divine. Hardened Armor Supreme. Master Swordsmanship Divine. One threat had fallen, another rose. Chinya. He barked. The white fox flashed forward. Her cloning art flared, unleashing dozens of identical figures. The Dark Knights lowered lances and charged, but Kinjia's true form blinked aside. Her claws hammered a warhorse's plating clang, shattering metal. Blades of silver tore through the ranks. The clones swept in like a storm. In moments, 30 knights were shredded. Reeling with fatigue, Qingya returned to Lin Yun's side. The pigmen of the Holy Church stared at the carnage, trembling. Catastrophe sucked in a sharp breath. That white fox fought all this time, and still has strength left. Dark Knight armor is supposed to be unbreakable, Plague muttered. How did it shatter so easily? A thought struck Catastrophe. He fixed a stare on his companion. Plague, the Black Widow wasn't killed by Zhao Tian's Henjit, was that white fox. Beyond US City, the Dark Knight's shattered armor and severed limbs lay strewn among weeds and broken stones, torn apart by Kinjia's claws. The air still reeked of blood and cold iron. What now? The mission's a total loss. Almost every Dark Knight is dead. When we get back, the Hall Master will skin us alive. Zay's voice shook as he stared at the carnage. The words dragged Wenny into an old nightmare. Last time they failed, Head watched a wraith tortured in the hall, ghost fire burning straight through its soul. He would rather die than feel that agony himself. He drew a slow breath to steady the fear in his chest. There's only one way left. You mean the summoning token? Zay tensed. The answer was obvious. The token could call the Hall Master's projection to the field for a brief time, worth a second life. It was their last escape plan, yet now they had to spend it. Reluctance clouded Zay's face. When he saw the doubt, if we don't use it now, we'll never get another chance. Go back empty-handed, and we'll die even worse. Fine. Zhuzhou clenched his jaw. Each produced half of a dull green shard. When the runes along their edges met, the pieces clicked together. A wraith sigil surfaced, and a frigid green light surged skyward, forming a circle of glyphs dozens of meters wide. BZZMM. A towering translucent figure looked down from the array, its presence pressing on the world like an invisible wall. Greetings, Hall Master. Zhuzhou and Zay knelt. Why have you summoned me? The projection's voice was cold and hollow. They hid nothing and told the story from start to finish. Useless worms, you can't handle a task this small. The Master's snort sent waves of icy miasma rolling out. Zhuzhou rushed to speak. My lord, a beast master appeared inside US City. His creatures are absurdly strong, smashed the Dark Elder tree without effort. When he added, he has 2 more beasts. After the tree fell, they still had strength to wipe out all the wraiths and dark knights we set. Oh, intriguing. Frost flashed in the Master's eyes. He suddenly looked toward another patch of sky. 3 blue flame birds were streaking past with riders aboard. Damn, he saw us. Bai Hang went pale and slapped his mouth. The blue flame bird shrieked and climbed. The other riders spurred theirs to flee. The Master's voice was ice. Empire blades, those self-styled champions of justice. I despise them most of all, and today they land in my grasp. He raised one claw and closed it. The 3 birds slammed into an unseen barrier, tumbled back, and became trapped in a gray-green pocket of space. No flap of wings or burst of flame could break free. Come here. One word. An invisible force dragged the birds to his feet. The riders crashed to the ground. Yufei dropped to her knees first, voice trembling. Mercy, Lord Hall Master. I hold no malice toward wraiths. Bai Hang begged too. My lord, I've never killed a single wraith, please spare us. Beiju just sighed. How about you let the 3 of us go and call it even? The Master stared down, voice like winter. What were you 3 doing in the sky? None of them dared speak. Answer me. The Hall Master barked out a command. The 3 hurriedly explained what had happened. Blue spirit flames wavered inside the great hall as the Hall Master looked down from the dais and gave a soft, mocking laugh. I never thought the blade of the Empire would produce trash like you 3. Yes, we're trash, Yufei replied with a forced smile, eyes lowered. Trash like us, only dirty your hands. Let us go, Bai Hang chimed in, bowing repeatedly. Setting you free isn't out of the question, the Hall Master drawled, his tone lazy but cold. You just have to entertain me. Whatever you need, Hall Master, he'll do it, Yufei promised at once. Fine. Go to US City and kill everyone. Do that, and you get to live, the Hall Master said, lifting a hand to seal the bargain. Kill them all? Beiju raised his eyes, wavering. They're weakened. Strike now, and we have a 90% chance, Yufei whispered urgently. A man shows his steel with poison when he must, Bai Hang added, his gaze turning cruel. With their orders, the 3 rushed out of the hall. Off to the side, the figure called Calamity produced a recording crystal ready to capture every moment of the coming slaughter under the title The Blade of the Empire Butchers a City. How U.S. City. Charred streaks still scarred the broken walls, and the bitter scent of herbs hung in the air. Most defenders were wounded rather than dead, and every faction had emptied its stores of medicine to keep people alive. Lin Yun sat cross-legged on a chunk of fallen stone, gently stroking a white fox in his lap while feeding it herbs. Just then, 3 blue flame birds tore through the sky, crashing down at the city gate in a blaze of heat. Why did you come back? You're not welcome here. Sure roared, voice hoarse. Faces darkened all around. The trio had fled when the city's fate hung in the balance. Crack. A sharp slap rang out, Show's cheek swelling red. You dare strike me. I did, and what will you do about it? Yufei sneered, following the slap with a vicious kick. Show flew backward. Someone caught him before he smashed into a wall, but blood spattered from his lips. He clenched his jaw and stayed silent. Yufei scanned the crowd, her voice slicing through the ruins. We're here to kill every last one of you. Don't resist, and it'll be quicker. Why? Voices shouted. You abandoned the city, and now you come to murder us? How vile can you be? Lin Yun stepped forward, brows knitted. Yufei eyed the battered defenders, then Lin Yun, smiling triumphantly. You're strong, they'll give you that. But after a battle like that you're spent. You're no match for us. Her gaze flicked to the white fox lying on the ground, disdain flashing in her eyes. Bai Hang and Beizhuo wore the same confident grin. Do it, Yufei ordered. The 3 blue flame birds screeched and vomited streams of sapphire fire. Heat rippled the air, wounds on the injured seared and burned, drawing agonized cries. Yufei's smile widened. Slaughtering these exhausted beast tamers would be easy. Please the Hall Master, live another day. Rip. A shrill tearing sound split the fiery haze. Yufei spun around. One of her birds lay in 2 smoking halves, its head missing. The other 2 crashed lifeless to the ground, their flames snuffed out. A chill shot through her, eyes darting wildly. She found the white fox among the rubble, blood from the birds dripping off its snowy claws. Even exhausted, Lin Yun said quietly, we're not opponents you can handle. Yufei suffered a backlash and coughed up blood. Agonizing pain tore through her chest, and her face went ghost white. White fox, its fluffy tail trailing behind, stalked toward the 3 of them, fangs bared, killing intent so thick it almost turned solid. Yufei's legs buckled. She could barely stay on her feet, while her 2 companions dropped to their knees, knocking their heads on the ground and trembling for mercy. Please don't kill us, Yufei rasped. I was wrong. So was I, Bai Hang echoed, forehead pressed against the icy flagstones. On a rise outside Hao City, the Yuan Hall Master peered into the city through a recording crystal. When he saw the trio's sorry state, he snorted and crushed the crystal to dust. He had sent them only to discuss someone in Imperial Blade, and now even that petty scheme had failed. The crack of breaking crystal still rang in the air when his 2 lieutenants, Plague and Curse, flattened themselves on the ground, afraid to make a sound. The Hall Master's figure blurred, and an instant later he stood in the heart of Hao City. A saint-level aura thundered outward. Even the air seemed to congeal. People up and down the street felt a boulder settle on their chests and struggled to breathe. Under the crushing pressure, Lin Yun silently invoked insight, but the black-robed man before him remained a blank slate. Either it was a projection, or the man's own occult power erased every clue. The suffocating dread reminded Lin Yun of the fear he had felt beside a myth-grade beast's corpse. Who are you? He asked quietly. The Hall Master of Yuan Hall. The man croaked, disdain curling in his voice. Hall Master. Lin Yun's pupils shrank. According to everything he knew, the Yuan Hall Master was an ancient monster whose strength defied measure. Wei Yueling's fingers whitened as she squeezed the jade pendant at her waist and screamed inwardly, Father, hurry back. The Hall Master swept his gaze around, settling on the crouching white fox and the blazing red titan. Impressive, he sneered. A fine beast tamer. Both pets have every skill honed to Dao tier. Every skill at Dao tier. Yufei sucked in a sharp breath. Inside Imperial Blade, only a handful of tamers could push even one pet so far, and Lin Yun had done it with 2. His talent was monstrous. The surrounding crowd looked at him with a mixture of awe and dread yet. It ends here, the Hall Master said coldly. He raised his right hand, the clawed gauntlet gleaming. Scarlet light surged up his arm, gathering into a pillar of blood that shot skyward. The pillar burst, spreading a crimson mist that blanketed all of Hao City. Where the mist rolled, every resident's body twitched, limbs stiffening as if jerked by invisible strings. Lin Yun's heart lurched. Puppet strings, a high-level art that turned living beings into marionettes. The stronger the caster, the more victims he could control. White Fox was the first ensnared. It sprang upright with a frightened yelp and fought desperately. Moonlight poured from its fur. Dance of the divine moon ignited, its power climbing higher and higher. Even so, it trudged toward Lin Yun, claw blades flashing with lethal frost, poised to strike. Yet under its fierce, elegant will, the blow veered aside and failed to land. It rallied, driving the dance of the divine moon to its limit. Layers of silvery radiance surged across its snow-white fur like rising tides. At last, every scarlet thread coiled within its body was expelled, hitting the ground with a sharp hiss before dissolving into black smoke. Interesting, truly interesting. Even that couldn't bring you down. The Ghost Hall Master laughed instead of raging, excitement flashing in his pitch-black eyes. You're remarkable. If you weren't creatures of flesh and blood, I'd pay any price to add you to my hall. He was famously hard to impress. In that vast palace, only a handful had ever earned his notice. Yet the three before him had just received that rare praise. Lin Yun, Yu Fei, and Bai Heng all trembled, hearts crashing like waifs. A nod from a peak powerhouse was hardly an everyday reward. Qingya, are you all right? Lin Yun rushed to the white fox's side, his voice thick with worry. The fox gave a gentle shake of the head, but the Ghost Hall Master's tone turned icy. Sadly, if is only if. Since you aren't spirits, I'm afraid you'll have to die. As his words fell, the mist-shrouded claw flipped, and a globe of emerald fire condensed in an instant. The flames gave off no heat, yet the air turned frigid, frost forming midair. A heartbeat later, the fireball screamed toward Qingya, its force far beyond a normal Lord-class strike. Dragging her exhausted body, Qingya tore another rift in space. Fox clones leapt out, dove into the fireball, and detonated. Boom, boom. After a volley of dull blasts, the green wave was finally halted, but the backlash hurled Qingya across the field. She hit the ground hard, white fur instantly soaked in blood. Qingya. Lin Yun charged forward, then froze as the wounds stitched shut before his eyes. Insight, he commanded silently, and data streamed before him. Name, Primal Fox. Tier, Lord, 3rd rank. Skills, Primal Claws Dao level powerful, Rend, Shadow Shift, Crush. Add-ons, Razor Sharp, Instant Movement, Rapid Reflexes. Primal Perception Dao level filter, Premonition. Dance of the Divine Moon Dao level. Temporal Clone Dao level half cost. Sacrifice, Power Balance. Moonlight Recovery Basic. Once a month, rapidly heals and restores stamina under Moonlight. She ranked Yupan and unlocked Moonlight Recovery. Lin Yun's eyes blazed. A Helen stamina reset with only a long cooldown as the price. Moonlight flickered over Kinjia's coat, and within a breath, she was fully restored. Yu Fei's pupils tightened. She was dying seconds ago. She must have broken through at the brink, Bai Heng muttered. Could have thought the Hall Master's strike wouldn't kill her, but would force out a new skill, Beijua said wryly. The Ghost Hall Master snorted, a far larger emerald blaze blooming at his fingertips. Sparks crackled as the ground split. This time, you're finished. With a sweep of his hand, a towering wave of fire rolled toward Qingya. Boom. A bolt of purple-black lightning tore down from the clouds, cleaving the blaze apart. Searing green fire shattered into flickering embers and winked out. Instinctively, everyone looked up. A thunder war eagle with a wingspan of dozens of meters loomed overhead, electric serpents dancing through its feathers, each crack like gunfire against their eardrums. The creature's oppressive aura topped even the Ghost Hall Master's current avatar. Thunder War Eagle. Yu Fei cried. The Ghost Hall Master's pupils shrank. Damn it, Wei Chengwang is here. Father. Wei Yueling looked skyward, joy welling in her eyes. A crisp, murderous voice followed from above. Move against him again, old dog, and he'll pry the lid right off your coffin. The massive yellow raptor, crackling with lightning, descended slowly onto an open field not far from Haoyue City. With every beat of its wings, blinding white arcs snapped and danced, crisscrossing the night like thick chains that wove a savage net of energy. This was none other than name, Thunder War Eagle. Grade, Mythic, Tier 3. Skills. 1. Thunderstorm Dao level. 2. Domain of Lightning Divine level, Special Conversion, Lockdown. 3. Thunder Dash Dao level. 4. Lightning Blade, Slash Dao level, Keen. 5. Shield of Thunder Dao level, Cushion. Once the domain of lightning unfurls, the Thunder War Eagle seals the surrounding space with raw thunder while pushing its electric power to the limit. The special conversion shares this boost with beasts of any element, so even a water-type companion gains the same amplification inside the field. Keen sharpens every strike, while Cushion softens incoming blows and strengthens defense. A man and a woman leaped from the eagle's back, their boots sparking as they landed. They were Wei Chengwang and Mu Yuro. Between them swayed a plant-type pet whose aura rivaled the eagle's. Name, Rose Fairy. Grade, Mythic, Tier 5. Skills. 1. Tempest of Blossoms Dao level, quantity doubled. 2. Sacred Healing Dao level, potent restoration, vast area. 3. Rose Whiplash Divine level. 4. Deadly Toxin Dao level. 5. Whisper of Flowers Divine level. The Rose Fairy's upper body was formed from rose-pink petals that shaped a delicate face, while its lower body echoed a human female's curves. 3 pairs of translucent wings, thin as gauze, fluttered lightly and spread fragrant pollen through the air. Lin Yun murmured insight, and the pet's data floated before his eyes. As expected, it was another mythic creature. A childish shout pierced the air. Daddy, you're finally here. Wei Yueling dashed forward and plunged into Wei Chengwang's arms. He stroked the back of his daughter's head, cold light glinting in his eyes. Yueling, leave the rest to us. Mu Yura's gaze softened as she turned to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, are you all right? I'm fine, he answered, voice hoarse. The earlier fights just drained my stamina. Mu Yuro nodded, her regard for him rising. Wei Chengwang took a step forward, his voice booming across the clearing. You old ghoul, it's time to settle our scores. The Thunder War Eagle shrieked, electricity exploding around its body in response to its master's battle fury. Opposite them, the Ghost Hall Master stood with hands clasped behind his back and snorted. Don't think I fear the two of you. You're already a dead man. Wei Chengwang replied, his tone icy. Mu Yuro added, even if your true body were here, you couldn't touch us. This is only an avatar. Before her words faded, the Ghost Hall Master's figure vanished. Drag him out, Wei Chengwang ordered. The Thunder War Eagle whipped its wings, unleashing a torrent of lightning that swallowed Hau City in an instant domain of lightning. 100 meters away, space split open, and the Ghost Hall Master's avatar was wrenched into view. Curse you, he roared. If that's how you want it, I'll fight you to the end. Green flames blossomed in his spectral claws, and a bone-deep chill crashed outward, dropping the temperature instantly. Blood pooling in the streets froze solid. Walls cracked under the clash of frigid contraction and searing thunder, and plants and puddles turned ghost white as frost raced across every surface. This time, the Ghost Hall Master held nothing back, his presence several times stronger than before. The Thunder War Eagle answered with a piercing, triumphant cry. A host of yellow shields blossomed around the Yuhan Hall Master. 1, 2, 4, 8 within a few breaths the shields, forged from pure lightning, overlapped until they formed a solid wall, sealing him inside and blocking the scorching green ghost fire. The night sky churned as a mass of black thunderclouds rose straight up. Snakes of lightning writhed across the cloud walls and deafening thunder rolled. The raging current converged and, in the blink of an eye, became a thunder war eagle with wings spanning dozens of meters. With a single beat of its wings, 10,000 arcs crashed down like waterfalls, unleashing annihilating force on the area where the Yuhan Hall Master stood. The furious thunderblast struck its mark with perfect precision. Stone vaporized into dust and was shredded into particles finer than flour, while heat and shock warped the air itself. Trapped inside the shield wall, the Yuhan Hall Master had nowhere to flee. Under the crush of lightning his figure grew translucent, then dispersed completely like smoke in the wind. Far away, in a dark, bone-chilling ancient tomb, a man in black robes suddenly dropped to his knees. The backlash from his avatar's destruction made every bone feel as if it had been smashed by a giant hammer. He gasped before roaring, "Damn it! That bastard Wei Chengwang not only destroyed my avatar, but gravely wounded my true body." Forced to retreat into a coffin to recuperate, he estimated it would take a long time to mend the damage. This grudge will be repaid. His curses echoed through the tomb. On a clifftop, Zhe and Zhuzhou had been spying from afar. Seeing the Hall Master's avatar obliterated by lightning, their nerves nearly snapped. Who could have imagined tiny Hau City hid two Beastmasters, so terrifying? Even the Hall Master was helpless. They turned and bolted, and the cult's porcine soldiers stampeded after them, all of them scared witless by that vision of lightning cleansing the earth. At the town center, Mu Yuro surveyed the battle-scarred streets and toppled houses. Frowning slightly, she ordered, "Let's repair the damage first." The Rose Fairy bowed, palms pressed together. Gentle green, healing light bloomed from its hands and rippled outward. In moments the whole of Hau City was bathed in a soft, emerald glow. Every wounded resident felt strength surge back, torn flesh knitting before their eyes. Wonderful. The crowd cheered. Shirshou's severed arm regrew and soon looked as good as new. Tears streamed down his face. "My arm, it's really healed." Zhao Tianjing also shook off his grievous wounds and bowed deeply to Wei Chengwang and Mu Yuro in thanks. When the situation was under control, Wei Chengwang bent down and patted his daughter's shoulder. "Yuling, tell me what happened while we were gone." "MMHM. First we were on the walls holding off the beast tide." Wei Yueling recounted everything from the tide's outbreak to the defeat of the Dark Knight, and the Ghost Army, emphasizing Titan and Kinjia's decisive roles. After listening, Wei Chengwang and Mu Yuro raised their estimation of Lin Yun even higher. For someone so young to nurture two beasts of such power, without his help Hau City would already be in ruins. His future was limitless. But when Yuling described what Bai Hang and his companions had done, Wei Chengwang's face turned icy cold. "I never imagined the Empire's blade could produce scum like you. You three, get over here," Mu Yuro said, her voice like ice. The trio went pale, but the fate of the Yuhan Hall Master's avatar flashed through their minds. None dared to run. They stepped forward obediently. Lin Yun studied the trio with a slight frown. These so-called blades of the Empire were spineless enough to fear death, but turning their guns on their own people in a crisis was beyond contempt. If he hadn't been strong enough, he would be the one lying on the ground right now. Say, senior, please let us explain. Beijua hurried forward, stammering. We had no choice. We never meant to kill them for real. No choice. Shou folded his arms and sneered. Your shot almost blew my brains out. Don't try to justify yourself, it's disgusting. I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone as shameless as you three. You're a disgrace to the Empire. The surrounding residents murmured in agreement, their faces full of disdain. Just as the tension was about to snap, Yufei produced a palm-sized jade token from her robe, cupped it in both hands, and spoke respectfully. Senior, before you act, could you take a look at this? The token was jade white, with a single character U engraved at its center. Wei Chengwang glanced at it, and instantly stiffened. You serve Chancellor Yu? Chancellor Yu second only to the Emperor, famed throughout the Empire as a legendary beastmaster. Years ago, 10 mythic beasts from the depths of the great wilderness attacked in unison, leaving the Empire on the brink of destruction. The Chancellor faced them alone, battling for 10 days and nights until all 10 creatures were slain. That feat made him a living legend and remains the most inspiring case study in the Empire's military academies. Yufei nodded. He's my god-grandfather. Lord Zhao Tian of Bright Moon City knew all too well how powerful the Yu family was. Cold sweat beaded on his back. He leaned in, whispering, Seniors, perhaps we should drop this. We can't afford to cross the Yu family. Seeing his reaction, Yufei's eyes gleamed with smugness. Release me, and he'll let this go. Once I'm home, I might even put in a good word for you with grandfather. The Empire could allocate you extra resources. This is an opportunity, I'd better seize it. Can't afford to offend them? Mu Yuro chuckled softly. Yufei lifted her chin. Please reconsider, senior. If you anger my grandfather, life in the Xinchuan Empire will become very hard for you. Enmity is better avoided, Beijua added quickly. Mu Yuro ignored them and fixed her gaze on the jade token. That piece lets you contact your grandfather, doesn't it? Yes, Yufei replied. It's both proof of identity and a custom communicator. If I'm ever in danger, I just have to crush. Crush it, Mu Yuro ordered evenly. Crush it? Yufei froze. I'm ordering you to shatter the token, Mu Yuro repeated, her quiet voice brooking no refusal. Yufei dared not defy her. With a snap, the jade shattered. The fragments fell, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The swirling radiance converged, and an elderly man with silver hair took shape in midair, the Empire's illustrious Chancellor Yu. His eyes sharpened. Yufei, are you in danger? Grandfather, it's like this, Yufei hurriedly summarized what had happened. As she spoke, the Chancellor's expression grew darker. Mu Yuro stepped forward with an easy smile. Old Yu, long time no see. You've gotten even more gray hair. Mu Yuro stared coldly at the elderly man on the light screen. Yu Xiang, what will it take for you to spare my granddaughter? Old man, you misunderstand. Mu Yuro brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone calm. I didn't reach out to bargain with you. Then what do you want? Yu Xiang's brows tightened. I'm here to inform you your granddaughter will die today. Mu Yuro's voice was as icy as a blade. Yu Xiang flushed with rage, yet the couple's terrifying strength left him helpless. Mu Yuro kept her gaze on the screen. And one more thing today won't be forgotten. You put my daughter and her friend in danger. I intend to collect that debt. Yu Xiang lowered his head, his voice hoarse. What do you want? I haven't decided. Mu Yuro's lips curved slightly. Chengwang and I will visit the imperial capital in a few days. We'll have a little chat. He'll stroll around and see what the Yu family owns, then make up my mind. Don't push this too far. Yu Xiang slammed the table. After years in high office, he had never been threatened like this. Say another word, and he'll turn that big turtle of yours into stew, Mu Yuro added lazily. After a long silence, Yu Xiang gave in. When you arrive, you may choose any 2 treasures from the Yu family. Much better. Mu Yuro nodded. Yu Xiang shifted topics. What about the serpent? How did you deal with it? We talked for a while, and it left on its own, Mu Yuro answered casually. Left? Where did it go? Probably east, looking for that man to fight. Mu Yuro shrugged. Sigh. It still can't let go of its obsession. Yu Xiang sighed, his eyes falling on his kneeling granddaughter. As for this useless girl, do whatever you wish. Grandfather. Yufei's face went pale, panic filling her voice. Yu Xiang gave no reply. Grandfather, I don't want to die. Save me, Yufei sobbed. The jade talisman's light faded, and Yu Xiang's image vanished from the screen. Mu Yuro turned. All right, let's finish this. Wei Chengwang looked at the trembling trio and shook his head. You don't want to die, but did you think about that when you put others in danger? Despair covered their faces. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck, shredding the 3 with crackling arcs, reducing them to dust. No one nearby felt the slightest sympathy. Everyone, clear the rubble, Zhao Tianzheng ordered. People answered at once, lifting tools and getting to work. The overall death toll was low. Most beastmasters had been injured earlier, but Mu Yuro's pets had healed them, so they could move again now. Lin Yun headed for Titan. Lin Yue kept lowering the temperature, stripping heat from the giant beast's hide, yet Titan still snored loudly. Qinya had recovered under the moonlight and followed silently at Lin Yun's side. The bone blade retracted its flames and slipped into his pocket, only a pair of amber eyes peeking out. curiously watching the colossal creature in the distancia, myth-grade thunder war eagle with golden wings wrapped in crackling arcs. Lin Yun climbed the battered watchtower and took in the city below. Charred earth stretched out in every direction. The small town looked like a lone leaf adrift on a river, tiny and isolated amid the wasteland. Footsteps sounded behind him. Wei Yueling stepped up and spoke softly. Lin Yun, I have something important to tell you. What is it? Lin Yun asked, surprised. I'm leaving, Wei Yueling said. Father's business here is done, and I'm going with them. A twilight wind swept over Hao City's shattered walls and sent bits of rubble skittering across the ground. Standing at the gate, Lin Yun asked without thinking, where will you go? First to the capital, then eastward. After that I don't know. Mother hasn't decided. She brushed back a loose strand of hair and tried to sound cheerful. Take care, Lin Yun replied. They sat side by side on the ruined street all night, talking from their awkward first meeting to the struggle of becoming beast tamers, and finally the bloody battle of the day. When weariness set in, Wei Yueling tipped her head back. In the moonlight, the fire-cloud sparrow's feathers glowed red. At dawn she climbed onto the great scarlet bird. Lin Yun lifted a hand in farewell as the fire-cloud sparrow surged skyward. Her figure shrank on the horizon, and Hao City slipped away until it vanished. Wei Yueling hugged her knees on the bird's back and sighed. The sparrow glanced over its shoulder, tapping her with its beak in a silent comfort, but her chest still ached with the pain of parting. Pathetic, Wei Yueling, she chided herself. You swore you'd say everything, yet the words stuck in your throat. Tears blurred her sight. This longing never ends. Gone from my brow, it lodges in my heart. The sparrow gave a clear cry, wings flashing in the dawn light as it carried her farther and farther. Who knew when they would meet again? She sighed, and fresh tears welled. Inside the city, Lin Yun returned to his courtyard. The silence felt strange, hollow. He touched his chest, as if something vital had been lost. After the battle, each of his beasts had advanced. 1. Qingya, now Lord rank, 3rd tier, with the divine skill Moonlight recovery. 2. Titan, Lord rank, 2nd tier. 3. Bonebladiance, the weakest progressed the most. Name, Ghost Flame Bone. Rank, Commander, 6th tier. Skills, top tier hypnosis, target tracking, drowsy, bone array advanced, sharpness, double numbers, substitute advanced, multi-strike, ghostly fire advanced. As Lin Yun pondered, the white fox Qingya trotted over, nuzzling his hand before heading for the gate. What is it? He asked. Qingya looked back, eyes determined. It wanted to train in Night Forest. Titan buzzed its wings, bone blade on its back, equally eager. Not today, Lin Yun said, waving them off. All 3 beasts sagged. Night Forest just went through a beast tide, he explained, calm but firm. Most creatures are gone. Would be wasting our time. Their disappointment showed. Yet Lin Yun had already made other plans. He walked to the kitchen, where Li Yueru sliced wild greens under the dim glow of an oil lamp. Mother, I need to tell you something important. She set the knife down and wiped her hands. What is it? I'm leaving Hao City for the prefectural capital of Xinguang. Will you come with me? Li Yueru thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. We've lived here all our lives. We don't want to start over. Besides, the capital means learning everything anew. In the courtyard, Lin Qin paused his chess game. I'm staying too. Go make your own way, can manage. Lin Yun nodded, already weighing his options. The beast tide had ravaged Hao City, but the real danger was over. Most monsters had fled. Even the myth-rank black serpent, Mu Yuro said, had left these lands and headed east. Besides, Zhao Tianzheng and Shi Shou will look after his parents for his sake, so there's no need to worry. After a few days of preparation, Lin Yun left Hao City with his 3 contracted beasts and set out once more for Xinguang County. Titan spread its massive metal body like a giant shield, lifting its master and companions into the air. Lin Yun lay sprawled across its back, flanked by Qingya and Boneblade. Since Titan's breakthrough to the Lord rank, its size had increased several-fold, yet it still carried its passengers with perfect stability. The journey was smooth, and they reached Xinguang County in no time. As soon as they entered the city, Boneblade dove into Lin Yun's pocket, too shy to show its face. Lin Yun ignored it. Titan ambled along at a relaxed pace, while Qingya's bright fox eyes stayed fixed on the food displayed at the roadside stalls. The seasoned vendors read the situation at a glance and hurried over, enthusiastically promoting jerky, pastries, and spirit fruit made for beasts. Their vivid descriptions had the white fox practically drooling. Not now, we're going to eat first, Lin Yun said, pinching the fox by the scruff and slipping away. At the word eat, Qingya quieted down immediately. Before long, they stopped at an inn with a classic, old-world charm. Welcome, sir. Here for a meal? How many? The waiter asked, hurrying over. 1 person, 3 beasts, Lin Yun answered. Beastmasters who could keep 3 pets at once were uncommon, so the waiter straightened up and ushered them in with marked respect. In the private room, rosewood tables and chairs were carved with birds and beasts, and the wall scrolls bore the vigorous brushwork of a celebrated artist clearly worth a fortune. Once seated, Lin Yun spoke directly. "I'm looking for some information." The waiter looked hesitant. "Sir, I still have other tables. If the manager catches me idling, they'll be in trouble." Lin Yun placed several silver ingots on the table. The waiter still hesitated. "The manager's temper is fierce. If he finds out, I could lose my job." Lin Yun added a few more ingots. The clear clink of silver changed the waiter's mind instantly. "Please ask whatever you wish, sir. What are the best training grounds around Xinguang County?" "There are 3 top spots: Holy Spring Forest, Shadow Gorge, and Heavenly River, though Heavenly River is only for Lord-class beasts. All 3 entrances are guarded by the Beastmaster Alliance, and you'll need a gold rank badge to get in." He counted on his fingers again. "There are also 5 other areas: Xinguang Graveyard, Dark Night Forest, Gale Plateau, Xinguang Mine, and Evernight Village. Right now, only 2 of them are still accessible." Lin Yun pressed him. "What happened to the others?" "The graveyard was turned upside down recently by a Beastmaster, not even 20. Half the spirits were wiped out. You'd be lucky to find a single ghost now. Dark Night Forest was ravaged by a beast tide, and hardly any creatures remain. Gale Plateau used to be perfect for silver-rank Beastmasters, but the gale winds have vanished, so the trip is pointless. At this point, only Xinguang Mine is worth visiting." "And why is Evernight Village off limits?" Lin Yun frowned. The waiter shuddered. "Don't even ask. The place is cursed now. Going there is as good as suicide. A team of Master Baiyin's disciples went in, and none of them have returned." The waiter let out a heavy sigh. Baiyin, the name sounded familiar. During his last mission escorting the caravan to Xinguang County, that man in a blue robe had publicly declared his wish to take Lin Yun as a disciple, only to be politely refused. Baiyun's fame had grown since then, and his disciples were both numerous and powerful. If even one of Baiyun's students had met misfortune in Eternal Night Village, something truly frightening had to be lurking there. What on earth had happened? Lin Yun frowned. The waiter lowered his voice. "A plague has broken out in the village. Everyone catches a strange sickness once it starts. They drink water like mad until their stomachs are ready to burst. The villagers are all swollen, and many are turning into monsters." "Monsters? What do they look like?" Lin Yun pressed. "They resemble trees," the waiter stammered. "Their bodies harden into wood. They lose all awareness. Yet they become unbelievably bloodthirsty. The county governor has sent investigators, but no one has found an answer." "Any clues?" Lin Yun asked. "Most people blame the water source. Some suspect a leak from the Yongya mountain mines. I visited 5 years ago. It was just an ordinary village then, so I think the water is the problem." "That's enough. You may go." Lin Yun waved him off. "Very well, sir. Enjoy your meal." The waiter pocketed the silver, bowed, and slipped out. Silence returned. Lin Yun pondered. A plague was nothing like a beast tide. A barrier could never keep it out, and once infected it would be a nightmare to handle. Sacred Spring Forest and Shadow Gorge might be safer places to train. Perhaps he should head there first. Hiss. From his pocket, a sliver of bone slid free, tiny flames dancing along its edge as if it had urgent news. "What is it, Bone Blade?" Lin Yun looked at the little white knife on the table. The thin flame pointed straight at the door. "That waiter just now," Lin Yun guessed. Hiss. The blade shook its head. "Something he said?" The blade nodded. Beside it, Qingya let out a low growl, also dismissing the idea that the waiter himself was a threat. Lin Yun recalled the places he had mentioned and listed them one by one. The bone blade kept shaking until he spoke the words Eternal Night Village. Then it stopped and gave a gentle nod. "What connection do you have with that place?" Lin Yun asked. Flames flared over the blade's surface and pointed back to itself. Lin Yun suddenly remembered the ghost in the Xinguang graveyard who had cursed the bone blade for stealing a sacred relic. "You mean the artifact inside you?" he confirmed. The blade nodded again. Just then, fragrant dishes arrived. The waiter stepped in, smiling. "Anything else I can get you, sir?" "How do I reach Eternal Night Village?" Lin Yun asked, looking up. The waiter's face went pale. "Sir, you really intend to go to Eternal Night Village?" "That's right." Lin Yun's tone was calm. "It's terribly dangerous now," the waiter warned. "Even the beast tamers sent by the magistrate have been infected. You're walking straight into death if you go now." The inn's waiter stood beside the table, pleading, but Lin Yun merely waved a hand, his voice low. "I have my own plan." He said nothing about the divine artifact hidden inside Little Bone. Realizing persuasion was hopeless, the waiter sighed, yet still did his duty. "If you insist, sir, you should join the prefecture's investigation team. They travel with many healers far safer than going alone." "Requirements?" Lin Yun asked. "Gold rank Beastmaster." "Understood. You may go." His tone was calm. "Yes, sir." The waiter withdrew with a respectful bow. The beast tide had just ended, and Lin Yun had never found time for the exam. Now was perfect. He drew several energy crystals from his pouch and set them before Titan. "Eat first." Titan pressed its massive palms together, the crystals melting into a gentle radiance that flowed into its body. Qingya had long-eyed the dishes on the table and immediately began to feast. Bone Blade hovered over a plate of braised pork, silently draining its nutrients until nothing remained but powder. Lin Yun picked up the final morsel, tasting it slowly. The flavor was acceptable. After the meal he rested for the night. At dawn, he led his 3 beasts to the Beastmaster League of Xinguang Prefecture to sit for the gold rank test. The building resembled that of US City, but was several times larger, towering in the morning light. He had come early. The line was short. Soon it was his turn. A clerk named Zhu Hong gestured. Please have your beasts step onto the array. Go, Lin Yun ordered. Qingya beat her wings while Titan strode forward, both settling in the center. Runes flared. Light swept over them. 2 lines of script appeared. Zhu Hong read carefully. 1 Lord Tier, 2nd stage. 1 Lord Tier, 3rd stage. Both are Lord Tier. You qualify for the gold rank exam. The chill in her voice eased as she handed him a jade token. Please keep this safe. Lin Yun accepted it and entered the examination chamber with his beasts. A thick recording crystal hung overhead, and golden lines crisscrossed the walls, giving off a faint glow. Ready? He asked Qingya, Titan, and Boneblade. All 3 answered at once. He crushed the jade token. Darkness surged, dragging his consciousness and his beasts into a virtual world. Blistering heat slammed into him. When he opened his eyes, he stood in an endless desert. The sand seared beneath his boots, and a white-hot sun hung in the sky. He approached the lone stone stele, brushed away the dust, and saw the words carved upon it. King Tier. The simulation offered 4 levels: normal, adventurer, hard, and king. On his very first attempt, he had drawn the highest difficulty. King-level trials are the stuff of nightmares for most beastmasters. Very few ever make it through, and when they draw this scenario, nearly everyone prefers to surrender and wait a full month for another attempt. The simulation inflicts no physical wounds, but it burns through precious mental stamina. Scorching sand rolled beneath his boots, waves of heat turning the world into a colossal furnace and sending sweat down Lin Yun's temples. Struggling across the blistering dunes, he finally spotted a massive sand skiff shimmering in the haze. The hull, a lattice of hardwood and riveted metal, was piled high with crates and bundles, energy crystals inlaid between them flashing cyan-white light. The cargo is ready, sir. A man in white hurried forward, bowed low, and spoke in a hoarse, respectful tone. Lin Yun nodded slightly. Good. Let's move. The crew were only illusions, yet each could fight. Lin Yun stepped onto the deck, his gaze passing over ballistae, element cannons, and sailors tending runic arrays before he raised his hand. Set sail. Ropes creaked and masts groaned as coarse canvas snapped in the wind. Crystals flared to life, and the skiff lurched forward like a waking beast, the sand beneath its keel whipping aside in spiraling streams. The hot wind on his face carried a welcome hint of cool. A brief exchange with the man in white had outlined the mission: escort the skiff across the desert to Oasis City. This scenario, known as Lost in the Sea of Sand, ranks among the 3 most difficult battles in the archive. King-level difficulty is brutal enough. Drawing this particular test would make anyone else quit on the spot. But Lin Yun knew his own strength and would not retreat. The skiff pressed on until the dunes ahead suddenly caved in. One gaping vortex after another yawned open, and with a thunderous roar 3 desert scorpions the size of 2 grown men burst into view. Their bodies were jet black, armored plates gleaming like metal, venomous stingers glinting with icy light. The man in white blanched. Desert scorpions. My lord, this is serious. The sailors went pale as well, their fingers trembling around their weapons. Starlight exploded. An indigo beam lanced from Lin Yun's hand, punching through chitin before bursting into shards of brilliance. All 3 scorpions, along with the sand they had flung up, were pulverized to dust that drifted away without a sound. Silence returned to the deck, broken only by the howl of the wind. Full speed ahead, Lin Yun ordered. The man in white hesitated, then saluted. My lord, forgive my boldness, but forcing our speed will attract even more beasts. Our chances of reaching Oasis City will plummet. Please reconsider. The shorter the time, the higher the score, Lin Yun replied, calm and certain. Push the speed. He'll handle the rest. Yes, sir. The man stepped back. Additional masts rose, the array at the stern hummed, and the crystals blazed, propelling the vessel like a loosed arrow. Predictably, the heart of the desert grew ever more restless. Vortices blossomed one after another, shadows swarming beneath the sand. More than 20 desert scorpions clambered onto the deck, rushing straight for Lin Yun. Among them was a crimson desert scorpion, the scorpion queen many times stronger than her ordinary kin. Titan, longsword form, Lin Yun ordered. Sparks exploded across Titan's body. Blue light raced over its frame, then condensed into a star-blue blade over a meter long that slapped into Lin Yun's palm. He charged. A desert scorpion leapt at him, its stinger stabbing only air. Lin Yun slipped aside. His stellar sword style kicked up sand, the blade falling like a stream of stars crack. The scorpion was split in 2 on the spot. Sand hissed behind him. The scorpion queen closed in, crimson carapace blazing under the sun, killing intent rolling off her. Spear, Lin Yun said. Titan stretched into a 3-meter lance, its icy tip gleaming. Lin Yun braced and drove it forward. The point punched through the queen's headplate and nailed her to the sand. On the flank, Qingya had called up rows of clones that skimmed through the swarm like a fresh breeze. Boneblade followed, finishing the wounded. Shattered shells quickly carpeted the dunes. The sand skiff roared ahead, and any scorpion that clambered onto the deck was dispatched in less than a second. Suddenly the desert surged. A swirling vortex opened ahead, dragging the skiff toward it. The man in white blanched. An antlion. Sir, hit the center of the whirl, or we're done for. If the skiff was lost, the trial was over. Thinking fast, Lin Yun hurled the spear skyward. As it dropped toward the vortex's heart, Titan reverted to its true form, a colossal fortress crashing down, shields spreading like angel wings, starlight flashing. Boom. A blinding beam speared into the sand, the heat fusing grains into molten rock. A massive antlion burst free, mandibles pounding Titan's armor. Qingya blinked out of sight and reappeared on the beast's back, ripping a bloody trench. In the next instant the creature was torn to pieces. The man in white and the helmsman fought the wheel, yanking the skiff clear of the vortex and sending it racing toward Oasis City. The rest of the trip was relatively calm. Meanwhile, in the assessment office, dozens of crystal orbs lined a long table. Linked to the trial chambers, they displayed every Beastmaster's simulated battle. Zhu Hong checked them one by one. This one's decent, better technique, and had have won the final bout. That one's strong, but drew a brutal scenario, tough luck. Maybe next month he'll get a break. Allure your pet? Flattened in one hit. Another stats by potion build. She reached the end of the row and stopped on Lin Yun's feed, her brows knitting. King level difficulty? Talk about bad luck, pulled the top tier. She gave a short laugh, then frowned again. Wraith hasn't quit? Still struggling? What a waste of time. Must be a rookie. A good beating will set him straight. Shaking her head, she glanced at the timeline and froze. 1 hour? He's almost cleared it. Zhu Hong never expected it to turn out like this. Her curiosity fully aroused, she tapped the glyphs of the array and redirected the energy flow. The image in the crystal ball rewound, freezing at the moment Lin Yun first stepped into the sea of sand. So it was him. Zhu Hong remembered the boy vaguely during the assessment in the county seat of Xinguang Prefecture. Most Beastmasters had only one Lord-tier companion, yet Lin Yun had two. She pushed the thought aside and kept watching. On the screen, a towering titan hovered above the deck. The armor on its arms split open, releasing a spray of azure starlight that vaporized the charging desert scorpions in a single blast. Zhu Hong nodded slightly. His technique, power, and reflexes were all first-rate. The boy's survival was no accident. She continued to observe. Before long, she saw Lin Yun give the white-robed helmsman a single order: full speed. There are easier ways to die. Zhu Hong's expression darkened. Accelerating did raise the final score, and a higher score meant richer rewards from the Beastmaster League, but in Sandsea Drift, full speed also lured far more desert scorpions. The deck would be flooded in no time. Clearing the stage, let alone earning a high score, would become a fantasy. To her, Lin Yun's choice was reckless. He had a safe route to victory, yet insisted on the most difficult path, and on king difficulty, no less. The monsters that spawned at that level were vicious beyond measure. High scores were tempting, but for most Beastmasters a simple gold badge was already a fine prize. There was no need to gamble everything. She had watched many Beastmasters misjudge the risk in pursuit of richer rewards and lose everything. Lin Yun, she feared, would be no different. Something was wrong. Too little time had passed, barely an hour. Catching the discrepancy, Zhu Hong tapped the glyphs again and sped up the playback. As she expected, once the sand skiff hit top speed, the number of scorpions exploded. Soon the deck was packed tight. Yet not a single creature lasted more than a heartbeat, either blasted apart by blue starlight or shredded by the white fox's claws. Then Zhu Hong grasped a startling truth. The fox's clones were nearly equal to the original in power, possessed genuine intelligence, and could even exchange brief messages with one another. She opened her mouth, eyes wide with shock. Clone-type skills were already extraordinarily rare. Clones matching the original strength and having their own minds were almost unheard of. Zhu Hong had never imagined she would encounter a white fox capable of splitting into so many copies. She did the math in a flash: 103, an entire legion of Lord-level clones. Only then did she realize that Lin Yun's command to push the sand skiff at full speed sprang not from inexperience, reckless pride, or desperation, but from unshakable confidence in his beasts. So Holy Light Prefecture actually has a young Beastmaster this powerful and this handsome, Zhu Hong mused. She had administered exams for the Beastmasters League for years and had seen candidates of every caliber. Gifted talents were not scarce. Prefect Chao Man, the boy who joined the Sacred Flame trial, and Tang Guang of the Tang clan with his fearsome Holy Blade Tiger, but even they fell short of Lin Yun. By the time the sand skiff reached Oasis City, its once clean deck was strewn with the severed limbs and broken shells of desert scorpions, brown fluid mingling with the debris and making Zhu Hong frown. The true challenge was only beginning, she reminded herself. In the crystal projection, Lin Yun had barely disembarked with his 3 beasts when the ground rumbled. Fall back, Lin Yun shouted. Titan scooped up the bone-blade dire wolf and retreated dozens of meters, while the white foxes, guided by Qingya, scattered at once. Beneath the sand, a stone colossus more than 30 meters tall erupted from the earth, its massive fist crashing toward the skiff like a falling mountain. This was the hardest phase of desert sea navigation. The golem was slow, yet its offense and defense were formidable, and the challengers had to block every blow aimed at the vessel. Any damage to the cargo meant failure. Titan, blow it up, Lin Yun commanded coldly. Crackling in response, Titan unfolded its shield as a hexagram array flared behind it, ravenously drawing energy from the surroundings. The power condensed into a dense swarm of starlight, which it hurled at the mountain-sized fist. The motes drifted like catkins, yet carried force enough to tear the earth. Boom. The golem's shield shattered, cracks spiderwebbing across its rocky hide. The array kept tightening, feeding Titan fresh power that poured out as still more starlight. The fissures spread like a splitting tortoise shell. Cracked, the giant fist fragmented, the shards vaporizing into dust. The sand skiff remained unscathed. Sensing her chance, Qingya flashed forward, a storm of white foxes surging with her onto the stone husk. Blink turned her into a streak of light the lumbering arms could never touch. Razor claws raked the rock again and again, blasting off chunks and widening crevices. Within a heartbeat, the golem's body was dismantled and collapsed in a roar. A man in white and Oasis City's guards rushed over and stacked the skiff's cargo neatly. The crystal feed dimmed, and the trial was declared complete. Lin Yun had cleared the King-tier desert sea navigation while traveling at top speed. I have to tell the instructors immediately. Clutching the memory crystal, Zhu Hong broke into a sprint. Zhu Hong deactivated the array, hugged the crystal to her chest, and broke into a light jog. She sped down the stone corridor, her boots tapping over heavy azure bricks, swift yet steady. A few beast crystal lamps lit the passage like daylight, throwing her slightly anxious silhouette into sharp relief. Moments later, she pushed open a door and entered a sparsely furnished council chamber. Tian Kong was leaning over a long table strewn with dossiers, examining the situation in Haoyue City with Dizhou. The city wall of Haoyue is in terrible shape, Tian Kong said, tapping the blueprint in his hand. His brow nodded. In a few months, the aberrant beasts will return to the outskirts of High Forest. We have to get that wall patched before then. I'm thinking of diverting some supplies from the Tamer Alliance's depots. Dizhou skimmed the list Tian Kong handed over and shook his head slightly. I understand, but there are far too many materials here. If we submit this request, the higher-ups are unlikely to approve it. I've visited every major clan and even combed 3 neighboring county seats. Yet we're still short, Tian Kong sighed. Haoyue isn't the only city under attack. The Golden Wolf clan is wreaking havoc in the north, and those Trants in the south are no better. Dizhou spread out the latest reports, the map under his fingers creased and worn. All right, we can plug the breaches with second-grade materials for now, just enough to hold. Once we weather this wave, we'll replace them piece by piece. The quality will dip a little, but it won't be catastrophic. Give me the details, Tian Kong said, gesturing for him to continue. Dizhou immediately explained the performance, consumption, and budget of each substitute. The furrow in Tian Kang's brow gradually eased, and at last he nodded. Seeing their discussion wind down, Zhu Hong stepped forward, still holding the crystal. Chairman, I have something important to report. What is it? Tian Kong was in a good mood after settling the plan. A young beastmaster has just cleared the Shanghai Mahang trial. Zhu Hong tightened her grip on the crystal. Tian Kang's expression changed, and Dizhou's eyes widened. So Xinguang County has gained another powerhouse, Tian Kong murmured. Exactly, Dizhou agreed, excitement barely contained. Shanghai Mahang ranks among the Alliance's 3 most difficult trials. The rulebook says it plainly luck is a part of strength. He looked up and asked, which difficulty did he attempt? King tier, Zhu Hong answered solemnly. And he didn't take the usual route. He ordered the sand skiff to go full throttle and forced his way through. King tier and full-speed Tian Kong and Dizhou blanched at the same time. After years in the Tamer Alliance, they knew what those words meant. Without overwhelming power, that feat was impossible. A prodigy, Dizhou said urgently. Quick, let me see the recording. Of course. Zhu Hong placed the crystal on the table and traced the array lines with a fingertip. Pale gold light intertwined, and an image appeared. An endless desert, dunes rolling beneath a merciless sun. In the center of the frame, a teenager carried a pack on his back, 3 companion beasts at his side. They trudged forward, leaving a single line of footprints in the sand. It's him, Tian Kong said, eyes narrowing. Chairman Tian, you know him? Dizhou looked up in surprise. Zhu Hong pricked up her ears as well. His name is Lin Yun, Tian Kong replied evenly. Lin Yun? Dizhou and Zhu Hong exchanged a look of sudden realization. For weeks Tian Kong had spoken of this youth had advanced from a novice beastmaster, braved the sacred flame trial, and helped eradicate bandits on Xinguang Prefecture's border. Wherever something happened, his name surfaced. No wonder his beasts fight like monsters, Zhu Hong said with dawning understanding. Such flawless technique, Such power and precision remarkable, simply remarkable. Dijo kept exclaiming as he watched the battle raging on the sandskiff deck. The image vanished a moment later, leaving him wanting more. Come on, let's meet him. Tian Kong closed the projection and was the first to rise. Zhu Hong and Di Zhou hurried after him. They headed straight for the Beastmaster League's main hall, but it was deserted. Lin Yun was nowhere in sight. After a quick search, they were stunned to discover that he was still inside the assessment room, rooted to the spot, as if time itself had frozen. Di Zhou bent to inspect the array inscriptions, then looked up at Lin Yun, his expression darkening. Bad news. The array's malfunctioning. In his current state, he'll be stuck for at least another half hour. Half an hour? Zhu Hong gasped, her lips parting in alarm. The extended time meant that the monsters in the simulation would keep respawning, each wave stronger than the last, until Lin Yun finally collapsed. If that happened, the backlash to his mind could be devastating. How could this happen? The simulation array's been stable for years, and it decides to break now? Tian Kang's voice was tight with anxiety. He had a stake in this promising newcomer, and any mishap would be on him. After another inspection, Di Zhou reached a conclusion. His soul power is too strong. It's interfering with the array and dragging the timer out. Soul power? Tian Kang's eyes widened. Can't we reset the clock? I'm worried he won't last that long. Di Zhou shook his head with a helpless smile. Touching the array now is even riskier. One mistake and the backlash will hit his mind directly. Zhu Hong exhaled in frustration. So that's it. I never thought it would spiral like this. Tian Kong clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay calm. Hold on. Lin Yun might still pull off a miracle. Inside the desert city, the skiff's crew had finished loading the last crate of supplies. Lin Yun stood on deck, waiting for the exit prompt that never came. Weird, he muttered. The mission's complete, why can't I leave? Before he could ponder further, the sands below erupted and a giant desert scorpion burst through. Lin Yun raised his hand. Starlight flashed, and the creature's carapace was pierced in an instant. Prepare for combat, he ordered. White Fox, Titan, and Boneblade leapt over the rail. The snowy fox streaked ahead, Titan's footsteps boomed, and Boneblade's blades glinted with icy light. Within seconds, the first wave of scorpions was shredded, dark green ichor splattering everywhere. The battle dragged on. Outside the city walls, piles of giant scorpion corpses rose like dunes, thick green fluid oozing with every step. Watching through the monitoring screen, Zhu Hong could hardly believe her eyes. The desert scorpions had all been enhanced, yet they still crumbled before Lin Yun's beasts. The level of combat power was almost unimaginable. Di Zhou remained composed. Don't celebrate yet. Those are just appetizers. The real problem is the stone golem. In the desert traverse scenario, the stone golem was the toughest foe, and it had just been reinforced to double strength. Whether Lin Yun could prevail was anyone's guess. Once more, the three of them felt their hearts tighten with concern. The ground convulsed violently. The entire expanse of sand rose as if an unseen behemoth had flipped it over, and from a widening fissure a sky-piercing stone colossus erupted. Sand hissed down from his feet to his knees like an inverted waterfall. His obsidian skin gleamed, several times harder than in any previous form, and his enormous body blotted out the sun. Deep in his sockets, two crimson flames flickered wildly. He parted his massive jaws and unleashed a deafening growl. The city guards reacted first, charging with sabers raised. Curved blades struck the black stone hide clang. The steel shattered into fragments. Lin Yun's expression tightened. On the sand skiff, those same sabers had at least scratched smaller stone beasts, yet now they broke outright. The colossus' arms were as thick as mountains, yet astonishingly agile. With sweeping blows and crushing slaps, he flattened every guard within moments. Titan, blast. Lin Yun ordered softly. Lightning arced across Titan's surface. He compressed starlight in an instant, forging it into an azure beam that slammed into the giant. Boom. The beam ricocheted off the stone hide and detonated with a muffled roar in the distance. That's reflective hide. Tian Kang's heart pounded. He explained hurriedly. If a steel-type or rock-type pet awakens this skill, it can rebound energy attacks, flame jets, water torrents, whatever you throw almost untouched. This is bad. Zhu Hong frowned. Stone giants are already known for their physical defense. If we have to fight them up close, we're in trouble. Lin Yun stayed calm. Starlight's useless, so I'll try something else. Titan shifted instantly into a long sword that settled in Lin Yun's hand. Blue sigils flared along the hilt, raced up his wrist and forearm, and in a blink formed a deep blue suit of armor that fit him like a second skin. Titan's armor mode was complete. What kind of pet can do that? Di Zhou drew a sharp breath. Zhu Hong added, a steel slime can turn into armor, but that only boosts defense. This suit is multiplying his combat power several times over. Tian Kong nodded. And that sword is clearly extraordinary. Starlight continued to flood his body as Lin Yun advanced, light and swift as a breeze. The giant roared and swung a pillar-like fist at him. Too slow. Lin Yun shook his head, sliding aside as the fist crashed down, hurling sand into the sky and darkening the light. Rage flared in the giant's eyes. He gathered the surrounding dunes. whipping up a fearsome sandstorm. Under his power, ordinary grains became countless razor blades, shredding everything nearby. The fallen desert scorpions were scored with web-like gashes. Yet the storm broke harmlessly against Lin Yun's starlight armor. Shielded by the shimmering membrane, he kept his rhythm and slashed at the giant's right arm. Clang! Metal rang clear as starlight flooded the blade, the blue glow blazing bright. Stone split beneath the edge, cracks spidered outward, and the massive arm began to sever. Before long, the golem's arm crashed to the ground. Starlight slash. Lin Yun tightened his grip on the sword and swung again. A blazing blade of light ripped through the air and struck the stone creature in an instant. Boom! The golem split at the waist, its fragments hitting the desert floor and crumbling into fine sand that blended with the yellow dunes. The fight was over. That's it. Zhu Hong's eyes went wide. She had expected Lin Yun to struggle, yet he had dispatched a double-strength golem in just a few moves. Dizhou rubbed his chin, grinning broadly. Tian Kong could hardly contain his joy. With power like his, our race is truly fortunate. Zhu Hong thought that before long, even she might not be able to match Lin Yun. The trial wasn't finished. Golems 3, 4, even 10 times stronger appeared one after another. But no matter how formidable they were, none lasted half a breath against the white fox's claws. Everyone could only marvel this level of power was terrifying. A violently spinning yellow vortex opened in the middle of the desert, sucking Lin Yun and the white fox inside. Consciousness returned. Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes and found himself back in the test chamber. President Tian, why are you here? Did I pass? Pass. Of course, Tian Kong replied with a smile. What's my score? Perfect. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. Isn't a perfect score worth 10 chaos fruits? You gave me 20. The array malfunctioned, Tian Kong said sincerely. It nearly harmed your mental power. The extra 10 are compensation. That was my mistake, Dizhou added, bowing his head. He briefly explained how the formation had been disrupted. Understanding dawned on Lin Yun. His extraordinary soul strength had inadvertently interfered with the array, and the Beast-Taming League had no safeguards for such a case. He already felt goodwill toward Tian Kong back in Haoyue City. The man had asked a friend to look for a Dao comprehension fruit on his behalf. It's all in the past, Lin Yun said, waving it off. Glad to hear it. Dizhou breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Kong glanced at his watch. Let's get your rewards. Led by Zhu Hong, Lin Yun headed to the warehouse to choose supplies and receive his new badge. Heavier than the silver grade one, it bore far more intricate engravings. After checking everything, Lin Yun suddenly asked, President Tian, what do you know about Evernight Village? The more intel he had, the better. Tian Kang's brows knit together. Evernight Village is no friendly place, strange to the extreme. Many members of the investigation teams from Xinguang County have already been killed. Lin Yun, you're not actually planning to go there, are you? Zhu Hong exclaimed. No, I was just curious, that's all, Lin Yun said. Oh good, Zhu Hong replied with relief. I thought you'd run off to that godforsaken Yongya village. The county has just ordered it sealed. To keep the plague from spreading, Tian Kong added, the healers can't even brew a cure, so quarantine is the only option. After a brief but fruitful chat with the three, Lin Yun took his leave. He cared little about the danger at Yongya village. Boneblade had assured him the artifact would protect their party when it mattered. Following a day of rest, Lin Yun went to the prefect's residence to sign up for the Yongya expedition, scheduled to depart in 3 days. During the next 3 days, he trained relentlessly with his 3 beasts. Titan and Xingya held their current ranks. Progress grew harder the higher one climbed. Boneblade, however, vaulted from Commander grade 6 to 8, only a step away from Warlord grade. Rushing would only endanger a beast, as both Xingya and Titan had learned in their slow, steady climbs. The memory of the Xinguang cemetery surfaced. Back then, the cursed wraith had accused Boneblade of theft, though the sword beast had taken nothing. The wraith was merely lashing out in embarrassment. After it sacrificed a living creature, the wraith lord did grant an artifact, yet the relic chose Boneblade instead of the cursed one, escorted it out of the cemetery, and ultimately led it to Lin Yun. Now Boneblade trotted over with a slab of sizzling meat balanced on its head, rumbling happily. It had recently become obsessed with barbecued meat, always offering Lin Yun a taste before eating. Lin Yun accepted, took a bite, and found it delicious. Boneblade wagged its tail in delight as Titan and Xingya joined the feast. Xinguang County Central Plaza. 3 towering steels dominated the square, each engraved with the names of the county's most renowned beastmasters. They were divided into silver, gold, and platinum. The platinum steel bore the fewest names, yet each was legendary. The silver steel was the most crowded, and gold lay between the two. Zhu Hong arrived with the latest roster and began chiseling new names. Curious passers-by gathered, whispering, another newcomer making the list? Looks like the gold steel. What rank did he get? Probably near the bottom, rookies always do. A man with a folding fan smiled and announced, ladies and gentlemen, I won't keep you guessing, this new gold rank entrant is none other than me. Someone in the crowd recognized him. That's Ding Bao. I've heard his beast is a Lord-class Ironblade direwolf. The Ironblade direwolf is no ordinary wolf. Its body is sheathed in steel, its limbs honed into blades, and its attacks are brutally fierce. Ding Bao, wasn't he the apprentice master Bai Yun took in 15 years ago? I never imagined had already reached gold rank beast tamer. Someone in the crowd echoed the remark. All thanks to my master's guidance. Ding Bao lifted his chin, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhu Hong nodded, pressed his chisel against the jet black monument, and carved 3 bold characters Ding Bao. A ribbon of light flared to life. Rank 200. Seeing his name appear, Ding Bao's eyes shone. He called out, "Everyone, I've finally squeezed onto the rankings. Tonight at Zui Xianlu, food and drink are on me. Eat your fill, he'll cover it all." Laughter and congratulations erupted. People clustered around him, cupping their hands in salute. Ding Bao returned each gesture, basking in the moment, until he noticed Zhu Hong hadn't withdrawn the chisel but was still carving higher up the stone. Huh, why isn't Zhu Hong leaving? Did earlier matches shift the standings again? He stared at the monument. The onlookers also looked up, curiosity piqued. Soon fresh grooves emerged. Light converged, freezing on a sharp, unfamiliar name: Lin Yun. Rank 50. Lin Yun? Who is that, landing so high? Ding Bao blurted out. The crowd felt the same shock. Only the elite beast tamers from the 4 great county cities ever made the list, and the 50th spot was elite among elites, far above Ding Bao's reach. A young woman murmured, "Lin Yun, I remember him. Not long ago his name was still on the silver list." The silver list? Ding Bao's eyes bulged. So he was only a silver rank beast tamer until recently? Exactly. Zhu Hong gave a calm nod. Zhu Hong, you must be mistaken. How could someone who just advanced to gold jump straight to 50th? Ding Bao protested, frustration in his voice. He thought of everything he had sacrificed to appear on the stone. Leaving the city before dawn to train his beasts, dragging himself home after dark, burning through stockpiled resources, drilling skills and tactics for years under Master Bai Yun's patient guidance. Only then had he clawed his way to the 200th slot. And Lin Yun, a recent silver rank, now floated a full 150 places above him. How was that fair? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Disbelief was everywhere. Zhu Hong's tone cooled. The rankings are determined by the Beast Tamer Alliance, entirely objective and precise. They don't make mistakes. Ding Bao drew a long breath. Then give me a reason. A gap this huge is hard to swallow. In the gold rank assessment, he cleared the king-level desert maze while his sand skiff ran at full throttle, Zhu Hong said, each word striking like a hammer. King level and at full throttle? Ding Bao sucked in a sharp breath. Either feat alone was impressive. Lin Yun had managed both. Zhu Hong went on. Worse, the formation malfunctioned. He was trapped in the illusion for more than half an hour beyond the limit. You've taken the test, you know what that extra time means in a combat simulation. Is that true? Ding Bao's voice quavered. Absolutely. Zhu Hong nodded. Ding Bao's Adam's apple bobbed. In a low voice he muttered, no wonder the Alliance rated him so highly. At last he understood. The distance between himself and Lin Yun was vast, far greater than he had ever imagined. Could we take a look at the footage crystal from earlier? I want to see just how wide the gap is between my beast and his. Maybe there's something in it that can help me. Ding Bao made his request. Of course, but I have other work to finish first. If you want to watch it, you'll have to wait until this afternoon. Zhu Hong replied. No problem at all. Ding Bao nodded happily. Zhu Hong packed up her equipment and hurried away from the stone steel. She didn't return until late afternoon, by which time the area was packed so tightly that no one could squeeze through. Like Ding Bao, everyone wanted to see how the young Beastmaster had conquered the Seif Sand navigation trial, hoping to learn from it. Even a few of Xinguang County's most famous figures were in the crowd. Holding the crystal aloft, Zhu Hong wove through the onlookers, who instinctively opened a path for her. She set up a simple array before the steel, embedded the crystal at its center, and a light screen flared to life. On screen, the teenager appeared in the desert with the white fox, the titan, and Boneblade, then boarded a sand skiff. Ding Bao stared at the boy's youthful face, his own heart pounding. With a flick of its claws, the white fox tore faint rifts in space. It actually commanded spatial abilities and could unleash them almost without limit. Aboard the skiff, the white fox moved like a ghost, silver claws slicing the air and whirling up fine sand. Ding Bao realized at once that if he ever fought this creature, he would lose without question. His beast wouldn't even land a hit, let alone stop those razor-sharp arcs. Even a stone golem's shell would be cleaved in one blow. Worse still was the fox's summoning art. In an instant it called forth a dense swarm of clones that worked together flawlessly. Each double possessed nearly the same strength and intellect as the original. In other words, if battle came, his beasts wouldn't face one lord-class foe, but more than 100. Ding Bao drew a sharp breath. If the fox advanced any further, even all the county's gold-rank beastmasters combined might not hold it back. A sudden shout cut through the crowd's murmurs. Wait a second. All eyes turned to a tall, straight-backed man with his hand raised. Ding Bao recognized him. Pan Yu, ranked 65th among Xingwang's gold-level beastmasters, whose beast had already reached Lord Tier 8. Nearly everyone in the county knew his name. Zhu Hong hurried to respond. Is something wrong? That last segment, slow it down, the part where the white fox attacks. Pan Yu said. All right. Zhu Hong rewound and dropped the playback to a fraction of the speed. In slow motion, every one of the white fox's flashes was crystal clear. Pan Yu's lips curled. Just as I thought, there's an issue here. An issue? Zhu Hong frowned, baffled. Ding Bao leaned closer, curious. Look. Pan Yu pointed at the screen. When the fox first moves, it covers only a short distance in half a breath. Later, within the same span, it travels several times farther, and the distance keeps increasing. And why is that a problem? Zhu Hong still didn't see it. It means its power surged more than tenfold in that instant. Ding Bao answered, finally understanding. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. The white fox had already been terrifying, and now its strength had skyrocketed more than tenfold in mere moments. Its menace was unimaginable. Right now that fox is only at Lord Tier 3, Pan Yu muttered, his eyes dark. If it rises by even one tier, it will crush my beast without effort. Exactly. Ding Bao nodded, his expression equally grim. At the inn, Lin Yun pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the dim lamplight, Titan perched on the square table, wings folded, eyes closed in repose. Qingya dove under the bed, dragged out a bottle of thunder goat milk, twisted off the cap, and guzzled it down. Bone Blade trotted straight into the kitchen to watch the chef's knife work. Several cooks looked annoyed at first, but the moment Lin Yun slapped a gold node onto the counter, their scowls turned into fawning smiles. Since learning to grill meat last time, Bone Blade had become obsessed with cooking, and Lin Yun saw no reason to stop him. The next morning, at dawn, Lin Yun reached the central plaza to join the official medical team bound for Eternal Night Village. Ding Bao was already there, and the Ironblade Warwolf beside him bared its teeth with a low growl. Name: Ironblade Warwolf. Tier: Lord Tier 3. Skills: Blade Dance Supreme, Blade Form Advanced, Bite Advanced. Several of Ding Bao's senior brothers had been sent to investigate Eternal Night Village, but none had returned. On his master's orders, he had to uncover the truth and bring them back. A woman clutching a stack of forms strode over, her movements crisp. And you are? She looked up. Lin Yun. Her eyebrows arched. You're Lin Yun? The one who cleared the King Grade Challenge Desert Maze? Ding Bao came over. Lin Yun looked surprised. You know me? Ding Bao smiled and explained that after the previous incident Lin Yun's name had already spread through St. Light County. Lin Yun didn't mind the attention. In his view, only the weak tried desperately to hide their edge. If you never showed your strength, how would others recognize it, or grant you the rewards you deserved? Besides, hiding in the shadows often got you mistaken for useless and invited needless trouble. Her name was Zhu Yu. After learning Lin Yun's strength, her unease visibly faded. A semi-transparent giant holy jellyfish hovered at her side, rippling with gentle light. Name: Giant Holy Jellyfish. Tier: Champion Tier 8. Skills: Restoration Supreme, Venomous Tentacles Intermediate, Purge Supreme, Protective Wave Advanced. Half an hour later, Zhu Yu counted heads with a frown. We only have 10 people now, we were supposed to have 40. So 30 tamers or medics never showed up. Lin Yun spoke calmly. Looks like the rumors about Eternal Night Village scared them off. Zhu Yu sighed. Silence fell over the group. If anyone wants to quit now, I won't hold it against you, she announced. After a moment of uneasy glances, another 5 people left, 2 of them gold-grade beast tamers. That leaves 5 of us. Lin Yun, what about you? Zhu Yu asked. Lin Yun no longer felt anxious about the danger ahead. The artifact hidden inside Boneblade projected an invisible shield, strong enough to protect the entire squad. He answered without hesitation, I'm not leaving. His stance remained unchanged. I would still investigate Yongya village. Zhu Yu let out an inward sigh of relief. If Lin Yun had chosen to pull back, she would have had to scrap the mission yet again. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario had been avoided. The 5 of them summoned their companion beasts, left Xinguang County, and headed straight for Yongya village. The journey was uneventful, and before long they reached the outskirts of the settlement. Golden rice paddies stretched before them. Zhu Yu frowned slightly. The rice here still hasn't been harvested. In another half-month ITLL all go to waste. Something must be very wrong. Shengwang's fields were cleared weeks ago, Ding Bao added. How US City, too? Lin Yun agreed. Several teams of investigators came before us, and none of them ever returned, Zhu Yu said, worry creeping into her voice. Ding Bao pointed toward a narrow ridge between the paddies. There's a villager over there. Let's see what he knows. Lin Yun followed the man's gaze and saw a villager squatting motionless by the field, his expression disturbingly blank. Gerqingyan nudged Lin Yun's ankle with her massive head, growling softly. Their mental link screamed a warning. Don't go any closer, something's wrong. Zhu Yu pulled up short. Boneblade, fire, Lin Yun ordered. Boneblade shot out of Lin Yun's pocket, wreathed in flames, and became a blazing streak that slammed into the villager. The air grew scorching hot, burning their skin. The villager let out an inhuman roar. His clothes burst apart as his body ballooned into a grotesque monster. Tentacles of varying thickness sprouted from his skull, and countless eyeballs covered his arms, chest, and thighs. Zhu Yu's heart lurched. Without Lin Yun's warning, she would already be dead. Even Ding Bao looked shaken. His beast had stayed on guard, yet detected nothing abnormal. The swarm of eyes triggered Lin Yun's trypophobia, and he barked a second command. Burn him. Boneblade unleashed another jet of fire. The creature ignited at once, its eyeballs popping one after another. Flames swallowed the body before it hit the ground, reducing it to ash. Silence returned to the field. Along the next stretch of road, they encountered several more of the same creatures. None were particularly strong, and the team dispatched them all. Soon they arrived at the village gate. A second villager crouched there, only half transformed. One side of his body still looked human. In a rasping voice he begged, "Kill me please, it hurts so much." "Wait, Lin Yun," Zhu Yu said, throwing out an arm. "He hasn't fully turned yet. We might get some information out of him. Can you incapacitate him without killing him?" "Easy," Lin Yun replied. Titan moved into act. A volley of starlight burst forth, blowing off the creature's arms and legs, and leaving only a convulsing torso. "Thanks." Zhu Yu exhaled in relief and saluted her teammates. She pulled out a precision silver extractor, knelt beside the twitching body, slid the needle into a vein, and drew the blood with practiced steadiness. The other four fanned out, guarding the area. Once she was done, they summoned blistering flames and burned the remains to ashes, until nothing was left but a charred smear on the earth. Hoisting the equipment, Zhu Yu picked a clean slab of rock as a makeshift bench. She placed a single drop of blood on a glass slide, diluted it, then added reagents one by one. The mixture boiled, solidified, and shifted colors in rapid succession. She recorded every change in a small notebook, her brow furrowed. An hour slipped by before the test finally ended. "Any clues?" Lin Yun asked. "The blood holds an extremely chaotic power," Zhu Yu replied, scanning her notes. "That energy is distorting their bodies. It seems tied to something they encounter every day." "Any idea what?" Lin Yun pressed. "Not yet." She shook her head. They set off again. At the village gate, two guards leaned against the posts, staring blankly. Zhu Yu produced the magistrate's token. "We're from Xinguang County, investigating the Eternal Night Village incident. This badge proves our authority." The guard stayed silent. "Stay sharp," Ding Bao whispered, hand on his weapon. Zhu Yu flinched back a step. Lin Yun glanced at the white fox by his side and chuckled. "Relax. He hasn't turned into a monster yet." Zhu Yu repeated her statement, but still got no answer. "Are you deaf?" The hot-tempered beast master in the team barked. "We risked our necks to help you, and this is your welcome?" Slowly, the guard raised his head. Vacant eyes met theirs, drool dripping from his slack mouth like a mindless puppet. "He's gone," Lin Yun sighed. "No point asking him anything. Let's find someone else." "The village must be in worse shape than we thought," Zhu Yu muttered, chilled. "Those earlier survey teams are probably dead, and we might join them before nightfall," Ding Bao murmured, voice trembling. "Could you stop jinxing us?" Zhu Yu glared at him. "For safety, tie him up," Lin Yun suggested. "If he does mutate, we don't need him jumping us." "Agreed." Ding Bao took out a special black cord as thick as wire, strong enough to restrain a warrior-class pet. In a few quick motions, he bound the vacant guard as tight as a rice dumpling. They pushed deeper into the village. More and more residents appeared, each one slack-jawed and drooling. Some had swollen, split arms studded with countless eyeballs, a sight both eerie and revolting. Hope drained from the team. Mindless villagers meant almost no leads. Farther on, the largest wooden hall in the village came into view. They pushed the door open and finally spotted several guards inside. Zhu Yu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried forward. "Hello, we're from Xinguang County." The guards lowered their gleaming spears. "You've finally arrived. We've been waiting a long time." Relief mingled with apology in his voice. "I'm sorry. We were a bit rough just now. You must have heard that some of our villagers have turned into monsters." "It's fine," Zhu Yu answered calmly. As they spoke, an elderly man with white hair slowly emerged from the crowd, leaning on a cane. The guard hurried to introduce him. "This is our village chief, Duan Tong." Duan Tong raised his hand in greeting, his tone equally apologetic. "You've come a long way. Please, let's talk inside." "I'm afraid we have no tea or cakes to offer. The village is in a bad state." "That's all right," Zhu Yu replied with a wave. "We're not sticklers for etiquette." "Chief Duan, could you tell us exactly what's been happening and what might be causing the mutations?" "Let's discuss it as we walk," Duan Tong agreed, leading them into the courtyard. The moment they stepped into the main room, a strong medicinal odor hit them, bitter and pungent. Lin Yun, who had spent countless hours studying orbals while developing evolutionary serums, recognized the ingredients piled on the tables and in the corners at a glance. Angelica for headaches, Morinda to boost yang, Coptis to soothe stomach pain. Anything they could find had been thrown into the mix. Clearly the villagers were out of options and were trying every herb in blind hope. Suddenly, a heart-rending wail came from the inner room. A little girl had thrown herself across a sickbed, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. "Mother, mother, don't leave me." Zhu Yu hurried over, bent down, and held a finger beneath the woman's nose. She slowly shook her head. The woman on the bed had already stopped breathing. Duan sighed. This one is the lucky kind. The ones who don't die turn into monsters and wander the village. Ding Bao frowned. Why not kill them? They're our own people, Duan Tong replied with a bitter smile. We've lived side by side for decades. How could we raise a hand against them? Everyone's hoping the right medicine will bring them back. Zhu Yu said nothing. Just hours ago she had examined those mutated villagers. Their skeletal structure, bloodline power, even their neural reflexes had completely changed, and most importantly their consciousness was gone. Even if their bodies could be restored, they would be empty shells. From what she knew of pharmacology, the chance of saving them was zero. But she kept the cold truth to herself. Lin Yun spoke up. Has anything unusual happened in the village recently? 3 months ago we began to hear singing from Yongye Mountain, Duan Tong recalled. That was when the plague started spreading. What about the earlier investigation teams? Lin Yun pressed. They went into Yongye Mountain and never came back, Duan Tong said, shaking his head. We don't know exactly what happened, probably they're dead. I'm sorry, but we simply don't have the courage to send anyone else in. Their strength was indeed limited. Duan Tong's contracted beast was only a tier 2 warrior class Ziluo swordgrass, barely enough to fend off an occasional stray beast. Against this disaster, it was useless. If Duan Tong were to fall, the village would collapse even without the plague. The visitors understood and did not blame him further. Zhu Yu said, let's take a look around the village first. Chief, could you spare a guard to guide us? It would save us quite a bit of time. No problem, the village chief replied cheerfully. With the guard leading the way, they inspected the village well. The water was crystal clear. They walked the rice paddies, the orchards, and the flower beds. Everything looked normal. The only suspicious place left was Mount Eternal Night. It seems the problem lies on Mount Eternal Night. I suggest we head out tomorrow, Lin Yun concluded. I agree, Zhu Yu said with a nod. Night fell. The 5 beast tamers and their companions crowded into a single wooden hut. Splitting up would only make them easy targets, so they chose to stay together and converted their supplies into rations they could carry on their persons. The tension was suffocating until Shi Shui suddenly shot to her feet. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving. This place is too creepy. Shi Shui, calm down. We've come too far to quit now, Zhu Yu said gently. Ding Bao chimed in. We'll reach Mount Eternal Night tomorrow. Everything will be clear then. Shi Shui shook her head. You go. I'm out. She left with her beast, slamming the door behind her. A night wind swept through, and an eerie song drifted in from outside, human yet metallic, making their skin crawl. Forcing a laugh, Ding Bao quipped, if that singer showed up on a talent show, I'd buzz them off stage. Way too awful. No one laughed. Every face had gone pale, and cold sweat beaded on Lin Yun's back. The song stirred a primal dread deep inside him. Damn it, what is that? He muttered. Before he finished, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Let's go? Lin Yun charged out first. They traced the scream to a woodpile. Shi Shui's right arm was grotesquely swelling, her skin rippling like waves as bloodshot eyeballs burst through the flesh, swiveling hungrily in every direction. The sight was nauseating. My arm. What's happening to me? She shrieked. She slashed at the eyes with her dagger, blood spraying everywhere, but more eyes erupted, crawling up her shoulder and across her forehead. Writhing in the mud, she screamed as her beast twisted into a warped mass of flesh. Zhu Yu gritted her teeth. End it. She can't be saved. Titan, Lin Yun whispered. Starlight coalesced into a blade that crashed down. In a blinding flash, Shi Shui and her beast disintegrated into dust, sparing them further agony. The remaining 4 returned to the hut in silence. Pale and trembling, Zhu Yu said, we'd better stay inside tonight. Ding Bao spat. Whatever that thing is, it's nastier than we thought. Their plan for rotating watch collapsed. Ding Bao and the others lay awake, nerves frayed. Only Lin Yun slept soundly in a corner after a hearty meal. His bone-edge artifact guarded against any surprise attack. At dawn they packed up, summoned their beasts, and set out for Mount Eternal Night, determined to trace that haunting song to its source. Evernight Mountain was steeped in a suffocating gloom. In just a few days, one disaster after another had piled unbearable pressure on everyone in the party. Seeing teammates corrupted and twisted into hideous monsters had almost torn their sanity apart, striking both eyes and soul at once. The mountain's wildlife had suffered the same taint. Now every creature was berserk, blood-hungry, and grotesquely mutated in size and shape. Ding Bao stood beside a wolf's corpse, wiping the still warm blood from his long blade and muttering, we've barely covered a few hundred meters and already met this many beasts. Who knows what else is waiting up ahead? Save the breath. Once we set foot on the mountain, there's no turning back, Lin Yun replied as he stroked the white fox's sleek fur and pushed a handful of revitalizing herbs into its mouth. Fear only clouds our resolve. Lin Yun's right, Zhu Yu agreed. Beside her, a gigantic jellyfish floated in midair, tentacles unfurling while soft waves of light washed over the party's familiars, sealing wounds and staunching blood. After a quick regroup, they pressed on. The singing ahead grew louder, its rising and falling notes steeped in unspoken grief, as though something were weeping in the dark. Mutated beasts kept appearing. Though far stronger than before, they still crumpled under the combined assault of Qingya and Titan. A thunderous roar suddenly split the forest. An 8-meter black bear burst from the trees, its massive forelimbs crushing dead branches underfoot. Its hide looked like a patchwork carpet of flesh stitched together, studded with countless eyes. Blood-red veins writhed between them, and more than half oozed foul green slime. Insight, Lin Yun whispered, and data flashed across his retina. Name, Corrupted Black Bear. Rank, Lord Tier 3. Skills, Shattering Claw Top, Earth Tremor Advanced, Ironhide Advanced, Chains of Corruption Advanced. Move, he shouted. The team scattered just before the bear's mountain-sized paw crashed down, blasting a deep crater and showering dirt and stones. It's a brute. Ding Bao grimaced, but stood firm. Finish it fast, everything you've got. The bladed wolf lunged, a gray blur skimming the ground. The bear met it with a swipe, the impact booming like thunder. Cracks spiderwebbed through the wolf's bones, and it was hurled dozens of meters, slamming into the earth. With a furious roar, 6 black chains shot from the bear's back, whistling through the air. They wrapped around the airborne wolf and smashed it to the ground, its life force nosediving. That thing's lost every trace of the armored bear's old sluggishness. It's terrifyingly fast. Ding Bao growled. Speed isn't the only problem. Its defense was already legendary, and now nothing even scratches it, Zhu Yu warned. The other beastmasters unleashed their partners. Ice flames, lightning arcs, wind blades, and poison mists crashed over the bear, yet it barely swayed, rippling muscles showing no sign of injury. Lin Yun lifted his gaze. Titan, take the big guy? Zzzzz, Titan answered, wings of metal unfolding. A 6-point star array drank in starlight and compressed it into a blazing white core. Fire. A deep hum preceded a blinding beam that sliced through the night and struck the bear square in the chest. The cluster of eyes there charred black, flesh caved inward, and blood sprayed in every direction. We've breached the armored bear's defenses, Zhu Yu exclaimed. She had experienced the armored black bear's defenses firsthand. Earlier their beasts had launched a combined assault that failed to even scratch its jet black carapace. Yet Titan's casual starlight cannon had just punched a fist-sized hole straight through it. Back in Xinguang County, Zhu Yu had heard Ding Bao speak of Lin Yun and knew he was an exceptional beastmaster, but rumor could never match witnessing it herself. The charred gap in the giant bear's chest showed her just how terrifying Titan truly was. How had Lin Yun managed to raise a companion to this level? What a difference, Ding Bao muttered with a wry smile. He knew his own beasts were ranked similarly to Lin Yun's, yet the moment real combat began the gap became glaring. The surrounding beastmasters now looked at Lin Yun with genuine reverence for a powerhouse. After taking the starlight cannon, the massive bear staggered. A plume of deep blue fire erupted above its head, raced down its cheeks and neck, and in a heartbeat engulfed its entire body. Its eyeballs burst, leaving 2 scarlet hollows, and its blood burned into sooty smoke. Hiss! Bone blades slithered out of Lin Yun's pocket, its obsidian edge gleaming. Its 2 large eyes locked onto the bear as its aura surged. Lin Yun felt the air thick, and some gifted beasts could awaken a second phase under extreme rage or on the brink of death, and once triggered their power rose at least tenfold. 10 times. Ding Bao's chest tightened, and Zhu Yu paled. The armored black bear had already been terrifying. If it grew 10 times stronger, could Titan really hold it back? If not, their entire squad might be wiped out. Fear surged through her mind. Titan's next move shattered that dread. The hexagram array behind it blazed like a forge of light, voraciously drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. Starlight cannon rapid burst. Dazzling beams poured out in a relentless stream, blanketing the field ahead. In its second phase, the bear's speed skyrocketed. It dashed and rolled to evade, but Titan's assault formed a sky-filling web of fire. Starlight swallowed the bear. Its armor cracked, splintered into incandescent shards, then melted into crimson lava that splashed onto the ground. The instant the molten rock hit the earth, the temperature shock triggered explosions. The soil burst into fist-sized chunks that immediately liquefied into new magma, smoke and flame thundering without pause. The armored black bear fell on the spot. Silence blanketed the field. Was that really it? Even against a beast whose strength had leapt tenfold, Titan had crushed it outright. Waves of shock crashed through Ding Bao's mind. What a terrifying barrage. Zhu Yu's expression shifted. As a renowned healer from Xinguang County, she had seen many lord-level beasts, but never one this overwhelmingly powerful. The group skirted the searing lava and pressed on until they reached the mouth of Yongye Valley. Dark brown cliffs towered on either side, and a stench of rot mingled with charred flesh rolled toward them. Bodies were strewn everywhere, massive companion beasts, uniformed beast tamers, even villagers in tattered clothes. Ding Bao dropped to one knee beside a corpse, gently brushing away the ash. After a brief inspection, his face went deathly pale. Ding Bao, Isis that one of your fellow disciples? Zhu Yu whispered. It is, Ding Bao said, clenching his fists. He was my junior. His beast had already reached the warlord tier. He had a bright future, and it ends here. Lin Yun stepped closer and studied the other bodies. Without exception, each was shriveled, every trace of moisture drained, as though by some unnatural force. Zhu Yu's expression darkened as she recognized the embroidered patterns of several physicians who'd vanished from Xinguang County. Like Ding Bao's Jr., they had all died here. These tamers weren't weak. A few were gold rank, one man muttered. If even they couldn't survive, what did they run into? Lin Yun glanced around. The ground was smooth, with no obvious signs of battle. Whatever killed them was far stronger. Far stronger? Then we should fall back and let the county magistrate deal with this. Whatever's here is beyond us, another suggested. It might have been poison, someone offered. Not so fast, Zhu Yu cautioned. Let's watch a little longer. Meanwhile, Ding Bao rummaged beneath a corpse and pulled out a palm-sized jade token. Found it. What is it? Lin Yun asked. Master Bayan's recording talisman. It stores critical messages, Ding Bao explained. He set a bronze compass on the ground, fitted the token into its center, and milky light seeped across the surface. Placing a sheet of vellum on top, he waited as dark ink lines emerged. Leave immediately. Something's wrong with this village. We've all been deceived, Ding Bao read aloud. Deceived? Lin Yun frowned. Did the people of Yongya village lure us here on purpose? Their strongest beast is only warlord tier, far below lord tier. Tricking gold rank tamers isn't that easy, Zhu Yu replied, shaking her head. Besides, if they were caught, the magistrate would never let it go. Another physician nodded in agreement. No, that's not it, Ding Bao insisted, eyes fixed on the vellum. My junior wouldn't be wrong. Perhaps he was poisoned and delirious, Zhu Yu suggested. Many villagers in Yongya suffer soul damage, they just drool and stare. That's possible, Lin Yun conceded. A man suddenly snapped his fingers. Come to think of it, I remember something. Speak, Lin Yun urged. Bandits around Yongya village used to be rampant, robbing caravans and travelers. But even after you wiped out the bandits in Xinguang County, people are still disappearing. Clues overlapped without yielding a clear answer, thickening the cloud of suspicion. The group argued back and forth, unable to reach a conclusion. The bone blade hissed, urging Lin Yun to venture deeper into Evernight Gorge where something it needed lay hidden. Zhu Yu stayed close, her gaze shifting between the shadowed valley floor and Lin Yun as she whispered, Lin Yun, what do you think? Do we head back to Xinguang Prefecture, or push on? Lin Yun's eyes lingered on the mist-churned path ahead and the way they had come. Then he nodded. We keep going. Stay alert, and if anything feels wrong we pull out. We're this far in, we might as well see it through. All right, Zhu Yu answered without hesitation. Ding Bao swallowed hard, but raised his voice. It's creepy as hell, but I'm no coward. I'm coming too. The group moved on. Gravel crunched under their boots while a cold wind carried a thick, bloody dampness. After only a few dozen yards, Lin Yun felt the white fox in his arms grow restless. You silly fox, what's wrong? Feeling bad? He asked, pausing to stroke its fur. The fox shook its head, a strange silver light glimmering in its eyes. A heartbeat later it slammed its paw into the ground boom. Stones erupted as a pit more than 3 meters deep yawned open. Its power just spiked? Startled, Lin Yun murmured, insight. A translucent screen flickered before him. Power level, unchanged. Skill tier, unchanged. Only Dance of the Divine Moon now bore a gray note refinement in progress. So that's it, Lin Yun muttered. Something in this gorge lines up with its signature skill. He checked Iron Lump's status to same refinement in progress. The confirmation made him quietly excited. Maybe Evernight Gorge would hand them an unexpected prize. A shrill roar suddenly echoed from the abyss, shaking loose pebbles all around. Pitch-black tentacles burst from the earth and surged toward the party like a tide. Each one bristled with blood-red eyes and barbed hooks that flashed with lethal light. That's way too many. Ding Bao's face went pale. He recalled the iron-clawed direwolf the jellyfish had just healed, but the swarm was overwhelming. Even the wolf's claws couldn't keep up. Qingya, Lin Yun barked. Before the echo died, shimmering runes rippled around Qingya. A vortex unfurled like a blooming flower, and white shapes poured out 1, 10, dozens in seconds. More than 100 white foxes stood beside Lin Yun, fluffy tails swaying in unison and silver eyes sparkling. Zhu Yu counted at a glance, stunned. Are those real bodies or illusions? Real, Ding Bao answered. So we suddenly have over 100 Lord rank white foxes? Zhu Yu could not stay calm. Exactly. Only a hair weaker than the original, Ding Bao confirmed. Lin Yun rubbed the fox's ear in his arms, half coaxing, half urging. You weren't summoned here to cuddle. Go take care of those tentacles. The foxes nuzzled him once more, then charged forward in ranks. Primal claw. Silver light crisscrossed, ripping thin seams through the air. The tentacles shrieked as great sways were shredded into ragged chunks. One by one, they fell apart. Before long, the white fox had sliced through every last tentacle. The group pressed on, stepping over scorched vines and scattered rubble until they reached the widest clearing in the valley. In the very center crouched a moth the size of a cottage, its half-unfurled wings patterned with eerie designs. Each scale looked like a cold, unblinking human eye fixed on the intruders. From its mouthparts, jutted barbed fangs, and deep blue flames roared along its carapace, sending waves of heat that forced everyone to raise their arms in reflex. Inside the blaze, Duan Tong, chief of Eternal Night Village, hung upside down from the end of a tentacle. His flesh was blackened and cracked, and he howled in agony. Straining to lift his head, he spotted Lin Yun's party and cried out in ecstatic relief. Food. The food has arrived, let me down first. The dark venom moth seemed to understand. Its fire vanished in an instant, the tentacle loosened, and Duan Tong crashed to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he pulled a pale green potion from his robe and smeared it over his charred skin. Where the cool liquid touched, the wounds closed and healed before their eyes. While treating himself, he looked up with a chilling smile. The moth beat its wings, hurling shockwaves that sent shards of rock skittering across the ground. Its one-stem compound eyes filled with blood-red light, murderous intent radiating outward. With a thunderous rumble, more tentacles burst from cracks in the canyon walls, crawling in every direction and sealing off all escape. Zhu Yu's face was like still water as she demanded, Duan Tong, what is the meaning of this? Unhurried, he finished spreading the salve, brushed the dust from his clothes, and replied in a low voice, since you're all dead anyway, you might as well understand why. His account was calm, yet every word dripped with blood. 1. Eternal Night Village has survived for centuries not through the protection of Shengguan County or the village chief's pet, but by relying on this creature known as the Dark Venom Moth. 2. The villagers gather food and medicinal herbs for the moth, and the food, of course, includes humans. The weak are lured and sacrificed by the villagers themselves, while the strong are hunted by the moth. 3. For years the moth shielded the village, but its balance recently collapsed. Poison leaked from its body, and its toxic dust blanketed the settlement, mutating the villagers into monsters, setting off the chain of disasters that followed. Ding Bao clenched his fists and roared. So my senior brothers were tricked by you and fed alive to that moth? They came to help you. Zhu Yu's voice shook. How could you do this? Lin Yun's brow tightened, his gaze icy. He had never claimed to be a saint, yet he would never slaughter the innocent, especially those who had come in good faith. Duan Tong sneered. Blame them for being fools who walked into the net. Bastard. Ding Bao bellowed. Despicable. Zhu Yu ground out. Taking their curses as compliments, Duan Tong waved a hand. Enough. Thank you for coming. Now it's your turn to be food. Before his words had faded, the dark venom moth rose into the air, its massive shadow engulfing the group. Name, Rampaging Dark Venom Moth. Rank, Lord, Tier 4. Abilities, God-level Toxic Spores, Top-tier Flame Burst, Basic Charge, High-tier Gale Force. Rampaging? Lin Yun muttered, still puzzled, then barked coldly. Qingyago? The white fox flashed forward, aura blazing. Overhead, the moth's wings thundered like falling night, releasing a cloud of venomous dust that spread through the air. Ding Bao flinched. My arm, its sprouting eyes, just like the villagers. Mine too. Zhu Yu looked down. Her fair skin was studded with swollen, blood-red eyeballs, and the color drained from her face. With a hiss, Bone Blade darted from Lin Yun's pocket. The jet-black, skeletal blade stood upright, a steady blue halo rippling across its surface. The light spread over everyone's skin like a thin film, forcibly suppressing the writhing flesh and halting the mutation. Ding Bao reacted instantly. He drew his dagger and, gritting his teeth, stabbed each eyeball on his arm. Foul yellow pus splattered, and he hurriedly smeared an antiseptic potion over the wounds. Zhu Yu and the others followed, enduring the searing pain. They had only reached the earliest stage of mutation. The artifact power inside Boneblade countered the alien corruption and dragged them back from the brink. How is this possible? The village chief froze. In his memory, infection meant no return. Since the dark venom moth lost control, more than half the village had died or turned into monsters despite all his efforts. Now a single pet had rescued freshly mutated victims. The shock in his eyes quickly gave way to greed. Buzz. The dark venom moth lifted its huge mandibles. With a shudder, scorching flames roared forth, aimed straight at Boneblade. Woo. Qinya growled in a low, melodic timbre. The vortex behind her whirled, hurling countless white fox clones into the path of the blaze. Primal Claw. The clones converged, two dazzling arcs slashing through midair and tearing the firestream apart. In the same breath, the foxes blinked into streaks of white light, skimming high above as they pursued the moth. Panicked, the insect beat its wings and scattered a cloud of brown-gray toxin, but it barely affected Qinya. Thwack! A razor-sharp claw smashed the moth's bloated abdomen. Green ichor sprayed as the giant body plummeted like a derailed meteor, raising a column of dust. Instead of weakening, its aura surged even higher. Whoosh! A globe of violet flame drifted up from the moth's back, tongues of fire writhing with terrifying energy. I've only felt power like this from the moon spirit's parents' pets, Lin Yun muttered, chest tightening under the blistering pressure. At the moth's command, the violet blaze streaked toward Qinya. Qinya, sacrifice the clones, block it. Lin Yun shouted. The fox understood instantly. Waves of clones hurled themselves at the flame. Boom, boom. A chain of deafening explosions barely slowed the inferno, giving Qinya time to blink clear. But the sacrifice skill left her briefly weakened, almost powerless. The starlight from Titan was swallowed the moment it neared the violet fire, completely useless. Screeching, Bone Blade turned into a black shadow and pounced on the flame. What Lin Yun's pupils contracted. The resonance of their contract spiked. Bone Blade was devouring the violet energy. Sensing danger, the moth shrieked and fought to regain control, but its power was no match. In a heartbeat, the entire blaze vanished into Bone Blade. Commander rank, 9th TIE Revolution capped. The system chimed in Lin Yun's mind. Bone Blade's strength had soared, but now sat at its upper limit. A moment later it swept an arm, and the violet fire reversed course, pouring into Qinya and Titan. Neither pet dodged. The flames merged with their bodies, and their auras skyrocketed. Lin Yun whispered, "Insight." A status panel appeared. Qinya's unique skill slot flickered, and Titan's did the same, clear proof the violet fire had triggered new changes. Burying his elation, Lin Yun leaned in to read the updated skill descriptions. A stream of violet flame was wrenched from the dark venom moth by Boneblade. After a brief refinement, the searing fire split into two currents that shot unerringly into Qinya and Titan, tempering their flesh and souls. A crimson blaze had long slumbered in the white fox's bloodline, and now it resonated fiercely with the violet fire, causing her inner energy to surge wildly. At the same time, a burning sigil flared atop Titan's head, its rim flickering with yellow light like living tongues of flame. The dark venom moth screeched in agony. That violet fire was a rare treasure. It had wrested from the depths of the earth at great cost. To fuse the flame into its body, it had bled away much of its essence and even sacrificed part of its sanity. Now that the fire was about to become someone else's boon, it refused to yield. The massive insect tightened every muscle and tried to wrench the flame back into itself. Yet the artifact aura within Boneblade was linked to the mysterious Lord of Phantoms in the Nether Hall, a presence even more terrifying than the Hall Master. A mere Lord-class beast was not on the same level. The violet fire kept peeling away from the moth's bloated shell, no matter how desperately it beat its wings or drove its barbed limbs into the ground. The fiery torrent roared, guided by Boneblade. The violet flame finally tore free and poured around Qinya and Titan like a waterfall. Searing pain crashed over them. Qinya let out a guttural howl, dropped to the ground, and clutched her head with her forepaws while fighting the raging energy. Titan fared no better. His massive body careened around the valley, shattering the cliff walls and sending shards of stone flying. Titan, Qinya, are you all right? Lin Yun's heart pounded as he rushed to the white fox's side. The moment he approached, a familiar, brutal heat blasted against him, identical to the holy fire baptism he once endured. Scalding waves scraped across his face. His lips cracked, his tongue dried, and every breath felt like inhaling flame. Moisture flashed into vapor on his skin, and the exposed flesh split like baked clay, the pain biting deep. Lin Yun, Zhu Yu shouted anxiously. Get back, it's too dangerous. Ding Bao called. I'm fine. I've dealt with this kind of fire before. I can stand it. Lin Yun gritted his teeth, stepped through the scorching air to the white fox, and laid a gentle hand on the snowy fur of her neck, sharing her pain. Kinjia's body gradually steadied, and the violet fire was absorbed bit by bit. Moments later, a swirling vortex mark appeared on her brow, and faint red light surfaced in her eyes. The vortex released a dazzling blue radiance that flowed across her body like a stream, sketching dynamic lines over the white pelt before converging at the junction of her three tails. As the lines solidified, the white fox's claws grew sharper than ever. She merely lifted one paw, and the surrounding space trembled. Lin Yun's expression changed. The earlier primal claw could only tear physical matter, but now even space itself quivered. If she advanced any further, she might truly rend time and space. Meanwhile, the white fox's aura kept climbing with no sign of stopping. Insight. Lin Yun repeated the command silently. The skills were unchanged, yet the interface status suddenly shifted holy flame form. The Titan also survived the fiery baptism. Deep blue veins spread across its huge head and limbs, flowing down its colossal arms like molten gold. A sacred force field erupted around it, dense enough to look solid. The 8 shields that had floated behind it like angelic wings exploded into fragments. The shards rode swirling flames, embedding themselves in the cobalt blaze and giving the creature an even fiercer aura. Activating the Eye of Insight, Lin Yun glanced over the field. The Titan and Xingya now both registered as holy form. Did those two familiars just evolve? Zhu Yu stared at them, baffled. With my experience, that change can only mean the next form, she muttered. No, not a true evolution, Ding Bao said, shaking his head. They're still at the Lord Thierry can feel it. Seeing the Titan and Xingya reborn, the dark moth shrieked in rage. That power was meant for it, yet it had been stolen. Unforgivable. Abandoning its struggle with the bone blade for control of the violet flame, It beat its wings and released a piercing screech, the same sound everyone had heard in the village last night. Zhu Yu reacted at once. Ding Bao warned, listen carefully. The rhythm differs from last night. By linguistic logic, it's probably sending another message. Calling for reinforcements, Lin Yun answered. Sure enough, the ground quaked as an even larger dark moth erupted from the earth. One large, one small, male and female both vibrated their wings, and the shrill cries turned into visible sound waves. Cliffs in Eternal Night Valley cracked, grass and trees snapped, and everyone's scalps tingled. They could only cover their ears and endure. The Titan and Qingya stepped in front of Lin Yun, starlight forming a shield that barely held back the sonic assault. Purple light burst from the moth's mandibles, climbing until it coated their bodies. Their original wings dissolved into spark-like motes, instantly reforged by violet flame-fiery wings spread wide, violet fire circling their necks. Violet flame form, Lin Yun recognized. Yet without holy fire or the bone blade, the moths gained far less power than Qingya had. With a single beat of burning wings, they closed the gap, locking onto Qingya. The white fox growled, fearless, and charged, eager to test her new form. Purple fire gathered at the moths' throats, forging a river of flame that crashed downward. Qingya held her ground, claws sweeping sideways. The air seemed to tear, space trembled, and the fiery river shattered into glowing embers. Using Blink, the white fox pressed the attack. The dark venom moth erupted in a thunderous screech, hoping to stop the white fox's charge. The blast rippled through the woods as if it could tear eardrums apart, but to Qingya it was nothing more than useless noise. The fox's eyes were icy. Her forepaw, wrapped in sacred flame, slashed downward. Claws flashed. The moth took the blow, yet no blood spilled. Instead it split into a swarm of smaller moths, ash-black wings shedding sparks like fragments of a shattered night sky. Wave after wave of tiny moths rushed at Qingya, blotting out the sky. They flung themselves against her body like insects drawn to a torch, but each impact produced only a spray of sparks. Light rippled over Qingya's coat. Since entering her sacred flame form, a shimmering shield had enveloped her. Fiery patterns danced along her fur, blocking every bite and crash. Elsewhere, Titan was locked in a fierce struggle with another dark venom moth. The metal colossus lifted its massive arm and fired beam after beam into the night. Lances of light tore through the darkness and raised rolling heat waves. The moth could only flee in panic. Titan advanced methodically, his bombardment never letting up. At last the moth ran out of room to dodge. A burst of starlight from Titan's sanctified mode struck its chest, carving a huge wound. The carbon black shell cracked, flames snuffed out, and viscous fluid oozed across the husk. It crashed to the ground, motionless. Titan didn't hesitate. More beams of starlight swept the area, leveling everything in front of him. The dark venom moth was dead. The remaining moth trembled with fear. Beating its flaming wings, it turned to flee, caring nothing for the violet flames it had come to reclaim. It knew it was no match for the white fox. Qingya blinked forward, leaving a pale golden afterimage. Her claws struck, opening 3 enormous gashes. The moth fell like a meteor, its fire fading. A few more swipes ended its life, and Qingya trotted back to Lin Yun's side, closing her eyes to rest. Take a good rest, Lin Yun said, bending to stroke the silly fox's back with a gentle smile. She had spent nearly all her strength blocking the violet flame attack with a self-destructing clone. Only after Bone Blade's aid had she recovered enough power to fight. Both Lord-level dark venom moths lay dead. This man's beasts are terrifying, the village chief whispered, swallowing hard. He knew exactly how strong those moths were. Years of trade had taught him that. The violet flames had only made them stronger, yet they had still fallen to these 2 pets. Who was this person to wield such power? Lin Yun, he wondered. Then memory struck. This was the Beastmaster who had wiped out every bandit in the Saintlight Prefecture. The young man before him was far stronger than the rumors claimed. Zhu Yu stared at the 2 beasts, her heart in turmoil. They had already been frightening, and now, in these special forms, how strong were they really? I have no idea, Ding Bao murmured, shaking his head. All he recalled was that Lin Yun ranked only 50th among gold-tier beastmasters, a position that would normally be a source of pride. It was proof of absolute strength. But now it looks as if that top 50 spot is gone for good. Ding Bao stood motionless, unable to guess his new ranking. The Ironblade direwolf he had raised was only average, and he himself hovered around 200th, almost at the bottom, though not the absolute worst. The elderly village chief, Duan Tong, hunched over and tried to slip away while everyone was talking. He had barely taken 2 steps when a burly, hot-tempered beastmaster grabbed him by the scruff and slammed him back into the center of the group. Damn you! After getting so many of us killed, you think you can run? The Beastmaster planted a boot on Duan Tong's shoulder, his roar echoing through the empty valley. Here, men, one of you, chief or villager, is getting out of this. Right? You'll pay for every life. Another healer snapped, her voice ice cold. We came to save lives, and you fed our comrades to monsters. Zhu Yu seethed, face dark with grief and rage. Eye for eye, tooth for tooth, Ding Bao muttered. Lin Yun swept his gaze around. Let's head back to the village. They followed the narrow trail home. Earlier they had hesitated to kill the half-crazed villagers, but now they left none standing. The fanged creatures dropped one after another, blood sent thick in the air. Those who remained sane were bound and herded together. Seeing their chief in chains, they knew the village's darkest secret was out. I say we march them to Xinguang County and let the magistrate judge them. Any objections? Zhu Yu asked. None, Lin Yun replied blandly. For crimes like these, the trip is just ceremonial hang, Ding Bao said with a shrug. Rough hemp rope dug into Duan Tong's skinny arms, yet he still tried to defend himself. We had no choice. No choice. Lin Yun laughed softly. This is the wilds without strength, wed die. If that dark venom moth hadn't cornered us, would never have killed beastmasters. We had no other way. Duan Tong babbled. Spare me, Lin Yun cut him off. The moth manipulated us, and those two pushed us. This is why we ended up here. Your reasons mean nothing, Lin Yun said, eyes cold. When you chose to kill me, you should have known you might die. Duan Tong finally fell silent. At dawn, Zhu Yu led a squad escorting Evernight Village's prisoners onto the road to Xinguang, where judgment awaited. Lin Yun remained behind, for good reason. Once Ding Bao and the others were out of sight, he asked Qingya to extend her senses in search of Evernight ore-like energy crystals, but hundreds of times more potent, an ideal fuel for Titan. Now that Titan had reached Lord level, its appetite for crystals was staggering and new supplies were urgent. The village had mined only a little, by who dug a few fragments out of a storeroom far from enough. Lin Yun stayed calm, calling the white fox to search deeper into the valley. Half an hour later, he found the vein. The mining site was littered with ore of every shape and size, piled into dark hills that loomed on every side. The moment Titan spotted them, it let out a deep, excited growl, flared its wings of light, and hovered above the heaps before devouring them. In an instant, the vast energy inside the rocks turned into streams of radiance that seeped through the gaps in its scales. Within moments, the entire mound was gone. Lin Yun moved deeper into the tunnel. It was so dark he could barely see his hand in front of his face, and only his footsteps echoed off the stone walls. The seams here held all kinds of ore, but quality varied wildly. To save time, he ordered, Qingya, use your senses and pinpoint the richest veins. The white fox gave a low whine and shut her eyes. Silver light rippled outward from her body like a tide, sweeping across the passage. Moments later, she placed a paw against the wall in 3 different spots, marking the densest lodes. Titan, cut with starlight, Lin Yun commanded. Starlight was a Dao-level technique, and Titan was already a Lord-class beast. A hiss filled the air as a blinding white beam condensed in its palm, compressed by sheer will until it was no thicker than a hair. Guided by Qingya, the beam sliced through the rock with a sharp hiss, freeing a whole slab of raw stone. The white fox then brought down her primal claw, shattering the boulder and breaking the Evernight ore into pieces small enough to carry. They repeated the process at the other 2 sites. As for the scattered veins along the tunnel, Lin Yun judged they would take years to mine and yield too little, so he let them be. He glanced at the fox. Qingya, summon your clones. She obeyed. The air churned, and one spatial vortex after another opened, releasing a stream of identical white foxes. The moment they appeared, they all dove toward Lin Yun, crowding into his arms. Forced back half a step, he rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Qingya bristled, pushed the clones aside, and claimed the prime spot herself. Lin Yun flicked her lightly on the brow. Silly fox, you're no better than the rest. Muttering, she retreated and set her copies to hauling ore. Titan did its part as well, raking the shattered chunks into neat piles. Since absorbing the violet flames, the bone blade had been dormant and now lay quietly in Lin Yun's pocket. After hours of work, the ore was finally bagged, filling most of the storage pouch. Good, let's head back, Lin Yun said, patting the pouch. Titan shifted into a massive silver-white shield and settled at Lin Yun's feet. He swung himself onto it, grabbed Qingya by the scruff, and set the squirming fox at his side. The combined aura of Qingya and Titan rolled through the mountains, scattering every beast in their path. The village lay silent and empty. The residents had long since been escorted to Xinguang County by Zhu Yu's group. Only Lin Yun and his companions remained. In his pocket, the bone blade stirred. Lin Yun asked quietly, Bone blade, did the artifact inside you recover after absorbing the flames? The blade gave a slow shake, making its meaning clear. The artifact was still half asleep and needed more power of that caliber to fully awaken. Lin Yun wasn't greedy. Guided by the artifact, a violet blaze resonated with the holy fire in Qingya's body. The twin flames intertwined in midair, drumming against the very atmosphere. In an instant, the white fox awakened its sacred flame form, and the Titan unlocked its divine form. Both companions gained a massive boost in power. This journey had already proven rewarding. Let's eat first, Lin Yun said, eyeing the dressed beast meat beside the campfire. Before he finished speaking, the white fox bounded over, its tail whipping through the air, eyes shining with hunger. Boneblade hissed beside it, eager to show off its grilling skills. Boneblade opened its jaws and released a thin jet of flame that wrapped neatly around the spit. It managed the heat as precisely as a tailor threads a needle. Golden char marks soon appeared on the meat, fat sizzling and popping while a mouth-watering aroma filled the clearing. Qingya swallowed, then carefully sprinkled herbs and salt. Soon, Boneblade carried a perfectly roasted slab over to Lin Yun, urging him to taste it first. Lin Yun tore off a bite and chewed. The meat was tender and juicy, grilled to perfection. Excellent control of the fire, he praised. The flames in Boneblade's eye sockets flared brighter, brimming with pride. At Lin Yun's signal, the white fox devoured half the roast in a blur. Swallowing the last mouthful, it hopped back to Lin Yun, blinking its large eyes. Chuckling, he set several bottles of Thunder Goat milk in front of it. Here you go, yours. After the meal, Lin Yun found a clean hut in the village. He and his 3 companions stretched out and slept soundly. At dawn he stayed in the village, starting on an evolution potion for Boneblade, while the 3 pets ventured deeper into Eternal Night Mountain to train. Standing at a wooden table, he counted the ingredients. Everything's here. Time to begin. He placed 3 stalks of light grass into a mortar, grinding them into an emerald paste, and pouring it into a small bowl. Next came a spoonful of chill water drawn from the graveyard, cold enough to seep into the bones. Then began a complex series of ratios and stirring. At last he reached the critical step, adding powdered dark ore to his second solvent. Boom. The bowl exploded, black smoke billowing as Lin Yun stood covered in soot. Again? Well, failure is the mother of success, he muttered, brushing off the ash. With his current physique, the blast hadn't harmed him at all. Once, twice kept refining through trial and error. After a full week of secluded work, a vial of inky liquid shot through with dim purple light was finally ready. During that time, Qingya advanced to Lord Tier 4 in the mountains. Boneblade drank the potion, power boiling within. Crack. Its skeleton fractured. 1 bone, 2, 300s of pieces flew free, wrapped in violet flame. They swiftly reassembled into a bone dragon 3 zhang long. In its chest, a purple blaze burned the flame of life. If that fire went out, the dragon would crumble. Deep in its eye sockets, searing light flickered. Lin Yun opened the companion interface and spotted a brand new ability. He grinned. Now that's a skill worth having. Cooking flame. It can turn ordinary herbs into gourmet medicinal dishes and multiply their effects several times over. Lin Yun's heart leapt with joy. He had stockpiled a mountain of herbs in his storage pouch, and whenever Qingya and Boneblade went out to train, they had to absorb the herb's power and burn it off in battle. Now, with this exclusive flame, the herb's value would skyrocket. Besides, Boneblade's cooking flame was only at the beginner level. Once it reached higher tiers, its potential would be unimaginable. The skill had no direct killing power, but it was an undeniably game-changing support ability. Boneblade entered its skill evolution phase, bone flames churning inside its body as it writhed in pain. Lin Yun immediately produced a soothing potion and rubbed it into the joints and seams of its skeleton. Hold on. When the metamorphosis is finished, you'll be stronger. Elsewhere, the ever-lazy white fox was stretched out in the sun, its clones off scavenging around the Evernight mine. It was dozing contentedly when Lin Yun called out, "Hey, dumb fox, you're in for a treat today." The fox's ears twitched, and in a flash it appeared at his feet, burying its fluffy head in his arms while its tail wagged like a fan. Lin Yun sighed, hopeless at everything except eating. "I'm talking about Boneblade's new skill, not giving you an extra meal." He tapped the fox on the forehead. The fox nodded even harder, let out a low yip, and with a whoosh recalled a horde of clones that lined up around Boneblade, suddenly serious as soldiers on parade. Lin Yun chuckled and tapped its head again. "You weren't this eager a moment ago. Mention food, and suddenly you're all business." The fox nodded shamelessly, thick-skinned enough to leave him speechless. Pale Bonelight flared, and Boneblade's skill upgrade was complete. Dreamwalk upgraded to Sweet Slumber. Ghostly Fire upgraded to Dragon's Breath. Other skills advanced as well: top-tier target tracking, free manipulation, Boneblade Array, Razor Edge, doubled numbers, body double, multi-strike heal rose to new heights. New skill, Cooking Flame, beginner. Life form, Small Bone Dragon. Rank, Warrior, first tier. The status panel put Lin Yun in an excellent mood. Qingya raised her head and gave a low growl, clearly eager to taste the medicinal cuisine too. "Boneblade, start cooking," Lin Yun ordered. Boneblade's skeletal claws grabbed a wok and spatula, then selected several herbs and a heap of beast meat. It opened its dragon maw and spewed a torrent of deep blue fire that cascaded onto the firewood like a waterfall. With a boom, the logs blazed bright red. Boneblade flipped its wrist and stirred the wok. Herb juices and meat slices sizzled together, and an irresistible aroma filled the camp almost instantly. Lin Yun's stomach rumbled. "I have to say, food fried with this skill smells incredible. I can barely hold myself back." Before long, a large pot of food was ready. Boneblade deftly bypassed the drooling white fox and set the dish in front of Lin Yun first. Lin Yun picked up a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. The flesh was tender, and the herb's sweetness and fragrance exploded on his palate. A warm current surged through his meridians and spread to every corner of his body. The energy he had drained while brewing the evolution potion was fully restored, and he felt completely revitalized. The white fox let out an impatient whine. All right, I'll let you finish the rest. Lin Yun rubbed the white fox's fluffy head. The fox narrowed its eyes in delight, its tail whipping back and forth. Boneblade, whip up a few more pans, he said offhandedly. The skeletal creature darted to the makeshift stove. Its bone wings beat like spatulas, stirring the sizzling meat until several steaming cauldrons were ready. The fox buried its muzzle in the food, belly swelling as it purred in satisfaction. Seeing his contract beast so content put Lin Yun in a lighter mood as well. The break was brief. He shifted his focus back to the real task preparing for Boneblade's evolution. Qingya and Titan had clearly hit a plateau, by his estimate. Boneblade would reach Commander Tier, 9th stage, before the other two became Beast Kings. That meant gathering the necessary materials in advance. Insight, Lin Yun murmured. Pale gold characters scrolled across his vision. 100 G desolate grave soil. Holy spring water quantity, as needed. Necroblossoms 10. Obsidian 4. Knew it would be a headache, he muttered, brow furrowing. Desolate grave soil had to come from a tomb once possessed by a Beast King level wraith, the earth still saturated with spectral energy. Necroblossoms were even rarer, blooming only in eerie, ghost-ridden cemeteries. Within Xinguang County, the only true cemetery was the Xinguang Necropolis, and he hadn't seen even a single blossom during his last expedition. As for the Holy Spring, legends placed it somewhere in the Forest of Sacred Springs, but no one had ever confirmed the location. Everything else on the list he already carried in his storage pouch. Back to Xinguang County, then. They'll have the League investigate, he sighed. Titan shifted into a heavy shield, and Lin Yun scooped up the still drowsy white fox, setting it atop the shield. The fox found his thigh a perfect pillow and went right back to sleep. Boneblade drifted behind them like a dark shadow, keeping watch. They covered ground quickly. Soon the streets of Xinguang County came into view, buzzing with voices. Heard the folks from Yongya village were ruthless took down a bunch of tamers. They're done for now. If not for that, Lin Yun would never have made it out alive. Lin Yun? The guy who cleared Sanxi Mirage on King Tier difficulty? He's from US City? The name Lin Yun came up more and more, but he remained unfazed and walked straight into the Beastmaster League. After paying the information fee, he posted a search request through the courier network, focusing on desolate grave soil, necroblossoms, and the Holy Springs whereabouts. Leaving the League, he headed for the Tang estate. Halt. State your business. The gate guard, Tang Kuan, blocked the path with an arm. I'm here for Tang Guang, Lin Yun said evenly. Tang Guang. You mean the master of the Sacred Blade Tiger? Tang Kun's pupils contracted. Clearly Tang Guang held weight in the family. Lin Yun nodded. Tell him Lin Yun is here. Tang Kuan eyed him up and down, grumbling. If you're wasting the young master's time, you'll answer to me. Then he went inside. Moments later, a majestic Sacred Blade Tiger charged out of the courtyard, Tang Guang astride its back. Hop on. Lin Yun. Come in, I'll give you a tour of the Tang estate. Tang Guang, brimming with excitement, pulled him toward the house. When the gatekeeper Tang Kuan realized what was happening, his expression shifted. Moments ago, he had looked down on Lin Yun's plain clothes and taken him for an ordinary visitor, though he had hidden the disdain behind a polite mask. But seeing Lin Yun chatting so familiarly with Tang Guang, he understood at once that the two shared far more than a casual acquaintance. A chill crept up his spine thankfully. He had not spoken out of turn. Appearances can be deceiving, indeed. Inside the Tang estate, arched bridges crossed trickling streams, birds called from flowering trees, and elegance infused every corner. After showing Lin Yun and the two pets around the grounds, Tang Guang led them into the main hall. He lifted a Zisha teapot, poured Lin Yun a cup himself, and set out a tray of delicate pastries for Qingya and Boneblade. The bone armor covering Boneblade gleamed faintly, a soft aura radiated from it, and the pastries before him dried to ash in an instant. Qingya, on the other hand, tucked in without the slightest restraint. Chuckling, Tang Guang waved a hand and got down to business. Lin Yun, what brings you here today? If it's within my power, you only have to ask. Lin Yun sipped his tea and stated his purpose. I need leads on several rare materials. During our trip to Yunming Marsh, you promised me one favor. Let's count this as settling that debt. Gathering information? You're treating me like a stranger. Tang Guang laughed heartily. Between friends, there's no talk of owing favors. They'll look into it for free. Lin Yun hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded. In that case, thank you. Enough with the thanks. Drink your tea. Tang Guang closed the topic with a grin. Over the next few days, Lin Yun was anything but idle. He took Qingya and Boneblade to train in Sacred Spring Forest, raising their strength while searching for the elusive spring itself. Though the spring remained hidden, Qingya advanced to Tier 5 Lord, a satisfying gain. 1 week later, Morning light spilled through the inn's windows as Tang Guang arrived, astride a majestic sacred sword tiger. Good news, he called. I have the information you wanted. Lin Yun straightened. Let's hear it. Tang Guang relayed what he had learned. In 1 month, Xinguang County would host the Xinguang Cup Beast Tournament, and one of the grand prizes would be desolate grave soil. During the same period, a major auction would feature the necroflower. How do I get into the auction? Lin Yun asked. I've already arranged seats. Just enter under the Tang family's name and sit with me, Tang Guang said, thumping his chest. I appreciate it, Lin Yun replied sincerely. Say that again and we're no longer friends, Tang Guang mock scolded. Lin Yun laughed and let it drop. All right, no more thanks. By the way, have you eaten? Came straight here to report starving, Tang Guang said, patting his empty stomach. Then eat with us. Bone Blade has been learning recipes from the inn's chef. The dishes are surprisingly good. Lin Yun motioned toward the kitchen. Tang Guang raised an eyebrow at the bone dragon rare, even among dragon and ghost hybrids who apparently could cook. In that case, he'll happily impose. He took a seat with gusto. The sacred sword tiger, too, seemed delighted by the prospect. Qingya had been ready for ages, her head hovering over her own rice bowl. Yuren, sporting a tiny chef's hat, carried one steaming dish after another to the table, and the aroma filled the room at once. Give it a try. Lin Yun motioned with a smile. The moment Tang Guang caught that rich scent, his appetite flared, and he wanted nothing more than to dig in. As a core member of the Tang clan, he considered himself well-versed in fine dining, yet he could hardly recall smelling anything this enticing. He lifted a glistening piece of meat with his chopsticks, eased it into his mouth, and chewed twice. A burst of savory juice flooded his palate, and his eyes lit up. Impressive. This tastes far better than anything our clan's chefs can make. I never imagined your pet could cook like this. Even as he spoke, a wave of heat surged through him. Warm energy flowed along his meridians, leaving his whole body loose and comfortable, the unmistakable effect of medicinal cuisine. Medicinal dishes. Tang Guang was genuinely surprised. If the earlier plates were simply delicious, this was something extraordinary. The dish's potency convinced him that this bone dragon possessed a rare culinary gift. With such a chef, Lin Yun's herbs would be used far more efficiently, and Tang Guang felt another pang of envy. Gazing at the apron-clad bone dragon, its face still a stark white skull, Tang Guang couldn't help imagining how wonderful it would be to own such a pet himself. But he knew how hard it was to tame a ghost-type creature highly intelligent and proud. They served no one unless they met a master they truly accepted. He had tried before. The dream had been sweet, but reality had been brutally clear. That thought led him to Lin Yun's 2 pets, both now at Lord rank. Give them a little more time, and they might really surpass him. That, perhaps, was the difference between them. Early the next morning, Lin Yun and Tang Guang hurried to the auction hall together. As they walked down a broad corridor, Tang Guang explained the rules while Lin Yun listened intently. To prevent cutthroat bidding, Xinguang County has set a cap, Tang Guang said. What kind of cap? Lin Yun asked. If the final price reaches 100 times the starting bid, no one may raise it further. Then how do they decide who gets the item? They can't just refuse to sell, Lin Yun pressed. Of course not. When bids are tied, the guests settle it in other ways: pet battles, tests of strength, skill contests, any number of challenges. I get it. Lin Yun nodded. The system still favored the strong. Exactly. Tang Guang agreed. The two were led to a VIP box, and given the Tang clan status, the seats were spacious and comfortable. The auction got underway. The host introduced each lot with practiced flair. The crowd grew animated, and bids rang out in quick succession. Lin Yun watched for a while, but the early items, potions, specialty armor and weapons, and several bundles of herbs held no appeal for him, so he waited quietly. Suddenly 2 waitresses in revealing bunny suits carried in a large, crystal-bright cauldron. Yuren fluttered to Lin Yun's side, making it clear he wanted that cauldron. This wok, called the Chef God Wok, was forged by the renowned blacksmith Jella. The auctioneer held the cold, gleaming iron wok high and announced in a resounding voice, "It can boost any medicinal dish by 30%. Buyers in the hall began to whisper. I don't see the point, one man scoffed. Average cooks can't make proper medicinal meals, and the top ones charge a fortune. I'd rather feed my pet a few extra potions. Heads nodded all around. In their eyes, the Chef God Wok was a waste of money, not useless, just overpriced. Lin Yun disagreed. He had a master chef right at his side, Guren. Those razor-edged wings were built for battle. Yet the creature's cooking talent was just as impressive, and Lin Yun never had to worry about a fee. The starting bid is 500,000 taels of silver. The auctioneer shouted, gavel poised. 500,000. Lin Yun called, raising his paddle. Several chefs who had come specifically for the wok jumped in at once. 600,000. 610,000. 800,000. 810,000. Suddenly, a burly hothead sprang to his feet. Are you kidding me? 3 million taels. Keep up if you can. The room went still, and the man grinned, certain he had it in the bag. The auctioneer began the count. 3 million once, 3 million twice. I bid 10 million, Lin Yun said calmly. Silence fell. Every head turned toward Lin Yun's seat, the Tang family section. In Xinguang Prefecture, the Tang clan ranked among the very few true powerhouses. Even the governor gave them leeway. 10 million taels was pocket change. 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million 3 times sold. The gavel struck. Congratulations to this beastmaster for winning the chef god walk, the auctioneer declared. A rabbit-eared attendant in black silk carried the walk over gracefully. Lin Yun accepted it, the metal cool against his palm. Gu Rin swooped down, bone wings humming, the blue-green flames in his eye sockets flickering with excitement. Your turn when we get home, Lin Yun said with a smile. Gu Rin nodded vigorously. Beside them, Titan didn't so much as blink. The iron lump cared only for ore and crystals. Medicinal cuisine held no appeal. The auction rolled on, the atmosphere growing hotter. Tang Guang raised his paddle from time to time, buying several top-grade potions. Lin Yun added a few to his own stash as well. Soon attendants brought out a strange flower streaked in black and violet. Ladies and gentlemen, the Death Spirit Blossom is exceedingly rare and immensely beneficial to ghost-type beasts, the auctioneer announced, his pitch soaring. The starting bid is 10 million taels. Few responded. Ghost beasts were scarce, so even a priceless item could go unclaimed. Bidding starts now. A richly dressed man stood and lifted his paddle. 10 million. Tang Guang leaned over and whispered to Lin Yun. That's Deng Wei, heir of the Deng clan. His beast is an animal-type specter. He won't let this flower slip. 20 million, Lin Yun said, raising his paddle. 30 million, Deng Wei shot back. 80 million, Lin Yun replied, unhurried. 90 million, Deng Wei's jaw tightened. He'll pay 1 billion, Lin Yun said, pushing the price straight to the ceiling. His opponent's beast was a ghost type, so it was bound to keep raising the stakes all the way to the end. Lin Yun didn't want to waste any more time, and his voice rang out clearly in the hushed hall. In the vast auction room, even breathing seemed muted, every eye fixed on him. After all, 10 billion credits was no small sum. Sensing the pressure, Deng Wei's brow twitched, but he still gritted his teeth and followed. I must have this deathly blossom. 10 billion. Deng Wei, matched the bid. Very well. Lin Yun inclined his head. The price was already 100 times the starting bid. He swept his gaze around the room and called out, we can't push it any higher, can we? We can't, the auctioneer replied, spreading his hands. According to the rules, when two bidders reach the cap at the same time, you settle it between yourselves. We only notarize, we don't interfere. Beast battle then? Lin Yun turned to Deng Wei. A beast battle? Are you sure? Deng Wei's lips curved into a smile. Quite sure, Lin Yun said with a nod. Good, let's fight. Confidence radiated from Deng Wei. His beast, the Lion War Soul, was already Famous an animal class specter at Lord Stage 6. On the county's gold rank Beastmaster list, he ranked 40th and had scarcely tasted defeat for years. Self-assurance was etched into his bones. Still cautious, Deng Wei murmured to a servant, find out who that man is. The servant returned soon after with a full report. Lin Yun, a newly promoted gold ranker, ranked 50th, fresh from silver, yet he had earned the top score in the King-tier Desert Mirage Voyage instance. Deng Wei shelved his contempt and gave a silent order. The moment the Lion War Soul enters, crush Lin Yun's beast with full force. Beast data. Name, Lion War Soul. Tier, Lord Stage 6. Skills, Sonic Roar top, Rend high, Phase Shift high, Ghost Flame intermediate. Whispers rippled through the stands. Who do you think will win? My money's on Deng Wei. Has been gold rank for years. Don't count Lin Yun out. His beast is no pushover. Remember what happened in Evernight Village. Hard to say. With a thunderous roar, the Lion War Soul strode onto the arena, shrouded in eerie green soul flames that radiated crushing pressure. Arms folded, Deng Wei gestured to Lin Yun. Your turn. Who are you sending out? Qingya go. Lin Yun raised a hand. A white blur flashed through the portal, and the white fox Qingya landed lightly on the platform, her slim frame a stark contrast to the hulking specter. A physical-type fox? Someone whispered. That's a poor match against a ghost. Deng Wei's confidence swelled. A ghost's phase shift ignored most physical damage, and the fox's claws carried no elemental easy, one-sided fight. Qingya flicked her slender tail, then vanished in a blink. A silver arc of spatial energy traced the air before she reappeared without a sound. Deng Wei sneered. Space skills are rare, but they won't change the outcome. Victory is still mine. Lin Yun merely shook his head. Attack. Deng Wei commanded. The Lion War Soul raised its head and unleashed a deafening sonic roar. Sound waves rippled outward. Centered on the Lion War Soul, the arena floor split like thin ice, shattered into gravel, and was swept up by the blast, billowing out in a gray storm. Every spectator turned pale. Deng Wei was serious, opening with his deadliest sonic strike. That move is brutal. It one-shotted me back in the day, someone gulped, still shaken. How's Lin Yun's beast supposed to stop that? Another muttered anxiously. Tang Guang leaned forward, a faint smile forming. Interesting. Deng Wei's put real work into that Lion War Soul. He's several times stronger than last time. Deng Wei himself felt sure of victory. He could already picture the three-tailed white fox being torn apart. Then he realized something was wrong. The fox hadn't budged. Tiles around it powdered into dust, yet not a single hair on its snowy coat so much as stirred, as though the whole world had been walled off from it. How is that possible? Dang, Weiss mind reeled. The sonic blast had done nothing. The fox had absorbed it all. No way. I've fought lower-tier beasts. Even if they're stronger, they can't be immune to my sound waves. He forced himself to believe it must be wearing some protective artifact. His thoughts scrambled, his chest tightened. A man of his stature shouldn't lose composure, but the sight defied everything he knew. Across the ring, Lin Yun called lazily, "Quit dawdling, dumb fox. Finish him, and he'll give you extra rations." The word rations made the gluttonous fox's ears perk. A deep blue flame flared on its brow, then streaked outward in intricate patterns. In a heartbeat, holy fire blazed over its body, and its aura soared several-fold. What is that? Deng Wei's heart clenched. The fiery markings spread, the air itself heating. Through the beast bond, he felt the lion war soul's mood shift from confidence to a plummeting will to fight. Berserk mode? No, berserk breeds savagery. This fox is regal, composed. Worse, the power spike dwarfed any berserk state. Deng Wei guessed dozens of times, stronger maybe more, but the numbers baffled him. In the stands, Tang Guang shot upright, eyes blazing. A special form, sacred flame form. As a core member of the Holy Fire Project, had heard the legends. Most prodigies were lucky to grasp a single exclusive skill. This fox had leapt straight into the sacred flame form. Right now, Lin Yun's beast had awakened the sacred flame form. Even Tang Guang couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. The sacred blade tiger crouched at its master's feet, white mane bristling. Before the three-tailed white fox, it showed a trace of instinctive fear. Not long ago, its full-force strike had forced the fox onto the defensive. Yet now the tide of power surging inside the fox kept it from making a move. Give it a few more days, and even the tiger might not be able to win. The refined white fox struck first, its snowy form flashing toward the lion war spirit, claws gleaming like icy steel. Deng Wei let out a breath of relief. It's still using physical skills. Me, lion war spirit, still has a chance. The words had barely left his lips when a terrifying scene unfolded. Air tore like fabric, ebony fissures spiderwebbing through the sky. Deng Wei blinked, thinking his eyes were playing tricks, but the vision was real. Space itself had been smashed open, wild energy boiled in the cracks, and the arena fell silent. Spectators stared at the rift, imagining what would happen if it struck flesh and blood. A person would die instantly. 3 days apart, Tang Guang forced a wry smile, his heart sinking. The sacred blade tiger might outrank the fox now, but at this pace of growth, it would soon be the one getting crushed. At the center of the platform, the lion war spirit triggered phasing, its body turning half-transparent usually enough to evade any physical attack. Yet in front of the fox, the move was worthless. Spatial shockwaves rolled out, the elements in that patch of air boiling out of control. The lion war spirit was shredded into glittering dust. As its transparency deepened, chaotic energy bored into its frame. It let out a guttural roar, racked with pain. Damn it! How am I supposed to fight this? Deng Wei fumed, years of pride forbidding surrender. Stay calm, stay calm. He sucked in several deep breaths, steadied himself, and ordered, circle away. Endurance warfare is life-saving tactic from the Tianhe expedition. By sprinting in high-speed loops, he had once worn down a formidable enemy. He chose to gamble on it again. The lion war spirit shot off, leaving afterimages along the arena's edge. Lin Yun saw through Deng Wei's plan, but didn't interfere. Against an evenly matched foe, the tactic might work, yet the fox already stood leagues above the lion war spirit. Activating its sacred flame form, the fox wrapped itself in golden fire and vanished. An instant later, it reappeared behind the lion war spirit via a spatial blink. Spatial movement skill. Deng Wei's scalp tingled. Move now. The lion war spirit sensed the threat, but it was too late. The fox's claws slashed, merging with its own shadow. The strike swelled, rending the air again. Violent energy blasted the arena floor to dust, hurling the lion war spirit several meters. Its translucent body was barely visible at all. Defeat. Ranked 40th, Deng Wei fell to Lin Yun and was utterly crushed. The stands went dead silent. Eyes fixed on the white fox wreathed in pale gold flame. Everyone felt they were staring at an unknown monster. Was this truly just a Lord-grade beast? I lost this beast battle, much as I hated to admit it. Deng Wei, his face drained of color, conceded on his own. Opposite him, the white fox dropped its fighting stance, shifted back into its slender, elegant true form, and padded to Lin Yun's side. Easy now, there'll be a good meal waiting when we get home, Lin Yun said with a laugh, patting its head. The foolish fox flicked its tail, so excited it almost leaped into his arms. The fight was over, yet the spectators still hung in the air like kites with their strings cut. Deng Wei, the famous gold-tier beastmaster of Xinguang Commandery, had fallen, and everyone had seen that the white fox never used its full power. I heard it can create a swarm of real clones to fight alongside it, someone whispered. The words choked the arena into silence once more. Deng Wei drew a sharp breath. If those clones had appeared, he wouldn't even have had the courage to resist. Today's defeat hit him like a boulder on the chest. If the gap were narrow, he could hope to close it with hard work. But the white fox stood before him like an unscalable mountain. And the ironclad creature at Lin Yun's side radiated an equally daunting presence. They were simply too strong. Noting the frustration in Deng Wei's eyes, Lin Yun said nothing. He went straight to the host. By the rules, the death blossoms are mine. The host pressed his lips together. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be able to buy them. What do you mean? Lin Yun's brow creased. A calm-faced, middle-aged man stepped forward. I'm Lian Shui, chairman of Jutao Auction House. We've decided to give the death blossoms to young Master Lin free of charge simply in hopes of making your acquaintance. Lin Yun understood at once. This was the privilege of power. Were he an unknown nobody, the auction house would never surrender such rare resources. But for a beastmaster with vast potential, everyone was eager to place their bets. The great families thought the same way. Reputation and profit always walk side by side. He recalled a simple example. If an ordinary man ate at an inn and forgot his money, he'd likely be beaten and hauled off to the magistrate. If the diner were the richest man in town, he could leave without paying a coin, be sent off with smiles, and still leave the innkeeper worried about having shown enough respect. The contrast was that stark. Very well, Lin Yun agreed readily. If they wanted to give, he was happy to take. Lian Shu's face lit up. Earning young Master Lin's friendship is Jutao Auction House's honor. With that, he left without another word. Lin Yun accepted the flower of the undead from the bunyard attendant, tucked it away, and left with his 3 pets. Tang Guang hurried after him, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Lin Yun, when we get back, can Boneblade make that medicinal stew again? I still can't forget the taste from last time. Sure. Lin Yun nodded. Overjoyed, Tang Guang waved. Then he'll head straight home and gather the ingredients. With that, he leapt onto his sacred sword tiger, which bounded around the corner and vanished. Lin Yun returned to the inn. News of his recent victory had spread like wildfire, and well-wishers bearing gifts lined up to curry favor. He accepted them all with a polite smile. Night fell, and Tang Guang arrived with an entire wagon of fresh provisions. Boneblade was already itching to cook. It grabbed its chef's cauldron and giant spatula, selected several top-grade spirit ingredients, and breathed a scarlet flame that set the pot sizzling in an instant. Oil crackled, and the mingled aromas of herbs, meat, and spirit plants swept through the inn on waves of heat. Boneblade flipped and stirred, spatula ringing against the cauldron, delighted by its own performance. By dawn, the cooking flame within Boneblade suddenly flared and advanced from basic to intermediate. The potency of its medicinal cuisine jumped from a few times normal to well over tenfold. Lin Yun was ecstatic if this fire kept evolving. It would become a peerless supportability. Stuffed one more bite, and it'll burst. Tang Guang burped, cradling his round belly. The sacred sword tiger lay sprawled on all fours, its tail giving the occasional twitch. Qingya the white fox, refined as ever, dozed contentedly with her head on Lin Yun's lap. Titan, however, stared out the window, its metal mask reflecting the night, looking forlorn. Knowing it survived on ore and crystals alone, Lin Yun patted its shoulder plate. Cheer up. Tonight you can have the crystals any way you like. The iron giant lit up immediately. After seeing Tang Guang and the sacred sword tiger off, Lin Yun carried the sleeping Qingya to his room and settled her in her little nest, while Boneblade trudged back to its corner with the spatula. At first light, Lin Yun set out for the sacred spring forest to continue his search for the spring itself, the key ingredient for Boneblade's evolution. Deep within the woods lay a fountain that nourished the entire canopy. Beasts there, strengthened by spirit-laden leaves, were several times tougher than their cousins in Night Forest. Every day, beast tamers harvested those leaves and carted them back to Xinguang County to make sacred spring feed for their pets. Qingya had once loved mixing that feed with lightning goat milk and pestered Lin Yun to buy it each time they traveled. Now that Boneblade wielded the cooking flame, the feed still tasted good but no longer held a candle to its dishes. On the way, Lin Yun casually dispatched a few beasts that barred his path and soon reached a resting post popular with tamers. Damn it. I've searched for half a month and still haven't found the sacred spring. I'm starting to think it's a myth. One tamer bellowed. It's real, his companion replied, shaking his head. The location just keeps shifting. You need luck. That's why people call it the Fountain of Fortune. If your luck is bad enough, you might spend a lifetime without ever finding the Holy Spring. Lin Yun stood at the edge of Holy Spring Forest, brushed the burrs from his coat, and told himself with a wry grin that he couldn't be that unlucky. If he came often enough, sooner or later he would stumble across the spring. Inside a makeshift camp of wooden tents, a bonfire crackled. The flap of one tent flew open and a man built like a fortress strode in, his voice booming like a bronze bell. Folks, I found a patch of dark serpentine vines. The guardian beast is tough, so I need 2 more teammates. A deep blue bat hovered at his shoulder. It had 2 pairs of membranous wings as thin as cobalt glass, chalk-white fangs, and eyes that glimmered eerily in the firelight. Name, Vampire Bat. Rank, Lord, Tier 3. Skills, Blood Manipulation Intermediate, Wing/Advanced, Bite Supreme. Dark Serpentine Vines. Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat. The herb was extremely rare and a key ingredient for Qin Yas evolution, making this news an unexpected windfall. The tamers around the fire stirred. Sign me up. Me too. Count me in. The burly man's surname was Ban, hence the nickname Batman. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said in a hard voice, "The guardian beast is strong. If you can't hold your own, stay back. If you slow us down, don't expect me to save you." The warning doused most of the bronze tier tamers, who exchanged uneasy looks and backed away. A woman named Bai stepped forward and asked softly, "What level are you looking for?" "Silver is enough," Ban replied. "Bring a support beast if possible. He'll handle offense, you cover me." Bai raised her hand and summoned a plant the color of living fire, its blossom shaped like the rising sun. "My partner is a sunflower bloom. It boosts allies and is warrior tier." She handed him her silver badge. Name, Sunflower Bloom. Rank, Warrior, Tier 5. Skills, Solar Empowerment Advanced, Root Intermediate, Healing Light Intermediate. Ban inspected the badge, then the plant, and nodded. "Welcome aboard." Because the Sunflower Bloom specialized in support, Bai seldom ventured out alone, so she accepted the chance with a smile. Ban raised his voice. "We still need one more. Same level as her, support preferred." Several silver tier tamers began arguing for the spot. Only then did Lin Yun step forward, his tone calm but confident. "I'm a gold tier tamer. My beasts are all combat specialists rather than support, but they can carry their weight." The silver tier contenders fell silent. The gap to gold was simply too large. Ban's brow creased as he weighed the offer. Lin Yun asked, "Is that a problem?" "Problem? Of course not." Ban laughed, discarding his hesitation. Turning down a gold tier teammate would be foolish. Ban, Bai, and Lin Yun summoned their beasts and set off toward the dark serpentine vines. Morning fog still clung to the forest, and the vine-choked trail was damp and dim. They had barely left the camp when the undergrowth exploded. A tail as thick as a bowl swept through the fallen leaves, and a massive green python lunged from the brush. Its body was enormous, thick as a barrel, its glossy black markings gleaming against the greenery. It could only be a forest python. "A warrior-class beast. It'll boost you with sunlight," Bai called out. With a soft pop, the flame sunflower blossomed. Its petals shuddered, pouring out gentle golden light that felt like dawn soaking into the bones. The glow had just spread when the white fox flashed forward like white lightning. Three tails swept the air, one paw came down, and the python was cleaved clean in two. "Was that a one-shot?" Bai stammered, shaken by the fox's power. Banfu's pupils shrank. The python's wooden scales were thick. His bat familiar could handle them, but splitting the beast in half with a single strike was impossible. The three-tailed white fox was clearly on another level. A white fox and a young man. Ban Fu stared at Lin Yun, certain had seen this pair before. "Have we met?" "No, this is our first time," Lin Yun said evenly. "Really? Then I'm mistaken. I just feel I've seen you," Ban Fu answered with a forced smile. Lin Yun trusted his memory. "We haven't met. Maybe I had a friend who looked like you," Ban Fu muttered, brow furrowed as he racked his brain. As they moved forward, he used the eye of insight to size Lin Yun up in secret. Even if the boy was odd, Ban Fu figured he could handle him. Lin Yun, however, shot Qinyu a look, and she immediately activated her sensing skill, ready for anything. After the python, no stronger beasts appeared. The three-tailed fox stayed idle, and Bai plus Ban Fu's pets handled the rest with ease. Eventually the trio reached the edge of the dark serpent vines. Thick black tendrils coiled over the ground, glowing faintly. A simian more than 3 meters tall sat among them, muscles knotted, fur ink black, quietly refining the dark energy leaking from the vines. Name, Dark War Ape. Rank, Lord, Tier 5. Skills, High-Level Shadow Clone, Supreme Club Strike, Supreme Shadow Slip, Mid-Level Dark Staff Technique. "So that's the guardian beast?" Bai whispered, face pale. "Lin Yun, can you handle it?" "Of course," Lin Yun replied calmly. Just then Ban Fu's face drained of blood, terror filling his eyes. I remember. You're Lin Yun, the Beastmaster, who defeated Deng Wei. No wonder your name sounded familiar." "That's me," Lin Yun admitted. "Sorry, something urgent came up. I have to go," Ban Fu babbled, spinning to flee. "We're already here, why turn back?" "The fight won't take long," Bai urged, afraid they couldn't beat the ape without him. "I really do have urgent business. I'm leaving." Ban Fu sprinted away. "What's wrong with you?" Bai asked, baffled. Ban Fu dropped to his knees with a thud, voice quivering. "Please, have mercy. I was wrong. Lin Yun, I apologize. These herbs are my compensation." He emptied his storage pouch, dumping out rare herbs and a thick bundle of silver notes, practically his entire fortune, enough to tempt any gold-level beastmaster. "So many herbs and notes? Ban Fu, what's going on?" Bai was completely lost. "Tell the truth, and I might spare you," Lin Yun said coldly. Ban Fu swallowed, hesitated, then summoned the courage to spill everything. As he spoke, Bai's face grew darker and darker. Ban Fu began to talk. The beast guarding the shadow serpent vine wasn't wild at it was his contracted pet. Lately he had been using team training as a pretext to lure wave after wave of beast tamers into this stretch of woods. The moment their guard was down, he would ambush their beasts, cripple them, and seize whatever treasures they carried. Bai Yi's face darkened. Ban Fu, I never imagined you could sink so low. If Lin Yun hadn't intervened, she and her own pet would likely have died here in Shengquan Forest today. People could be so treacherous. She bit her lip. Yet one question still bothered her: why was Ban Fu so afraid of Lin Yun? Ban Fu controlled 2 lord-rank beasts in Xinguang Prefecture that was already elite. Perhaps Lin Yun belonged to some powerful clan, and Ban Fu feared their retaliation. Yet Bai Yi had never heard of a Lin clan in Xinguang. Maybe Lin Yun came from another prefecture, or even the imperial capital. Thoughts whirled through the young woman's mind. Fixing his gaze on Lin Yun, Ban Fu spoke earnestly. Lin Yun, I've told you everything. These herbs and silver notes are my apology. Just spare my life. You can live, Lin Yun replied, his tone icy, if you meet one condition. Name it. Ban Fu answered at once. Destroy your beast seal, and he'll let you go. Refuse, and I won't hold back. The beast seal is the core of a tamer's bond with their pets. Shatter it, and the backlash cripples the beasts, shortens the tamer's life, and makes it impossible to contract new companions. Bai Yi hadn't expected such a merciless demand. No tamer could accept it easily, no matter how formidable Lin Yun's background might be. You don't push me too far. Ban Fu snarled. Lin Yun, I'll fight you if I must. Before he finished, the Dark War ape hefted its iron club, its lantern-like eyes fixed on Lin Yun. The giant bat bared its fangs and shrieked. One order from Ban Fu and the 2 lord-rank beasts would charge. Bai Yi's heart pounded. She whispered, Lin Yun, maybe let it go? He's a gold-rank tamer, same as us. Even if I help, a real fight would cost us dearly. If he's willing to leave, that's the best outcome. Lin Yun gave her a calm glance. I'm giving him a chance, not the other way around. He's in no position to bargain with me. As he spoke, the white fox that had been napping on his shield opened its eyes. With a single look, the Dark War ape and the giant bat lost all their momentum. Their fighting spirit vanished. Ban Fu's face turned ashen. His voice trembled. Fine, he'll break the seal. Just keep your word. Channeling his chi, he brought his palm crashing down on his own right hand. The beast seal shattered. Blood spurted in a scarlet arc. Bai Yi stared in shock. She had never dreamed that a few casual words from Lin Yun could make Ban Fu shatter his own beast seal. Even the Chao clan back in the prefectural city could not have forced a commander-class beastmaster, a pillar of their power, to cripple himself so willingly. Who was this man? A scion of some great imperial family? Questions churned through Bai Yi's mind without finding an answer. You've got some nerve. Since you know your place, get lost. Lin Yun's voice was as cold as forged steel. Yes, he'll leave right away. Ban Fu's face went ashen. He did not even pause to bandage the wound, clutching his 2 beasts as he staggered off. With the seal destroyed, their auras fell visibly still commander class for the moment, but soon to drop to the common rank. Ban Fu himself had been condemned to an ordinary life. His figure vanished among the trees, yet the smell of blood still hung in the air. Bai Yi lowered her voice. Lin Yun, who are you really? Just an ordinary beastmaster, Lin Yun replied flatly. She didn't believe a word of it, guessing he must be hiding his background, perhaps truly a young lord from the capital. But another matter soon drew her attention. Enough talk. Let's take down the serpent vine. Lin Yun opened his storage pouch, drew a long blade gleaming with frost, and moved toward the emerald coil wrapped around the ancient tree. You don't want the serpent vine anymore, you can have it, Bai Yi said quickly. I hardly did anything, and Ban Fu only backed off because of you. If you don't want it, that's fine. Lin Yun wasted no time. Steel flashed, the vine fell in segments, and in a few strokes it vanished into his pouch. The herbs growing around the vine caught his eye. These plants grow with the serpent vine. If you want them, take them. To him, they held little value. He already had more than 10,000 red leaf flowers in storage. Bai Yi's delight nearly overflowed, yet she asked hesitantly, Are you sure you're giving them to me? They're all yours. I can't be bothered, Lin Yun said offhandedly. Thank you, she exclaimed, relieved. She knelt and harvested the herbs with extreme care, wary of damaging a single leaf or root. Soon everything lay neatly packed, preserved with a dusting of special powder. When she finished, she brushed the sweat from her brow and muttered, If trouble hadn't broken out in Dark Night Forest, I'd have gone there to train. Sacred Spring Forest beasts are too strong. I've barely gained anything lately. Her words had barely faded when a faint, rhythmic chiming drifted through the quiet woods, the exact signal described in the reports, heralding the appearance of the holy spring. Lin Yun's heart leaped, and Bai Yi almost jumped with joy. The spring. Lin Yun, we've stumbled on the holy spring. He tapped the lazy fox curled on his shoulder. Qingya, the springs appeared. The usually indolent fox snapped its eyes open, suddenly alert. Lin Yun summoned his other 2 beasts, pinpointed the direction of the sound, and sprinted away. Bai Yi hesitated for only a moment before hurrying after him. The sacred spring is just ahead. At Lin Yun's urging, Qingya, the white fox, broke into a run, and the massive titan pounded forward beside her. They had gone barely a few dozen meters when a revolting stench hit them, as if a whole vat of rotten seafood had been emptied into a sun-scorched drain. Lin Yun's stomach lurched, and he fought the urge to vomit. Qingya was just as miserable. Her pointed ears flattened against her head, and her tail drooped. Lin Yun fished a thumb-sized metal vial from his satchel, popped the cap, and swallowed the contents in one gulp. The custom concoction numbed both smell and taste. A cool numbness spread through his sinuses, and the nausea faded. He produced a second vial and pushed it between the fox's jaws. Qingya bit off the cap, tilted her head back, and drank the deep red liquid. She exhaled, shook out her fur, and her eyes cleared. Panting hard, Bai finally caught up, but the moment she smelled the air her expression changed. Lin Yun, that isn't a sacred spring, it's a cursed one, she said in a hushed voice. A true spring carries a fresh scent. This reeks of dead fish. Touch it, and we won't just miss the sacred waterwell, invite trouble. She instinctively stepped back, only to slam into an invisible barrier that rippled like glass. Great. A cursed spring barrier. It won't drop until nightfall. We're trapped. Her palm rested on the thin membrane, her face growing grim. Who said I planned to run? Lin Yun replied evenly. Bai blinked, then remembered an old text. You want to use the cursed spring to locate the sacred one. She drew a sharp breath. The two springs were two sides of the same coin. Find the first, and you could trace the second. But the cursed spring was guarded by monsters. It had nourished creatures so vicious that even veteran beast tamers avoided them. A shrill whinny split the sky, and Bai's heart dropped. The nightmare had arrived. Hiding was no longer an option. A moment later, a jet-black warhorse dived from the clouds, its wings whipping up a gale. Name: Dark Pegasus. Rank: Lord, Tier 5. Abilities: Ultimate Black Thunder Orb, Advanced Warhorse Charge, Advanced Power of Flight, Intermediate Hoof Stomp. This one's a handful, Bai muttered. Qingya, it's yours, Lin Yun said, voice steady. The fox nodded, silver body tensing like a drawn bow. The dark Pegasus screeched. Lightning crackled between its wings, coalescing into a house's-sized sphere that howled toward Qingya. Too fast. That thunder Bai's breath caught. One hit would reduce a blazing sun bloom to charcoal. Qingya blurred and slipped past the attack with ease. The Pegasus screamed and hurled another thunder orb, then another, a rapid-fire barrage aimed at the elusive fox. This time Bai saw it clearly. Qingya wasn't merely moving fast. She vanished from one spot and appeared in another. Not a speed buff. Bai rifled through her memory, eyes widening. She's using spatial movement. And it looks effortless. The range is impressive, too. That was nothing short of godlike. Bai never imagined that the white fox Lin Yun had raised could wield such an overwhelmingly powerful technique, and the sight left her stunned. Before she could regain her composure, a shrill whinny echoed overhead. For more dark Pegasi sliced through the sky on obsidian wings and formed up with the first, bringing their number to 5. The beat of their wings cast a heavy shadow. Reinforcements had arrived. Lin Yun, maybe you should send in your other two beasts, Bai urged. I can back you up and boost their attacks. She knew that if Lin Yun's pet was seriously injured, she would be as good as dead herself. All she could do was give it everything she had. No need, Lin Yun replied with a shake of his head. No sooner had he spoken than the 5 dark Pegasi gave a low, unified cry. Each conjured a crackling orb of lightning the size of a bowl, thunder booming around them. The white fox, Qingya, flickered through the bolts with blink, slipping past the first volley with ease. Bai felt a jolt of fear. Dodging was simple enough, but if that was all the fox could do, victory was out of reach. After several quick shifts, Qingya closed in on one Pegasus flank. Sensing danger, the beast flared its wings like blades and slashed through the air. Qingya didn't back down. Her claws flashed, and a phantom talon the size of a boulder tore outward. Crack! A sound like shattering glass exploded in midair. Bai thought she'd misheard until she saw a jagged rift, dark as night, rippling beside the Pegasus. Wing space itself had split open. The ragged edge met the shattering feathers, scattering sparks of energy. The dark Pegasus screamed as its wing crumbled, inch by inch. Qingya followed through with another swipe, cleaving the beast in two at the neck. Blood fountained into the air. Before the sparks faded, 2 more dark Pegasi charged. Lightning spheres fused to their wings, the energy stretching into blazing white lances. Qingya's claws whipped out again, slicing the arcs of electricity. Blue-white serpents of lightning danced across her snowy fur, yet failed to leave the slightest scorch. The phantom talon barreled on, smashing one Pegasus head clean off, a geyser of blood erupting skyward. The remaining 3 dark Pegasi broke, their will to fight shattering as they turned to flee. Qingya skimmed along the ground, hunting them down one by one until they all fell. Blood rained from above, and with that, the battle was over. The white fox padded back to Lin Yun's side, landing lightly, her coat still gleaming pristine. She had faced 5 foes alone, each a Lord-class dark Pegasus, and butchered them with ease. Only now did Bai Yi understand why Ban Fu had destroyed his most precious beast seal the instant he recognized Lin Yun. She had assumed Ban Fu feared the family behind Lin Yun. Now she realized he feared Lin Yun himself. Without destroying that seal, death would have been certain. Even two Lord-class beasts could not have saved him. Power, in the end, is everything. With the obstacles cleared, Lin Yun looked into the distance. Come on, let's check the demon spring. The white fox nodded, and Bai Yi fell in behind them. After a short trek, they reached the spring. Muddy, foul-smelling sludge spewed continuously from the vent, spreading like boiling tar. In the mire, countless rotten fish and shrimp tumbled, decomposing corpses clinging together as they floated. The stench was so thick it burned the nostrils, and the sight alone was enough to make one's stomach churn. A reek of stagnant sludge split open as several fishmen burst out, claws flailing as they charged at Lin Yun. Starlight flashed across Titan's massive frame. He swept an arm as if brushing off dust, and the creatures exploded in midair. Pinching her nose, Bai Yi pointed at the roiling dark pool, her brows knitting. How are we supposed to find the sacred spring in there? The sacred spring and the demonic spring are two sides of one coin, Lin Yun answered, pacing the rim until he found a spot where the muck was shallowest. Dive through the demonic spring, and when you surface you'll be in the sacred spring. With that, he vaulted into the foul black mire, sending up a spray of bubbles. His three other beasts, Jingya, Boneblade, and two more followed at once. So gross. Are we really going in that? Bai Yi swallowed hard, staring at the churning sludge. Another shrill screech cut through the clouds, the cry of the dark warhorse. Thinking of the monster's power, she gritted her teeth and jumped in with her own beasts. The scalding, rancid mud felt alive, surging over Lin Yun and sealing him in. A special potion dulled taste and smell, but the clinging slime still made his scalp crawl. He swam on a single breath, the blackened muck thinned, and his vision slowly cleared. When the last trace of filth peeled away, crystal clear water closed around him, warm and pure. It washed off every stain and ache, quieted his mind, and sent power flooding through his veins, the undeniable blessing of the sacred spring. He kept descending, never touching bottom, until he broke the surface on the other side. Sunlight streamed through a glade alive with birdsong and flowers. A dozen snow-white radiant Pegasi drank at the water's edge, silver hooves sketching arcs of light over the grass. Qingya surfaced first, shaking droplets from her snowy fur. Boneblade breathed a gentle flame to dry his companions. The Pegasi raised their heads, watching the intruders with wary eyes. Lin Yun stroked the white fox's neck, murmuring, Pegasi around the sacred spring never attack without cause. We're safe. Bai Yi emerged next, already gripping the root of a flame sun blossom, crystal beads rolling off the stem. She looked around in wonder. They really are two halves of the same spring. Noticing her soaked clothes, her cheeks flushed, she ducked behind a thicket to change. Meanwhile, Lin Yun hauled 100 large wooden barrels from his storage pouch and lined them up. This water is priceless, he said, eyes sparkling. Even without refining it into evolution elixirs, just boiling herbs in it would skyrocket a beast's strength. If Boneblade turns it into a stew, the effect will be even better. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin. Hold on, Lin Yun. Bai Yi grabbed his arm. What's wrong? He asked. You know the Sacred Springs trade rules, don't you? Of course. She spoke gravely. Whether beast or beastmaster, anyone who wants to take its water must pay with herbs of equal value. If you try to steal it, the spring strikes back or simply vanishes without giving a single drop. The more you want, the rarer the herbs you must offer. If the price isn't high enough, the deal is void. Otherwise, she warned, the spring will reject the exchange altogether. Lin Yun didn't answer. Instead, he walked up to the holy spring and said, I want 100 barrels of water. Here are the herbs I'm willing to trade. See if any of them will do. Bai Yi froze. Her curiosity instantly piqued. What kind of medicinal plants could possibly be worth an entire 100 barrels of holy spring water? On the open market, ordinary herbs would never strike that sort of bargain. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yun produced the first plant, 3 tiny crimson blades of grass. Bai Yi, well versed in pharmacology, recognized it at once as red sword grass. She nodded and wore the top-tier quality, but the holy spring surely wouldn't be satisfied so easily. As expected, the placid surface of the pool remained unchanged. Unperturbed, Lin Yun kept taking plants from his storage pouch. Diamond leaf, formless dragon ginseng, ultimate demon bud, one after another, each fragrance layering over the last in the night breeze. Bai Yi subconsciously held her breath, all plain on her face, especially when she saw that whole bundle of ultimate demon bud. Years ago, while training in the Black Knight Forest, she had spotted a single ultimate demon bud from afar, only to be driven away by its guardian beast. She had regretted it ever since. Yet Lin Yun was tossing out an entire bundle as if it were nothing. The extravagance was staggering. As the pile grew, the holy spring finally began to murmur, water vapor rising and condensing in midair into a few pale blue words, trade approved. 2 streams then shaped themselves into wide hands, reached out from the heart of the pool, gathered up the herbs, and swallowed them whole. Lin Yun patted the white fox on the head. Lazy fox, if you want a decent supper tonight, get moving. The fox instantly perked up, splitting into a host of copies. Each clone clamped its teeth around a bucket handle, filed to the water's edge, and sank the bucket beneath the surface. Clear spring water gushed in, filling each barrel in seconds. Once full, the clones carried the buckets back to Lin Yun's feet. He pulled out a few sealing materials from his pouch and swiftly sealed all 100 barrels. On the face of it, the trade was equal, but in truth had struck gold bone blades cooking flames, and the chef's cauldron could multiply the spring's potency several times over. Bai drew a little water too, though only a small amount. Unlike Lin Yun, she couldn't casually throw around rare herbs. On the way back, they heard some news. Ban Fu and his 2 contracted beasts had been killed by an old enemy. Bai felt no sympathy at all. The man had used vile tricks to murder many beast tamers. In her eyes, it was just retribution. Late that night, on the far side of the holy spring forest, 2 figures in black robes appeared. Damn it, this demon spring is impossible to find. At this rate, it'll be the year of the monkey before we get to it. One of them growled, keeping his voice low. Relax and keep looking, the other replied evenly. When I find it, I'm draining the place dry. Nothing else will quench my hatred. I'd think twice about that. You might not even know how you died. I was only joking. Come on, keep searching. We're immortal anyway. We've got time to burn. The first man's tone finally softened. They searched for a long while before finally pinpointing the demon spring's location, elation flaring in their hearts. Just then, one of them suddenly raised a hand. Wait a second. Something's wrong here. What is it? Spatial fragments, feel that? The space around here has been shattered. You've got to be kidding me. Even the fabric of space had been torn apart. From that alone, you could guess how fierce the fight had been. Somewhere nearby there had to be a mythical or saint-class beast. Calamity suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. Pestilence, I heard there's a saint-class unicorn living in Holy Spring Forest. Could it be the one that shattered the space here? Pestilence shook the yellow lantern in his hand and compared the ether in the fragments. No, look at the shards near the demon spring. The fluctuations are far too weak for a saint-level strike. More likely we're dealing with a beast that happens to control space. Calamity drifted over the demon spring and looked down. Sure enough, he saw the floating shards, their energy matching Pestilence's reading. That calmed him a little, but the water, filled with rotting fish and shrimp, made him curse. Damn, this spring is disgusting. Why can't the hall send a couple of low-level wraiths to handle this? If you're brave enough, go tell the hall master yourself, Pestilence said, not even looking up. Calamity waved his hands in surrender. Forget it. He still remembered the Bright Moon City incident, when the hall master's avatar had been smashed. Both of them had been chewed out, and the nether fire on his back still stung. Pestilence patted the lantern's glass. Less talk, more work. We need the money. I've got my eye on a high-grade coffin. The shopkeeper says I just need the down payment. Fine, fine. Calamity glanced around. So how do we collect the spring water? They'll handle it. Pestilence raised the lantern and murmured an incantation. A dull yellow beam stabbed into the sludge. Black matter was drawn out, condensed into mist, and funneled into the lantern. As the haze shrank, the silt grew pale and the water briefly cleared, only for neighboring springs to foul it again. The lantern light dimmed. Pestilence ended the spell and nodded. Your turn. The 2 wraiths worked in shifts, casting until nearly dawn before sealing all the required sludge inside the lantern. Let's go, Calamity urged. Pestilence agreed. The space-warping beast might not be saint class, but it was well beyond their reach. Wraiths live for a verso they feared dying all the more. They moved with extreme caution. As they left the demon spring, Calamity looked back. St. Light County really is full of surprises. A bank of ash-gray fog suddenly rolled out of the trees. Bad news, the great mist is coming, Pestilence said, tightening his grip on the lantern. Calamity's flame flickered wildly. Up. If that fog swallows us, we're done. Got it. Lanterns in hand, the 2 wraiths shot into the sky, breaking through the mist at the last second. Their flames steadied once they were clear. On the far side of Holy Spring Forest, Lin Yun and Bai Yi still hadn't begun their return trip. Night had fallen, and the canopy hid most of the stars. Lin Yun checked the time and looked up. Forget it. We'll camp here tonight. He patted his backpack. Big Bone, stop lazing around, time to cook. Boneblade poked a huge skull out of the pack and yawned. I'll gather firewood. Bai Yi volunteered. Lin Yun waved her off. No need. Leave it to our resident helper. He dug a large pot and an iron spatula out of his storage pouch and tossed them to Boneblade. Boneblade beat its wings and caught the pot and spatula. Lin Yun casually handed over a crystal-clear bottle of spring water, his tone earnest. This is water from the sacred spring. Make good use of it. Boneblade's eyes lit up like tiny bulbs. Resting its chin on one talon, it drafted a menu in a flash, then opened its blood-red maw and breathed a torrent of flame that turned the iron wok red-hot. Several more copies of Boneblade split off to dice vegetables, trim sinew, and deb one meat under mental control, all in one seamless flow. Bai Yi stared, slack-jawed. Lin Yun, your pet cooks exactly like the high-priced chefs my family hires. It practiced for quite a while. Lin Yun smiled and patted the lump of metal on Titan's head. Taking the hint, the giant contracted into a thick iron shield, then slowly flattened into a spacious bed. Lin Yun lay down lightly, sinking into the metallic yet surprisingly supple mattress. The silly fox refused to be left out, scrambled up beside him, rested its furry head against his side, and drifted off. Before long, the aroma of food filled the clearing, and even the distant breeze carried the scent of meat. A few small aberrant beasts followed the smell. The moment they tried to rush over, Kinjia's brow glimmered with specks of light, and a wave of pressure blasted outward, sending them fleeing. Boneblade fluttered over with steaming dishes and landed in front of Lin Yun. He tasted a piece of meat, and his eyes lit up. Not bad. With the sacred spring added, it's several times tastier than ordinary ingredients, and the buffs are way stronger too. Good work. Praised. Boneblade flapped so hard in excitement that it whipped up a miniature cyclone, making the cookware buzz. Lin Yun pushed a plate toward Bai Yi. You should try some too. I couldn't possibly. Bai Yi swallowed hard. She knew exactly how valuable these ingredients were. After a brief struggle, she produced a few medicinal herbs as trade. Lin Yun nodded his agreement. The moment the soup touched her lips, Bai Yi's pupils contracted. My God, how can a medicinal broth be this potent? Years ago, when she was ill, a temperamental chef who owed her brother a favor had prepared one for her, and even that was nowhere near this impact. This little bone dragon's cooking not only doubled the flavor, the restorative effect was a torrent. Yin Yanghua quietly extended a vine, dipped it in the broth, and sucked it dry. Its leaves took on a faint halo, looking thoroughly satisfied. While everyone was absorbed in the feast, a layer of ashen mist suddenly swallowed the area, blurring even the trees only a few dozen paces away. Bai Yi's face changed. Damn, we've run into the great fog of the sacred spring forest. Great fog? What's going on? Lin Yun frowned. Bai Yi spoke rapidly. Over the past few years, any beastmaster entering the sacred spring forest had a chance of being caught in this fog. Most never returned. The handful who escaped were gravely wounded and missing chunks of memory, able only to say that something terrifying lurks in the mist. Lin Yun's expression darkened. The fog pressed lower, and he could hear broken whispers from deep within, syllables jumbled together like a many-tongued monster muttering by his ear. The longer he listened, the more his temples throbbed. Prepare for battle. Lin Yun barked. Qingya tensed, closed her eyes, and began to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, a dark silhouette burst from the mist. It was a treeman, teal-brown from root to crown and towering like a Spyrian ancient war tree. Name, Ancient War Tree. Rank, Warrior, Tier 1. Skills, Ancient Martial Arts Intermediate, Wooden Shield Advanced, Elderwood Bomb Intermediate, Rooted Growth Basic. The ancient war tree shrieked hoarsely. Thick roots ripped from the soil, thudding through the fog. It raised its wooden palms high and launched a surprise attack. Lin Yun sized up its strength at a glance and barked. Gu Ren, go! Qingya, Titan cover him. Gu Ren spread his bone wings and leapt forward. The tree's palms snapped together, compacting into two dark brown elderwood bombs that whistled toward Gu Ren. He opened his jaws and spewed searing dragon fire. Flames slammed into the bomb's boom. Splinters and sparks scattered, but the fire kept rolling, engulfing the tree's trunk. Under the twin assault of blaze and blast, the ancient war tree writhed in agony, then collapsed into ash. The mist churned. 5 more ancient war trees charged out side by side. Bai Yi tensed. Gu Ren's fire could suppress 1 or 2. Against 5. He might be overwhelmed. One of them was bound to land a heavy blow. Perhaps Qingya should step in. Lin Yun, however, gave no new orders, merely signaling Gu Ren to continue. Before Bai Yi could protest, another rumble echoed from the fog. 5 additional ancient war trees emerged. 10 in all formed a crescent, hemming the party in. Unable to hold back, Bai Yi cried, Lin Yun, let Qingya fight. Even a bone dragon can't stop this many ancient war trees. Lin Yun's gaze stayed calm. No need. Gu Ren is enough. Bai Yi fell silent. She knew Lin Yun was always cautious. If he sounded this confident, he must have a trump card. But what was it? She couldn't guess. A heartbeat later, the unexpected occurred. All 10 ancient war trees froze, branches motionless, as though an unseen hand had locked them in place. Their roars cut off mid-sound. They looked like wooden puppets carved from a single block. Asleep? The thought struck Bai Yi as absurd. Then it clicked. Gu Ren possessed a hypnotic ability. A faint crackle ran through the air. On the bark of the first tree, a flicker of flame appeared, racing across its surface until it swallowed the entire form. The treeman screamed in anguish, yet its eyelids remained shut, trapped in a nightmare it could not escape. Identical flames erupted on all 10 ancient war trees. To cast 10 foes into the same dream and kill them within it, Gu Ren's power made Bai Yi's scalp prickle. She had always considered him Lin Yun's support chef. Clearly, she had been dead wrong. When the flames burned out, the mist parted by itself, stretching into a straight corridor. High, ringing neighs echoed above. 10 radiant Pegasi and 10 shadow Pegasi swept out of the gray fog, wings flaring. They did not attack. Instead, they lined the passage on either side, heads held high, as though welcoming some exalted presence. What in the world is happening? Bai Yi whispered, stunned. The white fox crouched low, nudging Lin Yun with its massive head while a deep, uneasy growl rumbled in its throat. Lin Yun had never seen the fox so frightened. Whatever it sensed had to be truly terrifying. So the other side is strong? Lin Yun asked. The white fox nodded. Although its body quivered, it still mustered the courage to stand in front of him. More strange beasts emerged from the forest. Like the earlier Pegasi, they did not attack. Instead, they lined up neatly on both sides of the path, as if awaiting something. A deep, rhythmic beat of hooves grew closer. A massive unicorn strode into view. Its mane was a pale gold green, while the rest of its coat gleamed snow white. A single sharp horn jutted from its brow, glinting with a cold light. Golden radiance flared around its body like living flames, stirring instinctive awe. Insight, Lin Yun whispered inwardly. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Radiant Unicorn. Rank, Saint Tier, Stage 3. Skills, Divine Light, God-level powerful healing. Radiant Charge top tier piercing, high-speed dash. Light of Judgment, God-level burning retribution. Holy Trample top tier, tremendous force. Realm of Radiance mid-tier. A Saint Tier beast. Lin Yun's heart tightened. With his current strength, a heating clash would be suicide. Fortunately, the unicorn showed no murderous intent. He raised his voice. Why have you come to us? The unicorn advanced with measured grace, lowered its head slightly, and spoke in a clear, melodic tone. Human, you have courage. I have met countless beast tamers over the years, yet you are the first to stand before me without flinching. Fear doesn't solve anything, Lin Yun replied calmly. Interesting. The unicorn chuckled. I am not here to kill you. I wish to invite you to the trial of radiance. A trial? What sort of trial? Bai Yi blurted out. The unicorn explained that only beast tamers it selected could enter the trial of radiance. Those who cleared every challenge might choose one treasure from its private hoard. As it finished speaking, several Pegasi hauled a gilded chariot through the air. Piled atop, it were glittering treasures. The chariot circled the group once, then glided back to a distant clearing. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Rare herbs, precious materials, and artifacts filled the cart. Even a single supreme feather would fetch a fortune in Radiance County. Families that bred avian beasts would bankrupt themselves to obtain one because it could grant their companions unique skills. There was also scorching light essence, a holy edge, and many other dazzling relics. Lin Yun felt his heart stir. He'll take the trial. What about you? The unicorn turned to Bai Yi. Human female, your decision? I'll pass. I'm too weak, and my beasts are only support types, Bai Yi said, shaking her head. Treasure was tempting, but her life mattered more. A wise choice, the unicorn replied. Lights surged from its body, expanding outward until it blanketed the clearing. Within several blinding shafts of radiance, the ground writhed and formed ranks of simian warriors. Wielding spears and shields, they surrounded Lin Yun. The light kept rolling forth, spawning more soldier swordsmen, pikemen, archers arrayed with the discipline of a trained army. The radiant unicorn began laying out the rules. Lin Yun and his contracted beasts had to survive inside its sanctified realm for a set period to earn a reward. Lin Yun quickly realized the creature's true motive. This wasn't a benevolent gift, but a trial meant to temper its own taxing, high-level summoning art. If you want to take the trial, come with me to the other side. The unicorn lifted a hoof in invitation. A Pegasus bathed in pearly light swept down. After a brief hesitation, Bai Yi vaulted onto its back, her beast close behind. With a beat of its wings, the Pegasus carried them to a lofty summit that commanded a perfect view of the field. The unicorn hovered beside her. At its silent command, the soldiers inside the sanctified realm snapped into formation. The remaining beasts stood solemnly at the ready. What rank are those soldiers right now? Bai Yi asked. War General class, the unicorn replied evenly. They will keep advancing in rank as his performance improves, until the trial ends. How long must he last to pass? 3 days and nights. Gold eyes gleamed. The fighting will not stop unless he falls. Saint Light Mist seal this place unless one's power far exceeds mine. No one can intervene. 3 days and nights. Bai Yi's face blanched. Lin Yun might handle the soldiers for a while, but the longer the battle dragged on, the more his strength would drain. When that happened, he and his 3 beasts would become easy prey. Holding her breath, she stared downward, anxiety tightening her chest. Could Lin Yun really clear this trial? On the battlefield, a steel tide of sword and spear rushed toward Lin Yun, rumbling like thunder. Behind them, archers drew their bows in unison, strings taut as half-moons. A heartbeat later, arrows blotted out the sky. Perfect training for my beasts. Lin Yun's fighting spirit burned bright as he barked, engage. Boneblade flared its skeletal wings and shot skyward, exhaling a torrent of crimson fire. The flames swallowed the arrows in midair, incinerating them to ash. then surged onward into the archer ranks. The luminous simian archers howled and burst into motes of light. A swath of the formation vanished in an instant. On the mountaintop, Bai Yi's pupils constricted. Incredible! He erased an entire War General archer unit with a single breath of flame. The radiant unicorn nodded slightly. I hope this beastmaster can continue to surprise me. At the same moment, Titan dissolved into a stream of cerulean light that clad Lin Yun in deep blue armor. Raising his longsword, he ordered, "Qingya, go." The white fox understood at once. Whirling portals opened at its side, and one clone after another leapt out, 120 in all. Snow-white claws sliced the air as the phalanx of doubles charged the shield bearers, shattering both shields and simians into dust. Lin Yun tightened his grip on the sword and brought it down on a massive shield, cleaving it as though it were paper. Before long, every last simian soldier from the realm of saints had been wiped out. But the trial did not end there. A fresh wave of monkeys surged onto the field, converging on Lin Yun. He stood his ground, flung his longsword skyward, and watched it spin before unfolding into a wing-shaped shield. At the same moment, a hexagram array flared to life, firing beams of starlight that vaporized the advancing troops. Qingya and Boneblade split up to strike from opposite flanks, cutting the enemy's numbers in half once more. Minute by minute the battle dragged on, the flood of monkeys growing even thicker. Yet Lin Yun and his three beasts only fought harder, showing no hint of fatigue. The clearing had long since turned to scorched earth, riddled with craters. Melted soil oozed along the crater walls as dark red magma, pulsing like veins and exploding whenever the temperature swung. Bai Yi watched in shock. This was the true Lin Yun. With just 3 pets, he was holding his ground against an entire Lord-class army. The white fox was the most terrifying. Each of its clones carried Lord-level might. After a full day, Lin Yun and his beasts were still brimming with energy. Bai Yi compared herself silently. She would have collapsed within hours, and even her Brothera gold-tier beastmaster would be exhausted after a day of combat. Lin Yun still looked as fresh as ever, like some kind of monster. Difficulty increased. All soldiers have risen to Lord rank. The cold voice of the Holy Light Unicorn echoed overhead. The monkey soldiers withdrew, bodies swelling as layers of muscle stacked like bricks, tusks jutting past their lips. Boneblade, fall back, Lin Yun ordered. Boom. Dozens of monkeys thundered in on chariots. The white fox vaulted skyward. A monkey swung a saber from his chariot. The fox shattered it with one swipe, then flipped the vehicle, shredding cart and driver alike. In the distance, Titan provided covering fire, starlight raining down like a meteor shower, punching clean through the enemy ranks. An hour passed then too. Lin Yun and the 2 beasts were still breathing steadily. 2 days slipped by. Hair loose, sword in hand, Lin Yun looked every bit a war god. Though slightly worn, his power remained overwhelming, and the relentless combat had only sharpened his coordination with his beasts. By dusk on the 3rd day, Titan advanced from Lord Tier 2 to Tier 3, while Boneblade jumped from Warrior Tier 1 to Tier 3 progress that would have been unthinkable under normal training. 3 days have passed, human. You have earned my recognition. Choose one of my treasures, the Holy Light Unicorn announced. I have a proposal, Lin Yun said, wiping blood from his blade. Oh, what is it? The unicorn asked, intrigued. Let me rest for a bit, then we keep fighting. How about it? Lin Yun grinned. The unicorn's trial was meant to temper the realm of saints, and for him, it was the perfect whetstone. Ending it now would be a waste. The unicorn pondered a moment, admiration flickering in its eyes. Agreed. Their interests, it seemed, were perfectly aligned. Are you out of your mind? Bai Yi was speechless for a moment before she finally reacted. Trials set by the radiant unicorn were rare enough. Clearing one and earning a single treasure was already a windfall. Yet Lin Yun wanted to go again. She wondered if she'd misheard. The radiant unicorn was equally surprised. Its hard silver hoof tapped the ground, and its golden mane fluttered. Human, were you joking just now? Not at all, Lin Yun replied calmly. Summon more radiant soldiers and let my beasts fight them. I want them to train under real pressure. The strength Lin Yun had displayed earlier had impressed the unicorn. Finding another sparring partner of that caliber would be difficult, and the offer tempted it. So what do you say? Lin Yun met the unicorn's eyes. After a brief pause, the unicorn set its surprise aside and nodded solemnly. We can resume the trial, but I have conditions. If you accept them, I'll agree. Name them, Lin Yun said. First, under our original agreement, you would receive 1 treasure upon passing. Now, I'll make it 3. Second, you may not quit midway without my permission. Third, I'll hold back enough power to ensure no mortal danger to you or your beasts. Finally, I will cover all the herbs and supplies you need. When it finished, the radiant unicorn stared at him intently. 3 treasures. Lin Yun could hardly contain his delight. Tripling the reward and adding free herbs seemed like pure profit. He nodded at once. In that case, take a short rest, the unicorn said, lifting its head and sending out a clear whinny. 10 Pegasi burst from the clouds, drawing a broad silver wagon. Their wings trailed holy light, and they landed with barely a puff of dust. The hatch opened to reveal heaps of herbs and fresh beast meat. A quick glance told Lin Yun everything he needed to know. Each herb glimmered with a soft halo, and even a random handful would sell for a fortune in Radiant County. Several varieties were so rare, he couldn't even name them. The unicorn was clearly sparing no expense. Please enjoy, guest from Radiant County, the unicorn said with a slight bow. Boneblade, they're yours, Lin Yun said, patting the little bone dragon's skull. Exhausted as it was from the fight, the small dragon's eyes lit up like lanterns at the sight of the cargo. Flapping its tiny wings, it drifted to the cart, propped itself on one claw, and studied each plant so many choices it didn't know where to start. Just do what you think best, Lin Yun urged with a laugh. Boneblade nodded, tapped a vivid green herb, pondered for a moment, and then got to work. Lin Yun turned to the unicorn. Could you spare some energy crystals? He asked bluntly. Energy crystals? The unicorn considered. I have a few stored away. If you need them, they're yours. At its quiet command, a jet-black Pegasus with silver-edged wings galloped over, pulling a small cart piled high with fist-sized crystals. Sensing the surge of energy, Titan, still glowing red from overload, lunged toward the cart. The heat radiating from its body ignited the wooden frame, forcing the Pegasus to leap clear. Titan hovered above the crystals, blue light flickering across its surface. Its iron shell split into countless tendrils that wrapped around the stones, and it began to absorb their power with abandon. An hour later, Boneblade's meal was finally ready. Embers still crackled in the fire pit while the scent of herbs wove through the aroma of roasting meat. The white fox, impatient from waiting, scraped its front paws against the ground until the call of dinner's ready sent it diving toward the basin to gulp down mouthfuls, its snowy tail whipping back and forth. Warm medicinal broth coursed through its body like a gentle current, and its fur grew glossier by the second as its strength quickly returned. Lin Yun filled a bowl with the golden, oil-topped stew. One spoonful burst with raw spiritual power, washing through his meridians like a hot spring and flooding him with energy. No wonder this came from a saint-level beast's hoard, he thought. Its quality and potency are far beyond the herbs I keep in my own pouch. Nearby, Bai's nose twitched at the fragrance. After wavering for a moment, temptation overcame her. She sheepishly lifted a platter, sampled a bite, and then dug in faster than anyone else. Lin Yun noticed, but didn't interfere after all. The ingredients belonged to the unicorn's treasury, not his. While everyone was eating with relish, the holy light unicorn approached, each step elegant, its snowy mane shimmering in the moonlight. It selected the finest dish, lowered its head, and tasted it. Massive holy power, softened by the medicine's warmth, coursed through its limbs and made it tremble involuntarily. Excellent. This food is superb, it praised, voice clear and resonant. Human, your pet's cooking is extraordinary. Don't you have any chefs in this forest? Lin Yun asked casually. The unicorn shook its head, mane rippling. Most spirit beasts in the sacred spring forest dislike humans, so they never learned your cuisine. Given the choice, they prefer to swallow prey whole rather than season it. Lin Yun nodded in understanding. A moment later, the unicorn steadied its breathing and fixed its gaze on Lin Yun. Human, I have a proposal. What kind of proposal? Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. Live in the sacred spring forest. He'll grant you protection, and in return your pet will prepare all my meals. Lin Yun looked up at the starlight, threading through the branches, and gently shook his head. I'm a wanderer at heart. Shelter from a saint-level powerhouse is tempting, but I don't wish to be bound. My heart isn't rooted here. Xinguang County is fine, yet I want broader horizons, the mountains, clouds, beasts, and people beyond. I'm sure you understand. The unicorn fell silent, its hoof crushing a fallen leaf, then nodded. I respect the desire for freedom. How about this leave for a while, but let your pet stay and cook. They'll supply whatever resources you need. I'm already at saint rank, you know what that means. At those words, Boneblade trotted over, skeletal dragon head held high, tail thumping Lin Yun's leg, clearly unwilling to part. Lin Yun stroked the skull shimmering with silver light. As you can see, my companion doesn't want to leave me. The unicorn's eyes darkened briefly, then softened. Very well, forget it. I don't force others. I prefer fair trade with humans. Collecting its thoughts, it suddenly remembered something. By the way, do you know anything about the snake in Dark Night Forest? Lin Yun turned to the unicorn. The unicorn's pupils contracted, its voice dropping. That snake I'd rather not draw its ire, so I can't reveal much. It slumbered in Dark Night Forest for ages and, for reasons unknown, woke and headed east. Human, avoid it. Its temper is foul, and it strikes without warning. Sensing the creature's unease, Lin Yun asked no further questions. After a brief rest, the unicorn shook out its mane, stood, and motioned to Lin Yun. All right, human, it's time to choose your treasure. Come. Lin Yun nodded. Lin Yun followed the unicorn to a peak at the heart of the sacred spring forest. Mist churned halfway up the slope, wrapping the mountain in a thick, shifting blanket. Guided by its instincts, the unicorn picked its way through the fog and halted before a rock-hewn gate. Lowering its head, it let its horn blaze with golden light. The beam slammed into the stone, runes like tadpoles surfaced, a deep rumble echoed, and the doors slowly parted. A rich herbal fragrance rushed out, its sweet, grassy scent filling Lin Yun's lungs. The sacred light unicorn stepped forward. Come, follow me. Beyond the threshold the mist vanished. Clusters of small peaks rose abruptly, built from rare metals, ores, and crystalline cores, each layer shining a different hue. Farther in, the ground dipped to a medicine patch where spirit herbs swayed and threads of light flowed through their veins. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yun spotted a barren spot on the right and guessed a Pegasus had plundered it earlier. A heavy drone pressed down from above. He looked up to see countless pale gold bees suspended midair, needle-sharp stingers aimed at the intruders, their cold gleam menacing. Lin Yun focused and murmured, Insight. Name, Treasury Soldier Bee. Rank, Calamity, Tier 3. Skills, Deadly Sting Master. Nectar Brewing Advanced, Reconnaissance Advanced. Trait, distills nectar from the aura of medicinal herbs and stores it in the hive. He marveled that even creatures like these were kept here. Sensing the bee's tension, the unicorn raised its voice. They are my guests. Stand down. At once, the swarm filed back into their combs. The unicorn inclined its head. Come. Lin Yun acknowledged the cue, and the party continued. Soon they reached a stone stairway spiraling downward. Patches of phosphorescent grass glowed pale blue along the walls, lighting the steps as bright as day. The stairs curled around a massive pillar lined on every side with shelves crammed full of scrolls and tomes. Midway down, Lin Yun noticed a stone desk beside an exquisitely woven grass nest, clearly the unicorn's study and resting place. A few dozen yards farther brought them to the mountain's core, the treasure vault. Soldier bees crowded the air, their buzzing forming a living wall. With a sweep of its horn, the unicorn split a heavy golden door, revealing orderly rows of stone tables piled high with priceless artifacts. Any single item could drive all of Xinguang County mad. Lin Yun drew a steadying breath and asked, Could you tell me about these treasures? Certainly, the unicorn said softly. I gathered them during my travels. Lifting a hoof, it opened a brocade box. The bone of a Yuanjiao, it explained. Refined, it lets water-aligned beasts grasp special abilities and vastly boosts their power. Lin Yun shook his head. None of his companions were water-aligned. Unperturbed, the unicorn presented 5 more rarities, yet none spoke to him. When the 7th lid came off, a fist-sized crystal core gleaming with starlight seized Lin Yun's gaze. Stellar essence, the unicorn said. I found it in the great abyss. It holds the power of the stars and should suit your beast. Zitzi. Titan squealed with excitement from the beast ring. He'll take this one, Lin Yun declared. If it pleases you, it's yours, the unicorn agreed. Lin Yun bowed in thanks, tucked the stellar essence into his storage pouch, and turned to the next table to continue his search. When they reached the 38th item, Lin Yun spotted another remarkable treasure. It was a gray-white eyeball streaked with flickering silver-blue veins, as though ripples of frozen space and time were sealed inside. According to the unicorn's introduction, the object was called a space-time dragon eye. As the name implied, it came from a dragon that governed space and time. Once refined, it would greatly benefit Xingya, whose abilities revolved around such forces. With permission, Lin Yun immediately stored the eyeball in his pouch. By now, the only pet still lacking a suitable treasure was the bone dragon. The unicorn stamped the ground and released a beam of holy light, and from it soared a ghostly claw wreathed in emerald flames. This is the corpse-bone spirit claw I seized from the Hall of Specters. It should give your bone dragon a solid boost, the unicorn said. Old fellow, how does it feel? Lin Yun held the claw before the bone dragon. The dragon let out a deep roar. The flames burning in its hollow sockets flared, its gaze locking onto the claw with obvious longing. Lin Yun did not hesitate and stored the claw away as well. Once everything was packed, the unicorn led Lin Yun and his 3 pets back to the clearing where they had rested earlier. Bai was still fast asleep, clutching the sunflame blossom. The dark Pegasus, which had been brawling with its kin over a mate, immediately reined in its hostility when it saw the unicorn return. It'll stand guard for you, the unicorn declared, planting itself at the edge of the field, golden radiance rolling outward. Thanks. Lin Yun nodded, placed each treasure before its owner, and activated the beast marks. Golden light rose from his palm, 3 pillars dropping onto Xingya, the bone dragon, and Titan to aid their refinement. Time slipped by. When night fell, Xingya succeeded first. Starlight flickered in her fox eyes as her aura surged, and she gained 2 new techniques, Gate of Space-Time and Time Stop. Give me a demonstration, Lin Yun ordered. Xingya nodded. White light swirled around her, gathering in an instant into a silvery gate. She stepped through and, in the blink of an eye, brought Lin Yun to a familiar street corner in Xinguang County. The spell left her a little fatigued, and she bounded back to her master's side. Lin Yun took out a steamed bun made from healing herbs. The white fox devoured it in a few bites and swiftly recovered. Staring at the fading gate, Lin Yun's heart burned with excitement. In a crisis, This was the perfect escape technique. And time stop, though it could only freeze the world for a moment, right now was already decisive in battle, and its duration would only grow as Qingya matured. At dawn, the Bone Dragon and Titan finished their refinement as well. Titan could now draw on a far greater reservoir of stellar power. Its original Starlight Slash had evolved into Stellar Detonation, and it had also mastered Stellar Pulse after condensing solar energy. It released an omnidirectional blast centered on itself, turning everything within range to scorched earth. The move inflicted no backlash, making it far more practical than its former indiscriminate bombardments. Boneblade, come here, Lin Yun called. The bone dragon beat its skeletal wings and landed with a howl beside him. In sight, a beam of light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, and a detailed stat window unfolded before him, causing his excitement to soar once more. Venomous curse. Inflict the foe before you with the most vicious malediction, throwing them into instant disarray. Their thoughts dull, their emotions dragged into darkness. Marionette, with nearly invisible threads, seize control of the enemy's body and will, forcing them to slaughter one another or even turn the blade on themselves. The stronger the caster, the more victims can be manipulated at once. Both abilities are deadly and highly practical finishing moves. Let's get started. Lin Yun brushed the pair of translucent bone wings on Boneblade's shoulders and signaled his three beasts to test their newly earned powers together. All right. The sacred light unicorn's horn flared with gentle yet fierce golden light. The radiance surged outward like a tide and swallowed the clearing. In the next heartbeat, squads of ape soldiers clad in metal armor and bearing sword and shield materialized at the unicorn's call, surrounding them in tight ranks. Boneblade, show me what you can do now. Lin Yun took half a step back, leaving the front line to his beast. Boneblade nodded, snapped its skeletal wings, and alighted before the ape phalanx, its bony armor shimmering with an icy white sheen. Bai folded her arms and watched, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She, too, wanted to see what Boneblade could do with his new skills. Form up, the ape commander bellowed, his voice rolling across the open ground. Every ape stepped forward, shields pressed to the earth, swords resting along shield rims, forming a wall of iron discipline. Yet after several breaths, the formation remained eerily still. Is it the dream again? Bai whispered, but she quickly noticed the ape's eyes were clear. They were wide awake. Flame Bloom rustled its leaves and gently tapped her arm. What is it? A leaf tip pointed skyward. Bai looked up and finally saw it fine. Dark threads suspended over the neat ranks, so slender they blended into the air, detectable only with keen focus. The next instant, every ape soldier moved not toward Boneblade, but turning their blades on themselves. Swish, swish. One after another, they drew their swords across their own throats, dissolving into misty blood and motes of light. The scene was so grotesque it sent a chill down her spine. Bai realized this was Boneblade's marionette at work, so many general-level phantoms dominated at once and forced into suicide. Cold sweat prickled along her back. The sacred light unicorn raised its brows slightly. It seems your beast gained quite a bit this time. Its will descended again, conjuring several times more ape soldiers than before, while tightening its hold on the illusions to limit Boneblade's room for control. Boneblade did not hurry. Knowing the unicorn's mental power was formidable and that seizing full control would be unrealistic, he merely severed the strings of a portion of the soldiers, using the remaining combat to hone his technique. Titan and Qingya joined the fray. Titan beat its wings and took to the sky, twin giant shields unfolding behind it like metallic wings. In their shadows, a burning red planet appeared, channeling power into the beast, while farther back a hexagram array spun like a booster, stacking additional force. Boom, boom, boom. Starlight cannons poured down in succession, thick pillars of energy melting the ground into glowing magma. Ape soldiers were ripped apart by the heat and shockwaves, vanishing in flashes of white light. Bai sucked in a breath. Titan once needed only a single shot to wipe out peers of the same rank. Now, with a dual boost, its power was frighteningly beyond measure. It would be hard to find an equal at its level. Just then, she noticed a subtle detail: some of the ape soldiers had actually died outright. She hadn't even seen the white fox strike. What had happened? Moments earlier, the fox's spatial movement had been limited to short-range flickers that still left afterimages. This time, there wasn't even a blur, as if the instant itself had been put on hold. Time stop? If that were true, the opponent could do anything while the world was frozen. How could anyone fight that? Realizing this, Bai's heart tightened. The white fox was terrifyingly strong. The battle went on. Whenever their stamina bottomed out, Boneblade raised cooking flames and whipped up dishes that refueled them in minutes. One meal later, every beast jumped back into the fray. Days of high-intensity sparring sent all three pets' powers soaring, and the summoned monkey soldiers from Saintly Dominion grew easier to handle. The colossal Fortress Titan's core skill, Stellar Pulse, advanced from basic to advanced and gained 2 extra traits: double range and utter annihilation. Its overall rank climbed from Lord Tier 3 to Lord Tier 4. Full profile. Name: Colossal Fortress Titan. Rank: Lord Tier 4. Skills: Starfall Dao Tier. Hardness: Bounce, Narrow Escape, All Dao Tier. Sacred Force Field Dao Tier. Radiation, Luminous Particles, Hexabeam Bombardment, All Dao Tier. Saturation Barrage. Stellar Pulse Advanced. Traits: Double Range, Utter Annihilation. Forms: Longsword, Saber, Spear, Shield, Armor. Boneblade's growth was just as startling. Venomous Curse awakened a new trait, Malicious Imp, which summons a black imp that keeps attacking the cursed target. Sweet Dream rose to peak level and added the Intoxicate trait, greatly extending dream duration. Boneblade's rank jumped from Warlord Tier 3 to Warlord Tier 5. Profile. Name: Miniature Bone Dragon, Boneblade. Rank: Warlord Tier 5. Skills: Sweet Dream Peak. Traits: Homing, Intoxicate. Boneblade Array Advanced. Traits: Sharp, Double Count. Substitute Peak. Traits: Multiple, Indistinguishable. Dragon Breath Advanced. Culinary Flame Intermediate. Venomous Curse Advanced. Trait: Malicious Imp. Marionette Intermediate. By comparison, Kinjia's spacetime talents were far harder to advance. Time Pause crept only to Intermediate. Lin Yun, however, wasn't worried. Just as with Doppelganger before, he could always find a tutor. Meanwhile, Kinjia's main body solidly reached Lord Tier 6. Suddenly the Holy Light Unicorn rumbled. Human, let's stop for a moment. Qingya, hold it. Lin Yun signaled at once. The White Fox withdrew, the Titan and Boneblade halted, and the monkey soldiers dissolved into points of light. Thanks for sparring these past days, the unicorn said lazily. Any more won't help me much. Lin Yun silently cast insight, and the unicorn's panel popped up. Saintly Dominion had broken through from intermediate to advanced. At the earlier level, its monkey soldiers were only Lord class, making them suitable partners. Now, with the skill upgraded, those soldiers carried Beast King power. To thank you, we'll give you a special gift. A blinding beam shot from the unicorn's horn and settled in Lin Yun's palm, forming a fractured golden shard shaped just like the horn on its head. This is the essence of my power, imbued with saint-level strength. Saint level? Lin Yun's heart leapt, and he eagerly asked how to use it. The unicorn explained patiently, and the more Lin Yun heard, the more excited he became. What had started as simple sparring had turned into an unexpected stroke of fortune. So it goes. Sometimes you reap where you never intended to sow. Once you blow this horn by the celestial river, the gate of Tianhe will appear, the radiant unicorn said. The gate of Tianhe actually exists? Lin Yun had always believed it was mere legend, and his pupils tightened in surprise. Of course it exists, the unicorn replied with calm certainty. When I was young, my mother took me there many times. The place is steeped in spiritual power, its beasts are formidable, and it is perfect for training. I'm sure it will help you. A surge of heat rushed through Lin Yun's chest. He had already signed up for the Radiant Cup Beast Tournament to gather evolution materials for Boneblade. The contestants there were the best tamers from every county. Qingya was only at Lord Class Tier 6, while many competitors' pets were already Tier 8 or even Tier 9, and the true prodigies had endless trump cards. Any extra preparation was priceless. The horn the unicorn offered was a godsend. Bai stood to the side, envy flickering in her eyes. She knew her current strength wasn't enough to let her barge into the gate of Tianhe. Even in the Radiant County, she was hardly weak, yet entering that gate was courting death. Its opportunities were dazzling, but the dangers were just as real. There's another use for this horn, the unicorn continued. Recite the incantation, and it will unleash one blow on my behalf. In other words, a full power strike from a saint rank beast, Lin Yun muttered, heart pounding. Unless a mythic rank creature showed up, this was a life-saving ace. A beam of brilliant light shot from the unicorn's horn, splintering into countless sigils that poured into Lin Yun's mind and formed a clear incantation. He memorized it, then clasped his hands in thanks. Much appreciated. Follow that path and you'll leave the mist, the unicorn said, tapping a shadowy trail with its hoof. In that case, we'll be off. Lin Yun smiled, scooped the white fox into his arms, and laughed. After days of running around in the wild, I'm starting to stink. Boneblade slipped into his backpack, and his shield transformed into a board that whisked him away at speed. Bai instinctively sniffed her collar, brows knitting. She was still a girl, after all. Let's hurry home, she blurted, longing for a hot bath. Their figures vanished into the distance. A blinding holy radiance burst from the unicorn's body, flooding the entire forest. Deep within, beasts sensed the summons and came galloping, flying, and climbing, until they lay trembling at the unicorn's feet. They exchanged uneasy looks. The last time the forest lord gathered them like this was when a beast tamer stole a treasure from Sacred Spring Peak, forcing every creature in the forest to surround Radiant County. Another grand mobilization could only mean something momentous. An elderly ape couldn't hold back. Exalted lord of the forest, why have you called us? To hunt a human, the unicorn replied, its placid gaze carrying a chill. The old ape started, then bowed. A human? We will pursue the one who just left at once. He offended you. So have him flayed alive to remind him that your dignity is untouchable. We're not seizing that man. The radiant unicorn shook its spiral horn, speaking in a clear human voice. The old monkey, scratching his grizzled fur, looked puzzled. Then what do you wish, Your Excellency? Bring me human kooks now. Invite them here, lots of them. The unicorn's tone was commanding yet eager. And round up every clever monkey under your command. Huh? For what purpose? The old monkey's tail went rigid. To teach them how to cook. The unicorn licked its lips, recalling Bone Blade's meal. A hungry gleam flashed in its eyes. At once, the old monkey hurried off. For a calamity-class beast like him, inviting a few human chefs was child's play. Deep in sacred spring forest, mist curled among the ancient trees. Clad in white, Bai Chen paced, his brows drawn tight. He was Bai Yi's older brother. Several beast tamers arrived, exhausted and heads bowed. Young master, nothing on our side. Another group, panting, reported, Young master, no trace of the young lady near the cliff. Similar reports followed in succession. Keep searching. Bai Chen's voice cracked like a whip. Find my sister, no matter what. A young tamer muttered, Young master, the young lad has been missing for days. Could she have already? Smack. A sharp slap echoed. Holding his swelling cheek, the man bent low. Young master, forgive me. I'll punish myself. He slapped himself, hard. No one else spoke. They all knew how close Bai Chen was to his sister. Mentioning death was suicidal. Enough. Stop that. Bai Chen flicked his sleeve and turned away. The tamer, near tears, whispered, Thank you, young master. Bai Chen offered no further rebuke, yet helplessness welled inside him. The man's words were cruel, but not impossible. Countless tamers had died in sacred spring forest. Despair, his fists tightened. Mother, forgive May failed to protect her. Suddenly a tamer burst through the undergrowth. Why, young master? I found the young lady. Where? Bai Chen's head shot up. Brother, I'm here. Bai Yi's voice, weak yet clear, drifted from the trees. Bai Chen all but teleported to her side. Sister, are you hurt? Where have you been? I'm fine. Bai Yi brushed dirt from her sleeves. It's complicated. During training, I met a tamer named Ban Fu. At that name, Bai Chen's eyes reddened. Ban Fu? That cur dared harm you. His knuckles cracked. Then what? I stumbled into the forest's mist, Bai Yi said wryly. Bai Chen sucked in a breath. The mist. How did you survive it? Luck, I guess. Bai Yi continued. The tamer with me cleared the trial. She told how Lin Yun faced the challenges, passed the trial, and even sparred with the radiant unicorn, recounting every detail. When she finished, the listeners were stunned, as though they had heard an earth-shaking secret. No one had imagined such a mighty beast tamer was hidden within Lightbringer Prefecture. Lu Piao, you once told me you'd been caught in the mist of sacred spring forest. How exactly did it go? Bai Chen turned toward him, eyes locked on his companion. Lu Piao was tall, his right arm wrapped in bandages. As a gold-tier beastmaster ranked 25th in Xinguang Prefecture, his battle pets far outmatched Bai Chen's. He gave a rueful smile and shook his head. I didn't make it. You've got to be kidding. Even you couldn't pass? Bai Chen could hardly believe it. I can't remember a thing. The unicorn must wipe my memory. Lu Piao rolled up his sleeve, exposing an unhealed claw mark. After the trial, my pets and I were covered in wounds. We must have been thrashed. Bai Chen felt a jolt of unease. Lu Piao suddenly recalled something else. Baha and Lu Chu tried the unicorn's trial, too. In Xinguang Prefecture, everyone knew those names first, and second on the gold-tier beastmaster list. Bai Chen's face tightened, especially at the mention of Baha, whose crushing victory in a pet duel had left him scarred. Lu Chu was just as formidable. With strength like theirs, they should have cleared the trial, right? He asked. Lu Piao shook his head again. No. They went right after reaching gold tier, and ended up just like me, beaten senseless. Quiet until now, Bai Yi looked up. Do you remember the name of the person who actually passed? Lu Piao leaned in. Anyone strong enough to impress that unicorn can't be unknown unless the unicorn erased your memory of him. His name is Lin Yun, Bai Yi said calmly. Lin Yun? Bai Chen rubbed his chin, searching his memory for any gold-tier beastmaster by that name. Maybe he's from the imperial capital. That would explain it. But Lu Piao suddenly sat forward. The Lin Yun you mean, does he have a three-tailed white fox? That's him, Bai Yi confirmed with a nod. It's really him. Lu Piao stared for a moment before exhaling. Who is he exactly? Bai Chen asked in confusion. So Lu Piao told everything he knew from the Sand Sea Labyrinth rumors to the auction house battle. When he finished, Bai Chen sighed. I've been to Haoyue City. It's tiny and under constant beast attacks. Who'd have thought a place like that could produce someone like him? If I get the chance, I have to meet him. I'd like that too, Lu Piao agreed. Meanwhile, Lin Yun returned to his inn with 3 battle pets. In the corridor, on the stairs, even when a waiter passed by with dishes, people greeted him warmly. After the auction house incident, he was already a minor celebrity in Xinguang Prefecture. This time, I'm going to get a decent night's sleep. Lin Yun yawned. The white fox made no reply. It had curled up in his arms halfway back and was now sprawled on its back, fast asleep. Boneblade was napping inside the backpack as usual. Only Iron Lump stayed obedient. carrying Lin Yun all the way to the inn without a hitch. The moment he pushed open the door, Lin Yun's expression darkened. Someone had clearly rummaged through the things on his desk. He started to wake the white fox, but, seeing how peacefully it slept, decided against it. He set the little creature gently on the carpet, leaned the pack against the wall, and reached into his storage pouch for a black iron longsword. The blade gleamed like a mirror, throwing every detail of the dim room into sharp relief. Staying close to the wall, Lin Yun searched the room bedding, under the bed, behind the table, missing nothing. At the wardrobe, he caught a faint floral scent and the quick, muffled breathing behind the door. Certain of his target, he gripped the sword and brought it down in one heavy blow. Wood splintered. A lithe figure burst from the shattered cabinet, bounded to the window, and leapt out. Stop! Lin Yun vaulted after her. 5 stories meant nothing to him. He landed and raced into the night-shrouded alley. Ahead, a cat-eared girl moved with featherlight steps. Darkness coalesced in her palm, forming a sphere she hurled over her shoulder. Parlor tricks. Lin Yun's sword flashed, cleaving the orb in midair. One exchange told him everything. She was only at warguard level. Panic flashed across her face. She flung more spheres, but he cut each one apart and closed the gap in an instant. She darted into a blind alley and pressed her back to a moss-covered wall, her voice trembling. Don't hurt me. I really meant no harm. I just touched the things on your desk by accident. No harm. Lin Yun's tone was icy. Really? Terror widened her eyes. The long sword hovered at her throat, the cold edge stealing her breath. Ask anything. He'll answer. Then talk. Where are you from? Gun. All the beast-eared girls of my clan come from there. Why hide in my room? The little ward you set up blurs auras. I had nowhere else to hide. What else? I ate the food on your desk. I've been starving for days. Those herbal biscuits smelled amazing. She licked her lips, pressed a hand to her flat stomach, and added, they were delicious. Lin Yun knew at once Bone Blade had baked them. You're running from pursuers? His gaze pinned her. The cat-eared girl hesitated. Speak. The blade pressed closer, nicking her skin. A bead of blood slid down the polished steel. Yes, she nodded. Why do they want you dead? Lin Yun asked. The cat-eared girl blurted out an explanation, terrified that the aloof young man in front of her might kill her then and there. My name is Miao Sha, from Gun. She said at breakneck speed, afraid he would lose patience. Unlike Xinchuan, everyone in Gun is a beast-eared person. I crossed 1,000 miles to Xinguang County because there's a vault nearby, and I want to claim the legacy inside. A flicker of dread appeared in her eyes. But the blade of the Empire caught wind of it. They've been after me ever since. I'm only warrior class, nothing to them, and I've barely escaped capture several times. Miao Sha drew a deep breath and pointed toward the room. I discovered a concealment array here, so I hid inside for as long as I could. I see, Lin Yun said, still expressionless. That's all I know. Hope crept into her voice. Will you shelter me? Once I open the vault, I'll reward you generously. I keep my word if I make it inside safely. Not interested, Lin Yun interrupted. The vault might never open, and she offered no upfront payment. Worse, helping her would pit him against the blade of the empired elite beast masters of Xinchuan. Miao Sha refused to give up. The vault belonged to a mythic-level powerhouse. Shut up. One more word, and he'll kill you, Lin Yun said, voice like ice. She shrank back, silent. You're done. Leave, he ordered, irritation in his tone. Terror washed over her at the thought of fleeing again. She stared at him pleadingly. Don't look at me like that, Lin Yun snapped. Can you really watch me die at their hands? Her voice shook. We're strangers. Your life isn't my problem. If I saved every passerby, I'd be dead by now. But I'm innocent. Then die innocent, he replied coldly. Miao Sha clenched her fists, eyes blazing with hatred. Lin Yun found her outrage almost comical. What? Drop the pitiful act. You're no man, you're a devil. She hissed. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep, he said, turning away. Panic seized her. She threw her arms around him from behind, perfume flooding his senses. Please don't abandon me, she pleaded, voice soft. If you take me in, you can do whatever you want with me. Anything. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Anything, she whispered, cheeks flushing. There are too many people here for that, but if you like a thrill, I can oblige. The cat-eared girl finished speaking and planted a gentle kiss on Lin Yun's neck. Fine, Lin Yun replied softly. In the next heartbeat he whirled, clamped his iron-like fingers around Moose's slender throat, and lifted her off the ground. An instant later he slammed her against the bluestone wall behind him. The brutal impact crushed her airway, cutting off her breath. I can't breathe, she rasped, fear clouding her eyes for the first time. Don't play with fire, woman, Lin Yun said coldly. This is my last warning. As the words fell, his grip tightened. Bang! The wall split, stone chips flying as Moose's body sank into the masonry. Had her physique not reached warlord strength, she would already be dead. When his hand finally released, she slid to the ground, only a broken wheeze escaping her throat. Two was wrong, spare me, she pleaded, nearly in tears. One last chance, leave, or die by my sword. Lin Yun drew his long sword, its cold light carving a line of frost through the alley. Musa staggered upright, brushed dust from her clothes, and forced out, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're not interested in women." "Women only slow my draw," he answered flatly. "A eunuch? Then no wonder," she sneered, fear still flickering in her eyes. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to reply and watched her limp away into the shadows. Sheathing his blade, he returned to the Xinguang County Market, bought a few rare spices, and planned to cook a proper meal for Boneblade. Halfway home, a man and a woman stepped into his path. "Friend, please wait," the man called out. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. "What do you want? Have you seen a cat-eared girl?" White earrings, heterochromatic eyes, one red, one blue, and striking even among her own kind, the man described. The woman showed a badge. "We are Blades of the Empire." The man introduced himself as Shui Zhuang, the woman as Gu Jun. A Tier 1 Lord Blue Flame bird stood by their side, wings spread and wreathed in azure fire, identical to the mounts that had aided the capital during the last beast tide. "The pathstone points to you, so you must be involved with her," Gu Jun stated evenly. "Just cooperate," Shui Zhuang added. Lin Yun nodded. "I did meet a cat-eared girl from the Abyss Rift." Their faces lit up. He then told them exactly which way Musa had gone. "Thank you for your cooperation," Gu Jun said with a nod. "The Blades of the Empire reward informants." "Come with us," Shui Zhuang said, smiling. "It was only a chance encounter, no need," Lin Yun replied, waving a hand. "There's no need to be so wary," Gu Jun said gently. "Don't worry, we always keep our word," Shui Zhuang assured him. Lin Yun thought for a moment, then agreed and followed them through the city gate to a clearing in the woods outside Xinguang County. The forest was silent except for the rustling leaves. "The reward?" Lin Yun asked. "Reward?" Shui Zhuang's lips curled. "Go claim it in hell." At his words, the double-head blue flame bird shrieked, torrents of flame rolling outward. "Kid, blame yourself for knowing what you shouldn't," Gu Jun said, eyes icy. Lin Yun's breathing stayed, even as he fixed his gaze on the flapping bird overhead. His voice was low. "Looks like my sword is the only language you understand." Lin Yun drew his blade. "Youthful confidence is admirable, but overconfidence is another matter." Gu Jun sneered. Scarlet flames rolled around him. Two massive blue flame birds beat their wings, and a scorching wave burst forth the moment their beaks opened. "Quit struggling, you'll make it quick." Shui Zhuang raised a hand. Lin Yun merely shook his head. "Sorry, but tonight you both die here. I wanted no part in this. You forced it on me." "Still babbling at death's door," Shui Zhuang scoffed. "He doesn't even have a contracted beast." Gu Jun echoed with a laugh. "Kill him," Shui Zhuang ordered. Both birds spewed fire. Twin streams twisted together midair, merging into a blazing river that roared toward Lin Yun. With a light tap, he sprang backward. The flames thundered past, brushing his clothes. Titan was absent, yet the Hengxing Jianfa was engraved in Lin Yun's mind, every form second nature. Before landing, he drew his sword. Clang! The tip struck the ground, and he used the rebound to vault straight at the bird on the right. Cold steel glimmered like starlight, the blade humming in answer to his will. The bird screeched, talons sweeping. Crash! Metal met claw, sparks scattering. "Tough claws," Lin Yun remarked. He loosened his grip. The sword spun in his palm, layers of light stacking until the blade pressed against the bird's leg joint. He tightened his hold and flicked upward steel-parted flesh, shearing off the massive right leg. The creature shrieked. Flames dimmed, a scalding column of blood erupted. "What kind of sword art is that?" Shui Zhuang gasped. "He's too strong, no beast." Yet he crippled a blue flame bird. Gu Jun's regret was plain. The second bird lunged, heat rolling off its wings. Lin Yun slid aside, sword rising. Fire hammered the edge, scorching it red-hot and searing the hilt, but he endured so long as the flames didn't engulf him. Sword light wove an unbroken net, carving gashes across the bird's armored hide. Blood and thick black molten iron oozed from the wounds. Moments later, both birds crashed down, flames snuffed out, wings charred. Lin Yun cast aside the ruined hilt and slowly faced Gu Jun and Shui Zhuang. "Now, your last words. Who are you? How can you be this powerful?" Shui Zhuang's face was ashen. Gu Jun's voice trembled. "Spare me was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you." Lin Yun drew a spare sword. Cold light flashed. "If you're finished, die. Think carefully. I belong to the Imperial Blade. Kill me, and you're finished." Gu Jun still blustered. "You won't survive in Xinchuan," Shui Zhuang cried. Lin Yun ignored them. His answer was a streak of falling steel. One stroke, two throats. Blood spattered the seared rock. Eyes wide, the pair collapsed. Two beastmasters of the Imperial Blade lay dead. At that moment, the tokens at their waists dissolved into a swirl of black mist and shot toward Lin Yun. With a shrill hiss, it sliced through the air, burying itself in his left arm before he could blink. A scorching pain flared as the character prison blazed crimson. Lin Yun's brow tightened, and he muttered, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Soft boot heels clicked. From the dead-silent alleyway, Miao Sha stepped forward, her gaze shifting between Lin Yun's arm and the four lifeless bodies on the ground. "That's the Blade of the Empire's tracking brand," she said, rolling up her sleeve to show the same mark. "Once you're branded, they'll hunt you to the ends of the earth." The metallic scent of blood drifted in the night wind. Miosha replayed the earlier clash in her Lin Yun had fought alone, without a spirit beast, against two opponents. Head walked away in scathe. The four corpses proved it. The thought of such swordsmanship sent a chill through her. Lin Yun's voice was low. You're saying only you can help me now? Exactly. Miosha gave a faint smile. Come with me to open the vault in Shadow Gorge. Once I gain the legacy inside, the brand will vanish. Can I find someone else? That seal was left by a myth-tier being. Without power on the same level, it's impossible to break. Lin Yun fell silent, thinking. Miosha's lips curved in quiet triumph. Face it, working with me is your best option. The array in your room is fine, but you still need my strength to stay hidden. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed. Then I'll kill you and take what I need. Go ahead and try. In an instant her dagger rested against her pale throat, its edge ready to bite. A sharp light flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Suddenly he relaxed. Fine, he'll cooperate. Miosha had barely started to smile when his hand shot out, clamping around her neck. With the other hand he crushed a jade vial. A gray-white worm darted into her mouth. Racking coughs echoed. Miosha's face turned ashen. What did you do to me? Puppet worm, Lin Yun said flatly. The chief of Black Wind Fort uses it to control his men. Unless you're Beast King tier, don't bother trying to remove it. You actually made me swallow that. A mere thought from Lin Yun, and knives twisted in her gut. She writhed on the ground in agony. From now on, the moment you think of betraying me, they'll let the worm torment you until you beg for death. His voice was ice cold. Miosha bit her lip, fury and terror mingling, yet she dared not utter a threat. Good. Now we can discuss cooperation. Lin Yun dusted off his hands, tone calm. He lit a stick of incense. Thin smoke curled into the night. You have until it burns out to decide. Moments passed. Head bowed. Miosha stayed silent. When half the incense remained, she finally yielded. He'll cooperate. Everything in that vault belongs to me, Lin Yun said, eyes cold. Don't push it, she hissed. He'll take us both down if I have to. Push it? Lin Yun gave a chilly laugh. Refuse if you want. The blade of the Empire isn't as big a threat as you think. Working with you just saves me time. Understand, woman? Fine. He'll do it. Every single treasure is yours. Miosha bit her lip. She hated giving in, but the odds were stacked against her, so she nodded. Smart choice, Lin Yun said coolly, then added, but I have one condition. You can't do anything weird to me. Miosha interrupted, eyes full of suspicion. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. Weren't you acting pretty lascivious a moment ago? That was just a tactic. If you really try it, I won't agree. The girl's cheeks flushed pink. Relax, I'm not interested in you. Lin Yun patted her shoulder offhandedly and began rifling through Shui Zhuang's storage pouch. His breezy reply made Miosha mutter. So you truly can't? I could mix a remedy for that, you know. Shut up. Lin Yun shot her a glare. If something's wrong, you should treat it early, she whispered. Give me your hand, Lin Yun said suddenly. Miosha hesitated, but complied. Her palm slid toward his waist. The instant she touched him she recoiled as if shocked. I believe you, okay? Her ears burned red after all. She was still inexperienced. Now call me master. Lin Yun pressed. Don't go too far. That's humiliating. A puppet worm flashed coldly at his fingertip. Remembering the agony, Miosha bowed her head. Master. Good. Stay that obedient. Have any funny ideas, and I'll kill you. His voice was ice. Miosha trailed behind without a word. Lin Yun dragged the corpses to the cliff edge and kicked them over. Help me seal the prisoner brand. Miosha rattled off a list of materials. Lin Yun tossed each one to her. She opened her mouth. A pearly light orb flew out, swallowed the items, and hovered over Lin Yun's arm. Starlight flashed, and the prison brand dimmed, leaving no trace. It's suppressed for now, she said. Tie it to the array in your room, and it'll be steadier. No need. I've got plenty of these materials. Lin Yun stored the light orb with a wave. They headed back to the inn. As soon as they entered, Lin Yun's heart sank. Xingya, Gurun, and Titan were gone. Xingya. He called several times, but got no response. Racing downstairs, he questioned the waiter and learned the 3 spirit pets had slipped out on their own. He immediately used the beast seal to track their faint aura, following it through several winding alleys. Before long, in a deserted lane, the 3 pets came into view. Woo! The white fox Xingya sprang against his leg, its tail wagging like a bell clapper. Gurun fluttered its translucent wings and burrowed into his arms. Titan swooped down to perch on his shoulder. What happened? Lin Yun cuddled them close. Xingya growled twice, mimed sleeping, then swept a wary glance around the alley. Realization warmed his chest. You got worried about me and came looking, huh? The white fox nodded hard but stared at the wound on his arm. I'm fine, just a blister. A little salve, and it'll vanish. Lin Yun rubbed the fox's soft head. Xingya kept shaking its head, fixated on the cut. Lin Yun had to take out a healing ointment and apply it right there. The pale green paste sank in, and the wound closed instantly. Satisfied, the fox let out a cheerful yap. Grumble. Lin Yun turned and realized the sound was Miosha's stomach growling. Miosha blushed. I've been hiding in your room for days. I haven't eaten anything in a long time. After the fierce fight, Lin Yun was starving himself and casually said, Boneblade. Make some food. Back at the inn, he laid out the pots and bowls while Bone Blade lit the fire, rinsed the vegetables, and tossed the wok, spatula clanging rhythmically. In less than 15 minutes, steaming dishes covered the table, the aromas of meat and broth mingling in the air. With Lin Yun's nod, Miosha could no longer hold back. She lunged at the table and devoured the meal. Grease ran down her fingers. She nearly bit her tongue, yet didn't slow down. Only when her stomach rounded painfully did she set down her chopsticks, clutching her belly with a cry. What's wrong? Lin Yun asked, looking up. My stomach hurts, Miosha gasped, sweat beading on her forehead. You starved for days, and then wolfed down half the table. Of course it hurts, he said flatly. Oh, I see, she muttered, mortified. After dinner, they returned to the room. The three spirit beasts crawled into their nests. Miosha hesitated, then gathered her courage. Lin Yun, could you get me a separate room? No. From now on the floor is your bed, he answered without a pause. She glared at him. Remember who you are. Right now you're nothing but my puppet. Yes, master. Her voice fell to a whisper. Wash the clothes first. So lazy? Can't you wash your own? She blurted out. Lin Yun's gaze darkened. Don't make me get rough. Understood, master. They'll do it right away. Shivering, she grabbed a wooden basin and hurried to the well. After scrubbing the clothes, she had just caught her breath when Lin Yun added, and sweep the floor while you're at it. You're unbelievable, she muttered through clenched teeth, yet still bent to pick up a broom, leaving the room and courtyard spotless. Deep in the night, Lin Yun and the three beasts slept soundly. Miosha lay awake, holding her breath in the darkness. She lifted the blanket, set her bare feet on the cold boards, tiptoed to the door, and eased back the bolt with trembling fingers. The door cracked open. She drew a lungful of icy night, ere her one chance to escape the demonic beast master. But in the same heartbeat she saw the Empire's blade hunting her, saint-like county crawling with informants, and her lack of materials to mask her presence. Even as a warrior-class fighter, without Lin Yun's concealments, she wouldn't get far. Running meant certain death, staying left a sliver of hope. She closed the door, returned to the cold floor, curled up, and shut her eyes. On the bed, Lin Yun cracked an eye open, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Had she truly fled, he would have killed her without hesitation. Even if the prisoner's brand cost more, he could still arrange it. Working with the cat-eared girl was simply pragmatic, such as visiting Wei Yueling's parents in eastern Xinchuan. With their strength, removing the mark would be easy. Shed passed tonight's test. Next up was the treasure vault. He hadn't planned to get involved, but a myth-grade inheritance was both opportunity and trial. As for Miosha's initiative, he saw it purely as strategy. Indulge her, and he'd only get bitten. With the puppet worm inside her, he still held every card. At dawn, as the first light touched the sky, Lin Yun ordered, take me to Shadow Gorge. Remembering the fear and futility of the night before, Miosha abandoned any thought of escape, obediently leading the way without a single reckless idea left in her mind. Shadow Rift Gorge. At its deepest point yawns an abyss. The obsidian fissure gapes like a wound in the earth, spewing a ceaseless torrent of thick, dark energy. The power condenses into ghostly violet mists that coil up the sheer walls, seeping into every crevice and thicket. Tainted by it, the local aberrant beasts grow restless and blood-crazed, black arcs of lightning crackling between their fangs as they fight for territory or flesh. Unless you wield Lord-tier strength as a beastmaster, stepping here is suicide. Lin Yun and Miosha stood shoulder to shoulder on the rubble-strewn slope before the gorge. The black wind tugged at Miosha's silver-white beast ears. She suddenly dipped her head and whispered in a sugary voice, Master, do you prefer whips or candles? How should this slave serve you? Neither, Lin Yun said evenly, his gaze locked on the depths of the gorge. Really, my master? Are you displeased with me? Was I not forward enough last night, so you weren't satisfied? Her tone probed for a reaction. Instead of answering, Lin Yun asked, is everyone from Wanyuan like this? Miosha froze, then gave a wry nod. We're trained that way from birth. It's become instinct. Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. Why? Because of power. Miosha lowered her lashes. Our Wanyuan race is born unable to form contracts with companion beasts, so most of us have limited potential and mediocre combat strength. Give me the details. Lin Yun knew little about Wanyuan, so he pulled his attention back to her. Miosha drew a deep breath and began. Wanyuan is split between two factions. The first, the one I belong to, cusses to serve the human empire. We lack combat ability, but are blessed with looks, so beauty is all we can offer. From the moment a child is born, they're trained to please humans. The instant we engage in intimacy, a heavenly contract is forcibly triggered. Even if we ascend to the mythic rank, we can't break it. Lin Yun mulled this over. We tread carefully and never meddle with the Empire's core interests, or the humans would wipe us out no matter the cost, Miosha added. And the other faction? Lin Yun asked. They side with powerful beasts and sign special pacts with them. That sounds freer. Why not follow their example? Pain flickered in her eyes. Those beasts keep demanding rare herbs and provisions, and when they crave a change of flavor, they swallow an entire town of beastier folk. Lin Yun nodded. Living under that threat meant you could be eaten any day. Serving with beauty, though humiliating, at least kept you alive. After a moment of silence, Lin Yun said quietly, "You don't need to act like that around me again." Miao Sha blinked in surprise. "Come on. We're heading into Shadow Rift Gorge to remove the Empire's blade mark." With that, he started down the gravel path into the canyon. Miao Sha watched his back, thinking that he seemed far less ruthless than the rumors claimed. She hurried after him. At the mouth of the gorge, 3 vicious-looking companion beasts crouched among the rocks. A handsome man leaned against the cliff. When the pair approached, he smiled and asked, "Looking to train in Shadow Rift Gorge?" "That's right," Lin Yun replied, silently chanting insight as his consciousness swept over the 3 beasts. The first creature he saw was an enormous bee. Its body was banded in yellow and black. The head formed a sharp triangle, and 2 compound eyes covered most of its face, a gray-white lattice crisscrossing inside them like an impenetrable web. It had 4 pairs of limbs. The lowest pair was thick and powerful for sprinting and climbing, while the remaining 3 were narrow as blades, their edges cold and gleaming, able to slice through steel with a single swing. This was the 6-blade wasp, a War Generalclass companion beast. Beside its master crouched 2 Lord-class beasts, both already at the 9th rank, and only a step away from the Beast King realm. The first was a mist lizard, roughly 2 meters long, its body condensed from dense vapor. Semi-transparent scales caught the sunlight with a faint, icy sheen, and each breath sent waves of fog rolling over its form, spinning into whirlpool-like currents. The second was a thunderboar more than 6 meters from snout to tail, built like a compact battering ram. 4 curved tusks jutted from its jaws, and its deep blue hide was branded on either flank with twin white lightning marks where occasional arcs crackled and danced. "Imbaha," said the tall, sharp-featured man with a slight smile, introducing himself. Lin Yun's expression shifted. First on the Saint-like County gold rank list was indeed this man. "Lin Yun," he answered politely. The girl standing nearby brushed a curl behind her ear. "Miao Sha." Lin Yun frowned. "Why can't we enter?" "First time here?" Baha raised an eyebrow. "Mid-month. The dark energy in Shadow Gorge always erupts. Going in now is suicide." So Shadow Gorge really did have such anomalies. Yet Baha showed no sign of leaving, which puzzled Lin Yun even more. "With my beasts, handling the rampaging creatures is easy. For me it's training, nothing more," Baha said matter-of-factly. "So a Lord-tier beast is enough to stay safe?" Lin Yun probed. "From 4th rank up, yes." Baha nodded. "Thank you." Lin Yun cupped his hands in thanks. Baha's face darkened. "You're not actually planning to go in, are you?" "You're crazy. My beast has reached Lord 5th rank. It's enough." Confidence shone in Lin Yun's eyes. Wu the white fox lifted a paw in a no-problem gesture. Baha looked Lin Yun over, then glanced at the fox and sighed. "Fine, come with me. Just don't stray too far, or my beasts won't reach you in time." "Follow you?" Lin Yun raised an eyebrow. "Right. I've got 2 beasts at Lord 9. Stick close, and you'll be much safer." With that, Baha's gaze shifted toward the depths of the gorge. A shrill, hair-raising cackle echoed out of the darkness. "KKKKK. Demon Guardians," Baha said, voice low. "Lin Yun, get ready." More than 30 demon guardians burst from the shadows, black wings beating. Goat heads on humanoid bodies. Their skin was plated with congealed dark energy that gleamed like armor. Lin Yun murmured, "Insight. Name, Demon Guardian. Rank, War General I. Skills, Dark Trident Advanced, Self-Destruct Intermediate, Na Intermediate. Boneblade, handle them." Lin Yun patted his pack. A half-height skeletal wormling crawled out, wings of bone fluttering before it snapped into the air with a clap. The demon guardians scoffed and lunged, tridents whistling through the air. Halfway there, they froze as one. Their bodies couldn't move. "This skill is puppet strings." Baha's eyes lit up at once. He looked at Lin Yun, barely containing his astonishment. "Lin Yun, I never thought your pet could master such a dominant ability. Skills definitely come in different tiers. A truly powerful move can double a pet's combat strength and let it fight 10 foes at once. Take Baha's own Thunderboar. It wields a technique called Raging Thunder Calamity. Within hundreds of meters, lightning snakes crisscross. A storm of electricity tears through everything, and the moment it erupts, it can level the entire area. Weaker skills provide a boost too, just nothing on that scale. Many pets rely on the basic horn charge. Without meticulous training, high skill ranks, and the proper traits, that lumbering rush often misses nimble opponents and even creates openings. Puppet strings is a wide area control skill, and the higher its tier, the more frightening it becomes. Miao Sha was stunned as well. She had never imagined that the sleepy, shy little bone dragon was hiding such a savage trump card. Right now, dozens of demon sentinels were completely under its control. Raw. Boneblade tilted back its skull and gave a clear dragon cry. Its skeletal claws made a pulling motion in midair. Crimson light suddenly flared in the demons' bellies, the prelude to their self-destruct ability, now forcibly triggered by Boneblade. The red glow raced along their runes until it covered them head to toe. Boom. A chain of deafening explosions rocked the ground, shockwaves hurling rubble and dust. In an instant, every demon sentinel was reduced to scrap. Boneblade fluttered its translucent wings and drifted onto Lin Yun's shoulder, rubbing its big skull affectionately against his cheek. Nicely done. Lin Yun reached up and stroked its horn. Sorry, Lin Yun, I underestimated you before. My apologies. Baha laughed heartily, sounding sincere. No big deal. Lin Yun didn't mind. Lin Yun, have a pet battle with me. Baha invited eagerly. Lin Yun had heard that the top-ranked Baha was a complete pet fanatic. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent nearly all his time with his companions. But Lin Yun had no interest. He shook his head. Can't. I still have business in Shadow Gorge and don't want to linger here. Relax, I won't bully you. They'll have my pets suppress their strength to match yours, Baha added quickly. I really do have things to do. Lin Yun's stance remained unchanged. Hold on. If you'll give me one match, they'll throw in an enlightenment fruit and 5 stalks of sacred nightgrass. How about it? Baha raised the stakes. An enlightenment fruit. Lin Yun's eyes brightened. Boneblade's skills had yet to reach Dao tier. That fruit was something you found by luck, not by searching. Since you're so eager to get beaten, I'll oblige. Lin Yun smiled. Keep in mind, Baha owned 2 9th-tier Lord-class pets whose abilities were honed to extremes, none below divine grade. Some close to Dao level, so the outcome was far from certain. Forcing them down to the same realm as Lin Yun's was practically looking for trouble. Boneblade, you're up first. Lin Yun spoke softly. The little bone dragon nodded and flapped into the center of the clearing. So it's a general class pet? In that case, my Wuchen will meet it Hedon. Baha let out a hearty laugh. The enormous wasp, Wuchen, whipped its wings and shot into the air. Its buzz rolled like distant thunder as it hovered directly opposite Boneblade. Name, Six-Edged Wasp. Rank, Warrior, Tier 5. Skills, Blade Dance Advanced Whirlwind. High-Speed Movement Supreme Dash. Keen Observation Supreme Focus. Mental Calculation. Cross/Advanced Annihilation. Wuchen's compound eyes flashed with shifting colors. Activating Keen Observation, it instantly logged Boneblade's size, strength, armor thickness, and even the slack in each joint. Boneblade rumbled and spewed a jet of dragon fire. Wuchen vaulted skyward, the flames skimming its belly and leaving only scorched air behind. Dropping into high-speed movement, it blurred through a chain of midair afterimages. Beautiful. Baha's confidence surged. In their last bout, Boneblade had pinned foes with puppet strings, but when Wuchen moved this fast, the threads couldn't latch on. Boneblade's biggest edge was gone. Within moments, Wuchen closed on Boneblade's face, its 6 blade arms snapping shut. Crack. Boneblade burst apart, bone shards clattering everywhere. Got it. Baha pumped a fist, then froze. The fragments carried no sign of life. A decoy. The thought flashed just as a miniature bone dragon wriggled from the debris, its gaping jaws already inches away. A torrent of fire erupted. At this range, even Supreme Dash offered no escape. The blaze swallowed Wuchen whole. Screeching, it wrenched free, carapace charred but still airborne through sheer endurance. Boneblade pressed on with Sweet Dream. A baby's lullaby drifted closer, its eerie tune echoing through the air. Wuchen kicked up even more speed, trying to outrun the sound waves. Baha wiped his brow. That was close. A slower pet would be toast. Mine can. You really think you dodged it? Lin Yun asked softly. Of course. Baha shot back. Ghost-type skills always miss unless they. He broke off. Wuchen was wobbling, the light fading from its eyes as it drifted into deep sleep. So the lullaby tracks its target? Lin Yun nodded. It locks onto an area until it lands. With the dream sealed, Wuchen was defenseless. Boneblade dove. Cracks webbed its shell, and its wings were scorched and ragged. Dream Shredder. Baha went pale and threw up his hands. I concede, first round's yours. Boneblade. Return, Lin Yun ordered. The creature's eyes dimmed as it withdrew to his side. Don't worry, 1 round down. 2 to go, Lin Yun said gently. Lin Yun, I won't hold back this time, Baha replied. Huanglei, you're up this time. Baha drew a deep breath and raised his hand, summoning his second contracted beast. With heavy, snorting breaths, a boar the size of a mountain stomped into the clearing. Name, Thunderboar. Rank, Lord, 9th tier. Skills. 1. Cataclysmic Thunder downgrade. 2. Thunder Dragon Avatar, Thunderstorm, Lightning Charge Divine Grade, Instant. 3. Boar Rush Divine Grade, Colossal Strength, Armor Break. 4. Ironhide Divine Grade, Fat Layer, Lightning Layer. Crackling arcs of electricity flashed through its bristles, a show of power worthy of the continent's top beastmaster. Lin Yun thought for a moment and gave his order. Titan, your turn. Silver arcs snapped in the air. Titan spread its wings and glided to the center of the field, facing the Thunderboar. The Thunderboar reared back and roared. Lightning exploded across its hide, coursing like hundreds of silver serpents. A heartbeat later, those serpents converged into a single column of light that shot hundreds of meters into the sky. When it finally stalled, the torrent of power fell back, shaping a colossal boar phantom that crashed toward Titan. Cataclysmic Thunder, Baha commanded. After losing the previous round, he wasn't holding back. He opened with Huanglai's strongest move. Countless miniature thunderboars materialized from the electric storm and charged at Titan. Titan hesitated only an instant, then flared with sacred light. Sanctified field. A pale gold barrier blossomed around it, perfectly overlapping the blast radius of cataclysmic thunder. Baja sneered. Not dodging. A mere barrier can't stop cataclysmic thunder. In decades, it's never failed. Lightning ripped through the air and slammed into the sanctified field only to vanish on contact, as if soaked up by a sponge. Musa gasped. It absorbed everything. Every last volt. Baja's eyes widened. More power. Let's see if it can swallow this. Lei roared, its hide sparking brighter. Thunderstorm and lightning charge fired simultaneously, pouring out even more electricity. The result didn't change. The golden field stayed placid, devouring every spark. Stunned, Baja suddenly heard a new detonation coming from Titan. It can use lightning too? The realization hit him. The energy Titan had absorbed was about to be returned with interest. Boom. The unprepared thunderboar took the blast heat in. Lightning wreathed its massive body. Its thick hide blackened and cracked, and one of its 4 tusks snapped in an instant. If not for its natural affinity with electricity, it would have died where it stood. Refusing to lose again, Baja shouted, Lei, can you fight on? Lei managed a stiff nod. Good. If ranged attacks fail, we finish this up close. Lei charged. Lightning roared with every step, and the ground behind it melted into bubbling magma. The ground had been scorched by a storm of lightning until it melted into rivers of lava. Molten rock bubbled and spat sparks while the air filled with a sickly sweet, burnt scent. Lin Yun's Titan hovered over the inferno, its mechanical eyes flashing cold light as it prepared to meet the attack Heaton. Oh, you're going to stand and fight? My berserk lightning won't lose, Baja shouted with perfect confidence. The colossal boar stamped at the lava's edge, splitting the rock beneath its hooves. With boar rush and iron hide, it was almost unbeatable among creatures of the same rank, a terror in both offense and defense. Don't be so sure, Lin Yun replied, calm yet razor sharp. In a heartbeat, light rippled across the Titan. Its metal frame flowed like liquid, reshaping into a sword more than 3 meters long. What kind of skill is that? Baja's pupils pinpointed. The sword-form Titan streaked toward berserk lightning in a cascade of starlight stellar sword art. Blade light poured down like a river of stars, its icy edge splitting the air. In mere breaths, berserk lightning's huge body was laced with bone-deep gashes. Blood sprayed, filling the air with metallic tang. Huff huff, the giant boar panted, crimson rivulets sliding from its tusks. It tried to counter with brute force, but the sword light pinned it in place. All it could do was endure. Baja, the second round is over, Lin Yun said evenly. If this continues, your boar will bleed out. I suggest you stop. Baja's face shifted from pale to livid. As the top-ranked gold-tier beastmaster, he was proud to a fault, yet had just been beaten by a boy. But he knew the truth. Lin Yun's pet was trained to perfection, invincible at its level. After a long silence, he jerked his head up. Fine. Gale will fight. You've already lost twice, Lin Yun reminded him. Best of 3 is settled. One more match. Gale is my first contract beast, my oldest partner, and my strongest. Fight me again, and I'll add another enlightenment fruit. The enlightenment fruit was priceless. Lin Yun couldn't say no. Your word is bond. A moment later, a haze-colored lizard clad in bone plates padded onto the charred ground. Name, Mist Lizard. Rank, Lord, 9th tier. Abilities. Mist particles Dow level disperses damage, diffuses impact. Mist blades divine level multiple strikes. Vortex formation, body concealment. Toxic fog Dow level shroud, virulent poison. You're not switching beasts? Baja asked. No need. Titan's still fresh. No reason to send Qingya in, Lin Yun said. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Titan climbed high, its shield unfurling like a pair of holy wings. Blue light writhed across the surface, gathering into a torrent of starlight that poured downward. Gale the Mist Lizard stood motionless, seemingly untouched. The Titan bombarded it again and again, yet the creature remained unscathed. Baja's lips curled. That's Gale's terror. Watch yourself, Lin Yun. Lin Yun whispered, insight. Silver light filled his eyes as information surfaced. Mist particles upon impact. All damage is evenly distributed across countless microscopic particles in the surrounding air. The Titan's blows weren't missing. Their force was being diffused into nothingness. Each particle was too small to destroy. Even starlight couldn't erase them. A sudden wind shifted left, and purple-gray motes surged around the Titan like a tide. Gale had released toxic fog. Each particle carried lethal venom. The moment they touched the Titan's metal skin, purple-black corrosion bloomed in jagged streaks. The Titan's armor began to corrode beneath the deadly miasma. Lin Yun rubbed his chin, trying to work it out. If the damage was distributed, that meant the lizard would still take a hit. Exactly, Baja chuckled, certain the match was already his. But less than 10% of the damage ever reaches my pet's real body. SZZZ. Titan's alloy shell sizzled as the violet-black toxin ate into it. The surface cracked like metal doused in strong acid, the edges curling and blistering. Sickly green vapor seeped through the fissures, creeping toward the power core. A few more centimeters, and the entire mech would shut down on the spot. Baha watched in delight, convinced victory was in the bag. Just then, Lin Yun looked up at the giant fortress in the sky and spoke, calm and firm. Titan, stop overthinking. Blow it to pieces. Blow it up? Baha sneered. I've already seen Titan's stellar cannon. Impressive, sure, but it can't touch Hurricane. Fire it again, and you're only wasting energy. It's just a matter of time. Before he could finish, molten gold light began leaking from Titan's battered frame. Hair-thin lines of light spread along the armor plates, crawling like living veins. Baha's expression shifted. What's happening? He felt the air churn as Titan's energy levels soared 1-fold, 2, 3, already far beyond the 5 or 6-fold boost of an ordinary enhancement. No, this is dozens of times stronger. His heart pounded as he stared at the massive hunk of metal. A blazing golden core appeared at Titan's head, then split into twin streams that raced across its body. The heavy shield lit up with dense golden runes. Boom. The shield exploded into countless shards of iron, yet none of them fell. An unseen force held them aloft at Titan's sides, like a pair of wings. A moment later, a ring of dazzling radiance rippled outward from Titan, flooding the entire clearing. The heat and raw power made the very air hum. Baha shouted, Hurricane! Don't let it finish the transformation attack, now. Hurricane reacted, molding gray-white mist into razor-sharp blades that shot toward Titan. The instant they neared, the unseen holy aura swatted them aside without so much as a clang. Lin Yun shook his head lightly, voice unhurried. It's useless. Once Titan enters its sacred form, nothing short of power beyond a lord level can interrupt it. Sacred form? Baha drew a sharp breath. His palms were slick with sweat. Crackling arcs of lightning danced inside Titan while a 6-pointed array, dozens of meters wide, appeared behind it. The array churned like a deep-sea whirlpool, devouring energy from the world itself. The blazing noon sun dimmed in seconds, and the sky darkened to charcoal gray. In the span of a heartbeat, daylight had turned to night. Stars dotted the heavens, and their light drifted downward in countless threads, pouring strength into Titan. This makes no sense. It's the middle of the day. Musa stared up, eyes wide. Can that pet actually affect the heavens? Baha's Adam's apple bobbed as pure dread filled his gaze. Every star in the sky was answering Titan's call, lending it power. He had never seen a skill this terrifying. Titan swept its gaze across the clearing below. Target acquired the mist lizard. Size, reflexes, and every combat parameter streamed into its central processor. Sacred form fully engaged, multiplying its power 100-fold in an instant. Stellar force injection initiated. 0, 10, 25 one by one. The heavens ignited, torrents of blinding light pouring into Titan's frame. At 100 charge, the system ran a final diagnostic capacity confirmed. The mist lizard's escape routes were instantly simulated. The result was absolute. Under a carpet bombing strike, its survival odds were 0. Fire. From the reactor set in Titan's chest burst a swirl of stellar force, white vapor flickering with pinpoints of light like a miniature galaxy. Boom. The first stellar blast ripped forth. The mist lizard hastily dispersed into vapor, hoping to spread the damage. Boom. A white-hot beam tore through the misty body and slammed into the ground. Soil flash fused into scarlet magma, then shattered into flying sparks under the violent temperature shift. Gale solidified beside it, taking part of the blast for the lizard. But the second and third waves were already on their way. Boom, boom, boom. The area around Gale was leveled, gouged 1,000 meters deep. Under the relentless barrage, the mist lizard could no longer diffuse the impact. Its form twisted and broke apart in midair. Baha felt a chill. The unbroken roar of cannon fire left no doubt. Without Titan's sacred form, they might have had a chance, but now the match was over. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Lin Yun, call your beast off. I concede. Titan, stand down. Lin Yun answered. The stellar force snapped shut, and the sky cleared. Titan beat its metal wings, glided back to Lin Yun's side, and knelt to recover. Lin Yun pulled out 2 energy crystals. Nice work. Hey, race your reward. Titan eagerly drained them, then paused, worried its master might object. Finally, it gently poked Lin Yun's waist with a finger. If you want more, just say so. Lin Yun laughed and patted the massive alloy head, the tap ringing like a bell. Sizzling with delight, Titan switched to absorption mode again and inhaled more than a dozen crystals in one go. Baha approached and handed over a luminous enlightenment fruit. A deal's a deal. You earned it. Lin Yun slipped the fruit into his storage pouch without ceremony. Baha exhaled in awe. So meditation alone really isn't enough. I never thought someone this strong was hiding in St. Light County. He shook his head and bumped Lin Yun's shoulder. Tell me, how long was your retreat? Over 50 years. Baha's eyebrows shot up. Don't be fooled by my looks. I'm several centuries old myself. By the way, he added suddenly, is Titan your first beast or your second? Second, Lin Yun replied calmly. Second, Baha drew a sharp breath. That white fox is your first beast. Correct, and it's even stronger than Titan. Lin Yun's matter-of-fact answer left Baha more unsettled than ever. Baha's gaze on Lin Yun had changed noticeably. Looks like I really have been shut away for too long. Staying in seclusion for ages is never good. You need to spar with strong opponents now and then. He sighed, then looked up at Lin Yun. Care to join me? Lin Yun nodded. I'm heading to Shadow Rift Gorge for some training. Want to come along? Baha shook his head, glancing at the three pets beside him, all panting. That last duel drained them pretty badly. We'll sit this one out. Then Musa and I will be on our way. Lin Yun cupped his fist in salute. He had just turned when Baha suddenly remembered something. Wait, I almost forgot. Lin Yun stopped. What is it? There's an abyssal gate at the deepest part of Shadow Rift Gorge, Baha said in a lowered voice. Don't get too close. A creature called the Abyssal Overlord nests there. It's at Beast King rank, only half a step from catastrophe tier. Thanks for the warning, Lin Yun replied gravely. He had already studied the map and knew that the route to the mythic legacy didn't pass through that area, so he wasn't worried. Satisfied, Baha nodded. Take care. When we have time, let's talk about pet breeding. Gladly. Lin Yun agreed readily. Baha's combat skills were below his, but the man was a walking encyclopedia on raising pets, and there was always something new to learn. Lin Yun and Musa started up the mountain path leading to the mythic legacy, the three pets following behind. Musa's eyes sparkled as she let out a teasing laugh. Master, I didn't realize you were this strong. Lin Yun snorted. Enough chatter. Keep it up and he'll slap you. Slap me? Musa instantly stuck out her hips and patted them twice. I'm ready. Go on, punish me. Her theatrics left Lin Yun speechless. Musa tilted her head. Master, do you really not like women? Is there any girl you're close to? Lin Yun hesitated. The image of a white-haired girl flashed through his mind. I suppose so. We grew up together. A strange feeling stirred in his chest. Noticing the shift in his mood, Musa felt a pang of irritation. Could the famed courtesan of the Great Abyss really be overshadowed by some unknown girl? She refused to concede. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out ahead. Musa, all these years and you're still the same, flirting with every man you see. They looked up to see a rabbit-eared beast Tan Fong leap down from a ledge, three warriors of the Great Abyss behind her, each giving off lord-tier pressure. Musa's expression darkened. Tan Fong, why are you here? For the mythic warrior's legacy, of course. Tan Fong looked down her nose. Oh, and by the way, you people of the Bright Abyss are born filthy and depraved. You don't deserve a legacy like this. That legacy belongs to the Bright Abyss. Musa shot back. Don't think the fallen abyss can lay a hand on it. Tan Fong sneered. Filthy? Says the lot that lives off the scraps of the human empire. We're filthy? As if the fallen abyss is any better. Musa's voice rose sharply. Chin lifted, Tan Fong delivered her final verdict. Better than you. With a cold snort, she fell silent. Myosha let out a chilly laugh. Better than us. In the Bright Abyss, we merely marry a handful of women to human aristocrats. What about your kind? How low have you sunk? Tan Fong snorted, raising her voice. That's a sacrifice for the sake of the nation. Spare me, Myosha sneered. Your little brother was eaten by that Shinjun last month, wasn't he? Tan Fang's face stiffened, yet she still argued. Our life may be rough, but it's far better than yours. All you lot do is seduce people, disgracing every beast-eared folk. Whenever we go out, we get those judgmental stares and it's your fault. Three nearby Gun warriors immediately joined in, their ridicule echoing. Myosha clenched her delicate fist, teeth grinding. Sacrifice? What a joke. Tell me, Tan Fong, did your brother's leg taste good? The words pierced Tan Fang's heart like a steel needle. Last month her brother, Tan Fong, had been chosen as Shinjun's tribute. After the ceremony, Shinjun devoured most of his body, roasted the remaining leg with salt, and handed it to her for sport. The memory still tore her apart. Yet without Shinjun's protection, casualties in the Dark Abyss would skyrocket. Gun talent topped out at Beast King level, while the surrounding monsters grew deadlier by the day. They had no choice but to cling to Shinjun. Myosha pressed on. Nothing to say? We of the Bright Abyss may be shameless, but at least we don't feed our brothers and sisters to Shinjun. You're courting death. Tan Fang's eyes turned crimson, burning with murderous intent. Myosha refused to back down. Same idea of sacrifice, yet most of us in the Bright Abyss live quite comfortably. You know nothing, you man-stealing vixen. Tan Fong finally snapped. Sure, I know nothing. By the way, did you rub that leg with oil and salt? I've got an even better recipe. Whore, you're dead. Tan Fang's rage exploded. She lunged. Good. Let this little rabbit see what I can do. Myosha lifted a hand, gathering a sphere of light, and hurled it forward. The blast flared. Tan Fong slipped aside, dashed in, punched Myosha in the stomach, then slapped her hard across the face. Myosha staggered back, clutching her abdomen, her complexion pale. You've reached Lord level? Just broke through. Tan Fong replied with a crooked grin. Dark chains coiled from her hand, binding Myosha. She seized Myosha's soft cat ears and bent close. Kitten, for old time's sake you'll spare you. But next time, walk the other way. Cross my path again, and I'll beat you again. Myosha swallowed her tears, forced into silence. Just then, a Jiyuan warrior shouted from the distance, "Prepare for battle." A swarm of demons ahead. Everyone whirled around. Squadrons of imps blotted out the sky, shrouding the land in gloom. Tan Fang's heart sank. Her pupils shrank. A demon lord. Charging toward them was a monster with a human head and an elephant's body, long spear in hand. Demonic aura swirling as it shattered the rocks underfoot. Each stride made the ground tremble. Deep within the canyon, a colossal demon suddenly opened its eyes. Blood-red pupils flared in the darkness, radiating an aura of absolute dominion. This was the mightiest creature of Yuan Gorge, the Abyssal Demon King, ruler of every fiend in these depths. The power of time and space, I sense it, pure and untainted. Its rumbling voice echoed off the cavern walls. With a single beat of its massive, leathery wings, the Demon King lunged toward the obsidian crystal at the center of the hall. A ghostly blue halo spread across the crystal, revealing the image of a three-tailed white fox. A fox that wields time and space. Interesting. The Demon King licked its fangs. Once I devour her, my essence will be restored, and it'll break into the cataclysm tier. Its triumphant roar shook the entire fortress. Bursting upward, the king punched through the vaulted ceiling. As a low horn rumbled, fiends of every size swarmed through Yuan Gorge, kneeling in a black sea below. "My lord," asked an armored demon lord, raising his head, "why have you summoned us?" "Bring me that white fox," the Abyssal Demon King commanded, gazing down on the horde. "Whoever captures her alive will be richly rewarded. Remember, the fox must live. Her two human companions may be slain on sight." "At once, my king." The demon lord knelt, driving his spear into the stone. "We march immediately." He wheeled around, and legions of demon lords, guards, and imps poured from the fortress, crimson flames trailing across the sky. At the mouth of Yuan Gorge, choking demon miasma surged forward as countless fiends locked onto Lin Yun's party. Insight. At Lin Yun's silent queue, streams of data appeared before his eyes. Name: Demon Lord. Rank: Lord, Tier 2. Skills: Rain of Fire Supreme, Doubled Area, Scorch, Soul Torment Advanced, Spearmanship Intermediate, Demonic Physique Advanced. Name: Imp. Rank: Commander, Tier 3. Skills: Demon Claw Basic, Vicious Curse Intermediate, Schemer Basic. Swordlight flashed as Tan Fang charged first. Imps flanked from both sides, but her blade danced and severed their heads in an instant. The demon lord halted, leveled his spear, and pointed skyward. Boom. Scalding fire rained from the heavens, its radius immense. Tan Fang split several pillars of flame, yet the blistering wave forced her back. Three great abyss warriors leapt forward to shield her. "Thank you." Tan Fang's calloused hands, toughened by years of training, now blistered under the fiery deluge. Why did this abyssal uprising draw so many demons? Was our intel wrong? One warrior growled. "Maybe we should pull out. The few of us can't hold," another muttered nervously. The third stared at the looming tide of demons, his voice trembling. "This is insane." Tan Fang abruptly produced a runi-inscribed 8-trigram disc. She poured chi into it. A flash of white light enveloped them, and all four vanished. With their targets gone, the demonic advance shifted to Lin Yun. The oppressive miasma thickened until the air itself seemed to shudder. Myosha gripped her staff. Though a cloud of fiends loomed like a storm front, she remained calm. She knew the strength of Lin Yun's 3 summoned beasts and wondered only which strategy he would choose. "Qingya, your turn," Lin Yun said quietly. The three-tailed white fox stepped forward, her snowy fur dazzling against the gloom. Tilting her head, she unfurled all 3 tails, drawing surrounding energies into a spiral. An instant later, a vortex of time and space snapped open. One white fox after another slipped out of the swirling rift in space and time. Avatar sent solid ones at that. Myosha drew a sharp breath. More than 50 white foxes fanned out, each exuding the aura of a lord-class beast. Only now did she grasp the terrifying depth of Lin Yun's first pet. Across from them, the demon lord roared and called down a rain of fire. The pitch-black sky convulsed, spewing pillars of flame that crashed like furious waterfalls. The foxes charged in unison, darting through the inferno like arcs of white lightning. An instant later, spectral claws slammed into the demon lord's chest. Boom. The primal claw shredded its armor, and the lord-level demon crumbled to dust before it could even scream. The remaining foxes scattered to hunt. White afterimages streaked by as demons fell in droves. The stench of scorched flesh and blood spread until the ground was carpeted with blackened corpses. "Let's go. We still have to reach the inheritance site," Lin Yun said calmly. "Yes, sir." Myosha snapped from her daze and followed. Any stray demon along the way was erased by Kinjia's avatars before it got close. Half an hour later they reached a sheer cliff. "This is the entrance," Myosha said, pointing at the rock face. "How do we get in?" Lin Yun asked. "Master, please step back." He obeyed. She spat out a milky pearl whose gentle light swept across the stone, revealing a hidden array. Lin Yun knew a bit about formations. Even a saint would be stopped cold without the proper key. Myosha bit her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the array, palms pressed together in prayer. "O exalted one, your descendant has found this relic as the scriptures foretold. Open the gate and grant your blessing." The array's glow faded, and the cliff turned liquid, like a curtain of water. "Master, after you." She stepped aside. Lin Yun nodded and walked through the wall with her. The moment they passed, the formation sealed shut without a trace. Not long after, Tan Fong arrived with 3 abyssal warriors. She crouched, studying footprints, and her face darkened. "Someone's been here, could it be that woman?" One warrior sniffed the air. "Same perfume. Has to be her. She's worn that scent since childhood," Tan Fong growled. Another warrior frowned. "We only made it this fast by borrowing a treasure. How could they be quicker?" "Maybe she has a treasure of her own," Tan Fong muttered. "Possible," the others agreed. "Move. We have to claim the inheritance first. With it, the beast-eared people will never have to serve that damned God King again." She turned to leave, then noticed the warriors had frozen. "What is it?" She snapped. "Miss, look." One pointed down the path. Tan Fong followed his gesture and froze. The road ahead was clogged with demon corpses, black blood oozing and a choking stench in the air. The few demons still alive cowered in the shadows overhead. When they spotted the newcomers, they bolted. "Don't tell me they didn't teleportly fought their way through?" Her voice trembled. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To wipe out every demon along this road and still arrive first defied reason." Driven by curiosity, she lifted off and followed the trail of carnage. The lingering heat and torn flesh scent testified to the massacre's savagery. The path pointed straight toward the direction Lin Yun had gone. Imps lay dead everywhere. Scarlet blood spilled from shattered chests and severed limbs, winding through the ruts in the canyon floor, while a sharp metallic stench filled the air. For Tan Fong, whose beast-eared senses were several times keener than a human's, the odor cut deeper than any blade. Her stomach roiled, yet she only tightened her grip on her longsword. These imps were mediocre at best. With her lower-tier cultivation and years of sword training, she could have cut them down in moments. What she could not have done was mangle them into the bloody pulp she saw now. Whoever achieved this was no ordinary fighter. That butcher's strength clearly dwarfed her own. Curiosity laced with caution, she stepped forward and spotted a larger corpse-shon Abyssal Lord. Its ash-gray bone armor had been split by claw marks so deep they bared the spine. The creature had also been dispatched in only a few blows. Tan Fang's face tightened, and her heart skipped a beat. The 3 Gun warriors with her wore the same horrified look. The farther they went, the denser the bodies became. Twisted limbs, broken spears, eyes rolled back in their sockets. One short ravine held a mountain of abyssal remains, an almost unimaginable testament to the killer's power. A low shout shattered the silence. Gu Li, one of the warriors, drew his blade. "That Abyssal Lord isn't dead yet. Prepare to fight." Tan Fong focused. The fallen lord's chest was still rising, black blood oozing. "It's badly wounded," she ordered. "Take the 4 corners and pin it down." "Understood." Steel flashed as 3 swords left their sheaths. Even as the cold light filled the air, 2 more Abyssal Lords clawed free of the corpse pile, which fire flickering in their eye sockets. 1 they could handle. 3 were another matter, especially when their true objective was to unlock the mythic legacy left by an elder of Jiyuan. If they were injured here, the dangers ahead would multiply. Tan Fong considered retreating. Then the impossible happened. The 3 Abyssal Lords did not charge. They threw aside their blood-stained spears, whirled, and bolted. "They're running?" Tan Fong froze, pinched her arm, and confirmed she wasn't dreaming. Abyssal Lords were born savage, never cowards. Yet in those vertical pupils, she saw soul-deep terror, fear of death itself. Clearly, their dread was not directed at her, but at the mysterious beastmaster standing beside Musa. How many demons must that person have slain? Tan Fong murmured. She had thought Imperial beastmasters nothing special. Now she realized their true power. If someone like that rose within Jiyuan, would they still endure the divine monarch's yoke? The 3 warriors whispered among themselves. "That disgusting cat really found a thick thigh to cling to. Hurry up. We can't let them claim the legacy first." Tan Fong nodded and lengthened her stride. At the end of the stone wall, she bent over a runic circle, let a drop of blood fall, and whispered a brief lament. The glyphs flared, and a massive stone gate rumbled open. Ulfr slipped inside. What met them chilled her to the bone. Every trap lining the corridor had been destroyed, gears snapped. Arrow slits collapsed as though a hurricane of brute force had swept through. Damn it! How can they be this fast? According to the ancient texts, the traps here are so intricate that even a Lord-class expert would struggle to get past them. Earlier, Tan Fong had schemed to let Lin Yun's party blaze the trail, dismantling a few defenses so she could sweep in afterward. Yet now, every mechanism lay in pieces. "Hurry, catch up!" Guli barked. Tan Fong nodded and led the group forward at a run. After covering some distance, she raised a hand. "Hold it. The secret documents say a guardian beast should be here. Stay alert." Guli scanned the tunnel's walls, polished smooth as glass, and exhaled in relief. "Relax, there's no sign of a fight. Lin Yun's group has probably run into the beast. Once they're both worn down, we swoop in. Tanfeng smirked. Excellent plan. The party slowed to an almost soundless creep. She was still plotting how to ambush Miao Sha when the people behind her froze. She turned. What is it? Tanfeng. Look, Guli whispered, pointing. In the cavern's center lay a colossal corpse, the Lord-class Jie demon serpent, an ancestral guardian beast dead beyond doubt. A single claw slash cut across its thick neck, deep enough to bear the bone. No wonder there were no battle marks. It died in one strike, Tanfeng muttered. One blow to fell a Lord-class serpent? Guli felt his scalp prickle. What kind of power is that? The four exchanged uneasy glances, and their chances of seizing the inheritance suddenly looked grim. Tanfeng clenched her fists. No, that inheritance can't fall into the hands of those Guangming Ziyuan scum. They've shamed Zhuyuan enough. But what do we fight them with? Guli asked. The Dark King prepared for this. Tanfeng pulled a black gold scepter from her storage pouch. This treasure can seize control of the inheritance at the critical moment. With our ancestors' mythic level might behind us, we don't have to fear anyone. Guli grinned, and the others' eyes gleamed hotly. They hid their auras and pressed on. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, Miao Sha, and their three pet beasts had reached the heart of the ruins. In a pitch-black chamber stood a towering statue of a cat-eared maiden, beautiful beyond words. Master, it's so dark. Terrified me, poor little heart's about to leap out, Miao Sha whined. Can't you be serious? Lin Yun sighed. Serious? Sure. Miao Sha cleared her throat and put on a solemn face. Please, master, unite with me so I may bear you a mighty heir. Lin Yun massaged his temples, helpless before her nonsense. Before he could reply, the statue came to life. White light blazed in its eyes, and a beam projected a phantom into the air. Miao Sha's smile vanished. Her expression turned grave. This is the final trial. Only by passing it can we claim the mythic level inheritance. Deep within Yuying Gorge, indigo mist churned along the canyon floor. At the mouth of the abyss sat a demon more than 30 feet tall, greedily drinking in the dark energy that spouted from the fissures. This was Lin Yun, ruler of Yuying Gorge and a lord of the abyss. After a long feast, he abruptly stopped. His bloated chest rose and fell, and a restless red light flashed across his narrow eyes. Impossible. Relying on demonic chi alone, breaking through is nothing but a fantasy. Lin Yun shook his head, his voice rolling like thunder. I need pure power over space and time. He lumbered to the side, where a gray-black crystal sphere hung from iron chains. As he approached, it flared to life. Thick miasma coiled around its surface, revealing an image dismembered demons strewn everywhere, and in the distance a white fox standing in a pool of blood, still full of vigor. Useless, every last one of them. They can't even kill a single white fox, and half of them are dead. Lin Yun growled, the shockwave of his voice shaking dust from the rock walls. The nearby imps panicked and tried to flee, but a shifting shadow swallowed them. Lin Yun transformed into a colossal, armor-scaled catfish that hovered in midair. One gulp from his bloody maw dragged more than a dozen shrieking demons inside. Bones crunched, and scarlet blood dribbled down the rocks. When the final scream was gone, Lin Yun returned to his humanoid shape, licking his lips as he muttered, that white fox, I must have its power over time and space. With a sweep of his claw, the gates of the abyss boomed open. Demons swarmed up the cliff walls, bat wings beating, talons sparking against stone. They paused to tear apart and devour the scattered corpses, feasting for a moment before lining up at Lin Yun's command. Like a black tide, they surged toward the depths of the gorge. At the same time, in the heart of Yuying Gorge, a mythical inheritance site was bathed in gentle light. Interlacing beams formed the phantom of a catwoman. Silver hair draped over her shoulders, emerald eyes like gemstones, a face so striking it humbled all creation. I am Yosha. Greetings, your majesty. The catwoman knelt on one knee, fists clasped. I am no longer your queen. The apparition's voice was calm, yet brooked no argument. From the moment I was cast out of Zhuyuan, that title ceased to belong to me. Miosha bowed her head in silence. The woman before her was Miao Shui, of true Zhuyuan royal blood. Years ago she was accused of practicing forbidden arts. The high priest and the royal clan stripped her of her status and reduced her to a commoner. Shunned and alone, she left Zhuyuan and vanished. Rumors ran wild. Some said she died in the wilderness, others that she lived in seclusion, and still others insisted she had broken through the limits of Zhuyuan blood. The last rumor proved closest to the truth. She had indeed become a mythical class powerhouse. You came for my legacy? Miao Shui's gaze softened. Yes, that legacy could make Zhuyuan rise again, and we must obtain it no matter the cost. Miao Sha didn't bother to hide her intent. Miao Shui gave a rueful sigh. The path I took can grant great power, but it will never lead to prosperity. But you reached the mythical class, doesn't that offer hope? Miao Sha asked, confused. A dark flicker crossed Miao Shui's eyes. The high priest was not wrong. I did walk an evil path. Why? Miao Sha pressed her. After a moment of silence, Miyoshi finally revealed the truth. Her method involved forging a pact with the demons that dwell in the abyss. Drawing on the power of darkness, the demon reshaped her body and pushed her past every mortal limit. In return, she had to choose a fissure in the earth and open a gate of the abyss. The shadow-laden rift at the edge of Phantom Gorge is the price Miao Shui once paid for that bargain. Fortunately, the gate remains small, and only weak demons can slip through. How did it come to this? Miao Sha murmured, brows knit in worry. Every power demands payment, Miao Shui replied calmly. If I strike more bargains, the gate will widen, and stronger demons will flood our world. Then the Abyss clan will be trapped forever? Miao Sha protested. No. Miao Shui shook her head, her voice tempered by years of reflection. I found one way out: let the next heir inherit all the power of the previous generation. The crack will grow only a little, but there can be only one successor. One is enough. Hope flashed in Miao Sha's eyes. The final trial is simple, Miao Shui declared. I read your memories and judge your heart. If you pass, everything I have will be yours. I'm ready, Miao Sha said, gaze unwavering. Then let us begin. At her words, Miao Shui's form twisted, her eyes sank into ink-black voids. Swirling darkness coiled over her skin, and a jet-black flame erupted from her chest. Bone blade dropped low, claws clamped around its massive skull, and a pained draconic howl echoed through the gorge. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Lin Yun knelt beside the creature in alarm. Bone blade shook its head violently, yet the fire kept spreading. In a heartbeat, the black flames engulfed the unprotected Miao Sha, burning with savage intensity. A sharp cry rang out behind them. Now, you three guard me, I'm taking the inheritance. Tan Fang's voice cracked like a whip. Guli stepped forward, sword raised. Over my dead body. Tan Fang nodded with satisfaction and lifted her staff, chanting softly. The black fire coiling around Miao Sha tore free and roared toward Tan Fang instead. My inheritance! Miao Sha screamed. Tan Fang, you treacherous snake. Tan Fang sneered. Who says it's yours? Any child of the Abyss clan can claim our forebears' power. Miao Sha fumed, helpless to intervene. In the next instant, the flames swallowed Tan Fang whole. Pure dark energy surged into her body, and she shuddered with delight. Little kittens, I will lead the Abyss clan to glory. Her joy lasted only a heartbeat. Terror wiped the smile from her face. What are you doing, forebear? Miao Shui's grin turned feral. I intend to live again. Your body is stronger than hers. Since you covet the inheritance, I'll simply take yours. I don't want it anymore. Please spare me. Tan Fang's plea trembled on the edge of panic. 3 Abyss warriors drew their swords to rescue her, but Miao Shui flicked a hand and sent their lord-class bodies crashing into the cliff like straw dolls, mythic power far beyond their reach. Its over dread weighed on Miao Sha's heart. Tan Fang's cries faded as Miao Shui's soul seized control, moments from devouring her mind entirely. At that desperate instant, Boneblade erupted. A thunderous dragon's roar split the air, ghost blue flames blazing in its hollow eye sockets. One talon shot forward, and with a single gentle swipe it wrenched the dark energy out of Miao Shui, drawing it inexorably into its own body. What's happening here? Miao Shui felt her dark energy being ripped from her grasp. She thrust out a hand to reclaim it, only to realize she was powerless. Reduced to a mere soul, she still possessed the foundations of a myth-tier fighter, yet before this tiny bone dragon, she couldn't even struggle. She could only watch as her strength drained away. Then she caught a strange ripple inside the dragon's body. Her face twisted and she shrieked, impossible. How can you harbor that power? The force of the Nether River exists only in the underworld. It has no place in this realm. Thread by thread, the dark energy flowed into Gutblade. Agonizing pain made the little dragon snarl. Its joints cracked like snapping twigs. Gutblade, are you all right? Lin Yun rushed forward, but the dragon lifted a paw to stop him, forcing Lin to wait, tense and helpless. Miao Shui's form grew translucent and finally crumbled into nothing. A piercing roar shook the air. In the next instant, torrents of darkness erupted from Gutblade. Cracks spiderwebbed across its claws, and deep blue flames surged from the fissures. The fire in its heart turned blood red. Tongues of flame licked along its tail, and a pair of blazing horns rose from its skull. It's Aura Sword. That's the same state Qingya adopted, Lin Yun whispered. Insight. A prompt appeared. Abyssal form overall combat power increased more than 100-fold. Incredible. He clenched his fists. He had planned another trip to the Sacred Fire trial, but that no longer seemed necessary. Still, what exactly was the Sacred Fire? He made a mental note to ask Tian Kong later. Gutblade kept clutching its head, spewing streams of pure darkness. The nearest targets were Miao Sha and Lin Yun, and neither moved away. When the black mist touched him, the prisoner's mark on Lin Yun's arm shattered and dissolved. Relief flooded him at last. The Empire Blade's tracking seal was gone. Miao Sha bathed in the dark radiance, letting out a contented moan. I can feel it. This energy is reforging my body. Several long, silent minutes passed. The process ended, and her figure shrank until she landed as a palm-sized black kitten, soft-furred. with one red eye and one blue. What happened? Am a cat and I've fallen to the mundane tier? Seriously? The tiny feline stared around in alarm. Lin Yun crouched to inspect her. Looks like a disaster turned into a blessing. Your boat has been remade. But how do I change back? This form is pathetic. She bristled. Meow, she had beast ears too. I refuse to stay a kitty forever. No sooner had she complained than her body warped again. A flare of black light, and she returned to the cat-eared young woman. Realization dawned. One thought was all it took to switch forms. Still, her strength remained at the mundane tier, and maintaining her humanoid shape drained a great deal of energy. With the help of the Gun warriors, Tanfong struggled to her feet. Her voice was faint, yet she forced herself to speak. I never imagined the legacy would end up in your hands. It's hard to accept. Miao Sha jolted at the words. Her tail fluffed up as she darted behind Lin Yun. Panic quivered in her voice. Master, help me. Lin Yun raised a hand, blocking her. His tone was flat. This is an internal Gun matter. It has nothing to do with me. The prisoner's brand is gone, so our cooperation ends here. Master, am your most loyal, most considerate servant. Miao Sha clutched the hem of his robe with a pitiful look. Are you really abandoning me? Won't you need my service anymore? I want. Lin Yun refused without hesitation. Master, have you forgotten last night? You didn't say that when we were in bed. Miao Sha grew so anxious her tail curled over her chest. Blue veins stood out on Lin Yun's forehead. Nothing happened between us. Stop making things up. Miao Sha deflated, ears drooping. Lin Yun glanced sideways at her and added, I believe in equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange? Miao Sha bit her fingertip, clearly torn. Seeing this, Tanfong quickly spoke. Miao Sha, I mean you no harm. There's no need to be so tense. She panted for breath, trying to calm her. The little black cat narrowed her eyes, only half convinced. Tanfong went on. You carry the legacy now. That makes you Jiyuan's hope. From today on, we are your most loyal subjects. We were disrespectful earlier. If you're dissatisfied, we'll atone with our lives. With that, she dropped to her knees. The other 3 Jiyuan warriors knelt as well, their helmets thudding against the ground. For our earlier disrespect, we're willing to die. The black cat's tail flicked while she stared at them. You're serious? If you don't believe us, kill me, Tanfong said, offering up her longsword with both hands. She looked skyward and closed her eyes, ready for death. As long as you can revive Jiyuan, he'll die without regret. Cold light shimmered on the blade. All Miao Sha had to do was take it and slash a throat. She hesitated, whiskers trembling. At last she raised a paw, a hint of pride glinting in her eyes. Meow? Very well. I, the princess, accept your allegiance. Let's forget what happened. We've known each other for years. I'm not a petty cat. Thank you. Relief washed over Tan Fang's face. Xinguang Prefecture, governor's residence. The mansion glowed under the night sky. Chowda sat at his desk, brow furrowed over stacks of reports. How U.S. City's walls were almost rebuilt, but the annual budget was drained, and Pingshan City's defenses remained unresolved. He rubbed his throbbing temples, racking his brain. Difficult, unbelievably difficult. Bang! The door burst open and Chow Man rushed in, drenched in sweat. Father. Already on edge, Chowda grew angrier at the sight of his wastrel son. Didn't I send you and 3 contract beasts to train in Shengquan Forest? Why are you back so soon? Father, something urgent came up. Chow Man wiped his brow, speaking in a rush. Chow Da's tone eased, though his face stayed stern. What is it? People from the Blade of the Empire are here. Chow Man dropped the bombshell. So what? Let Zhu Hao entertain them. I'm busy. Chow Da returned to his ledgers. Han Yu, Lord Han is here. Chow Man raised his voice. Chow Da's head snapped up, his body stiffening. Lord Han? Why would he come? Hurry, we must greet him. Han Yu was a heavyweight in the Blade of the Empire, a masterclass beastmaster with 2 saint-level beasts. Not someone to offend. Father and son hurried to the gate. Dozens of beastmasters and their companions stood in formation, a crushing aura rolling toward them. The 2 saint-level beasts shone brightest of all. Suppressing his fear, Chowda bowed. Lord Han, what brings you to Xinguang Prefecture in person? Han Ye's gaze was razor-sharp. He got straight to the point. I have only one goal, Shadow Gorge. Chowda, I need you to guide us. Shadow Gorge? What's there for you? There's only a single beast king-level fiend. It hardly warrants your personal attention, Chowda said, perplexed. Outside the princess residence. One after another, enormous blue birds formed ranks in the sky, cobalt flames rolling between their wings. The heat waves they generated baked the buildings on both sides of the street a glowing red. Had the birds not deliberately restrained themselves, the temperature would have liquefied the houses outright. These were blue flame divine birds, the evolved form of the blue flame bird, each one boasting beast king level might. More than 300 now gathered above the manor, enough to sweep through any primordial mountain range in the Sichuan Empire and fuse an entire beast horde to the scorched earth beneath it. Yet what set every heart trembling was not the flock itself, but the old man standing at their head. Clad in plain robes, hair white as snow, he looked unremarkable, but the pressure radiating from the 2 beasts beside him far outstripped that of the birds. Anyone with knowledge could identify them instantly. A rainbow elk and a lord of flame both at the same tier. The old man stroked his beard, his voice calm, yet indisputable. A mere demon lord isn't worth my time. Come aboard, and we'll talk as we travel. Yes, sir. Chowder replied without hesitation. The man before him was one of the 4 archangels of the Empire's Blade, a rank a humble county governor like Chowder could never hope to match. He swung onto the back of a blue flame divine bird, settling beside another member of the Empire's Blade. The rainbow elk let out a piercing call and strode onto the air. The Lord of Flame followed close behind. 300+ blue flame divine birds beat their wings in unison, darkening half the sky. Below, the residents of St. Glow County craned their necks, voices buzzing in speculation. The Archangel himself has come out. Are they going after that unicorn in Sacred Spring Forest? Doesn't seem so. They're heading for Shadow Gorge. Shadow Gorge has demons, sure, but enough to warrant an Archangel? Who knows? High above, Han Yu and Chowda shared the rainbow elk's back. Wind howled around them, yet Han Yu spoke as though chatting in a quiet courtyard. Chowda, do you know the key for a saint-tier beast to reach the mythic realm? The mythic source, Chowda answered at once. Exactly. Han Yu nodded. Without a mythic source, no matter how powerful a beast is or how many materials it consumes, it can't cross that threshold. There are only 2 ways to gain one. First, slay another mythic-tier beast and seize its source. Second, rely on the world itself. On rare occasions, a creature is born with a native source. Humanity's first beastmaster succeeded through the latter method, but that path is nearly impossible now. Most people hunt mythic beasts instead, still perilous, yet comparatively feasible. Realization struck Chowda. My lord, do you mean a mythic source has appeared in Shadow Gorge? Precisely. Once we claim it, my beast will step into the mythic realm before long, Han Yu said, his tone even while a fierce light flared in his eyes. Joy surged through Chowda. For all humankind, a new mythic-tier warrior would be a monumental boon. The majestic procession swept over the city, racing straight toward Shadow Gorge. Boneblade, how are you feeling? Any better? Lin Yun asked with concern. Boneblade nodded, fluttered its tiny wings, slipped into Lin Yun's backpack, and closed its eyes. Lin Yun patted the creature's large head and smiled. Get some rest. Cradling the little black cat in her arms, Tianfang suggested, we should head back. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. Just then Guli burst in, panting. No, we can't get out. Demons have surrounded the area for some reason. Demons? If they're coming to us, let's wipe them out, Lin Yun said confidently. With Qingya and Titan at full strength, cutting a path through them shouldn't be a problem. No, Lin Yun, you can't handle this, Guli warned. Your beasts are strong, but they're no match for the space-time demon fish. The space-time demon fish? That demon king was supposed to be resting at the Abyssal Gate. How did it get here? Tianfang asked, her nerves on edge. It was a beast king-level demon, an entire realm above Qingya. Even though Qingya could split into hundreds of copies, bridging that power gap was impossible. Tianfang frowned. This is bad. Guli pressed his lips together and made up his mind. Tianfang, once we get outside, take Mayusha and run. The 3 of us will draw the Demon King's attention. But Tianfang hesitated. That would mean sacrificing her 3 friends. No buts. Mayusha is giant abyss hope. If she grows strong, we'll never have to bow to the humans or that so-called divine lord again, Guli said. Guli Tianfang's eyes filled with pain. Guli looked at the 2 abyssal warriors. Will you walk this last road with me? Of course, one warrior answered, drawing his longsword. A man's death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. The other said, gaze unwavering. Hold on, I've got another idea. Qingya, open your gate of space-time, Lin Yun ordered. The white fox yipped in understanding. White light flowed over its fur and gathered on the ground nearby, forming a large portal. A spatial skill, Guli gasped. He hadn't expected the fox to wield such a rare ability. Tianfang's face brightened. That means we can shake off the Demon King. Step through and well arrive in Xinguang Prefecture, Lin Yun said, moving toward the portal only to bounce off an invisible barrier. His expression darkened. The gate had failed. A booming voice echoed from outside. It's useless. I've sealed this entire space. None of you are leaving. A tremendous force smashed into the mountainside. With Miao Shi gone, the protective array had failed, and the mountain was ripped open by demonic energy. A gigantic black catfish hovered in the air, its eyes blood red. Gaping, razor-toothed mouths covered its body, truly horrifying. Insight, Lin Yun whispered to himself. Name, Spacetime Demon Fish. Rank, Beast King, 9th tier. Skills, Time-Space Shackles Supreme, Compulsory, Expanded Range, Temporal Surge Divine Power, Rift Rend, Demon King Physique Supreme Hardness, Magic Suppression, Thick Hide, Siphon Supreme. Beast King, Tier 9. Lin Yun's chest tightened as he read the words. If the opponent had been only Tier 1, he might still have counted on Kinjia's avatar to find a way out. But Tier 9 was another matter entirely. He did have one last card. The Saint Grade relic, the unicorn, had slipped into his sleeve. A Beast King was still a Beast King. Even at tier 9 it fell short of a calamity, to say nothing of a saint. Around Lin Yun, demons surged like a black tide, stretching to the horizon. The fiends Qingya had just cut down were now nothing but scraps in their companions' jaws, crimson gore spraying in every direction. Cannibalism was second nature to them. Lin Yun writhed, blood-red eyes sweeping the field until they fixed on the white fox. I can feel the pure power of space and time inside it. Wonderful. Only then did Lin Yun realize Qingya was the Demon King's true target. The white fox crouched low, silver tail twitching, poised to strike. Exhausted, Bone Blade dragged itself from the backpack, its edge chipped, but still ready to fight. Titan raised an arm, and a golden barrier erupted, a holy field enveloping them all. Lin Yun chuckled, rolls of fat trembling. Struggle all you like. I love it when prey struggles. Let me show you real despair. Tan Fong felt all hope drain away. A demon king, a whole realm above her, was beyond her reach. She had believed the great abyss promised a life no longer shackled to endless night. Now that dream seemed a cruel joke. The deepest pain is to glimpse a bright future and then plunge back into darkness. She was living that agony now. Damn it. Miosha bit her lip. She had risked everything to remake her body with demonic power, shattering the limits of abyss folk potential only to face an even stronger demon king. All her efforts seemed about to crumble. At the height of the tension, clusters of lights appeared on the horizon, dense as stars. They zoomed closer, resolving into deep blue giant birds. Lin Yun recognized them, the war beasts of Blade of the Empire. Name, Azure Flame Divine Bird. Rank, Beast King, Tier 5. Skills, Cobalt Inferno Divine Burning, Extreme Heat, Flame Cage Supreme Confinement, Combined Cleave Supreme Whirlwind, Stacking, Incandescent Body Advanced. Not good. The little black cats first stood on end. One Demon King was bad enough. Now Blade of the Empire had arrived as well. Seeing the wave of beast masters, Lin Yun tried to shrink back and escape in the chaos. The hunters had other ideas. Wipe out every demon. Leave the beast-eared folk for now, Han Yu ordered coolly. Understood. The beastmasters replied in unison. The azure flame divine birds screeched, gaping beaks spewing pillars of deep blue fire. The inferno rolled across the field. Demons struck by it had their miasma ripped away, flesh carbonizing into black sludge that hissed onto the mud. Within seconds the horde was nearly exterminated. Dozens of azure flame divine birds closed in on Lin Yun. Each was only tier 6, but together they wove a flaming net that held the Demon King fast. Stream after stream of fire hammered its bulk. At first Lin Yun roared and tore at the torrents. Yet when countless cobalt tongues fused into a single blazing web, the Demon King was swallowed. Its bloated mass collapsed into charcoal. In the blink of an eye, vast Shadow Gorge was washed in burning blue-white light. Flames billowed, cliffs glowed, and the canyon became a roaring furnace. This was a world of flame. In this crimson world, only one area remained unscathed, the spot where Lin Yun stood. The rainbow elk descended from midair, its hooves touching the ground without a sound. Above its head hovered a pillar of light woven from 7 colors, gleaming like a sacred crest, while sapphire eyes swept the surroundings in a single glance. Name, Rainbow Elk. Rank, Saint level, 1st tier. Abilities. 1. Prism Aura Dao Grade dispels darkness, greatly amplifies allies, Holy Barrier. 2. Divine Bulwark Block, Insight. 3. Divine Finesse Heightened Perception. 4. Swift Gallop Divine Grade Acceleration, Phantom Stride. Beside the elk followed a presence so intense it seared the eyes. A flame creature nearly 30 meters tall strode forward, its entire body wrapped in fire several times hotter than the blue flame divine birds. Any rock or metal that drifted too close vaporized in an instant. Name, Flame Dominion. Rank, Saint level, 1st tier. Abilities. 1. Flame Barrier Divine Grade Massive, Extreme Heat. 2. Sacred Flame Fist Divine Grade Tremendous Force, Holy, Overwhelming. 3. Domain of Holy Fire Dao Grade Wide Area, Continuous Regeneration, Undying Advanced Passive. As long as a single spark remains, the body can reform on the spot at full strength. At the same moment, Chowda leaped from the blue flame divine bird's back. Spotting Lin Yun, he raised an eyebrow. Lin Yun, what are you doing here? Governor. Lin Yun bowed. Han Yu stood atop the elk. His gaze cut through the flames and colored light to rest on Lin Yun. You know this young man? My lord, Chowda hurried to explain. His name is Lin Yun, a prodigy beastmaster from Xinguang County. He passed the sacred fire baptism not long ago. There must be a misunderstanding here. Could we let both sides talk before any decisions are made? The sacred fire baptism? Interesting. Han Yu stroked his beard, then patted the elk's neck. Find the source of the mythic essence for me. The rainbow elk's eyes blazed. After scanning the area, its gaze settled on the small bone dragon behind Lin Yun. You're saying the mythic essence is inside that little bone dragon? Han Yu asked for confirmation. The elk nodded. Chowda grew anxious and dropped to one knee. Lord Han, Lin Yun has been a beastmaster for less than a year and is already at gold rank. If he reaches his potential, He'll be a great asset to Xinchuan. Please reconsider. Less than a year? Surprise flickered across Han Ye's face. He turned to Lin Yun. I'm giving you a chance. Lin Yun looked up. A chance? I hold a contract stone that can sever the bond between you and your beast, Han Yu said calmly. Hand over the bone dragon. He'll forget the past, and even recommend you to the Emperor. What will happen to Boneblade? Lin Yun asked. He'll extract the mythic essence from it. With its current physique, it won't survive. Boneblade shrank behind Lin Yun, trembling. Lin Yun laid a hand on its cold neck. Don't be afraid. You're my contracted beast. I won't abandon you. Han Yu lifted a brow. You really intend to oppose me? Lin Yun, it's just a beast, Chowda pleaded. You can always contract another, don't risk your life. No, I will not give up Boneblade. Lin Yun's voice was firm. With nothing but your lord-level strength? Han Yu snorted. The Flame Dominion raised a hand, unleashing a terrifying pressure. The Jiuan warriors dropped to their knees. Lin Yun and his 3 beasts held on, sweat evaporating the instant it formed. It was only the aura of a saint-level beast, yet it threatened to choke the life from them. Even so, Lin Yun did not retreat a single step. Han Yu laughed in approval. Good. You've passed the first test. Had you abandoned your beast to save yourself, I would have killed you on the spot. The Flame Dominion withdrew its pressure. However, Han Yu continued. To claim the mythic essence, you must prove you can raise a beast to mythic rank. The essence was meant for one of my own beasts, so unless you convince me your future achievements will surpass mine, I'll still take it by force. And how do you plan to test me? Lin Yun asked. The test is simple. Han Yu folded his arms, swept his eyes over the crowd, and spoke in a calm, yet commanding voice. Choose one of my 2 pets to fight yours. It'll restrain its power to a tier above your beast's level. The moment he finished, Han Da's face went ashen. Throughout the Xinchuan Empire, everyone knew Han Yu was a legendary beast trainer. His creatures were seasoned in battle and wielded lethal skills, far beyond the reach of ordinary tamers. Facing them at a higher tier would be brutally difficult. Lin Yun pondered for a second, then looked up. I'm fine with the fight, but what counts as my victory? Easy, Han Yu replied with a smile. If your pet lasts half an hour, you win. Even suppressed, mine will still have Saint-class durability. Chowda blurted out. 1 tier up is too much. Why not the same tier? Quiet. Han Yu barked. Chowda flinched and fell silent. Han Ye's voice rose. If you can't battle above your tier, how can you talk about potential? When the room settled, Han Yu waved his hand. 2 silhouettes appeared. On the left stood a flame giant clad in rocky armor, crimson fire blazing from its shoulders. On the right was an elegant elk, rainbow light shimmering around its antlers. All right, Lin Yun, pick one. Lin Yun studied them both. The flame giant loomed like a mountain, skin glowing like molten rock, heat rolling off its body. The rainbow elk gave off a gentle aura, light magic winding around its antlers, built for both speed and defense. After weighing the options, he pointed at the giant. I choose the flame giant. Han Yu raised an eyebrow. Certain? The giant is stronger than the elk. He'll let you change your mind once. From the sidelines, Chowda frantically signaled. Head heard the rumors. This flame dominator was Han Ye's first companion, far stronger than the elk, its sweeping fire attacks nearly impossible to evade. Lin Yun ignored the hint and smiled. Difficult or easy, it makes no difference. Whatever you send, my pet will win. The air seemed to freeze. The onlookers were stunned. Such arrogance was unheard of before the Archangel himself. Instead of anger, Han Yu laughed heartily. Interesting. Confidence suits the young. Just don't let my giant roast you too badly. We'll see. Lin Yun answered evenly. Han Yu narrowed his eyes. What tier is your pet now? Lord, 6th tier, Lin Yun replied. The words dropped like a stone in a still pond. Shock rippled through Honda. Had thought Lin Yun's beast was only 1st tier. Reaching 6th tier so quickly was staggering. Members of Blade of the Empire exchanged glances. The way they looked at Lin Yun had already changed. According to Chowda, Lin Yun has been a beastmaster for less than a year, yet he has already raised his companions to this extraordinary level. He seems almost inhuman. Even in the Divine River Imperial capital, where gifted beastmasters gather, none can compare with him. The little black cat sprang onto Lin Yun's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek and purring. Master, you really are incredible. Lin Yun did not reply. He simply lifted his gaze to the white fox. Qingya, prepare for battle. Wu. The white fox nodded, claws scraping the ground as she padded to face the flame dominator. Yinting, hold your power at 7th Order Lord, Han Yu commanded, looking up at the towering giant of fire. The giant dipped its head, its surging aura collapsing inward until it stabilized at the requested level. The battle began. A soft cry rang out, and swirling portals of space-time opened around Qingya. One 3-tailed white fox after another slipped from the vortices, huddling together to whisper tactics. Their conference lasted only a heartbeat before the pack lunged at the flame dominator. High in the stands, Chowda gripped the railing, tense. In his view, Lin Yun's safest strategy was pure defense, dodge, stall, and pass Han Ye's test. Yet Lin Yun had chosen to attack, the worst possible option in Chowda's eyes. The flame giant roared. Fire gathered on its surface, peeled away, and reshaped into dozens of thick serpents. The fiery snakes writhed in the air, then plunged, gaping maws snapping, toward the foxes. A saint-tier companion indeed, its control is astonishing, Chowda muttered. The serpents struck like lightning. Xingya dodged, but 5 fox clones brushed the flames. Their snowy fur ignited, and their dying cries soon dissolved into charred black liquid. Han Yu stroked his beard and commented evenly. A quick reaction, they avoided the serpents, but the real show is about to start. The flame dominator moved again. Flames on its right arm swelled tenfold, enfolding its fist. The giant lifted the blazing limb and hammered it down toward the foxes. The earth caved beneath the impact. Clods of soil barely left the ground before the heat smelted them into bubbling lava that was drawn into the fist. Xingya advanced instead of retreating, slashing out. Primal Claw. Chowda jolted. Is he insane? He's meeting the Flame Saint Fist Heathen. Even his own companion would have to dodge such a skill. To block, it was suicide. Spectators shared the shock. Lin Yun only needed to stall for time. Why take the hit? It seems this ends now, Han Yu murmured. Yet the unexpected happened. At the instant Kinjia's claws met the blow, she redirected the giant's force and detonated it. Space itself tore open, riddled with countless fissures from the collision. Crimson vortices blossomed on every fox's brow, and their combined aura continued to surge. Flames surged. Scarlet tongues of fire raced up the white fox's fur, weaving blazing patterns that ran from its neck to the tip of its tail. The aura kept climbing double, quadruple, tenfold, 18-fold until it finally steadied at a full 100-fold. As the prefect of Xinguang County, Chowda recognized the form with a single glance, the sacred flame state he had long dreamed of. A white fox had awakened it on its own, and the realization stole his breath. Any beast that entered this state gained at least 100 times its normal strength. He had poured years of effort into that very step and failed, placing all his hopes on his son, Chao Man. Yet even after the baptism of holy fire, Chao Man had not awakened a single exclusive skill, let alone evolved into the sacred flame state. Now, however, hundreds of fox clones ignited the holy fire simultaneously. Clones were weaker than the original, and for all of them to share the sacred flame state demanded unmatched control, talent, and luck. Chao Das pulse hammered. This was not only Lin Yun's good fortune, but a blessing for all of Xinguang County. Across the field, Han Yu nodded quietly, fresh admiration in his eyes. This was no arrogance on Lin Yun's part, only a cool assessment of his own trump cards. A shrill wind rose as the blazing fox clones dove at the flame sovereign. With a furious roar, the giant drew the inferno inside its body into a towering barrier, trying to halt the onslaught. Boom! Phantom claws slammed into the shield. Crack! The fiery rampart shattered. A wave of white foxes surged through, instantly surrounding the sovereign's true form. Though the flame sovereign stood a full realm above the fox, the sacred flame state crushed it completely. Its burning holy fists couldn't graze a single hair, and its searing heat was effortlessly neutralized. Claw after claw scored its mountain-like frame, leaving shallow cuts that, while not fatal, shook its saint-level dignity. Chowda shuddered. If the beast were anything less than Saint Trank, it would already be in pieces. The crowd held its breath, every gaze locked on the battlefield. So this is Kinjia's real power? Tanfeng whispered, stunned yet elated. Even Little Black Cat was slick with cold sweat. A lord-tier beast can do this. A visceral scream tore from the flaming giant as the fire coating its body writhed violently and exploded outward. The temperature climbed another notch. A blistering sacred flame domain erupted outward, ready to turn everything around the fire giant to ash. This is bad. We're too close to dodge. Chao Da's heart clenched. A crimson wall of fire surged forward, yet an instant later the snow-white fox was already dozens of yards away from the fiery colossus, completely unharmed. Chao Da's eyes went wide. In that split second, how had the white fox covered so much ground? Han Yu frowned in thought and muttered, with its physical speed alone, the fox couldn't have moved that far, and its spatial shift is still on cooldown. Chowda picked up the thread. Then there's only one possibility left. Could it be? Insight flashed through Han Ye's mind. Lord Han, what happened? Chowda and the Rock Riders turned to him. For that instant just now, time itself likely stopped. Han Yu finished slowly. Time stop. Chowda drew a sharp breath. Could such a terrifying power truly exist? The sacred flame form was frightening enough, but the white fox actually wielded a nearly unbeatable temporal skill. Joy flared in Han Ye's eyes. Incredible. Our Xinchuan Empire has produced a beast master this strong. The Flame Sovereign launched the sacred flame domain several more times. Yet each attempt was sidestepped by the fox's time stop, leaving the towering fire creature completely suppressed. When the clash finally ended, the Flame Sovereign withdrew its flames. Exhausted by successive stops, the white fox returned to Lin Yun's side, curled up, and closed its eyes. Han Yu stepped forward. Well done, Lin Yun. Your potential clearly surpasses mine. You deserve that mythic source more than I do. I was just lucky, Lin Yun replied modestly. With the dispute resolved, Han Yu drew a finely crafted token from his storage pouch. It was slightly smaller than the one at his waist, with spare engraved on the back. This is a spare Archangel command token. Anyone who sees it will treat you as if they're seeing me. Take it me gift to you. Chao Das gaze blazed. He knew the token's weight, yet it now rested in Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Lord Han. Han Yu then produced a smooth jade pendant. Bind it with a drop of blood. If you're ever in mortal danger, they'll sense your position and come to your aid. Compared with the unicorn's support, this was practically saint-level insurance. Lin Yun was elated, and the Rock Riders watched in open envy. The group set out on the return journey. Nearing Xinguang County, an urgent report arrived. A Rock Rider dived down, landed on one knee, and called out, Archangel, the frontier is in crisis. The first defensive line has been breached by the savage beasts. My lord, you must return to the front at once. Han Ye's face darkened. I was gone only a short while, and trouble already struck. Those damn beasts really know how to pick their moment. Savage beasts are strange creatures that live in the far north. They are not a single species, but a blanket term for many kinds of monsters. Years of survival and bitter cold have made them larger and fiercer than ordinary beasts. At their mention, the people of the northern frontier blanch, for they have always been the greatest threat to the northern border of the Xinchuan Empire. Lin Yun once came across a line in the Chronicle of Xinchuan. When savage beasts break through the pass, they will retreat only 3 months later when the weather warms. Behind those few words lie blood and despair. During those 3 months, the inhabitants of northern towns face only 2 fates: death or mutilation. To be swallowed on the spot is almost mercy, because the beasts traditionally carry off the strong, taking them back to the north to be pinned up as long-term food or reduced to slaves who mine, log, and cultivate medicinal herbs, wishing for death. High above Shadow Gorge, Han Yu pulled his thoughts back and turned to Chowda, his voice urgent. Chowda, is that treasure still inside Xinguang Commandery? Chowda bowed at once. Yes, my lord. It is safe in the treasury. Good. Take me there at once. Once we secure it, the divine bird riders will return north with me. Han Yu issued the order without hesitation. At your command. Chowda answered again. Seeing the scorching flames that wreathed the crimson feather divine bird beneath Lin Yun, Han Yu offered, Lin Yun, ride my Milu. It's cooler on this side. Thanks. Lin Yun sprang onto the deer's back. A rainbow staircase of light formed beneath its hooves as the Milu strode through the air. The divine bird riders followed close behind, and the group left Shadow Gorge, flying straight toward Xinguang Commandery. Xinguang Commandery. The commercial street was bustling. 2 plainly dressed youths wove between stalls Qingqing and Li Jijia. The little mountain macaque that traveled with them hopped onto a display rack, gesturing excitedly, while the black wind hound sniffed everything in sight. Staring at the dazzling array of goods, Li Jijia could hardly keep up. Qing, this place is way livelier than our Haoyue city. There must be hundreds more products here. I'm tempted to settle down for good. His shouting drew curious looks from passers-by. Qing's face darkened, and he hissed, quiet. Don't act like some country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Have some pride. Li Jijia scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, Qing. First time here. He'll keep it down. Only then did Qing's expression soften. By the way, Li Jijia whispered, Lin Yun's father said he's already reached Xinguang. Think we'll run into him? Lin Yun's name stirred memories of the slums in Qing's mind. He sighed softly. The pride he had once taken in awakening a level talent still made his cheeks burn when he thought about it now. He shook his head. We'll have to see. What level do you think Lin Yun's pet beast is now? Probably first rank lord, Qing guessed. Before the words left his mouth, a county guard came galloping down the street, shouting, Make way! Make way! Having only just arrived in Xinguang, Qing had no idea what was happening and remained where he was. Suddenly a man shouted, Are you two trying to get yourselves killed? What's going on? Qing looked up, bewildered. Sorry, brother. We've just arrived in Xinguang Prefecture and don't know the rules. Li Jijia apologized earnestly. The man's tone eased. No wonder you're outsiders. The Imperial Blade's Divine Bird Knights are about to sweep over the city. If you stay at this crossroads, the flames will reduce you to ashes. Qing bowed gratefully. Thanks for the warning. May I know your name, sir? Qing, and this is my friendly Jijia. Dengwei. A piercing screech split the sky. They're here, Dengwei murmured, looking up. Everyone followed his gaze. A string of blue lights appeared on the horizon, falling like meteors and swelling in size. Blue flame divine birds, cloaked in fire, beat their wings and sent waves of heat surging down. The defensive arrays above the rooftops flared with golden light and barely held back the scorch, but the open street lay unprotected. Bricks sizzled and melted, red magma oozed across the ground, then cooled as the birds passed, leaving only the acrid stench of char. The searing pressure made Qing's heart sink. Brother Deng, how strong is that divine bird? 5th Deer Beast King, Dengwei replied. Beast King. Li Jijia gasped. Dengwei shrugged. That's nothing. In the Imperial Blade, Beast Kings are common. The sky patrolling envoy's beasts have reached calamity rank, and the Heaven Master Envoy commands Saint-tier monsters. Chen Qing felt a surge of frustration. The world was far larger than Haoyue, that small town where he had once shone. His former achievements now seemed trivial. Li Jijia, equally humbled, lowered his head. Suddenly Deng Wei pointed skyward. That is Lord Han Yu, the Heaven Master Envoy. They looked up to see a seven-colored stag gliding through the air, its body shimmering like liquid light. Fire flickered beneath its hooves, its aura immense, clearly Saint-tier. Two figures sat facing each other on the stag's back, chatting cheerfully. Li Jijia grabbed Chen Qing's arm. "Qing, look." Chen Qing was ready to scold him for making a fuss, but when he glanced up he froze. That familiar silhouette was Lin Yun. He and Lin Yun had both grown up in the slum. She couldn't be mistaken. Yet Lin Yun now sat as an equal beside the Heaven Master Envoy, laughing with him. In the Shenchuan Empire, a Heaven Master Envoy ranked just below the Heavenly Blade Envoy. Seeing Lin Yun at his side was astonishing. Li Jijia gave a bitter smile. When they had invited Lin Yun to join their team, had worried about splitting the loot. Now Lin Yun had left them so far behind, they could barely glimpse his shadow. I never imagined Lin Yun would become this powerful. Chen Qing managed a wry grin. Once again, he felt painfully small. Do you two know Lin Yun? Deng Wei asked. We do. To be honest, Lin Yun and I both came from Haoyue City, Chen Qing replied. I see, Deng Wei nodded. Brother Deng, you know him too? Chen Qing pressed. It's a long story. Lin Yun and I had a small disagreement, and even competed at an auction. Deng Wei shifted the topic and described the whole incident in detail. The two listened attentively. As Deng Wei's account unfolded, Chen Qing's face darkened again. Deng Wei ranked near the top among gold-level beast tamers, yet he had still lost to Lin Yun. Chen Qing had thought Lin Yun was just an ordinary gold rank, but now he realized how unfathomable the man really was. Li Jijia felt a chill as well. If even Deng Wei could not defeat that white fox, its true strength must be terrifying. Just then, the onlookers gathered around to exchange pleasantries. Young masters, do you have a place to stay in Xinguang County? Come to our inn, we'll give you half off on the rooms. We can do 40%, and we'll throw in a small gift, just a token of goodwill. Voices overlapped one after another. Chen Qing kept a polite smile and returned each greeting. He knew perfectly well these discounts and gifts were offered only because he knew Lin Yun. Even so, he held his ground, accepted nothing, and pulled Li Jijia away from the crowd. Elsewhere, in front of another inn, Lin Yun cupped his fists. Friends, this is where we part. Until fate brings us together again. Until we meet again, Tan Fong replied, leading the Jiyuan warriors away. Master, I can't bear to leave you. I want to stay with you forever. A little black cat bounded to Lin Yun's feet, its tail drooping. Go back, Lin Yun said helplessly, waving her off. But I'm useful. The kitten blinked and struck a cute pose, waving a paw. For example, I can be your pillow when you sleep. When it's cold, I can warm your bed. If you're thirsty, I can let you drink my. Enough. Lin Yun's face darkened, and he cut her off. He knew this cat's mouth too well. Who knew what shocking words she might blurt out next? With so many people around, he couldn't risk that kind of social death. Seeing him flustered, the black cat squinted in triumph and giggled. Am I useful or not, master? About as useful as a hammer. Lin Yun rolled his eyes. Master, please remove the puppet worm, the cat said, suddenly earnest. I can't. Lin Yun shook his head. You dislike me that much? Fine if you take the worm out. It'll go back to Jiyuan and never bother you again. Her ears drooped, and she looked pitiful. Lin Yun sighed and explained patiently. There's no antidote for a puppet worm. Once it takes root, it merges with you. Black Wind Fort created it to control people. They never meant to set anyone free. You're not joking? The cat's voice trembled. Not at all, Lin Yun added. Andy lied before. Even if you reach Beast King rank, you still won't break free of the worm. You. The black cat gnashed her teeth. You're awful. Lin Yun, when I get back, they'll send assassins to kill you. You think I'm scared? Be my guest. Lin Yun stayed calm, raising the token Han Yu had given him. Its metallic sheen flashed in the lamplight, silently declaring that someone powerful had his back. The little black cat froze. Lin Yun added, if a human prodigy is attacked in the Abyssal Rift, can the Shenchuan Empire swallow its rage? The cat's pupils twitched. She forced a flattering smile. Master, I was only joking. Don't mind me, hee hee. I won't use puppet worms on you unless I have to. Lin Yun pushed the door open and walked in, the white fox trotting behind him. He shut the door. Outside, the black cat clenched her paws and clawed at the wall. Rotten Lin Yun. One day he'll beat you to a pulp. Tan Fong stood nearby and asked softly, Your Highness, where to now? Back to the Abyssal Rift. The cat snorted, tail flicking. First I'll strengthen myself. As for Lin Yun, this princess will have her revenge. Yes, Your Highness. Tan Fong bowed. Inside, Bone Blade had been awake for a while. He dug out pots and plates, skeletal arms flying as the aroma of sizzling oil filled the air. Titan and Qingyao were curled up in their nests, sound asleep. Lin Yun lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling and sorting through recent events. Had always respected the blade of the empire. They had done much to keep Xinchuan stable. Yet the bigger a group grows, the messier it gets. The 3 agents in Bright Moon City proved that. Han Yu had invited him to join, but Lin Yun declined. He valued freedom too much to be tied down. My Yu's flirting was just a ploy to ensnare the weak-willed. It didn't work on him, and he had no reason to keep her around. While he pondered, Boneblade set the first dish on the table. The white fox woke at the smell, pink nose twitching, but sat obediently by the stool. If you want to eat, then eat. Don't just drool. Lin Yun laughed, patting its head. The fox insisted he take the first bite. Stupid fox, he muttered, tasting a piece of meat. Boneblade brought out a second dish, and only then did the fox dig in. Halfway through, Lin Yun asked, Boneblade, what does the river of Hades inside you look like? Boneblade shook his head. Not strong enough to summon it yet? Lin Yun guessed. Boneblade nodded. All right, no rush. Lin Yun set his chopsticks down. Well, rest a day, then head to the Celestial River for our next trial. The unicorn gave me its horn. With it I can open the gate directly. He glanced at the night outside. The Holy Grail tournament is coming soon. If we take the championship, we'll have all the materials for your evolution. Beast tamers from Holy Light Province and even the capital will be there, so we have to be careful. Looking at Xingya, still sleeping soundly, he murmured, she's only 6th rank Lord class right now. We need to boost her strength fast. The Sky River, as its name implies, is a river suspended in the heavens. Yet what courses through this river is not water, but pure, volatile wind essence. A great many exotic beasts dwell within it, breathing in the elemental currents as they cultivate and growing stronger each day. A Beastmaster outpost stood on the river's vast edge. Rows of silver-gray metal panels rose in neat lines, faint blue light glimmering across the inscriptions mission boards set up by the Beastmaster Alliance for bounty hunters and handlers. Lin Yun approached one of the boards, pressed his right palm to the cool metal, and closed his eyes. A torrent of mission data instantly flooded his mind. One clan was paying for the pelt of an obsidian saber-toothed tiger. A merchant guild offered a premium for wind-winged vulture feathers. Others sought rare materials of every imaginable kind. Since I'm heading into the Sky River anyway, I might as well pick up a few bounties, Lin Yun decided. He quickly sorted through the listings and chose several medium difficulty tasks with generous payouts. After jotting down their numbers, he stepped to the Alliance registration desk and handed them to a clerk in a gray blue uniform. Paperwork complete, he called his contracted beasts and prepared to set out. If all went well, he would clear at least several 100,000 Alliance coins on this trip, well worth the effort. Before he could open the Sky River gate, however, he first had to locate the Sky Eye, the sole key to the passage. Its position shifted regularly, and searching the boundless river for it would be like hunting a needle in the sea. Instead of wandering blindly, hiring an experienced local hunter would save precious time. With that in mind, Lin Yun asked around the settlement. After more than a dozen rejections, some indifferent, others outrageously priced, was still empty-handed by noon. Under the blistering sun, a broad-shouldered, middle-aged man finally strode toward him. You're Lin Yun? The man called in a booming voice. I am. What can I do for you? Lin Yun looked up. Name's Yang Xingshu, bounty hunter, the stranger said. I want to team up and hunt windblade rhinos. Windblade rhinos were special beasts prowling near the Sky Eye. Their bodies seemed forged from roaring gales, and their power had reached Lord class. Worse, they moved in herds. Spotting one usually meant dozens more nearby. When not feeding, they cloaked themselves in wind currents and vanished from sight, making them notoriously hard to track. How do we split the loot? Lin Yun asked. I only need their wind hearts, 3 of them, Yang Xingshu replied. Everything else is yours. I've checked your credentials, you won't get shortchanged. Deal, Lin Yun agreed, then raised an eyebrow. But why risk so much for those hearts? They're rare, sure, but not exactly versatile. Yang Xingshu gave a wry smile. I have a Peta Gale Warhound that's ready to evolve. Its next form requires 3 wind hearts. Otherwise, I'd steer clear of those monsters. Lin Yun's gaze dropped to the silver-white hound at the man's side. The beast stretched over 3 meters long, sleek muscle rippling beneath fur that shimmered like frosted moonlight. It stood motionless, yet pebbles and blades of grass around its paws swirled in an invisible breeze, the overflow of concentrated wind energy. Insight, Lin Yun murmured silently. Name, Hurricane Warhound. Rank, Lord, 1st tier. Skills, Advanced Hurricane Howl. Intermediate Hunts Moment. Top grade Wind Blade Multi-Strike. Rending, Advanced Hunter's Intuition. Lin Yun studied the panel closely and indeed found a path to evolve the Hurricane Warhound into a Beast King, with the key material being the Heart of Wind. At that moment, he was certain Yang Xingshu had not lied. To be safe, he ordered the white fox to keep sensing the surroundings in case anything unexpected happened. Lin Yun, I have no idea how long we'll be away, Yang Xingshu said earnestly. Before we leave, I need to go home and explain things. No problem, Lin Yun replied, always reasonable. They walked side by side to an imposing residence in the county capital. The lintel was carved from purple sandalwood, while cloud-patterned bronze inlays framed the windows, luxurious without being ostentatious. The moment Yang Xingshu entered, a lively girl with twin ponytails hurried over. She was his daughter, Yang Yanjun. Father, did you find the right teammate? She asked, eyes full of expectation. I did. I'm heading out for a while, so I'm leaving the house in your hands. Guard everything until I return, he said with a smile. Yanjun's face tightened. Her words sped up. Father, is this person reliable? The last one went down after 2 heat and hits from a rhino. If you hadn't risked everything to save him, he'd never have made it back, and you spent months in bed afterward. I don't want you taking that kind of risk again. She knew very well that her father was the county's famous good man. While other hunters abandoned teammates in danger, he always dragged them to safety, earning a sterling reputation along with endless scars and meager rewards. Relax. The beastmaster I found is very strong, Yang Xingxiu said confidently. Who is it? Yanjun's eyes sparkled. Guess. He teased her. She rattled off several names. All wrong, then pouted. Father, give me a hint. He's about your age. My age? Could it be her pupils shrank? At her age, most beastmasters were iron or bronze rank. Only a handful reached gold. Lin Yun, Yang Xingxiu revealed. It really is him. Yanjun clapped in delight. She knew Lin Yun's strength. With him along, the hunt would be far less dangerous. Afterward, Yang Xingxiu went to the storeroom, chose several potions suited to the journey, and neatly packed them into his storage pouch. All set. Time to go. Father, I'm coming too. No. Your pet is only ordinary tier 8. You'd just be courting danger. He refused outright. She pleaded, her voice nearly breaking. Soft-hearted, he eventually agreed. Outside, he informed Lin Yun that his daughter would be joining them. Lin Yun's face remained calm. If anything happens to her, I won't intervene. I understand. Hunter's rules, Yang Xingxiu nodded. Then let's move. You lead the way, Lin Yun said. Right. Yang Xingxiu set off in front. They reached the Tianhe River, climbed the stone steps, and watched the water hang upside down in midair, mist rising all around. Stepping onto the river's surface, they boarded a small mage-steel boat. The hull was heavy and jet black, etched with wind runes to deflect slicing gusts. After paying the fare, they sailed off into the sky under the boatman's skillful hand. Whirlwinds churned through the celestial river. Gales slammed against the gunwale. The deck shuddered, and the ironwood hull screeched in protest. Lin Yun sat cross-legged at the bow, backpack slung over his shoulders. After watching the air currents for a moment, he patted the pack. Stop napping. Get down there and train. The bone blade inside, its surface a dull charcoal, stayed motionless. Lin Yun slapped the bag a few more times. At last the weapon unfurled short wings like a drowsy bird and wobbled toward the river. Shaking his head, Lin Yun turned to the small white fox still snoring nearby. He tapped its nose. Up. The fox's eyes flew open. The instant food was mentioned, they sparkled, and its fluffy tail whipped back and forth. Lin Yun handed it a few stalks of medicinal herbs. The fox gulped them down, still staring at him hungrily. He flicked its forehead. Greedy thing. Even as he scolded, he pulled out several more bundles of herbs and shoved them into its paws. The moment the herbs hit its stomach, the white fox split into multiple copies. The clones leapt overboard to clash in the river, while the original tried to curl into a fur ball again. Lin Yun wrapped its head. Lazy fox, pretend to sleep again and he'll be angry. The fox dove into his arms, begging for mercy. Lin Yun kept a straight face. Cuddling won't help. Go train him back, and he'll give you a feast. At the word feast, the fox perked up, blinked out of sight, and plunged into the celestial river to battle the beasts below. Watching his pets vanish amid the razor wind, Lin Yun wiped the sweat from his brow. Only Titan behaves, he muttered. Then he vaulted over the rail himself, meeting the slicing gusts heating. The wind blades here were just right for tempering lord-rank beasts. He had no reason to skip the chance. A short while later, Lin Yun climbed back onto the deck and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Amid the hum of the anchor chains, Yang Yanjun approached on light footsteps. Lin Yun, what is it? He asked without opening his eyes. How old are you? She asked, settling beside him. 18. 18. You're a year younger than me, and already a gold rank beastmaster? I heard you're from How US City. Will you tell me about your past? Curiosity shone in her eyes. Lin Yun said nothing. Undeterred, Yang Yanjun pressed on. Then what were you doing in Shadow Gorge last time? Why did even the Archangel show up? None of your business, Lin Yun answered coolly. Don't be so cold. You're stuck on this ship with nothing to do. Talk to me. She chirped like a sparrow, questions spilling out non-stop. Now and then Lin Yun gave a curt reply, but most of the time he kept his eyes shut. Minutes turned into more than an hour, and his patience was clearly wearing thin. Just then, Yang Xingxiu strode over and grabbed his daughter. Yang Yanjun, come here. Unable to break free, she was dragged to the other side of the deck. What on earth are you up to? Yang Xingxiu asked, brow furrowed. Dad, why are you so fierce? I just wanted to chat with Lin Yun, she muttered, pouting. Yang Xingxiu knew his daughter's temperament. She normally had no interest in boys her age, so today's enthusiasm could not be accidental. After a moment's thought he asked bluntly, do you like Lin Yun? Is that why you're talking to him? Yes. Yang Yanjun nodded. Nonsense. Yang Xingxiu rebuked in a low voice. He's handsome and powerful, why wouldn't I be interested? And plenty of young lords have already tried to propose to me. Yang Yanjun shot back. It's still nonsense. Yang Xingqiu drew a long breath and softened his tone. He may be your age, but he lives in another world. His sights are set far beyond Xinguang County. He won't stay here. You are just a somewhat talented beastmaster in this little place. When he's roaming the world, you'll be stuck here with nothing but memories, growing old alone. Can you bear that? Besides, he's shown no patience for you. If you cling to him, we'll only invite trouble. Aren't you a gold rank beastmaster yourself? Is he really that terrifying? She muttered. The Archangel of the Blade of the Empire praises him. The prefect gives him special treatment. Every instructor in the Beastmaster Alliance greets him first. Yang Xingqiu gave a wry smile. Everyone in Xinguang County knows his name. Ranks are temporary. He'll reach platinum soon. How could I ever compare? My life is my own. He'll do what I want. The girl huffed. Keep this up, and he'll drag you home right now. I can find another team for the Rhino mission. Yang Xingxia's voice turned cold. This time, Yang Yanjun had to yield, promising not to bother Lin Yun. She had only just gotten out and did not want to be taken back. Relieved, Yang Xingqiu brought several rare herbs as an apology. Lin Yun merely chose a few and let the matter drop. Before sunset on the Tianhe River, waves slapped against the wooden boat. A silver hound suddenly hauled itself onto the deck, panting like a bellows, deep gashes scoring its flank. Yang Xingqiu hurriedly uncorked a healing potion. The sweet medicinal scent mingled with blood at the bow as the wounds slowly knitted. Lin Yun, it's been an hour. Shouldn't you let your contract beast come up and rest? He reminded. No need. Sensing through the beast's seal, Lin Yun shook his head. Another hour passed. The silver hound returned with even more wounds. Yang Xingqiu winced and dosed it again, yet Lin Yun's own beast still did not appear. Call it back, will you? That foolish fox is happily hunting. Leave it. Lin Yun's voice remained calm. Dusk settled. The hound now came back more frequently, its snowy fur matted dark red. Yang Yanjun knelt and wrapped its injuries with care. Suddenly the boatman shouted, Air shark. Recall your beasts. The river churned as a massive dark blue shadow glided beneath the waves. Every beastmaster hurried to recall their partners. No one dared face the apex predator. Yang Yanjun was about to warn Lin Yun when a white blur burst through the water toward the shark. Boom. A snow-white fox, wreathed in razor winds, sliced clean through the shark's pectoral fin in a single blow. Blood fanned out in the gale, staining the river red. The air shark never even had time to struggle before sinking to the bottom. A white fox. One strike. Yang Yanjun stared in shock. Her father's warning echoed in her mind. All resentment vanished. She now felt only the unbridgeable gulf between herself and Lin Yun. If she tried to chase him, she would only humiliate herself, and if she angered him, the trouble might be far worse. Its claws were razor sharp. With a single swipe, they sliced through the giant shark's wind-hardened armor and drove straight into its organs. Blood vessels burst in a wet pop, and the shark's wind energy spun out of control, splintering into tiny cyclones that ravaged both predator and host. An instant later, space shuddered. A crushing spatial force swept in, swallowing every vortex. The shark's heart seized, and it died where it floated. The stench of blood raced along the celestial current, luring more air sharks. Eyes glowing crimson, they breached in frenzy, closing on the white fox from every side. The fox moved like mist. One forepaw met an incoming vortex. The blast of its detonation flung the fox into a tight spin that slipped it past a five-shark trap. A blink later, it reappeared beside another colossus. Panic flashed in the newcomer's eyes. It opened its jaws and spewed a violent hurricane, a torrent of wind blades that could flay a lord-tier beast. The fox didn't even flinch. A phantom claw materialized, smashed into the storm, and shredded it at once. Before the debris settled, the real claw ripped across the shark's belly. Scale plates blew off like shrapnel, blood fountained, and the shark's heart was torn apart before it could bite back. The four remaining giants rallied, weaving their strength into a massive vortex overhead. Nearby skiffs spun away, terrified of being dragged in. The maelstrom churned with wind blades that could peel iron hulls, but the fox flickered through the air, letting hundreds thousand soft blades miss by inches. Spinning mid-leap, it laced its claws through flesh and bone. All four sharks were gutted before they even realized the danger. Blood rained down, dyeing the celestial river crimson. The fox tried a curious bite, only to find the meat as tough as stone and almost fat-free. With a disappointed shake of its head, it padded back to Lin Yun's skiff, tail flicking in annoyance. After all that effort, the sharks weren't even good eating. All right, don't sulk, Lin Yun coaxed. Boneblade will cook you something special when it gets back. With the giants dead, the vortex unraveled, and the scattered boats drifted back into place. Hunters on deck stared at the white fox, stunned. In their trade, air sharks were nightmares. Yet the fox had sliced through an entire school as casually as carving tofu, never once pressed. Its power was unsettling. Yu, haul those sharks aboard, Yang Xingqiu ordered once he regained his voice. Woof. The silver hound bounded into the celestial current, rode the wind, and dragged every carcass onto the skiff. These sharks are as hard as rock, probably inedible. What exactly are you planning to do with them? Lin Yun's curiosity was piqued. It's edible, but it needs a little special treatment first, Yang Xinxiu replied while rolling up his sleeves. The moment Lin Yun heard it was edible, his interest soared. He hurried to the stern controls, the white fox padding after him. Soon after, Titan lumbered back onto the deck with Bone Blade on his back. A few pale blue herbs, rare Tianhe plants, were wedged between Titan's massive horns. Let a grizzled hunter of the Tianhe show you how it's done, Yang Xinxiu announced, brandishing a short knife. He slipped the tip into the shark's vent, then opened the belly in one clean stroke. With practiced ease, he picked out several choice cuts and dropped them into a marinade head prepared earlier. Bone Blade hovered nearby, its tiny eyes glued to every motion. The white fox lounged against the rail, tail flicking. Titan shrank into a corner, quietly absorbing the energy crystals Lin Yun had given him. When the prep was finished, Yang Xinxiu handed over a small plate. Here, have a taste. Lin Yun lifted a slice of silver-gray flesh to his mouth. He expected something as tough as stone, yet it was supple and springy, each chew beating out a steady rhythm. Wind-aligned energy burst across his palate, flooding him with a briny richness that tugged at his very soul. Compared with the finest dishes Head tried in high-end restaurants, this felt like an entirely different realm. As he crushed the last fibers, residual energy twisted into a tiny whirlwind that danced over his tongue without the slightest harm. Outstanding, Lin Yun said, genuinely impressed. The white fox bent its head to devour its share, snowy whiskers gleaming with oil. Boneblade tapped Lin Yun's arm, then pointed at the shark carcass. It wants to learn your knife skills. Would you teach it? Lin Yun asked on its behalf. Gladly, Yang Xinxiu said. Boneblade fluttered to his side. While the veteran hunter separated bones and sinew, he explained every angle, force, and sequence in detail. Boneblade memorized instantly. The moment the lecture stopped, it summoned its own blades and began to practice. Silver light flashed, each movement smooth as flowing water. Your technique's cleaner than mine. Did you study under a master chef? Yang Xinxiu exclaimed. Boneblade nodded earnestly. Before long, platter after platter of fragrant shark dishes filled the deck. Lin Yun ate his fill, and the white fox and Titan enjoyed their share of the spoils. The small boat drifted on. Looking over the rail, Lin Yun saw a lush forest pressing against the river. At times, beastmasters fought their creatures along the banks. Some triumphed over exotic beasts, while others were ambushed and devoured along with their pets. Survival of the fittest was writ large here. Night fell, starlight washing over the deck. Lin Yun lay back on his pack. The white fox curled its tail around itself beside him. At midnight, hurried footsteps shattered the calm. Yang Xinxiu burst onto the deck, face ashen. Lin Yun, trouble. Our boat's been swallowed by a lantern anglerfish. Lin Yun sprang to his feet, the white fox bristling. Under the dim lantern glow, they saw the hull was no longer afloat, but wedged against slick, pulsing flesh. Name, lantern anglerfish. Rank, Lord Tier, level 3. Skills, concealment, divine cuts off detection, renders it invisible. Voracious gullet, supreme draws in everything nearby. Lin Yun raised his hand to strike. Wait, if we attack it from inside, the acid it releases when it dies will melt the boat. Yang Xinxiu warned. Is there any way to deal with it? Lin Yun asked. There is. Yang Xinxiu made a quick gesture and lowered his voice. We just need a potion that makes its wind energy go haywire for a moment. The problem is we're short on herbs, might have to scavenge from other boats. While he spoke, the seasoned beast master rummaged through his herb pouch, brow furrowed. What ingredients? Lin Yun pressed. Inyang venom bone, suncutter fruit. Yang Xinxiu rattled off the list. Lin Yun glanced at the white fox crouched on the prow. How many boats are nearby? The fox shook its head and flicked its tail, unsure. Keep looking, Yang Xinxiu muttered, staring at the churning heavenly river. A lantern angler always drags in a flock of ships. We're not the only ones in here. No need for that. Lin Yun waved him off and pulled out a storage pouch. I've got plenty of those herbs. Start mixing. To Lin Yun, the toxic plants were usually dead weight, far too lethal for everyday use. Now he dumped a heap of them onto the deck as casually as tossing pebbles. Is that enough? More than enough. He'll begin at once. Yang Xingxius' eyes lit up as he gathered the herbs. Silently thankful, Head joined forces with Lin Yun. Anyone else would have spent ages hunting for ingredients, and by then the anglerfish might have finished digesting their boat. Moments later, a vial of dark green liquid was ready. Yang Xingxiu uncorked it and poured it into the raging river. The instant it touched the water, the air writhed like torn cloth, and a howling black rift opened. The boatman braced himself and drove the skiff straight for the gap. In the next heartbeat, the hull punched through the lantern angler's flesh and burst back into the open current. As they cleared the beast, Lin Yun glimpsed the enormous anglerfish thrashing in frenzy. Green fumes seeped from its gills. Its gaping maw formed a silent scream. Predators lurking nearby swarmed in, tearing at the flailing bulk. Within moments, the grotesque body was shredded, leaving not even a scrap of bone. The skiff slipped into calmer water. By the following afternoon, they reached the eye of heaven, a whirlpool that filled most of the horizon. Massive downdrafts sucked every stray object toward its shadowed center. To avoid being dragged in, the boatman kept well back. At last, Lin Yun said with a smile, "Lucky the eye hasn't shifted." Yang Xingxia's face, however, was dark. "Lin Yun, the Windraiser rhinos are gone. We may have come for nothing." Yang Yanjun crouched by the gunwale, dipped a finger in the water, and watched a thin ribbon of red drift past. "Someone must have arrived first and hunted them out," she said quietly. "Father's evolution materials will have to wait," she sighed. Lin Yun didn't mind. The eye was his real goal, the rhinos merely a bonus. Still, he hid any hint of satisfaction, not wanting to seem insensitive. A low growl came from the white fox. Its snowy ears twitched. "Qingyao, what is it?" Lin Yun asked. The fox nodded and pointed toward the rim of the whirlpool. Guided by the signal, they eased the skiff closer. In the shadowed current, a green shape, Flickerito Windraiser rhino, floating silently. Its body glowed emerald, its legs were four spinning vortices, and its razor-edged horn gleamed like cold steel. It matched the ancient descriptions perfectly. Lin Yun silently invoked insight, trying to identify the creature, yet no information appeared before his eyes. "No, that isn't a windblade rhinoceros." The seasoned Yang Xingxiu frowned, sensing something was wrong at once. "Then what is it?" Lin Yun pressed, puzzled. "Bait," Yang Xingxiu said, pointing at the shimmering heavenly river. "The real hunter is the stream squid beneath the surface. It can read the thoughts of anything that comes close and project the most enticing lure. One more step, and we'll be in its jaws." Lin Yun lowered his gaze to the water and called on insight again. Pale blue characters flared into view. Name, Stream Squid. Tier, Lord Rank V. Skills, Psychic Sense Advanced, Tentacle Strike Supreme, Barbed Hemorrhage, Maelstrom Supreme, Mastered, Chromatic Camouflage Advanced. As they spoke, a large vessel with a black hull and gold trim glided toward them. On deck, more than a dozen beast tamers stood in two neat rows, their boots planted on the mutilated corpses of windblade rhinoceroses. Thick blood gleamed dark red in the sun. "Father, look. They must have hunted those rhinos in advance," Yang Yanjun whispered, pointing at the deck. Yang Xingxia's eyes narrowed, locking onto the man at the center. "What is he doing here?" Lin Yun followed his gaze. "You know him?" "Pan Lin," Yang Xingxiu murmured. "A gold-rank beast tamer who prowls the heavenly river year-round. Rumor says he targets small boats, kills the crew, and steals their valuables. The county guards have never found proof." The ship drew alongside the bank. Ropes flew, and with a heavy thud the gangplank dropped. Pan Lin strolled down from the bow, a careless smile on his lips. Lin Yun glanced at the beasts behind him, every one a Lord Rank 2. Creatures he could wipe out with a flick of his hand. "Yang Xingxiu, what a coincidence." Pan Lin spread his arms. "Relax. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What do you want?" Yang Xingxiu asked quietly. "I heard you're looking for windblade rhino hearts. I've got plenty." With a wave of his hand, 5 still warm hearts were carried over. "Take a look. If they suit you, we can deal." The hearts were vital to Yang Xingxiu, and his eyes lit up. Hunting them himself could take ages. Buying them here would save time and effort. "Father, why not just buy them?" Yang Yanjun urged softly. "How much apiece?" 100 million, Pan Lin replied, all innocence. 100 million? The market price is 30. Pan Lin, that's robbery. Yang Xingxiu nearly choked. 200 million. Pan Lin raised 2 fingers lazily. "No, I'd rather search for months than let you fleece me." "Really? Really?" Yang Yanjun snapped the wooden box shut and shoved the hearts back. "My father said no. Take them." "Fine. Remember, you won't get another chance once I'm gone." Pan Lin turned casually, took 2 steps, then stopped dead. The air turned frigid. "Yang Xingxiu," he called back, his voice edged with frost. "You damaged my merchandise. Pay up." At his words, every beast tamer on deck drew their weapons in unison. Their beasts roared one after another, murderous intent rippling across the river. The atmosphere froze solid. A fight was about to erupt. "That's nonsense. We only looked at the heart. There's no way we damaged it." Yang Yanjun protested. "Nonsense. Both hearts you touched are ruined, while every other one is perfectly fine. If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Pan Lin hurled the mangled beast hard onto the deck, his voice crackling with anger. "Own up to it, you did this." A silver hound stood at Yang Xingxia's side, ears flattened, hind legs tense, ready to pounce. Yang Xingxiu growled, "Pan Lin, don't push it." "Oh, can't argue your way out. So you're ready to fight?" Pan Lin's voice rose. The beast masters on the big ship joined in, shouting, "Give us an explanation. Bullying us, are you? You think we're afraid of you?" Facing the hostile crowd, Yang Xingxiu swallowed his anger and backed down. "Fine. We'll pay." Pan Lin held up 2 fingers, then added a third. 800 million taels. 800 million? You said 200 million per heart. Yang Yanjun snapped. "Whatever price I name is the price," Pan Lin sneered. Unwilling to let things spiral further, Yang Xingxiu slapped a thick stack of silver notes into Pan Lin's hand. Though it felt like stabbing his own heart, it was every bit of wealth he had saved over the years. Had he known, he would never have struck this deal. Lin Yun might be aboard, but the trouble was his. By the rules, he had to settle it himself. Pan Lin thumbed through the notes, a quick grin flashing across his face. That's better. Those 2 Windblade Rhino hearts are yours now. Yang Yanjun tossed the 2 dull organs onto the deck. Their inner meridians were destroyed, the wind element energy long dissipated. They were little more than lumps of meat. Her knuckles whitened with fury, but she held her tongue. Just then, someone on the big ship pointed toward the edge of the celestial river vortex. Boss Pan, there's another Windblade Rhino over there, should we grab it too? That isn't a Windblade Rhino. Yang Xingxiu shouted. Not a Windblade Rhino. At least come up with a decent lie, Pan Lin sneered. If it's not a Windblade Rhino, what is it? Trying to block our profits? Malicious, that one, another Beastmaster mocked. Seeing they wouldn't listen, Yang Xingxiu fell silent. Pan Lin returned to the bridge and barked. Stations, everyone. We're hunting that Windblade Rhino. Boom. Engines roared as the ship eased toward the vortex's rim. Deck guns thundered, shells splashing around the target and weaving a web of fire. Bolts of spirit energy purple, blue, and scarlet arched from the hull and rained down around the Rhino. Startled and bleeding, the Windblade Rhino charged wildly, its massive forelegs churning the water into sprays, yet the relentless bombardment tore fresh gashes in its hide. Yang Xingxiu claimed it wasn't a Windblade Rhino. Does he think we're toddlers? Pan Lin watched the tiring beast with a satisfied grin. Take it alive. I want this one. The ship drew closer. Iron chains whipped out, and several water-type companion beasts plunged into the river, circling the wounded Rhino. At that moment, the vortex began to stir. The vortex ballooned several times in size, swallowing the ship that had been skirting its rim. Full power. Don't let it drag us into the center. Pan Lin shouted, his voice raw. Sailors and beast tamers sprinted across the deck, firing up the psionic engines as metal gears clacked in protest. The ironclad crawled outward, a white-hot plume flaring from its stern. Only after clawing free of the outer swirl did Pan Lin wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Without that extra thrust, they would already be in the eye, shredded by the Windblade maelstrom. Even a beast kinggrade companion couldn't survive that. Boom. From the depths of the Tianhe came an earth-shaking roar, and a black-purple tentacle as thick as a water barrel burst through the waves. Several beasts near the supposed Windblade rhinoceros were caught off guard. The tentacles smashed them to pieces, then coiled around the remains and yanked them below. Moments later, a cloud of blood spread through the raging current. Its prey had been devoured. Get us out of this cursed place. That thing is no rhinoceros. Pan Lin's scalp prickled as he spun the wheel. Too late. A second, a third. Scores of tentacles lashed onto the hull like venomous snakes, ripping through armor, sending shards flying, and strangling the ship's speed. Help somebody. Pan Lin screamed. Pay me, and I might consider it. Lin Yun replied coolly from a nearby skiff. Fine money it is. Pan Lin clutched at the last straw. How much? 1 billion. While they spoke, a massive tentacle punched through the deck, splintering wood. Beast tamers summoned their companions to clash at close quarters, blood and scales mingling in the spray. You get 2 more tries. Name the wrong price and you're out of chances. My patience is limited, Lin Yun said calmly. 20 billion. That's more than generous. Pan Lin blurted, as cracks spiderwebbed through the hull and the mainmast swayed, ready to collapse. Once they plunged into the Tianhe, their fate would rest in the claws of the river kraken. Not convincing, Lin Yun answered with a shake of his head. 20 billion is enormous. Don't be greedy, that's more than most people earn in a lifetime. Pan Lin cried, half furious, half desperate. 20 billion is a lot, but it can't buy your life, Lin Yun said, voice still mild. Then how much do you want? The smell of death finally broke Pan Lin's resolve. Everything you've got. Robbery. My entire fortune? Pan Lin's eyes bulged. Then, suddenly, he sneered. Fine, let's die together. He yanked the wheel, steering the crippled ship straight at Lin Yun's skiff, tentacles in tow. Lin Yun had been beyond the Kraken's notice, but Pan Lin's suicide charge exposed him. Countless tendrils erupted from the Tianhe, smashing down toward the tiny boat. Die with me. See if you still act so high and mighty. Pan Lin cackled, hysteria in his voice. Longsword, Lin Yun whispered. A Titan-grade companion dissolved into deep blue starlight, wrapping around him as a suit of astral armor. His aura surged. It's only a Lord-tier Kraken. You're getting cocky over nothing. He gripped his sword and swept it sideways. A blazing arc stellar slash severed every tentacle nearby. Before the falling chunks could hit the river, Lin Yun was already striding through the air, racing straight for the river Kraken. Countless cyclones converged into a single wall of wind that slammed toward Lin Yun. He lifted his sword, a cold gleam split the starry sky, and the razor-sharp blade sheared the onrushing vortex in an instant. The turbulent celestial river was forced apart, exposing the skycurrent squid's true form. Its mountain-like bulk blotted out the heavens, and a single eye the size of a small boat glistened, reflecting the river's shifting lights. Lin Yun, don't be reckless, get back here. Yang Xingxiu shouted from the bow. He had survived this river of stellar gales for years and knew that crossing blades with a skycurrent squid meant certain death. The moment the monster emerged, Yang Yanjun felt her heart seize. The creature's sheer mass pressed the breath from her lungs, leaving her limbs weak. Without her father's support, she would have collapsed to the deck. On the other side of the ship, Pan Lin could barely hide his delight, quietly plotting his escape. By luring the squid toward Lin Yun's small craft, he was certain the youth would be doomed. Within the howling gale, countless thick tentacles tore through the star mist, stretching from every direction to seal off Lin Yun's retreat. Not good, Yang Yanjun gasped. Yet the young man standing in the celestial river showed no fear. Whipped by the wind, his long hair streamed behind him like a war god astride the current. His sword flickered again, each stroke turning to a silver ribbon. Whenever a tentacle neared, it was neatly severed in the next heartbeat. In his hand, the blade seemed alive. The two sides closed rapidly. Through the squid's enormous eye, Yang Yanjun caught a startling emotion terror. Yes, the river's overlord was afraid of dying. Her own heart thundered in her chest. The skycurrent squid bellowed, weaving more tentacles into overlapping walls like living shields, but they crumbled before that single sword. Cold light flashed steel pierced the river, sliced through flesh tougher than star-forged iron, and drove straight into the squid's heart. With a wet crack, a torrent of blood red, black, and green sprayed into the storm, dyeing the starry river. The squid collapsed with a thunderous crash killed in one strike. Everyone on deck stood frozen. Time itself seemed to halt. At last, Yang Yanjun whispered, "So this is his strength?" One sword, her voice was barely audible, yet charged with awe. Yang Xingqiu clasped his fists in respect, eyes filled with admiration. Pan Lin's lips drained of color. He could not speak, drowning in regret for sicking the monster on Lin Yun, and even more for not leaping overboard while he had the chance. Starlight gathered beneath his feet as Lin Yun strode across the waves and landed on the main deck in a few breaths. Pan Lin dropped to his knees, forehead to the planks. "Forgive me, The chill of steel cut him short. With a flick, Lin Yun's sword erased every excuse. He shook his head, voice flat. "Spare me your useless words." Boneblade and Qingya struck together. Screams flared and died. Every foe was silenced. "Qingya, send your avatar down and collect the spoils," Lin Yun ordered. The white fox nodded. A temporal vortex blossomed open, and one lithe white fox after another leapt out of the warped curtain of light, sharp teeth gripping bulging storage pouches as they darted across the deck. In moments the pouches were stacked neatly at Lin Yun's feet. With a flick of his wrist he stowed them in his dimensional gear, the motion brisk and precise. Yang Xingqiu hesitated nearby, then lowered his voice and finally mustered the courage. "Lin Yun, could you sell me a few Windblade Rhino hearts? My beast can't evolve without them." "No problem," Lin Yun agreed with a nod. Yang Xingqiu bought several hearts at the current market price. The hefty bundle in his arms made him grin ear to ear, his hands trembling with excitement. Just then the boatman hurried over, face grave. "That hit from the river current squid cracked the hull. The skiff won't hold. We have to return to Xinguang Prefecture for repairs." "I'm not going back yet," Lin Yun replied, staring at the rolling waves. "I still want to train in the Celestial River. Without a boat you won't last long out here. If you go under, the wind blades below will shred you," Yang Xingqiu warned. "A boat? There's a perfectly good one right there." Lin Yun pointed to the huge vessel the squid had torn but not yet severed. "The timber's still solid. A quick patch-up and ITLL sail. They'll keep training with my beasts." Seeing his mind was set, Yang Xingqiu sighed and offered a final reminder. "All right, just be careful not to get swept into the main current. They'll take Xiaolu back to Xinguang. If anything happens, come find me." Lin Yun clasped his hands in farewell. The skiff's paddles splashed and soon disappeared into the distance. The great ship's deck was riddled with cracks. Lin Yun produced spare planks, spirit glue, and thick iron nails, reinforcing the torn edges. He wrapped the friliest mast in beast hide, sure it would hold until nightfall. Then he perched on the gunwale and waited quietly for the moon to rise. During the wait, his 3 contract beasts kept busy. The white fox shuttled through the shallows, using the current to practice blink steps. The Titan croc folded into shield form, slamming itself against the cliff face to harden its carapace. The little bone dragon whipped its bone wings through the air, weaving a dense web of blades. Meanwhile Lin Yun unrolled an ancient tome and studied silently in the dusk. Their efforts paid off handsomely. The white fox advanced to Lord rank 7. The Titan croc reached Lord rank 5. The little bone dragon vaulted to Warlord rank 6, the biggest leap of all. After he ground Sweet Dream to God tier, Lin Yun fed the beast an enlightenment fruit. Luck was on his side. Sweet Dream rose to Dao tier. At the same time Boneblade formation ascended to God tier and gained a new trait, Heaven Net, allowing hundreds of bone blades to weave a colossal snare that tightens and kills on impact. Current bone dragon data. Name, Little Bone Dragon. Rank, Warlord 6. Skills, Sweet Dream Dao tier. Homing, intoxication. Boneblade formation God tier. Razor sharp, doubled count, Heaven Net. Substitute top tier, multiple bodies, indistinguishable. Dragon Breath high tier. Cooking Flame mid tier. Vicious Curse high tier. Evil Puppet, marionette. Night fell, and a massive moon hung in the sky. Silver light flooded the celestial river, an exotic beast surfaced to absorb the moon's essence. Lin Yun drew the horn gifted by the unicorn, and, recalling the finger positions, blew with all his strength. Woo, the deep note rolled across the water, churning up waves. Wind element energy converged into a vortex that swelled into a towering gate. Wind marks scudded across its surface like countless whirling blades. Let's go. We're heading in, Lin Yun said, patting the Titan's broad head. The Titan folded into shield form, carrying Lin Yun and the other two beasts as they entered the gate of the celestial river. A thin mist still clung to the river at daybreak, veiling the water in soft haze. Yang Yanjun suddenly lifted a hand and pointed at a silver-white pillar of light that pierced the sky, her voice brimming with excitement. Father, look how beautiful. That's the gate of the Milky Way. Yang Xingxiu followed her gesture, a flicker of complicated emotion passing through his eyes. I didn't expect another beastmaster to open it. Several have managed the same feat recently. Who else went in? Yanjun asked, curiosity alight. Lu Chu, Qin, he paused, recalling the names. Yanjun's eyes shone brighter. Father, why don't you try? You're a gold rank beastmaster. You might get the chance to enter. It's the perfect place to hone your skills, and your beasts would grow far stronger if you make it back. Yang Xingxiu shook his head, calm but firm. The gate is both opportunity and peril. For someone of my strength, entering would be suicide. I know my limits. Is it really that dangerous? She murmured, brow furrowing. Yes, he replied, each word deliberate. Inside live countless hurricane spirits and stone spirits that despise intruders. Without sufficient power, you can't take a single step. How terrifying. Color drained from her face. Remember, the greatest trait of a beastmaster is self-awareness. His gaze softened yet remained resolute. If fortune isn't yours, leave it be, no matter how tempting. Chase it, and you'll only court death. His daughter lowered her head and nodded. Since venturing out for training, she was no longer so rebellious. Words that once sounded like nagging now commanded her full attention. Watching her, Yang Xingxiu felt a trace of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and his three beasts had already crossed the gate of the Milky Way. A boundless sea of clouds stretched before them. Testing the surface, Lin Yun found it as solid as earth. Above, a flawless blue sky arched overhead, golden sunlight slanting through the clouds in painterly streaks. Suddenly the mist ahead rolled, and three gray-white humanoid figures burst forth. They had no flesh, their limbs forged from whirling gale force. Insight, Lin Yun commanded silently. Name, Hurricane Spirit. Rank, Warrior, Tier 4. Skills, Hurricane Strike Advanced, Gale State Intermediate, Swiftness Supreme. Boneblade, they're yours, he said evenly. The spirits shrieked, hostility flaring. Boneblade lunged like a bolt of lightning, jaws spewing searing dragon fire. The flames tore through the creatures. They scattered into wisps of wind energy, their golden cores dropping onto the clouds. White Fox twitched an ear, flashed forward, and carried a core back to Lin Yun, laying it at his feet in offering. A wind crystal core, he identified it instantly, a pure element that could swiftly bolster a beast's strength. Go ahead, Lin Yun said, stroking her silky fur. White Fox snapped the crystal apart and swallowed it, clearly savoring the taste. Boneblade followed suit, and Titan scooped up the remaining shards, their stable energy easily absorbed. The battle's aftershocks stirred fierce air currents, drawing a dense wave of hurricane spirits from the depths of the cloud sea. They charged forward, howling. Boneblade stood his ground, and hundreds of razor-edged blades materialized around him. The blades streaked outward, sealing every crucial node within the enemy ranks. In the next heartbeat they whirled as one, a maelstrom of steel crashing into the spirits like an unleashed tempest. Before long, Boneblade wiped out a swarm of hurricane spirits, leaving heaps of crystal cores behind. The White Fox saw that every core had already been claimed and flicked its tail in frustration. It had planned to put on a show, only for Boneblade to clear the field in one go. Sulking, it blinked out of the deeper cloud layers to look for fresh prey, with Titan following right on its heels. Watching his eager beasts, Lin Yun merely called after them, don't stray too far. If you run into trouble, come straight back. 3 days flashed by. During that time, Boneblade advanced from warrior rank 6 to 7, and several abilities evolved simultaneously. 1. Substitute rose from master to divine tier. 2. Dragon breath rose from advanced to divine tier. 3. New attributes unlocked, agonizing burn and extreme heat. Once agonizing burn lands, the target's flesh is scorched while its mind is rattled, sharply reducing both the power and accuracy of its skills. Boneblade status sheet. Name, Lesser Bone Dragon. Rank, Warrior Tier 7. Abilities, Sweet Dreams Dao Tier Homing, Enrapture. Boneblade Barrage Divine Tier Razor Sharp, Double Count, Inescapable Net. Substitute Divine Tier Multiple Copies, indistinguishable from the original. Dragon breath, divine tear, agonizing burn, extreme heat. Cooking flame, intermediate. Vicious curse, advanced, little evil doll. Marionette strings, intermediate. Meanwhile, Titan refined its stellar pulse to divine tier. Yet both it and Kinjiath White Fox's true body remained stuck at their current ranks. To break through, they would clearly need stronger opponents. Hurricane Spirits were only warrior class, and their cores were little more than snacks for these two. While Lin Yun was pondering their next move, a White Fox clone bounded up to Qingya and growled a report. Qingya nodded once and blinked over to Lin Yun. "What did you find?" he asked. The fox nodded again. "Lead the way." The clone led them to a nearby cloud mountain. Halfway up its slope stood a tall, silver-white tree swaying in the wind. Its branches hung with fruit shaped like tiny bells. Windchime tree. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. The fruit inside carried wind element energy several times denser than a hurricane spirit's core, offering a tremendous boost to any beast. Windchime trees were extremely rare. Without the White Fox's senses, they would never have located one so quickly. Before they could reach the tree, the surrounding clouds surged. One massive cloud ridge giant after another burst from the ground, 50 in all. Cloud Ridge Giant status sheet. Name, Cloud Ridge Giant. Rank, Lord Tier 2. Abilities, Skin of Clouds Master. Harden Advanced. Charge Advanced. Ridge Smash Master, Expert. The sheer number looked daunting, but the giants were slow and their skills mediocre. Lin Yun's squad could handle them with ease. The horde spotted the intruders, roared in unison, shattered the cloud floor with their steps, and charged. "Attack," Lin Yun ordered. The White Fox vanished and reappeared in the middle of the giants, its claws slicing through cloud and mist. Titan and Boneblade joined in as well, pouring on covering fire from a distance. Qingya charged in. The Yunling giant roared so loud the forest shook, raised its white club, and brought it crashing down on the White Fox. To the fox, the strike moved as if trapped in molasses. It flickered and vanished. The club slammed into empty air with a boom. In the next heartbeat, the fox was pressed against the giant's chest. Snow-white claws sliced through the air, and with a brittle shatter of space itself, they ripped open the hardened hide. The claws drove deep, the Yunling giant's heart detonated, and a geyser of crimson blood erupted. Two nearby Yunling giants lunged forward, howling and swinging their clubs. Overhead, a string of cannon-like blasts split the sky. Starlight converged into searing beams that punched bullseye-sized holes through each giant's chest. Both colossi toppled. Elsewhere, Boneblade murmured a venomous litany, stacking curse upon curse. More giants slowed, staggered, and wailed. The fight continued, yet it had already become a one-sided slaughter, giant after giant fell. Moments later, more than 50 Yunling giants lay dead. A light breeze rustled the windchime trees, setting their bells tinkling beneath the swaying leaves. The trees still stood tall. Their guardians were now lifeless husks. Lin Yun sprang into the canopy and swiftly stripped the branches of fruit. On the ground, Boneblade built a fire, rubbed its chin in thought, and got busy. The wood snapped and crackled, and before long the clearing was filled with the rich scent of medicinal stew. The first spoonful sent warmth flooding through Lin Yun's veins, power surging inside him. The White Fox narrowed its eyes and gave a low growl, battle lust rising. Lin Yun knew it would need another hard fight to absorb the brew completely. As for Titan, he tossed the brood a few extra crystal cores to make up for its spent energy. A rugged man with a long scar across his left cheek stepped through the underbrush, eyes fixed on Boneblade. "Your pet can cook medicinal meals?" Lin Yun shot the White Fox a warning glance. Its tail lifted, ready to strike. The scarred man raised his hands quickly. "Name's Lu Chu, gold-ranked beast tamer from Xinguang County." "Easy, I'm not here to pick a fight." Lin Yun knew the name. In Xinguang County, Lu Chu ranked just below Baha and had a decent reputation, exactly as the rumors said. Beside him stood a willow over 10 meters tall. Its golden trunk glimmered like metal, pale green fronds cascading like a waterfall. Halfway up, two pitch-black hollows looked like silent eyes. Name, Golden Weeping Willow. Tier, Lord, level 8. Skills, Vigorous Growth Divine. Rapid Regeneration, Empower, Epic Aria Divine. Willow Lash Dao. Agony, Torment, Healing Touch Supreme. Lu Chu didn't beat around the bush. "I want your pet to make me a medicinal meal. He'll supply the ingredients and pay you." Lin Yun weighed the offer. It would cost Boneblade only time and polish its fire control, a good bargain. "All right, what's your price?" Lu Chu's face brightened. "One meal, 10,000 taels. Deal?" "Deal. Hand over the ingredients," Lin Yun said. Lu Chu rummaged through his storage pouch, pulled out a heap of medicinal herbs, and laid them one by one on the churning cloud beneath his feet. The herbal fragrance diffused quickly through the damp mist, and he made his request. "The dishes don't have to be perfect, but they must keep well." Boneblade nodded, thought for a moment, and went to work. All night long, flames danced between its dragon-shaped claws while the scents of slicing, roasting, steaming, and simmering took turns in the air. At first light, more than 500 long-lasting medicinal meals were stacked neatly on the clouds, their herbal aroma mingling with spiritual energy. Grateful, Lu Chu offered a stack of silver notes with both hands. Thank you. A fair exchange, nothing more. Lin Yun accepted the notes, his voice calm. The marathon cooking session left Boneblade exhausted. It poked Lin Yun's backpack with a tiny dragon claw, and Lin Yun unzipped it. Boneblade slipped inside, and soon began to snore softly. The Hard Knight had upgraded its cooking flame to the advanced level and granted it a new trait, Gourmet Feast, boosting both taste and potency by 30%. Lin Yun chuckled and closed the pack. Get some rest, Boneblade. A nearby willow extended a slim branch and tapped Lu Chu on the shoulder, making his expression change. What's wrong? Lin Yun asked. Hurricane warhawks are coming. We'd better lie low, Lu Chu whispered. Wind spirits like them despise outsiders. If they spot us, we'll have to fight. Lin Yun took no chances. He led his beasts into the shadow of a cloud-shrouded peak just as vast shapes swept overhead. Gigantic hurricane warhawks glided across the sky, 15-meter wings spread wide. Roughly 100 of them blotted out the sun. Hurricane Warhawk, Lord Tier 8. Skills: Hurricane Bombardment, Divine Grade Saturation Fire. Wings of Ascent Top Tier, Warhawk Charge Top Tier. Lu Chu instinctively shrank back. Stay quiet. Once they pass, we'll be safe. But Lin Yun's eyes gleamed. Qingya had recently swallowed a large dose of Windbell fruit, and the medicine was still taking effect. These wind-aligned giants were perfect sparring partners. Sensing his intent, Lu Chu warned, Lin Yun, don't be reckless. My willow is Lord Tier 8, but it's only a support pet. My main fighter isn't here. Relax. I trust my own beasts, Lin Yun interrupted. Seeing his warning ignored, Lu Chu fell silent. Lin Yun gave a quiet order. Qingya, go. A snowy blur burst through the clouds. The white fox. The patrolling warhawks shrieked and dove in crescent arcs, talons blazing with white light. A heartbeat later, hurricane bombs rained down like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions tore the cloud field to shreds. This carpet bombardment was the warhawk's most frightening weapon. Even Lu Chu's sturdy willow would last only minutes before being blasted to ash. He shook his head and sighed. The fox might be agile, but nothing could survive such shelling. Then the impossible happened. Using blink, the fox flickered through space again and again, each shift slipping neatly between the blasts. The sky was thick with bombs, yet not one touched it. That agility and skill mastery were far beyond Lu Chu's expectations. He froze, realizing he had underestimated Lin Yun. As one of St. Light County's top gold-rank beastmasters, he assumed few could match him besides Baha. Yet this fox's movement already rivaled his main battle pet. Who is he? Why have I never heard his name? Could he be a powerhouse from another region? Questions churned in Lu Chu's mind. He forced down his shock and kept watching, eager to see how the fox would strike back. Evasion was impressive, but those giant birds still controlled the sky. Woo! The white fox let out a low growl. In the next heartbeat, a whirling vortex of space-time opened at its side, and an identical double leapt out, standing by for orders. Qingya growled again, and the clone nodded in acknowledgement. Qingya bounded forward, planting a paw on the clone's forelimb. The double heaved upward while Qingya's hind legs exploded with power, launching her like an arrow into the sky. Mid-flight, she summoned several more copies, using their backs to redirect her momentum until she landed squarely on the back of a hurricane warhawk. The sudden weight made the bird tense all over. Its wings shuddered wildly, yet it could not shake off the enemy hidden in its blind spot. Qingya raised a paw. Snow-white claws flashed with icy light, and a strike of primal force fell. The warhawk's head snapped free, blood spewing like a spring as the body spiraled out of control. Qingya blinked away, twisting through the air toward her next target. Within a few breaths, warhawks plunged one after another, dropping like dead leaves. Watching from a distance, Lu Chu nodded. Impressive. Her combat technique and reaction speed are both top tier. Before long, every warhawk lay lifeless, and Qingya stepped from the heap of bloody feathers to rejoin Lin Yun. With the medicine fully absorbed, Qingya's aura surged until she broke through to Lord rank, 8th tier. Joy stirred in Lin Yun's heart. The gate of the Heavenly River truly is a land of treasure. Lu Chu approached with a hearty grin. Sorry, Lin Yun. I thought your pet wasn't strong enough, and said some harsh things. Hope you don't mind. No worries, Lin Yun replied, waving it off with a smile. You meant well. I should be thanking you, not blaming you. That white fox is far stronger than I expected, Lu Chu admitted. Lin Yun, I've got a plan and I'd like to team up with you. What plan? Lin Yun asked, intrigued. Lu Chu explained. Inside the world beyond the gate of the Heavenly River, wind element creatures and earth element creatures have been at war for ages. He intends to use a few special treasures to inflame their conflict, make the fighting even fiercer, and then profit from the chaos. If the numbers get out of hand, he can't handle it alone. He had planned to work with Baha, but since meeting Lin Yun, had rather partner with him. The more elemental creatures there are, the more crystal cores Lin Yun can harvest, so he quickly agreed. Count me in. A small wager keeps things interesting. A big one gets the blood pumping, and the biggest can put you on top of the world. Lu Chu finished. Lin Yun laughed. Exactly. A youth who never gambles has wasted his prime. With their beasts in tow, they set off toward a nearby peak shrouded in mist. Cupping his hands to his mouth, Lu Chu shouted, "Dashin, and back." The entire mountain rumbled. The fog rolled away, and Lin Yun realized it was no mountain at all, but an enormous crimson tortoise, its shell covered in intricate scarlet markings. A volcano-like hump jutted from the top of its shell, and now that Yunshan's camouflage had vanished, thick white smoke poured out. Heat rolled off the beast, turning the nearby rock a glowing red. The monstrosity didn't just radiate heat, it also had two powerfully built heads. Insight, Lin Yun murmured silently. Name Colossal Volcano Turtle. Rank Lord, 9th tier. Skills Lava Eruption Dow level. High Temperature, Scorch, Iron Carapace Defense Divine level. Great Shield, Energy Drain, Rapid Burrow Divine level. Flame Vortex Divine level. For eyes as big as bronze bells locked onto Lin Yun, brimming with wariness. Lu Chu stepped forward, tapped the shell, and laughed. Take it easy. His name is Lin Yun, just met him and we're friends. You're being awfully rude, Dashin. Both heads recoiled at once, the giant turtle suddenly sheepish. Come on, Lin Yun. Lu Chu pointed into the distance. The fight's going to break out right where the rock layers meet the clouds. How are we splitting the loot? Lin Yun asked. By kill count. Lu Chu made a tallying motion. They'll bring a recording crystal. If there's a dispute, we'll replay it. Since I'm handling the formations and overall strategy, skimming an extra 20% seems fair, right? Lin Yun nodded. For the next 3 days he roamed the area with his 3 contracted beasts, hunting scattered earth and wind elementals. They eliminated a good number of stragglers. On the 3rd day, just as Lu Chu had said, massive forces of wind and earth elementals gathered at the boundary between rock and cloud, carving the battlefield into 2 stark halves. Earth elementals. Shield guardians stood shoulder to shoulder, massive shields forming a bronze-walled bulwark. Behind them, countless humanoid stone soldiers gripped dark brown spears in flawless ranks. Every few dozen meters, a stone giant loomed like a small mountain, silent and vigilant. Wind elementals. Squadrons of gale falcons circled high overhead. Storm wardens balanced on the birds' backs, weapons swaying with the wind. Below, cloud giants strode on rolling mist, forming a second white steel phalanx. The 2 commanders rose into the air, trading sharp words Lin Yun couldn't understand. They returned to their lines, then the battle erupted. High above, gale falcons swooped first, dropping bombs that blasted earth elementals into flying shards. Airborne storm wardens hurled their weapons, slicing open swaths of the line. The earth guardians raised shields to absorb the blasts, then answered with spears that whistled upward, skewering their targets. A cloud giant was turned into a honeycomb of holes, but before its blood could spill, the spearmen were blown apart by another wave of bombs. The falcons tried to climb, yet more spears streaked after them, punching through feather and flesh. Great birds dragged streams of blood as they spiraled down, bodies, wings, and shattered stone pelting the ground like rain. What had been ochre rock and pristine cloud was now painted crimson. Broken weapons, charms, and shards of armor floated on pools of blood. After a long, grinding struggle, the fight neared its end. The earth elementals barely secured victory. The wind elementals were dead or scattered, but the cost was ruinous. Of the original 8,000 earth elementals, only about 500 remained. The survivors began clearing the field, stacking fallen comrades separately from enemy limbs. Hidden behind her formation, Lu Chu raised her voice. Now, move in. The white fox shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at the earth spirits. Its figure flickered and vanished. The moment a single clone touched down, it split into 2, which crossed paths and instantly doubled to 4. In a blink the plain was flooded by foxes, their numbers soaring past 100. Every one was a Lord-class duplicate, and the aura rolling off them hit like a storm. Lu Chu drew a sharp breath. He had figured the fox could manage 20 or 30 copies. He hadn't expected it to max out its limit and brute force 5 times that power onto the field. Worse, if these 100-odd clones worked in concert, 1 plus 1 would be far more than 2. He told himself to get serious. One glance was all it took for the volcano turtle to act. Hissed the miniature volcano on its shell swelled scarlet, the mountain-like carapace shrouded in scalding steam before it erupted. Searing magma shot skyward, rose 300 or 400 meters, then bent and crashed down on the earth spirits in a blazing waterfall. Rows of shield guardians roared and raised their bulwarks while spear throwers hurled their javelins, trying to deflect the molten torrent. But the heat liquefied metal on contact. Shields burst apart, and the fiery flood swallowed the spirits with a corrosive hiss. A shockwave of scorched air and magma rippled out, and dozens of earth spirits dissolved on the spot. At the edge of the burning sea the weeds rustled, and a jade-green blade of grass shot from the soil. Name, Longsword Grass. Rank, 5th tier warrior. Skills, Blade Dance Supreme, Verdant Sword Art Advanced, Flawlock Supreme. Its leaf blades became dozens of emerald arcs that flashed through the gaps carved by the magma. finishing off the wounded at lightning speed. In mere heartbeats, the two pets had jointly dispatched 5 more earth spirits. Lu Chu exhaled in relief. For once, he thought, I'm a step ahead of Lin Yun. But when he looked up, the sight made his hair stand on end. Most of the earth spirits were gone, yet the white fox had transformed completely. A gentle holy radiance enveloped its body, golden runes streaking through its snowy coat like sacred brands. The power it gave off was several times stronger than before. A buff? Lu Chu dismissed the idea at once. As a gold-rank beastmaster from St. Light County, he had seen every enhancement there was, and none could trigger a change this drastic. A buried memory surfaced. At 30, he had taken the sacred flame trial. Those who passed could baptize their pets in holy fire, granting them a unique skill. If fortune and talent aligned, the creature might awaken a special form that elevated every aspect of its power. Is this the special form born of the sacred flame's baptism? He muttered, a chill crawling up his spine. He had never imagined Lin Yun possessed such a boon. Head thought their strengths were even, but with the fox in its holy flame form, his giant turtle might not last even a few exchanges. Worse, Titan's body was glowing with runes of its own, clearly in a special form, while Boneblade had turned abyssal black with crimson cracks, the legendary abyss form. 3 pets evolving at once opened a chasm between their sides. Lu Chu finally lost it and blurted, God damn it. Are you even human? All 3 of your beasts can unlock their special forms. You're a monster, aren't you? He's worked for years, yet not a single one of his pets has managed it. At Lu Chu's command, the willow's roots shot out like spears, vines lashed like steel whips, and the volcano turtle spewed molten magma. Together the 3 pets shredded the remaining earth spirits, speeding up the cleanup. But Lu Chu still knew there was a gulf between him and Lin Yun. Bzz bzz. A dense roar drowned out every other sound. Lu Chu looked up and his pupils shrank. The sky was black with gale falcons, led by the Lord-class Tier 3 bird that had just fled. It had returned with reinforcements, more than 500 wind spirits. After the previous fight, Lu Chu's beasts were still standing, but fatigue showed in every movement. A second round was dangerous. He gritted his teeth. Lin Yun, should we retreat? I didn't think those damned wind spirits had backup. Lin Yun shook his head. Since they're here, we'll wipe them out. Your pets still have the strength? Lu Chu couldn't believe it. They do. Lin Yun's voice was steady. Lu Chu glanced at his own side, then at Lin Yun, and finally bit the bullet. Fine. I'm in. Small bets for fun, big bets for passion. The battle erupted again. Boneblade opened its abyss form and fired off Sweet Dream and Curse in rapid succession. Swaths of wind spirits sank under the weight of the debuffs. Titan turned into a shield, carrying Qingya skyward, leaving afterimages as it wove through the storm of projectiles while she dropped bomb after bomb. White Fox vaulted high, claws flashing, and with a single crack the Lord-class Tier 3 Gale Falcon dropped dead. Titan shifted from shield to sword, and its stellar sword art burst forth. Star-like arcs split the sky and cleaved a Lord-class Tier 2 Cloud Giant in two. With Boneblade providing ranged pressure, the 3 pets flowed between offense and defense, and the Wind Spirit army collapsed almost instantly. On the flank, Lu Chu's Willow, Volcano Turtle, and Longsword Grass cut in. Vine sealed exits, Sword Grass sliced, and the turtle's shell belched flames. The field turned into a one-sided slaughter. Bodies piled up, scattered drops of blood soon pooled into wide crimson puddles. In the end, not a single one of the 500 wind spirits survived. A thick stench of blood hung in the air, and the ground looked as if it had been painted scarlet. The volcano turtle let out a low hiss, and only then did Lu Chu notice a fissure across its shell where a wind blade had struck. The willow and longsword grass were wounded as well, nothing fatal, but a little deeper, and a healer's special potion would have been needed to prevent lasting damage. He hurried to bring out recovery elixirs and carefully treated the trio. Within moments their wounds began to close. A short distance away, White Fox, Boneblade, and Titan landed beside Lin Yun. You all right? Lin Yun asked. White Fox shook her head, signaling she was fine. Boneblade extended a dragon claw, poked Lin Yun's side, and opened its palm to reveal a thumb-sized green gem. Lu Chu recognized it at once and gasped. A wind core. Lin Yun, that's a treasure. Your luck is insane. Wind core? Lin Yun echoed, puzzled. It's tied to the birth of the Gate of Tianhe. Do you know why the wind spirits and earth spirits went to war? Not really, Lin Yun admitted. So Lu Chu began to tell the story. Inside the Gate of Tianhe lies a compact pocket realm fueled by both wind and earth elements. The two forces clash constantly, yet each can devour and convert the other. Whenever earth spirits defeat wind spirits, the domain of earth expands and new earth spirits multiply. The reverse is equally true. The wind source Lin Yun now holds is the core crystal of the wind spirit's nest, nearly impossible to find outside, and its energy far exceeds that of an ordinary wind crystal core. I get it, Lin Yun said with a nod. Let's split the loot. Lu Chu produced a recording crystal, tapped it a few times, and a hologram of their battle played in midair. After tallying everything, Lin Yun received 60% of the crystal cores, while Lu Chu got 40%, 20 of which he had pre-claimed for setting the ambush, or his share would have been even smaller. I spent years planning for this day, and end up with only 40%. Lu Chu grumbled. Had I known, I'd have teamed up with Bahar. I'd have walked away with more. Lin Yun laughed. Relax. Dinner's on me tonight, call it compensation. You said it. Lu Chu flashed a wicked grin. Don't regret it. It'll eat you into bankruptcy. Lin Yun knew he was joking and let it slide. Once Boneblade had recovered, Lin Yun told it to set up a cook pot. After a quick meal, he, Qingya, Titan, and Boneblade plunged back into cultivation. Crystal cores were absorbed at a blistering pace, and all three companion beasts surged in power. Qingya, the primal fox, advanced to Lord Tier 9. Primal Claw downgrade powerful, rending, shadow shift, crunch. Razor sharp, teleport downgrade. Rapid reflexes, primal perception downgrade. Filtering, precognition, dance of the divine moon downgrade. Time doppelganger downgrade, half cost. Sacrifice, power balance, moonlight recovery basic. Gate of time and space basic. Time stop intermediate. Special form, sacred flame. The giant fortress titan advanced to Lord Tier 7. Starfall, downgrade hardened. Ricochet, narrow escape. Holy force field, downgrade radiation. Microlight particles, hexagram bombardment. Carpet bombing, stellar fluctuation advanced double range, total annihilation. Common forms, longsword, broadsword, lance, shield, armor. Special form, divine form. Boneblade leapt to War General Tier 9 and refined venomous curse to God grade, awakening 2 new traits. Frenzy disturbs the enemy's soul, triggers hallucinations, and drives the target insane. Wither controls invisible dark particles to steadily erode the target's defenses. All in all, the new abilities were impressive gains. Designation, Lesser Bone Dragon. Rank, War General, 9th Tier. Skills, Sweet Dream Path Target Tracking and Daze. Boneblade Array Godtier Sharpness, Double Numbers, Heaven Net. Substitution Godtier Multiplicity, and Indistinguishable Facsimiles. Dragon Breath Godtier Agonizing Burn, Extreme Heat, Culinary Flame, Gourmet Delicacy. Malevolent Curse Godtier Wicked Effigy, Madness, Weakening. Marion Intermediate Tier. Right now, Lin Yun needs only one more achievement victory in the Saintlight Cup to push Boneblade into its next form. Years of hard training have sharpened every edge. His 3 companions Boneblade, the White Fox, and Titan have grown vastly stronger, filling Lin Yun with unshakable confidence. Time to head back. Lin Yun brushed off his sleeves and spoke softly to the White Fox before him. The snow-white creature shook its head vigorously, its tail fanning like a feather fan, clearly unwilling to leave. Don't push yourself so hard. You have to balance work and rest, understand? Lin Yun misread the gesture, concern coloring his voice. The White Fox whined, pointing a paw at the windcheam fruit hanging in clusters on a far-off branch sweet. Crisp treats it was reluctant to abandon. Fox talk, however, was a language only it understood, and Lin Yun thought it was simply being coy. He grabbed the scruff of its neck and set it on the massive shield that Titan had become. Boneblade swept in on dark wings, its obsidian edge flashing cold in the sunlight. The fox's hope for a snack vanished. It lay sullenly on the shield as Lin Yun carried it away. Lin Yun's figure shrank in the distance. At the secret realm gate, Lu Chu watched him go and murmured, I've been gone long enough. It's time to visit home. He recalled his 3 beasts, mounted his volcano tortoisian animal the size of a small hill and left the miniature realm. The giant tortoise lumbered onto the stone road leading to Saintlight County, each thunderous step stirring dust from the ground. Passers-by, drawn by the spectacle, soon recognized its rider, the prodigy beastmaster Lu Quan. Conversations broke out in waves. Lu Chu, however, remained calm, as if he heard nothing. News of his return reached the Lu estate, and every member hurried to the gate in welcome. The volcano tortoise halted. Lu Chu vaulted down and strode to the waiting middle-aged man, bowing slightly. Father, I'm back. The man was Lu Yulong, head of the clan. Seeing his son safe, his eyes curved into joyful crescents. Good to have you home. Kair, you're here for the Saintlight Cup, aren't you? Yes. The rewards are generous. If I place well, my beast will grow even stronger, Lu Chu answered firmly. Lu Yulong clapped his shoulder. After all this training, do you think you can take the championship? Lu Chu shook his head. Father, I don't think I can win this time. Oh, why the sudden doubt? Even against a talent like Baha, you were never this discouraged, Lu Yulong said, puzzled. You used to say you'd defeat him. Why give up before the contest starts? Lu Chu offered a wry smile. The gap between Baha and me isn't that large. But at Tianhe Gate, I met a beastmaster far stronger than I am. Winning the title isn't the issue, I simply have no way to beat him. Silence settled over the courtyard. Everyone knew Lu Chu's reputation in Saintlight County, and if he admitted defeat, the opponent must be formidable indeed. Lu Yulong frowned. Is it that monster from Yema County? No, he's from Saintlight County, and his partner is a white fox, an unbelievably powerful one. Lu Chu replied, still uneasy at the memory. A white fox. I remember now, a beastmaster named Lin Yun has risen quickly in St. Light County, Lu Yulong said, the name finally resurfacing. Exactly. He's the one, Lu Chu confirmed. Have you really lost all confidence? Lu Yulong blurted out. Father, let me tell you about the gate of the celestial river. Lu Chu sighed. Once you hear what happened, you'll understand why I feel the way I do. He then recounted every detail of his experience. Lu Yulong listened in silence. When the story ended, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, his chest still trembling. He had never imagined that the beast Lin Yun had raised could be so powerful. According to every report he had seen, Lin Yun had only recently reached the gold rank, and his pets had just stepped into lord level. Yet the feats his son described overturned everything he thought he knew. If anyone else had bragged like this, I'd have taken it as a joke, he mused. But Chu saw it with his own eyes. Forced to accept the truth, he realized that Lin Yun's rise could no longer be explained by genius. The young man was more like an unfathomable monster. A ripple of relief spread through him. Since becoming head of the Lu clan, he had drilled one lesson into every junior. Never provoke anyone lightly. Strength often hides behind an ordinary face, and a careless enemy can bring ruin to an entire clan. He believed arrogant families would eventually be buried by their own pride. The first brush with danger might pass, the second might still be luck, but sooner or later they would hit an immovable wall. So, when word of Lin Yun first spread, he had immediately sent gifts and hung the man's likeness on every wall in the compound with a single order: do not provoke Lin Yun. Break this rule, and you are cast out of the Lu clan forever. He kept a similar roster of promising beastmasters from Xinguang Prefecture on his desk at all times. Knowing his son and Lin Yun were on friendly terms now brought him even more comfort. Heavy, snorting footsteps sounded at the gate. A massive boar with gleaming tusks clattered across the flagstones. On its back sat a man, flanked by a mist-shrouded lizard and a six-bladed wasp that flashed with cold light. Everyone in the courtyard stepped aside to clear a path. The rider swung down, laughing as he slapped the boar's bristling hide. Lu Chu, long time no see. I heard you were back, so I rushed over. How about it? Did you get any stronger this time? Don't tell me you'll fold after a few rounds like last time. Humph. Baha, don't get cocky. Lu Chu's eye sharpened. You won't be taking the championship at this year's Xinguang Cup. Baha raised a brow, fighting spirit flaring. That confident, huh? Why don't we trade a few moves right now? The mist lizard lifted its head, green eyes gleaming as if awaiting the command. The champion won't be me either, Lu Chu replied, shaking his head. I'm not wasting my energy. Your lizard can take too much punishment. Unless it's an official match, I'm not interested. Oh, then who's the champion? Some recluse from Yemal Prefecture? Baha narrowed his eyes. His name is Lin Yun, Lu Chu said without hesitation. So it's him. Baha froze for a beat before snapping back to himself. You've met Lin Yun? Lu Chu asked, surprised. More than met. I sparred with him once. Baha scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. As for the result, well, I lost. Lu Chu let out a long sigh. He had to admit that Lin Yun was every bit as formidable as the rumors claimed. Even Baha had failed to match him. Baha, unwilling to concede, hurriedly explained that his beast had deliberately suppressed its power to fight on Lin Yun's level. Had it fought at full strength, the outcome might have been different. He offered this excuse only to salvage a shred of pride. Then you may never get the chance, Lu Chu retorted coldly. He briefly recounted what had happened at the gate of Tianhe. Lin Yun's three pets had swept aside their foes with overwhelming force, and the surging spiritual energy there had been astonishing. Baha's face darkened further. He knew all too well how terrifying those three pets were if they shared his realm. He had almost no hope of winning. I never thought I'd see you humbled, Lu Chu teased. Humph. Your beast can't beat Lin Yun's either, so don't act superior, Baha shot back. Yet he still insisted he would claim second place. Baha, wait for the tournament. He'll show you what my training has accomplished, Lu Chu replied, refusing to yield. Forget second place, settle for third. Their verbal sparring crackled with tension. Meanwhile, Lin Yun had returned to the inn. As soon as he stepped through the doors, the attendant hurried over and whispered, Young Master Lin, someone is here to see you. Who? Lin Yun asked, puzzled. I remembered his name is Li Jijia. He says he's from Bright Moon City like you and has an urgent request. Li Jijia? What does he want with me? Lin Yun muttered, confused. The attendant explained that the visitor claimed to be an old acquaintance, so he had arranged for him to wait in a side room. Take me to him, Lin Yun said with a nod. Moments later they reached the room. After the attendant bowed and left, only Lin Yun and Li Jijia remained. Li Jijia scratched his head awkwardly, then blurted out the whole story. A few days earlier he and Qingqing had taken their beasts into the sacred spring forest to train, hoping the spring's energy and the wild creatures would strengthen them. Along the way they were ambushed by a commander-level flame boar. Their own beasts were only common grade, so they fled for their lives. They finally escaped, but paid a steep price. 1. Qingqing's pet, the little mountain ape, had shielded its master and been struck heated by the boar, leaving it on the brink of death. 2. Qingqing himself had been grazed by the flames. Large areas of skin were burned, and raging fire energy lingered in his body. If the residual flames weren't purged soon, his organs would be reduced to ash. Healing Qinqing completely would cost a fortune. The two were penniless, and the Zhong family ruined in the last beast tide could offer no help. With nowhere else to turn, Li Jijia had come to Lin Yun despite their strained history. Lin Yun, I'm begging you. If we delay, Brother Qing will be crippled for life. Please don't hold our past stupidity against us. Li Jijia spoke in one breath, nearly bowing. Lin Yun pondered for a moment, then said slowly, I'm willing to help, but I have one condition. If you agree, he'll pay for the treatment and even grant you a chance at a great opportunity. Just tell me what you need, Lin Yun. He'll do everything I can, Li Jijia replied at once. Inside the apothecary, the heavy scent of herbs churned beneath the low roof. What should have been a refreshing aroma had turned acrid and pungent after too many ingredients were thrown together. Ordinary patients came and went at the entrance, but a partition at the rear remained quiet. The people there were either gravely wounded or incurably ill, balancing on the edge of death. Qinqing lay on one of the cots in the partition, his chest rising only faintly. Fiery red swellings ran beneath the skin of his right arm like a net pressed against flesh, remnants of the fire-bore's blast. Several of the welts had already ruptured. The flesh around them was blackened and charred, and if the necrotic tissue was not scraped away soon, the lingering heat would reduce the whole muscle to ash. A faint, greasy smell of scorched meat drifted in the air. He propped himself up with difficulty, his voice hoarse to the point of cracking. Dr. Zhuyu, could you come here? At the call, Zhuyu hurried over with a tray in hand. One glance at the wounds made her brows knit even tighter. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Did you manage to gather the silver for the operation? Li Jijia went to ask for help. He should be back soon. Qinqing gave a wry smile. He knew better than anyone how few friends he had in Xinguang County. Borrowing over 10 million taels was next to impossible. 80% of Haoyue City's wealth had been destroyed in the beast tide. The Zhong family's business was in ruins, and his father was an ordinary man who had never saved much in his life. Zhuyu glanced at the prepared medicines on the shelf and urged him in a low voice. I hope he comes back quickly. Your window is tiny. Once it passes, the drugs will lose their punch. How's my little mountain ape? Qinqing suddenly asked. Zhuyu paused, her eyes flickering before she answered. It won't last much longer. The fire boar hit it Hedon, broke 3 ribs, shattered its right arm, and burned a large part of its body. The words felt like a dull knife carving at Qinqing's heart. That little ape had accompanied him for years. It was as close as family. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would never have gone to train in the sacred spring forest. It could still be saved, Zhuyu added, but it would cost 2 million taels. I suggest we secure your life first and think about the pet later. His chest throbbed, and the pain in his emotions was even sharper. Zhuyu raised a scalpel that gleamed coldly. Do you want anesthesia? They'll have to cut down to the bone, and it's going to hurt a lot. 1 vial costs only 50 taels. Qinqing shook his head. He couldn't spare even 50. Zhuyu looked at his bloodless face, silent for a few breaths, then sighed. Fine, I'll give you 1 vial for free this time, but only this once. Thank you, doctor, Qinqing said gratefully. Once the bandages were in place, the cool medicine seeped through the blood and into his flesh. The jolting pain he had felt all the way here in the carriage eased a little, but it was only a momentary relief. He was still so weak that even sitting upright was a struggle. The curtain at the door fluttered, and a middle-aged man in a blue robe entered with his hands clasped behind his back. His tone was calm, but his eyes assessed the room like a businessman sizing up a deal. You're Qinqing? Yes. May I ask what you need from me? Qinqing braced himself against the bed and sat up. Sun Lishan, head of the Sun family, the man said, introducing himself. His gaze moved from the sickbed to the medicine shelves. A youngster named Li Jijia asked my family to help you. We can, but there's a condition. What condition? You sign a servant contract. From that moment on, you answer only to the Sun family. Those 3 words servant contract hung in the air like hidden venom. Anyone who signed had to swallow a living parasite called a slave worm. Once it lodged in the heart, the signer's life and will belonged entirely to the master. If the Sun family ordered him to kill Chen Daowang, the worm would force him to obey, no matter how he resisted. Short of death, there was no escape. A heavy dread settled in Qinqing's chest, and his brows knit with pain. Let me think about it. Think all you want, but my patience is limited, Sun Lishan replied with a faint smile. Missed this chance, and it's gone for good. Zhuyu's voice turned icy. So the Sun family's here to profit from disaster? No need to make it sound ugly, Sun Lishan said, spreading his hands. Sign or don't sign his choice. I'm not forcing anyone. Zhuyu understood how cornered Qinqing was and fell silent. After a moment, Qinqing asked, if I accept, will the Sun family pay for treatment for me and for Little Mountain Ape? No. Let me be clear, it'll cover your medical bills only, Sun Lishan said, shaking his head. As for your beast, not a single coin. What did you say? Qinqing could hardly believe it. At most, they'll give you medicine to keep the backlash from your beast bond in check. Cheaper than trying to cure that animal. Desperation filled Qing's eyes. If you save it, he'll do anything. Little mountain ape's been with me for years. I can't abandon it. It's just a pet. If it dies, it dies. Don't be sentimental, Sun Lishan said, flicking his sleeve in irritation. I'm sorry. I can't agree, Qing replied, shaking his head. You'd give up your own life for an animal? Naive. Sun Lishan snorted and strode away. Then sit here and wait for death. With it, I'm done. Treating both man and beast was a losing bargain for the Sun family. He slammed the door, and his footsteps echoed down the hall. A weight pressed on Qing's chest. He looked up at Zhu Yu. Doctor, please take me to see Little Mountain Ape. You shouldn't be out of bed, Zhu Yu frowned. Please, I just want to see it one last time. Qing's voice trembled. Moved. Zhu Yu helped him shuffle to the next room. The air smelled of medicine mixed with damp blood. Little Mountain Ape lay curled on a quilt, its breathing faint as a thread. Qing sat at the bedside and gently stroked its rough palm. It's my fault. I never should have taken you there. I'm sorry. Tears splashed onto its fur. His sobs roused the ape. It forced its eyes open, gave 2 weak chirps, and brushed its hand through his hair as if to comfort him. The gesture broke him. He could barely breathe past the lump of sand in his throat. Just then, a cheerful shout came from outside the clinic. Qing, look who I found. Qing turned. In the doorway stood 2 familiar figures, Li Jijia and Lin Yun, dressed in a plain robe. Zhu Yu recognized Lin Yun and greeted him. Lin Yun, you know him? We're casual friends, Lin Yun said, his eyes falling on the bandage around Qing's chest. His voice was mild, yet rang with finality. How much for his treatment? Over 30 million taels of silver, Zhu Yu answered truthfully. Lin Yun rummaged through the pouch at his waist, his fingers brushing past jade vials and spirit herbs before pinching out a thick stack of banknotes. He set them lightly on the table. Here. Perfect. Zhu Yu gave the notes a quick glance, then turned and headed for the apothecary. Inside, flames danced as she worked with crisp efficiency grinding ingredients, adjusting heat, adding each drop of solution with breath-perfect timing. At last, a vial of deep red fluid rolled like molten lava in its cold metal tube. She carried it back to the hall and handed it to Qing. Drink this. Thank you. Qing tilted his head and downed it in one gulp. Fire seared his throat, an inferno igniting inside him. He doubled over, clutching his abdomen with a stifled groan. Brother Qing. Li Jijia's face went pale. Eek. The little mountain ape bounced in the corner, fists clenched. Don't panic. It's a normal reaction, just hold on, Zhu Yu said, stopping Li Jijia from rushing forward. With a muffled pop, the swollen flesh on Qing's body split open in several places. Scalding blood, laced with flame, splattered to the floor, hissing into white vapor and filling the air with a scorched smell. When the heat finally ebbed, Zhu Yu knelt to take his pulse, then nodded. The external wounds are gone. As for the residual fire in your organs, you'll need follow-up medicine to clear it out. Tears of relief streamed down Li Jijia's face as he bowed again and again. Thank you, doctor, thank you. Zhu Yu straightened and looked at the little mountain ape. Its injuries are worse. I need to treat it now. Wait next door. The 3 men left. The moment the door closed, Qing raised his head, gratitude shining in his eyes. Lin Yun, I owe you my life. Lin Yun shook his head, voice steady. I didn't help you for free. What do you want? Qing asked. Li Jijia repeated the terms. Once Qing recovered, the 2 of them would accompany Lin Yun back to US City and care for his parents. The old couple disliked strangers, and because Qing and Li Jijia already knew Lin Yun, they wouldn't arouse suspicion. You can accept or refuse, Lin Yun continued. Qing, our fathers were close, so I helped you this once. From now on, we're even. The choice is yours. I accept, Qing said without hesitation. So do I, Li Jijia added. Deal. Lin Yun laid several bundles of herbs on the table. Take these for now. They'll send you another batch every month. The herbs were everyday supplies to Lin Yun, but when Qing and Li Jijia recognized a few rare fire tribute plants among them, they drew sharp breaths, silently glad they'd agreed. After today, Qing understood more clearly than ever. Xinguang Commandery was crawling with beasts and experts, not a place they could settle. With the Black Knight Forest beast tide building again, returning to US City was the only sensible path. Lin Yun, I swear on my life they'll look after Uncle and Auntie, Qing said solemnly. I swear as well, Li Jijia echoed. After a pause, Qing looked up. But would like to leave after the Xinguang Cup ends. Yeah, I want to see how strong the beast tamers at the Xinguang Cup really are, Li Jijia said, eyes bright with curiosity. No problem, Lin Yun replied. Qing smiled. Embedding the Holy Light Cup champion will be Baha again. He leaned back, tapped the rim of his cup, and spoke with certainty. He's already a 3-time champion. Don't be so sure. Li Jijia shook his head, knocked his cup on the table, and sent the tea sloshing. Lu Chu is no pushover. His giant turtle's shell is as hard as cooled magma, and just as hot. Baha might wipe out this time. Qing raised a hand in protest. The turtle's tough, but Baha still has that mist lizard. It turns any damage into vapor. It can take a beating and hit back just as hard. Lu Chu might not be able to crack it. Li Jijia laughed. They fought plenty of times. If Lu Chu didn't have something new, he would have folded long ago. They'll bet he's already found an answer. Back and forth they went, getting more animated by the minute. In no time they rattled off a dozen favorites for the Holy Light Cup. Gold tier tamers from Holy Light County. Lu Chu, Baha, Zhang Hanxing, Openg. Night Demon County's Gui Mianling. Sea Wave County's Tung Lang. Crystal County's Ling Long, every one of them a legend. Not once did they mention Lin Yun. To them he was just a rookie who had barely passed the gold tier test. His true power was still a mystery. That was how most people in Holy Light County saw it. Just then the wooden door swung open, and Zhu Yu stepped inside. She gave the two men a quick glance. You're overlooking someone important. Who? Li Jijia leaned forward, curiosity shining in his eyes. Yi Jianyou. Zhu Yu brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Yi Jianyou? Never heard of him. Chen Qing frowned. He's traded wins with Baha before, but he spent the last few years in seclusion and skipped every tournament. Zhu Yu explained. Chen Qing's eyes widened. So there's a hidden master. I hear he's out this year. Zhu Yu lowered her voice, and he's scary. Some say even Baha won't have the upper hand. The two men stared at each other, speechless. Zhu Yu turned to the corner of the room. Lin Yun, you're a gold tier tamer too. Did you sign up for the cup? Lin Yun nodded calmly. I did. Good luck. With your strength, the top 100 should be easy. Zhu Yu offered an encouraging smile. Thank you. Lin Yun replied politely. You've got great potential. Zhu Yu went on gently, but you need time to mature. In a few years, even Baha might not be your match. Don't underestimate a top 100 finish. The rewards are worth it. In eastern Holy Light City, a sprawling estate spread out beneath the morning sun. A flagstone path wound past a lotus pond. Behind an artificial hill, a wild boar the size of a calf came to a halt with a grunt. Baha vaulted from the boar's back, landed without a sound, and bowed to the black-clad woman waiting by the rocks. Master, why are you here? Her gaze was sharp as lightning. How are your preparations for the Holy Light Cup? Everything's ready. Baha clenched his fist, battle lust burning in his eyes. Can you guarantee the title? He hesitated, then said honestly, It'll be close. I've run into a tough opponent lately, and I can't beat him. Yi Jianyou? She raised an eyebrow. No. Baha quickly described his encounter with Lin Yun in Shadow Gorge. The woman drew a quiet breath, surprised. I never imagined such a powerhouse was hiding in Holy Light County. She clasped her hands behind her back. I'm here to push your strength higher. Baha's heart pounded. Master, are you going to perform the sacred fire baptism? She nodded. You failed last time, so I owe you another chance. This time it'll push your beasts past their limits and awaken their special forms. Baha's breathing quickened, his fists widening. If his beasts evolved, defeating Lin Yun would be nothing more than a hunt. In his mind, once their special forms awakened, Lin Yun would be easy prey. Master, what should I do? Baha asked, struggling to rein in his excitement. The woman in the plain dress reached into her storage pouch. As her fingers slipped inside, she drew out a flame so blue it was nearly transparent. No larger than a thumb, it still spat fine strands of fire, radiating blistering heat. This is a refined artificial sacred flame, she said. Have your beast swallow it, and it will awaken its sacred flame form. Baha grew cautious. Are there any side effects? Of course there are, she answered, her tone even, her words unmistakably clear. When the artificial flame expires, your beast will be left extremely weak, so feeble it might lose to an ordinary creature. And do not give it a second dose within a year. The damage would be irreversible, and no medicine can repair it. After laying out the risks, she fixed her gaze on Baha. The decision is yours. Baha drew a deep breath and nodded. He'll take it. She approved with a slight nod, reached into the pouch again, and produced 3 more clusters of blue fire, dropping them into Baha's hands. Even through his aura, the heat was unmistakable. Work hard. Try to earn a good result this time. Yes, master. Baha could hardly contain his excitement. The woman had other matters to attend to. With a sweep of her sleeve she turned and left, a faint wave of heat trailing behind her before it faded. Baha looked down at his palm. The 3 blue flames pulsed gently, as though breathing. A thought flashed through his mind. Lin Yun, I was ready to give up, but master fought for me. The sacred light cup won't be yours so easily now. Night Fiend Prefecture. Ding Jin, a prefectural guard, was patrolling the streets with his colleagues as usual. Once the worst district in the Xinchuan Empire, it had only calmed down after the new magistrate imposed harsh penalties and tightened control. These days the biggest cases were little more than brawls, tedious, perhaps, but peace was welcome. A vast shadow suddenly slid across the ground. Ding Jin looked up, expecting clouds, but the outline was too sharp, a gigantic bat. Bats were common around Night Fiend, but this one was deep blue, its wings spanning several zhang. Its presence so oppressive the air itself seemed thicker. Ding Jin's heart clenched. By his estimate, it was at least Lord rank. If it rampaged, the prefectural army's general would have to come personally. His partner nudged him. Look, someone's on its back. Must be a beastmaster. As he spoke, the bat folded its wings and descended. Dust swirled as it landed, and Ding Jin finally saw the rider. He cupped his fists and bowed. Young Master Yi, you finished your seclusion? Yi Jianyo vaulted from the bat's back, the hem of his robe still whispering with wind, and gave a faint nod. The giant bat folded its wings behind him, motionless as a statue. Relieved, Ding Jin ventured another question. Young Master Yi, are you heading to the Sacred Light Cup in Xinguang Prefecture? I've spent a long time in seclusion, Yi Jianyo said. At last my beast has grasped it. What exactly did it grasp? Ding Jin couldn't help asking. It won't hurt to tell you, Yi Jianyo replied. Yi Jianyo flashed a satisfied grin at the massive bat overhead. Fuchen, let's put on a show. Fuchen understood at once. Its wings snapped open, blasting a boom through the air as it shot skyward. In seconds, it was hovering high above, an inky glow spreading across its hide like a seamless suit of armor. Ding Jin watched, wide-eyed, while the bat's wings, head, and torso swelled before his eyes. In a heartbeat its size had multiplied many times over, blotting out the sky. I call it Dynamax, Yi Jianyo announced confidently from the ground. When a beast expands, strength and defense soar several-fold, same payoff, as sacred flame form. Ding Jin's brow furrowed. But won't a bigger body slow its reactions? Not in the least, Yi Jianyo replied, shaking his head. Dynamax actually makes it faster. A shiver ran through Ding Jin. The giant bat had already rampaged through Yema County undefeated. With this terrifying boost its power was beyond imagination. Yi Jianyo added, and Fuchen isn't the only one of me, other beasts have learned it too. Around him the cultivators of Yema County whispered excitedly. The Xinguang Cup is Yi Young Masters to lose. No kidding. Dynamax is insane. If only my beast could pick it up. Dream on, your talent can't compare with Yi Jianius. The buzz rose and fell like waves. Xinguang County. Lin Yun sat cross-legged on his bed, studying a thick tome. A white fox slept soundly on his thigh, tail flicking from time to time. Beside the bed Titan stood motionless, both fists gripping a chunk of Evernight ore. Dark energy seeped out, making its muscles tremble as it regulated its breathing. On the floor Boneblade crouched with a copy of the cuisine of Xinguang County, crystal eyes darting over characters it couldn't decipher. Seeing Lin Yun absorbed, Boneblade dared not interrupt. It shut the book, opened it, fidgeted, then finally fluttered behind him and tapped his shoulder with a claw. What is it? Lin Yun asked, a trace of impatience in his voice. Startled, Boneblade hid the book behind its back and shook its head frantically. Lin Yun got the message. You want me to read it to you? Boneblade nodded vigorously. Lin Yun walked out and found a literate young girl in the inn. She tried to demur until he produced a silver note. Then she beamed, sat at the table, and began reading the cookbook aloud. These days Lin Yun had been fine-tuning his own state and that of his beasts for the forthcoming Xinguang Cup. The contestants from the 4 great counties were all renowned. He couldn't afford complacency. Chenqing and Little Mountain Ape had fully recovered and were deeply grateful. As the contest drew near, Xinguang County's inns filled to bursting. When Lin Yun first arrived, rooms were plentiful. Now even the woodshed had been turned into makeshift lodging, ramshackle, yet a godsend for beast tamers with nowhere else to stay. At dawn pale light spilled through the window. Lin Yun splashed cold water on his face, tightened his robe, and stepped outside. Let's go, silly fox, we're winning this thing. The white fox hopped down, ears pricked and eyes determined. Boneblade flapped after him, while Titan strode on the other side like a moving stone peak. Together they headed for the Xinguang Cup arena. And so the grand tournament of the Xinguang Cup began, a spectacle destined to shake the world of beast combat. At dawn, Bai left Xinguang County with her older brother, Bai Chun. As they climbed into the family carriage side by side, the wheels creaked into motion. The yin-yang flower on her shoulder drooped, its petals hanging like someone who hadn't yet rolled out of bed. Brother, why are we leaving so early? The Xinguang Cup wouldn't start for another 3 hours, and the ride from the Bai estate to the arena took barely 10 minutes. She couldn't help complaining. Look outside first. Bai Chen pointed at the curtain. Bai pulled it back, and morning light spilled into the carriage. She fell silent at once. The streets were packed with beast tamers from every county and their families, while county guards lined both sides to keep order. Besides the soldiers of Xinguang County, reinforcements from Yema, Shuijing, and other counties had arrived, yet manpower still looked tight. Bai Chen's foresight was soon confirmed. Their carriage sat in a logjam at the city gate for a full 2 hours and squeezed into the stadium only moments before the matches began. Along the way, Bai Yi saw one dignitary after another through the window, powerful clan leaders from the 4 county capitals, young heirs of noble houses. Some nodded politely to the Bays, others stared straight ahead. The Bai clan was, after all, only mid-tier. Even though Bai Chun was already a gold-rank beast tamer, he still wasn't considered top flight in the eyes of the true aristocracy. At the entrance, Bai Yi handed over their tickets. Once they were verified, she and her brother headed up to the stands. Their seats offered a perfect view, bought at great expense by the family. On the raised platform, the announcer's voice boomed, "Contestants, please step onto the stage and draw your lots. Your number decides the order of battle." One beast tamer after another rose from the crowd. Bai Chen looked at the arena and sighed. If not for, Bai Yi exposed him at once. Rumor has it someone got beaten to a pulp fighting over a girl. The guy who laid him out was a wealthy young lord. Stop, stop, stop. Don't bring up that humiliating story. Bai Chen covered his face. As the curtain lifted, Bai Yi spotted a familiar silhouette on the stage. Lin Yun. He's competing, too. Bai Chen nodded. With his strength, he should finish pretty high. Maybe around 50th. If luck's on his side, he might break into the top 30, Bai Yi agreed. When the drawing ended, the announcer immediately called the first match. Lin Yun versus Yang Zhenhe. Who's Yang Zhenhe? Bai Yi turned to the family know-it-all. Bai Chen pushed his glasses up his nose. A newly promoted gold rank tamer. His strongest pet is only Lord Tier, first stage. Then he's walking into a slaughter, Bai Yi said in surprise. His chance of winning is almost zero, Bai Chen said flatly. As expected, the result was announced on the spot. Yang Zhenhe conceded without a fight. The beast battle ended with Lin Yun on top. Watching the outcome, Bai Yi wasn't the least bit surprised. She thought, if we're bound to lose anyway, better to leave the stage with some dignity than to get beaten to a pulp. Bai Chen, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Over the next few days Lin Yun fought 5 more matches, and every opponent surrendered before the bell even rang. Everyone knew that against most rivals you might scrape out a chance if you fought to the bitter end, but against Lin Yun you simply couldn't see a way to win. Taking the fight would only leave your beast mangled. To Bai Yi, that was real stupidity. Better to admit your rotten luck at meeting a monster like Lin Yun in the first round than to bluff your way to disaster. When the next round began, Lin Yun stepped onto the platform once again, his white fox poised at his feet, its silver coat gleaming under the lights. Across from him came a woman with sun-kissed skin. Caillou. She was a well-known gold-rank tamer from Shengguang County, and her pet, a rock giant at Lord Tier 7, loomed like a fortress. Compared with Deng Wei, whom Lin Yun had crushed earlier, Caillou was clearly the more dangerous foe. Now this should be fun, Bai Chen said, rubbing his hands together. Who do you think will win? Bai Yi tilted her head. My money's on Caillou, Bai Chen replied, reeling off her beast skills, attributes, and past records as if flipping through a handbook. She's an established powerhouse in Shengguang County, and she's got depth. Lin Yun is strong, but he's still green. Bai Yi had been leaning toward Lin Yun, yet after hearing that analysis, she hesitated. Caillou really did seem to have the edge. Who would prevail? Around them, the crowd buzzed. I'm betting on Lin Yun. Don't be so sure. Caillou isn't a pushover. This might be where Lin Yun finally slips. Honestly, it could go either way. In the stands, Li Jijia and Chun Qing sat side by side, their beasts frozen at their feet, afraid to distract their masters. Brother Qing, can Lin Yun pull this off? Li Jijia whispered. Hard to say, Chun Qing answered, shaking his head. Kaiya's supposed to be a powerhouse. Lin Yun might not stand up to her. Sounds like he's going to lose, Li Jijia sighed. Even if he does, there's no shame. He only just made gold rank. Cracking the top 100 is already impressive, Chun Qing said. True. For a brand new gold. That's remarkable, Li Jijia agreed. The arena hummed, yet the platform remained still. Bai Yi noticed Caillou lean toward Lin Yun, murmur a few words, then walk straight to the judges' table. What's she doing? Bai Yi frowned. Stomach cramps? Taking a timeout? Bai Chen guessed. Could be, Bai Yi nodded. Moments later the referee raised the loudspeaker and dropped a bombshell. Caillou had conceded. Lin Yun was the winner. The words had barely faded when the hall fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Every eye locked on the platform, as if the crowd hadn't quite processed what they'd heard. Bai Yi and Bai Chen stared, dumbfounded. Brother, Caillou actually threw in the towel? Bai Yi finally blurted after a long pause. Brother, am I dreaming? In the center of the arena, Bai Yi clutched Bai Chen's sleeve, her eyes round with shock. On stage, Caillou had just raised her hand and conceded, and the crowd erupted like water on hot oil. This isn't a dream. Bai Chen pinched himself hard, his voice low but certain. He still couldn't believe it. Caillou had forfeited without even trading blows. No way. She gave up without a fight? What's going on? Is Caillou here as a joke? Bai Yi muttered. Bai Chen shook his head. Maybe she has her reasons. The huge hall buzzed with disbelief. Caillou's face remained expressionless as she reclaimed her badge and stepped down, her 3 contract beasts following quietly. Bai Chen strode forward. Wait, Caillou. She didn't stop, only lifted her eyes. Yes? Why did you surrender? Bai Chen kept his voice low but couldn't hide his confusion. Bai Yi leaned in. Right. You talked to Lin Yun for a moment, and then quit. Why? Simple. Caillou met their eyes, calm and firm. I can't beat him. I won't let my beast get hurt, so I conceded. Can't beat him. Bai Yi frowned. Lin Yun was strong, but a clash with Caillou had always looked even. Before she could speak again, Caillou added a line that made her heart jolt. His white fox is already Lord Tier 9. You know how powerful its clone ability is. My rock golem is only Lord Tier 7. Lord Tier 9. Bai Yi almost thought she'd misheard, her breath quickening. Lin Yun had only just passed the gold rank Beastmaster test, and now his fox was 1 step from King Tier, meaning he was on the verge of becoming a platinum Beastmaster. That growth rate was terrifying. Bai Chun felt the same shock. As a gold rank beastmaster himself, he knew how training difficulty exploded at higher tiers. Lin Yun had done in weeks what took others years, even decades. What kind of talent was that? If I can't win, I concede. Caillou finished calmly and left the arena. Bai Chen watched her back with a wry smile. Tier, skills, everything, she had no chance. In her place, had have quit too. The Fox's clones could fight 100 at once. Without a massive area effect strike, you couldn't touch the real body. Sadly, Kai's rock golem had no such move. Across the stands, Li Jijia nudged Qin Qing. Bro Qing, did you hear? Lin Yun's beast is Lord 9 already. I heard. Qin Qing swallowed. That growth speed is insane. To beastmasters from other counties, though, the scene looked very different. Yi Jinyo sat with arms folded, sneering. This is hilarious. What's wrong with Xinguang County? One surrender after another to a rookie who just hit gold rank. Once might be chance, but 2 or 3 times. Something fishy's going on. The Xinguang Cup is a joke, straight up match fixing. He clicked his tongue in disdain and let out a long, drawn-out sigh. TSK. I'm fed up this time. If I meet Lin Yun, he'll make sure he learns a lesson. Beastmasters from Yema, Haitao, and Shuijing counties huddled together, whispering. Doubt and contempt hung in the air. Everyone dismissed Lin Yun as a lucky fraud who had advanced through fixed matches. They've got it all wrong. Baha pushed through the crowd, his voice rising above the chatter. Yi Jinyo, you've never even fought Lin Yun. How can you claim he's mediocre? Yi Jinyo folded his arms and sneered. What's your point, Baha? Lin Yun is strong, no way he cheated. Baha scanned the group. Watch him fight, and you'll see. Really? Yi Jinyo cocked an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Baha laid it out. Lu Chu and I teamed up to test him. We still lost. Is this just an excuse to cover for Xinguang County? Another beastmaster challenged. Don't be absurd. Baha snorted. You know my reputation. I don't lie for anyone. Yi Jinyo nodded, relenting a little. Maybe we did misjudge him. Talk is cheap, let the arena decide. If he's weak, they'll see to it that all 3 of his pets leave in pieces. I hate backroom deals more than anything. Better hope he never meets me. Face him once, and you won't be so confident, Baha replied coolly. Yi Jinyo suddenly changed tack. Speaking of matches, I'm up against you next, aren't I? Right. Baha grinned. Didn't expect to meet you so soon. You're finished, Baha. Yi Jinyo said, eyes sharp as knives. Not necessarily. I've got a trump card. Baha didn't back down. Oh, funny, I've got one too. Yi Jinyo grinned. Even better, Baha said, fighting spirit surging. A single rest day flew by, and the new round began. First up, Baha of Xinguang County versus Yi Jinyo of Yema County. On the left side of the arena, a thunder boar slammed down. Each heavy breath crackled with electricity. Arcs danced across its hide, making the air snap and hiss. Even dozens of meters away, spectators felt their skin tingle. Opposite it, a jet-black war bull crushed the ground beneath its hooves. Though shorter than the boar, it was a living mountain, muscles knotted like forged iron. 2 obsidian horns jutted forward like giant drills. Name, Shadow Knight War Bull. Rank, Lord, 9th tier. Skills, Bull Rush Divine Grade Impact. Rampage, Mighty Lift Divine Grade Strength. Shadow Step Divine Grade Stealth. Dark Energy Divinograde. Huanglei, don't hold back, use Heavenly Calamity. Baha commanded. The thunder boar's eyes flashed in understanding. Sparks erupted across its skin, then converged under Baha's mental pull into a thundercloud that blotted out the sky. Electric serpents writhed as the cloud sank lower, sealing the arena under a dome of raw power. In the stands, Bai Yi's eyes widened. She almost forgot to breathe. So this is what a top-tier beastmaster can do. Bai Chun stared at the storm. Most Lord-class pets wouldn't survive a single volley of that. Heavenly Calamity is Kuangliai's signature move. Its power is terrifying, Bai Yi added. Boom. The thundercloud roiled, weaving lightning into white boars that charged in waves toward the Shadow Knight, War Bull, a stampede of electric beasts. Stone around the platform crumbled into dust. Stray debris caught in the lightning melted into glowing red droplets. As the storm pressed in, those droplets spun around the arena like fiery fireflies. Bai Yi unconsciously held her breath. Yi Jinyo remained unmoved. Same old tricks, Baha, he muttered. Eyes narrowed. The massive wild bull let out a deep bellow, dug its hooves into the ground, and charged toward the center of the arena. Thunderclouds churned overhead as thick bolts of lightning crashed down, arcs of electricity exploding and scorching the platform black. Yet the bull flickered in and out of the blinding light. Shadow Step. Yi Jiania's beast could actually use Shadow Step. Its speed was so blinding that in the blink of an eye it slipped past every lightning strike. So fast, Bai Chen's pupils contracted. This bull is every bit as strong as the rumors say. Bai Yi gasped. While dodging the thunder, the bull closed in on the lightning boar step by step. Its thick horns glimmered with an inky radiance, sharp and blazing like blades. The next instant it dipped its head. Bull rush. Provoked, the lightning boar roared back and launched into boar charge. Bang! They slammed together in the middle of the stage, tusks and horns interlocking in a shower of sparks, neither willing to give an inch. Veins bulged across the bull's body like fishing nets. while the boar's muscles swelled into distinct slabs. The impact traveled through their hooves into the arena floor, carving 8 deep circular craters, proof of the terrifying power behind them. After a long stalemate, the bull finally gained the upper hand. Now, Yi Jinyo shouted. Answering the command, the bull bent its forelegs, dipped its massive front end, then heaved upward with all its strength. The enormous lightning boar was lifted clean into the air, the black horns punching into its belly. Fortunately, the boar's thick layer of fat spared it more than surface wounds. Outside the ring, Baha gave a wry laugh. Seems I'll need to show my real trump card if I want to beat you. Interesting. Use whatever tricks you have. Yi Jinyo curled his lips. Baha produced a ball of burning flame. This is synthetic sacred fire. Once Quanglei eats it, hell enters sacred blaze form. With that, he tossed the flame forward. The lightning boar snapped it up in one gulp. Instantly, a dark red point of light appeared between its brows, spreading down its spine, flanks, and belly into searing patterns that raced across its hide before converging on its haunches. Lightning went berserk. Arcs crackled around its body, thunder booming as its aura exploded to 30 times its former strength. Snorting heavily, the boar in sacred blaze form radiated unquenchable fighting spirit. The grandstand erupted. My god, how did Baha's beast suddenly get so strong? Baichen lowered his voice. Sacred blaze form can only be triggered through baptism by sacred fire. Bai Yi frowned, but it transformed after swallowing the flame. He must have used some special method. Baichen nodded. Baha crowed triumphantly. Yi Jinyo, how will you deal with my Quanglei now? Yi Jinyo let out a cold laugh. I've been training in seclusion for this very day. My beast can't enter sacred blaze form, but it's not a bit weaker than your Quanglei Gigantify. Pitch black light erupted around the bull, layering over it like heavy armor. The darkness thickened, and its body began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, its presence climbing higher and higher. Bai Yi felt the sudden pressure from the stage and whispered, Brother, what is that this time? The Gigantamax worked. Yi Jinyo actually pulled it off. Bai Chen stared at the arena, his voice low but full of awe. That guy is a monster. On the raised platform, Maniu was cloaked in scarlet energy. In an instant it swelled into a steel mountain of muscle. Its massive limbs sank into the ground, and twin horns, black as obsidian, gleamed with a lethal chill. Now that it's bigger, won't it slow down and turn into a sitting duck? Bai Yi whispered. It won't. Bai Chen shook his head, though his eyes never left the field. At center ring, the Quanglei wild boar entered its pseudo-sacred flame form, marshalling lightning into a colossal electric cage meant to pin the raging bull for good. Bolts crisscrossed, sealing every exit. Yet a heartbeat later Maniu drove off its hind hooves, forcing a warped afterimage through a gap in the cage. Before a full breath could pass, it was suddenly in front of Quanglei. So fast, Bai Yi gasped. Dark red patterns lit up along the black horns as Maniu launched its bull rush. Quanglei threw up a hurried guard, but could not blunt the surge of power. Boom! The giant boar was blasted dozens of meters away and slammed into the far end of the arena, shattering the stone slabs. Quanglei staggered up, lashes of lightning snapping out like whips to hold Maniu back. Maniu vanished shadow step. One warped afterimage after another slipped through the thunderlight, each time reappearing at the boar's vital points. Crunch! A razor horn punched through the boar's lightning-edged hide. Blood sprayed across the ring. Though Quanglei was several times larger, before the Gigantamax bull, it looked like a toy shoved by a child, driven back step after step as every counterattack failed. Within minutes the referee raised his flag. Round 1. Victory to Yi Jianius Beast. Baha's Mist Lizard even the score in round 2, but in the decider Maniu bulldozed its foe again. 2-1. The match went to Yi Jinyo. Wide-eyed, Bai Yi breathed. I never knew Gigantamax could be this strong. Bai Chen nodded, equally shaken. Its body balloons to dozens of times its size, yet it moves even faster. It really is a monster. Below the ring, the announcer's voice boomed, calling the next bout. Lin Yun versus Lu Chu. Who's your pick? Bai Yi asked eagerly. My money's on Lu Chu, Bai Chun said after a pause. You said Kai you would win last time. She's the veteran powerhouse, remember? She still lost to Lin Yun. Bai Yi pouted. Bai Chen gave a wry smile. Who could have guessed Lin Yun would push his pet to Lord rank, 9th tier, so quickly? But Lu Chu is different. His beast is also Lord, 9th tier. He's no weaker than Lin Yun. True. Lu Chu's a total freak, Bai Yi agreed, folding her arms. Let's see how it plays out. Bai Chun turned back to the stage. In the Night Fiend Prefecture stands, Yi Jinyo was still basking in congratulations when Lin Yun's name was announced. He snorted. I know Lu could never throw a match. We'll soon see Lin Yun's real strength. Baha shook his head, face unusually solemn. Lu Chu isn't Lin Yun's match. Seriously? Yi Jinyo frowned. I have no reason to lie, Baha replied calmly. He just reached gold rank. How could he outclass Lu Chu? Yi Jinyo muttered. You'll see in a minute. Baha led his beasts away for treatment. The stands buzzed. Who's going to win? Lu Chu. He's been number 2 forever. I don't see Lin Yun pulling it off. All eyes focused on the stage. The referee lifted the mic, his voice exploding across the arena. Lu Chu forfeits. The winner by default is Lin Yun. The crowd went wild. Yi Jiania's fists clenched as he stared at the ring. No. Impossible. Even Lu Chu had conceded. Was Lin Yun really that strong? But had only just stepped into gold rank. Then he saw the next matchup. Lin Yun's opponent was none other than Yi Jianyo. Fine. In that case, he'll find out exactly how strong you are, Lin Yun. From the stands, Bai Yi froze for a good while after the referee announced that Lu Chu had surrendered. Bro, Lu Chu actually conceded. What on earth just happened? Bai Qin's mind was reeling. Lu Chu was a renowned gold rank beastmaster, a powerhouse admired by countless young tamers. Yet here he was, raising his hand to forfeit against Lin Yun. There has to be more to this, he muttered. I think he knew he couldn't beat Lin Yun and decided to save his strength, Bai Yi reasoned. In the Saint-like Cup group stage, one loss still gets you into the knockouts. Maybe he wants to stay at his peak for that. Head lose to someone who only just reached gold rank. Bai Qin still couldn't believe it. Lin Yun's ability can't be measured by normal standards, Bai Yi said with a shake of her head. He's a monster among monsters. She thought back to the sacred spring forest Lin Yun bargaining with a unicorn, helping it refine its skills, the stretch of days when he trained his 3 beasts almost around the clock. The ferocity those creatures showed still sent a chill down her spine. Add the token personally granted by the Empire's Blade Archangel and his exploits during the Desert Sea incident, and Lin Yun's extraordinary nature was obvious. Still, I leaned toward Lu Chu hiding an injury, maybe a wounded beast or a damaged beast mark, Bai Qin insisted. Well, no, soon enough. Bai Yi shrugged. A few more matches wrapped up, and Lin Yun's bout with Yi Jianyo was announced. The moment a one-eyed white bear landed beside Yi Jianyo on the stage, every eye locked onto it. Under the lights, its thick fur gleamed with an icy sheen. Standing over 3 meters tall, it was like a moving wall of frost, and a casual swipe of its claws etched deep grooves into the floor. Name: Frost-Armored Warbear. Rank: Warlord, Tier 9. Skills: Shatterclaw Divine, Brute Force, Power of Ice Divine, Cooling, Battle Spirit Surge Divine, Burst, Mighty Strength, Sleep Talk Top Tier, Ice Armor Divine, Frost, Thick. Sleep Talk? Lin Yun scanned the data panel, beckoned Boneblade over, and whispered a few words. Boneblade nodded rapidly, wings rattling with excitement. Frost-Armored Warbear. Bai Qin breathed. Bai Yi leaned in. Is it that strong? More than strong, Bai Qin explained. Bear-type beasts are already ridiculously powerful. This one's Shatterclaw comes with the Brute Force trait. Brute Force? Just doubles its power? Bai Yi's eyes widened. Way beyond double. Brute Force pushes the claw's power up 8-fold. Bai Chun raised 8 fingers. 8 times. Bai Yi sucked in a sharp breath. And that's not all. It has Battle Spirit Surge, and if Yi Jianyo gigantifies it, imagine the force behind those hits. Bai Qin kept his voice low. No wonder Yi Jiania's third beast is this outrageous, Bai Yi sighed. Let's see how Lin Yun handles it. Bai Qin's gaze stayed glued to the arena. Elsewhere in the stands, Li Jijia listened to the chatter around him, his face growing darker. Looks like Lin Yun's in real trouble this time. Chen Qing only shook his head lightly. Not necessarily. My gut says Lin Yun isn't the type to lose that easily. Maybe so. Still, losing at this point might not be the worst outcome. The reward for second place is already generous enough, Li Jijia said evenly, summing up the result for the contender. The arena buzzed like a tide of voices. Lin Yun's going to win. I'm betting on Yi Jianyo. Cheers rose for both sides, but Yi Jianyo clearly had the numerical edge. Dynamax, Yi Jianyo ordered, lifting his hand. Roar. The battle bear howled as a black aura wrapped around it. In the next heartbeat, its body swelled dozens of times, looming like a pitch-black mountain in the ring, its shadow covering nearly half the platform. The crushing pressure swept over the crowd. Bai Yi's face went pale. Yi Jianius aiming to end this for good. Staring at the fully Dynamaxed bear, Yi Jianyo lifted his chin. Your move, Lin Yun. Fair warning, your beast might die here. I can't protect it. Dynamax, huh? Lin Yun smirked. Boneblade, Abyss form. Boneblade fluttered its small wings and hovered. A draconic roar boomed like a giant bell, shaking the walls. Flames in its chest flared, racing along its bones to trace fiery runes. Blazing horns curled from its skull, and molten gold fire ignited in its eyes. In seconds, its aura skyrocketed 100-fold. The stands erupted. That looks like Baja's Holy Flame evolution, but Lin Yun didn't use a catalyst. This must be the true Holy Flame form. No wonder Lu Chu surrendered. Yi Jianius' eyes blazed. Looks like I underestimated you. Abyss form versus Dynamax, let's see which is stronger. Let's find out. Lin Yun swept his arm forward. Boneblade, fight. The bone dragon opened its jaws, unleashing a river of molten gold dragon fire. The battle bear crouched, muscles coiling, then dashed with surprising agility, barely dodging the flames. It raised both paws and brought them down like Mount Tai. Boneblade slipped aside. The abyss form boosted its speed, yet the relentless strikes still drove it higher into the air. Sweet dreams, Lin Yun commanded softly. Boneblade beat its wings, scattering waves of dreamlike mist. Caught off guard, the bear blinked once and fell asleep, its massive body crashing to the floor. Boneblade seized the opening and spewed another blast of dragon fire. A sea of flames engulfed the ring, turning the stone floor red-hot. That's the little bone dragon's finisher. Yi Jiania's pet is in trouble, Bai muttered, clenching her fists. Suddenly the sleeping bear moved. It woke up. Bai stared at its still closed eyes. Sleep talk. She gasped. Still dreaming, the battle bear swung a paw. The swipe tore through the air and slammed straight into the airborne Boneblade. Bang! The deafening crash echoed as Boneblade failed to dodge. The paw landed squarely, shattering its skeleton and scattering white shards across the arena. Oh no, the little bone dragon's been smashed to pieces. Bai went sheet white. She had spent time with Boneblade in the sacred spring forest and had grown fond of the small dragon. The sight was hard to take. Bai, watch closely, Bai Chen warned. If a beast dies, its tamer suffers backlash. Bai snapped her gaze to Lin Yun. He was completely unharmed. So Boneblade is unhurt, Bai said. The moment the words left her mouth, an oppressive force swept across the arena. Yi Jiania's instinct screamed, and he roared at Zhang Xiong, move now. Too late. What the bear had just ripped apart was only a decoy crafted by secret arts. The real Boneblade had been lurking inside a pocket space all along. It burst out in a blaze of motion, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that poured from the sky like molten lava. Zhang Xiong leapt back and countered with a blast of frost. Boom. Fire and ice slammed together in midair, shaking the stadium. The stalemate lasted only an instant before the flames overwhelmed the cold, crashing down on the bear. His ice armor vaporized, his thick fur ignited, and the stench of scorched hair filled the air as he bellowed in pain. Stop! I surrender this round. Yi Jinyo shouted, raising a hand. Boneblade, stand down, Lin Yun ordered, and the dragon fire vanished. Healers and support beasts rushed the platform, carrying the charred bear away. The grandstands went deathly quiet. No one had expected Lin Yun to win the opening bout. Even the factions from Yema Prefecture and Crystal Prefecture who had doubted him were now convinced. Yi Jinyo drew a deep breath, eyes blazing. For the second match, I'm going all out. If I lose again, I'll withdraw. Interesting, Lin Yun replied coolly. A sleek bat glided onto the stage, its blood-red eyes gleaming and 3 long tails ending in barbed stingers. Name, Supersonic Bat. Rank, Lord, 9th tier. Abilities, Sonic Boomdale level high frequency. Tremor, Night Shroud God level stealth. Venom Fangs God level toxin. Daze, Rapid Movement God level. Venom Spray God level. This is Fuchin, my first and strongest beast. Its control over Gigantify outstrips any peer, Yi Jinyo announced. Qingya, your turn, Lin Yun called. A snow-white fox sprang onto the platform, muscles coiled and ready. Gigantify, Yi Jinyo commanded. Black light engulfed Fuchin as its body ballooned dozens of times over, radiating raw savagery. Not to be outdone, the white fox tore open rifts in space. A flood of fox clones poured through. They hit the ground and immediately dashed toward Lin Yun, eager to frolic. One sharp glance from him sent the silly foxes scurrying back to Qingya, where they huddled and chattered out a battle plan. Moments later, every clone ignited with sacred flame, white fire coiling around them as their power multiplied. Up in the stands, the audience held its breath. Bai Chan inhaled sharply. Each clone may be weaker than the original, but there are over 100 Lord-class beasts out there, all able to enter a special form. That's insane. Bai Yi's voice was hushed. There's something even scarier. What? Bai Chen asked. These clones aren't mindless echoes. Every single one can think. It can decide for itself how to carry out its master's orders, and its rapport is far beyond that of an ordinary clone, Bai Yi said. Bai Chun felt another wave of shock surge through him. Had Lin Yun and his beast really achieved such flawless coordination? In the VIP section, Governor Su Ling of Night Demon Prefecture sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. How can a move be this terrifying? Chowda lounged in his seat, lifted his chin, and grinned. Looks like winning just got a lot harder for Yi Jinyo. Don't get ahead of yourself, Su Ling said, pressing down the hand Chowda was waving. Yi Jinyo's bat still has a trump card. A trump card? What is it? Chowda pressed. Watch and you'll see, Su Ling replied, gesturing back toward the arena. On the dueling stage, Yi Jinyo faced the encircling tide of white foxes, his gaze hardening. Its door die? Fu Chun, strongest strike. The enormous bat snapped its jaws open, its palatal bones thrumming as a razor-edged wave of sound shot forth. The masonry hummed, the frequency spiked boom, boom. Bricks tough enough to stop a giant axe shattered into dust. The white foxes instinctively ducked and covered their ears, but the sonic blast flooded the arena unchecked. Chowda leaned forward, his face draining of color. That power, even after gigantification, it shouldn't hit this hard. What's going on? Yi Jinyo calls that a super skill, Su Ling said quietly. A super skill? Chowda muttered, rattled. In short, all the energy from gigantification is poured into one attack, sending its power through the roof. Su Ling's explanation rippled through the stands, and the crowd erupted. Bai Yi turned to Bai Chun, eyes gleaming. I didn't expect Yi Jianyo to have something like this. It's frightening. Bai Chen frowned. Now Lin Yun is in trouble. Not necessarily, Bai Yi replied, giving a small shake of her head. Why not? It might be tough for others, but not for him. She winked. Just wait. That white fox is hiding a truly terrifying ability. At the center of the stage, sound waves raged like a torrent. The bricks at Lin Yun's feet were ground to powder, the specially reinforced floor breaking apart. Certain of victory, Yi Jianyo shouted. Lin Yun, surrender if you must. Don't let your beast get badly hurt. Hurt? My beast? Lin Yun laughed. Yi Jianyo, you might want to check on your bat first. Yi Jianyo's heart skipped a beat. He whirled around Fu Chen's massive body was covered with countless thin claw marks. The wounds were shallow, yet they formed a continuous web, crimson blood seeping along the veins of its wings and pattering onto the stone floor below. Yi Jianyo cried out in shock. What happened? Your white foxes never even moved. How did it wound my beast? Good heavens. What in the world just happened? I was watching closely the whole time, and that white fox never budged. Maybe it moved so fast you couldn't register it. The spectators speculated, all talking at once. It's downright eerie. In the stands, Bai Chun kept his eyes locked on the white fox in the center of the arena, shock and confusion written all over his face. No, impossible. How did it pull that off? There are no signs of an energy attack, and it hasn't moved an inch. I can't wrap my head around it. Look at the claw marks on the bat, Bai Yi said, pointing at the creature hovering in midair. The fox had to get close. That's impossible. Bai Chun shot back. I never took my eyes off it. That fox hasn't shifted half a step, let alone closed in on a bat that high up. Don't forget, your brother is a gold-rank beastmaster. I'm no Lin Yun, but my eyes don't lie. Bai Yi lowered her voice. I'm not entirely sure either, but it feels like that fox can stop time for a split second. Bai Chen sucked in a breath. Are you serious, Bai Yi? It's just a theory, she replied, shaking her head. I haven't tested it myself. Bai Chen's thoughts raced. Good grief, what kind of terrifying power is that? On the dueling platform, Yi Jianyo shouted anxiously. Fu Chun, can you still fight? The bat nodded, indicating the wounds were nothing. Good. Keep going, use your ultimate skill. Yi Jianyo roared, fighting spirit surging. The bat opened its massive maw, releasing rolling waves of sound that rippled out like a solid wall. The white fox reacted by splitting into multiple images. Fu Chan was already wounded, so the sonic blast was weaker. The fox could withstand it for a moment, and a moment was all it needed. It flashed forward again and again, closing the gap. Another brief time freeze descended, and the fox appeared around its target in an instant. This time the bat beat its enormous wings early, forcing some distance while spewing a stream of dark green venom. The fox flickered from spot to spot, slipping past the poison, and one after another clambered onto the bat's vast body. The bat thrashed desperately, trying to shake them off. Two fox paws sank deep into its flesh, a wet rip accompanying the creature's scream. More foxes blinked in and leapt aboard, assaulting from front and rear. Primal claw, phantom talons, each one vibrating the very air, slammed toward the bat. At the last second the bat's skin turned pitch black and its form vanished night shroud. When it reappeared, it was hundreds of meters higher, hovering in the sky. The fox's claws struck nothing. With no footing, the creatures plummeted. The bat's jaws gaped, and another sonic boom roared forth. Woo! Qingyu made a snap decision. Two white foxes blinked in front of her, taking the blast heat in. With an agonized cry, they dissolved into motes of light. Seizing the opening, Qingyu rushed toward the bat. The bat fell back on its old trick, draping itself in the night shroud once more in an attempt to dodge the primal claw. It didn't help this time. The remaining white foxes blinked across the arena, cutting off every escape route. With a wet crunch, primordial claws tore into the bat's massive frame, spraying blood and flesh in every direction. The rending trait triggered at once, and crimson fountains gushed like springs. Gashes bloomed one after another until, in an instant, the creature was drenched in its own gore. The foxes shattered the bones of its wings, stealing its flight. The bat crashed into the ground with a thunderous boom, gouging out a deep crater as the giant glow surrounding it burst apart. I've lost, Yi Jianyo said hollowly, as though his soul had been ripped away. Years of seclusion had allowed him to teach all three partners to gigantify, and he had come to the Holy Light Cup convinced he would reclaim his former glory. Yet Lin Yun had crushed that dream today, never even had a chance to fight back. His pride was worth nothing here. The white foxes landed one after another and gathered around Lin Yun, rubbing their fluffy heads against his arm. Well done, he said, ruffling the fur of one fox. Another fox huffed in protest. You too, great job, Lin Yun laughed, patting it quickly. After each had received its share of affection, the foxes narrowed their eyes in contentment. Just then Qingyu dove from the sky, hooves churning the air, only to be blocked by several foxes acting in perfect unison. Woo! She snorted, glaring at these sneaky foxes who had stolen the best spot, while she was gone and now barred her from her master. All right, let her through, and no bullying her from now on, Lin Yun said, mediating at once. The foxes stepped aside. Qingya trotted happily into Lin Yun's arms, her fluffy tail wagging as her outrage vanished. Medics hurried in to stitch up the bat's wounds while Yi Jinyo followed them out in silence. Moments later the announcer boomed, the champion of this year's Holy Light Cup Lin Yun. A wave of cheers swept the stadium. The crowd roared his name, ecstatic over their new champion. In the stands, Chen Qing stared at Lin Yun hoisting the trophy. I can't believe he actually won. Li Jijia nodded. His beasts are unbelievable. Everyone finally understood that Lin Yun now occupied a tier far above their own. Zhu Yu gave an awkward smile. I even said he might break into the top 100 how clueless I was. Bai Yi sighed. He reached gold only a short while ago, yet now he swept aside both Yi Jinyo and Lu Chu. Bai Chen's expression turned solemn. The Archangel's favor wasn't luck. His potential is beyond anything we imagined. Su Ling added, sincere admiration in his voice. A hero while still so Yuna blessing for humankind. Prefect Wei Yin of Crystal County nodded. With turmoil spreading across the empire, a beastmaster like him gives us at least a sliver of hope. Su Ling sighed. If only had been born a century earlier, perhaps by now he would already be strong enough to turn the tide. Chowda spoke in a low voice. How goes the fighting in the northern frontier? The second defensive line has fallen. Small beastman packs have slipped into the heartland, and Skyward Envoy is organizing a purge, Su Ling replied. And in the south? The Trans are unusually quiet. We don't know what they're plotting. Exotic beasts in the western deserts are stirring as well. Chowda frowned. Trans have always colluded with the beastmen. Their silence now can only mean trouble. If the north fell, Su Ling could only force a wry smile as the group lapsed into uneasy silence. On the podium, Lin Yun gave a brief acceptance speech, then followed the staff to the treasury. The prize was exceptionally generous. The final material bone blade needed to evolve, a banknote worth 100 billion taels, and heaps of rare herbs, crafting supplies, beast rations, and elixirs. Even more enticing, the champion of the Holy Light Cup could choose a single artifact perfectly suited to one of his beasts. Inside the treasury hall, Lin Yun trailed behind the staff member Meng Yang, weaving past layers of guards and shelves until they reached the reward section. A long table overflowed with rare medicinal herbs whose radiant hues mingled with distinctive fragrances. Grinning, Meng Yang approached with a thick stack of banknotes and offered them to Lin Yun. Young Master Lin, here is your prize money. Lin Yun slipped the notes into his storage pouch with a brief word of thanks, then turned his attention to the herbs, examining them one by one. Scarlet Flame Secret Eye, Aurora Hide, Frost Veneche was exceptionally rare. Soon he spotted a chunk of pitch-black wasteland grave soil, the key material for evolving Bone Blade to Lord class. The soil was deathly cold. As he drew closer, the temperature plummeted and distant wails seemed to echo in his ears. Next he noticed Sacred Fire Rock and Jade Toad Nether Mushroom, the very ingredients required for Kinjia's next evolution. Together with the Dark Serpent Vine he had acquired earlier, Qingya now needed only the final Flower Rain Poison Bamboo to reach Beast King level. The unexpected windfall delighted Lin Yun. He had thought gathering all the materials would be laborious, yet the Holy Light Cup's rewards were this generous. Meng Yang gently reminded him, Young Master Lin, please store the herbs first. After that, they'll show you the champion's special rewarded treasure tool. Very well, Lin Yun replied, sweeping all the herbs into his pouch. Meng Yang gestured for him to proceed, and the pair with 3 contracted beasts in tow ventured deeper into the vault until they halted before a sealed door. Soft lamps illuminated the chamber within, where 3 uniquely crafted treasure tools rested on a central table. Meng Yang introduced them one by one. These are forged specifically for contracted beasts. The materials are precious and the craftsmanship complex, so most beastmasters can't afford them. He pointed to the first, a chain of crimson gold. The Holy Blaze necklace enhances fire-type attacks perfect for Bone Blade's Dragon Flame. The second, silver talons gleaming with cold light. The Radiant Claws amplify slashing attacks. They would be an excellent match for Kinjia's Primal Claw. The third item was a dull, worn necklace. Lin Yun frowned. What's this? The Spacetime Necklace, Meng Yang explained. It only works for beasts with spacetime abilities. Most of the time it lies dormant, but in battle it acts as an energy source. Because it's incomplete, it must absorb spacetime essence to repair itself. The more it restores, the more power it supplies. Gifted beasts can even meditate on the spacetime force within to learn new skills. Sensing the surging spacetime aura, Qingya fixed her round eyes on the necklace and refused to look away, her desire unmistakable. Lin Yun began to weigh his options. The Radiant Claw does increase raw power, but its effect is roughly the same as the damaged Chrono Necklace. If the Chrono Necklace were repaired, it would easily outperform the Radiant Claw, and the Sacred Flame Necklace would as well. Meng Yang stared at the 3 artifacts on the counter and sighed. The Chrono Necklace is superb, yet its requirements are harsh. Only a handful of beasts with temporal skills can use it. Lin Yun, which one will you choose? The chrono necklace. Lin Yun answered without hesitation. What? Without a time affinity, beast you can't use it. Don't let potential cloud your judgment. I have my own plans, Lin Yun replied calmly. Seeing his resolve, Meng Yang could only nod. Very well, take it. They left the treasury and met several acquaintances along the way. After exchanging greetings, Lin Yun followed Meng Yang back to the inn. He requested an extra-large room from the innkeeper, then set up a mortar, furnace, and other tools to brew the potion for Boneblade's evolution. At the table, Lin Yun placed a piece of obsidian on parchment, crushed it into coarse powder, and transferred it to the mortar for further grinding. Between rounds, he added cryolite to refine the texture. Once satisfied, he poured the powder into a small bowl and mixed in a measured dose of holy spring water. A problem soon appeared. The desolate grave soil vanished the moment it touched any other ingredient. Lin Yun tried several times with the same result. Damn it! If this keeps up, it'll waste every last grain of grave soil, he muttered, yanking a volume of fundamentals of materials from under the stupid fox's head and flipping through it. Nothing. He searched several alchemy texts but still found no solution. Out of options, he patted the Titan behemoth's huge back. Titan, take me to the Beastmaster Alliance. Boneblade, stay here with Qingya and guard the door. No one goes in. Boneblade nodded solemnly. At the Alliance, Lin Yun paid several veteran alchemists for advice and finally learned the secret. Desolate grave soil must be heat-treated before it can bond with other substances, a trick known only to seasoned experts. His self-study had missed that step. 2 days later, the potion was ready. Lin Yun held up the test tube. The pitch-black liquid boiled and churned, emitting thick smoke and sharp pops. Boneblade glanced at it and shuddered. Come on, little bone dragon. Drink this and you can evolve. Lin Yun stroked its skull and set the tube by its claw. Boneblade hesitated, then tilted its head back and swallowed it in one gulp. A piercing cry echoed as black light raced across its skeletal frame. Half an hour later, the evolution ended. Boneblade's body had grown several times larger, filling half the room. Fully outstretched, it was nearly 15 meters long. A pair of curved horns now crowned its massive skull, and its aura was far stronger than before. It remained unconscious, immersed in a skill metamorphosis. 2 hours later, that process concluded, and Lin Yun hurried to check the results. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.